Audiobook title Unlimited Firepower in Ancient Times, Chapter 61 to 130 Part 0, 2. By author Zephyr. Audiobook. Chapter 61, The Pineapple Service. At a sharp command from the Imperial ranks, over 10 massive timber siege engines began rumbling forward across the plain toward the city walls. Heavily armoured infantry followed steadily behind, hauling scaling ladders, while dense ranks of archers arrayed themselves closely behind the foot soldiers. The elite cavalry brought up the rear, dynamic and ready to charge. Surveying his mighty Imperial Guard division, Zaidmancer could not conceal his arrogant satisfaction. His mouth curled into a smirk so broad it nearly touched his ears. Little did he know, a pair of dark eyes along the north gate ramparts was locked firmly onto his position. Zain stood atop the battlement, casually looking through a pair of military binoculars, his gaze fixed squarely on Zaidmancer and the senior staff officers clustered in the centre of the rear army. He knew with absolute certainty that these men were the primary commanders of the grand host. At that moment, the two armies were barely 300 yards apart. Had Zain hoisted the single-soldier rocket launcher, it commanded more than enough range and power to obliterate the entire command group. Zain pondered the tactical situation for a brief moment, deciding to hold his heaviest fire. He calculated that if he executed the enemy commanders at the very start of the engagement, the Imperial host would very likely collapse into immediate panic and disarray. This particular force fielded a massive cavalry contingent, and once they scattered and fled across the open plain, it would be remarkably difficult for Humayun's 100 marksmen to intercept them, potentially even placing his mountain fighters in danger. More importantly, Zain keenly sensed that this Imperial Guard division was vastly superior to the border sepoys they had previously routed. They moved with disciplined cohesion, clearly representing a well-trained elite force. If I could break their spirit and take them under my command, Zain thought with a dry smirk, that would be truly magnificent. Husband, what are you doing? Nusrat's curious voice broke his concentration. The other wives and officers nearby looked equally bewildered, wondering how anyone could see anything meaningful through those sleek, black metallic tubes. Here, Zain chuckled dryly, lowering the binoculars and handing them to Nusrat. Take a look for yourself, love. Nusrat's brow furrowed slightly as she imitated his actions, pressing the lenses against her expressive dark eyes. Merciful heavens! A soft gasp escaped her lips, her face filled with wild astonishment behind the black frames. She discovered that the Imperial troops, who previously looked no larger than distant ants, could be seen with absolute, crystal clarity through the miraculous instrument. Seeing her profound reaction, everyone else along the rampart wore expressions of intense curiosity, whispering among themselves about the strange magical object. Sister Nusrat, what do you see through the black tubes? Farhana's sweet voice chimed from the side. Nusrat lowered the binoculars and passed them to Farhana beside her, exclaiming excitedly, Look, Farhana. Look quickly, it lets you see across the entire plain as though you are standing right beside them. Farhana immediately pressed the lenses to her eyes, and also let out a series of soft gasps, her dark eyes sparkling. Just like that, the wives and corps officers took turns using the binoculars, every single person gasping in profound awe after experiencing the miraculous magnification. Meanwhile, the Imperial host advanced step by step, thousands of boots creating a rhythmic thunder. Along the ramparts, the 200 recruits of the Divine Marksman Corps gripped their modern rifles tightly, waiting with bated breath for their master's command to pull the triggers. Just as the Imperial archers reached a position about 100 yards from the city wall, they abruptly halted, preparing to release their first volley. Zain saw this, a cold, confident smirk touching his lips. He reasoned that so long as he eliminated the enemy's primary long-range capability, they would be transformed into helpless lambs waiting for the slaughter. Divine Marksman, target the archers, Zain commanded in a steady, carrying voice. Fire. Upon hearing the order, the 100 marksmen on the north gate battlements opened fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, a continuous torrent of automatic gunfire spat a hailstorm of high-velocity lead rounds, denser than raindrops, down upon the massed Imperial archers. Facing this sudden, thunderous spectacle, the Imperial Guard was stunned into absolute speechlessness. Within 2 minutes, hundreds of archers collapsed onto the dirt road. This. Merciful heavens, what is happening? The surviving archers' eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated shock. No matter how they strained their vision, they saw 0 arrows flying through the air, nor could they identify what manner of weapon was discharging fire from the ramparts. But the terrifying rate at which their comrades were falling was catastrophic. Within minutes, the entire archer formation dissolved into total chaos. Cries of agonizing pain rose one after another, the groans and wails sounding truly miserable. The infantry division, positioned ahead of the archers, stood equally terrified and paralyzed. They were no fools, they knew implicitly what the rebel marksman's intent was. If the rebels could slaughter the archers behind them, it went without saying they could do the same to the foot soldiers. Terrified like birds startled by a snapped bowstring, they huddled together, too afraid to either advance toward the gate or retreat up the hill. The young general leading the infantry vanguard saw the line faltering, and his brow furrowed into deep lines. A moment later, he frantically waved his steel saber, bellowing at his men, "Forward, forward, assault the city. Crush the rebels. Charge." Being an elite Imperial Guard force, the soldiers quickly recovered from their initial panic and hurriedly pushed the massive timber siege engines forward, rushing toward the base of the city wall, with fierce war cries echoing across the field. "Who, slay the traitors." Far in the rear, Said Mansur stood bewildered. He thought to himself, the thunderous noise is deafening, yet it doesn't seem like anything is actually being discharged. How can hundreds of my best archers be falling? Just then, an Imperial captain came running up, panting heavily, and cupped his fist to Zaid Mansur. "General, I do not know what manner of sorcery or weapon the Dakshan poor rebels are employing, but it has inflicted heavy losses upon our archer ranks." He swallowed hard and continued, "Every soldier hit has dozens of clean holes puncturing their torsos. The lethal power is vastly greater than any war arrow. Curse it all, it's nothing but a desperate deathbed struggle." Said Mansur roared, filled with indignant rage. He looked at the captain, his voice sharp with anger. "Pass the command down. The entire host is ordered to assault the city with absolute, relentless force." The captain acknowledged the order, turned around, and immediately sprinted back towards the front lines. Soon, the massive siege engines braved the hail of bullets and approached the base of the city wall. Foot soldiers swarmed the rampart base, raising scaling ladders. Zain chuckled dryly and immediately ordered, "Serve them some pineapples." Upon hearing the command, Field Commander Humayan grinned fiercely, reaching for a fragmentation grenade clipped to his tactical vest while shouting loudly to the recruits along the line. "The young master has commanded, serve them pineapples. Serve them pineapples." After speaking, Humayan pulled the safety pin with a sharp clink, stepped to the battlements, and without so much as a blink, lobbed the iron pineapple down toward a massive timber siege engine. Boom! Humayan leaned over the battlement to watch, a satisfied smirk spreading across his sun-bronzed features. He thought to himself, this explosive display ought to finally reclaim some of the face my little sister Rohanna lost on the drill field. The recruits of the Divine Marksman Corps immediately retrieved pineapples from their tactical vests, pulling pins, and hurling the explosive cylinders down onto the target clusters swarming below. Whoosh, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Within seconds, a dense tapestry of thunderous explosions resounded through the afternoon sky. The Imperial vanguard was instantly thrown into absolute disarray by the high explosive blasts. Several massive siege engines were transformed into heaps of shredded scrap wood and twisted iron in a heartbeat, and heart-wrenching screams of agony immediately followed. "Arag, merciful heavens, my leg, save me, save me." The recruits of the Marksman Corps were also temporarily stunned. The actual battlefield carnage was vastly more terrifying than anything they had experienced during their controlled training exercises. The raw recruits and surrendered sepoys watching from the North Gate rampart were utterly terrified and dumbfounded by the sheer destructive efficiency. Just as the Divine Marksman Corps continued hurling grenades down onto the scaling ladders, Sin smoothly hoisted the single-soldier rocket launcher tube onto his shoulder, lining up the optical sight dead center on the cluster of senior staff officers in the Imperial rear. The recruits and wives nearby saw this, and their faces immediately wore looks of immense anticipation. They had finally waited for this historic moment. They believed with absolute certainty that this larger instrument must command even more spectacular power than the pineapples. Nusrat, in particular, actually stopped firing her semi-automatic pistol and stared fixedly at the sleek, dark weapon resting on Zain's shoulder. After achieving target lock, a mysterious, relaxed smile touched Zain's features. Then, with a decisive click, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The single rocket-propelled warhead tore through the afternoon air with a fierce roar, shooting straight toward the Imperial Command Group Chapter 62, who is weak, who is fierce. Boom! Zaid Mansur had barely finished frowning, unable to figure out where the thunderous explosions below the city wall were coming from, before the rocket warhead tore through his position. He was blown backward through the air, hitting the dirt with his limbs splayed out, his upper body shredded, and his face mangled beyond recognition. In such a state, even Grand Vizier Mansur Ali himself would not have recognized his own son. General Zaid, he's dead. Merciful heavens, what was that? The surrounding Imperial cavalry panicked instantly, trembling as they looked at one another in sheer terror. Their morale completely shattered. Both their senior commander and his chief aides had been wiped out in a single breath. They had never imagined an imperial commander could be executed from hundreds of yards away. Said Mansur was the eldest son of the Grand Vizier himself, yet now he lay on the dirt road as a mangled corpse. Had the court dispatches not claimed the rebels of Dakshinpur city were weak and helpless? How could the reality be so terrifying? It was all lies. The Liberation Force was unlike anything the imperial court had ever faced. Up along the North Gate rampart, the recruits and officers watched the fiery explosion erupt amidst the imperial command group hundreds of yards away, their minds completely blown. The sight was staggering. Several men stood frozen with their jaws hanging open in pure disbelief. Compared to fragmentation grenades, the rocket launcher's range and raw destructive power dwarfed everything else. If the Liberation Force possessed as many rocket tubes as they did automatic rifles, they could obliterate an entire army before the enemy even reached the outer ditches. Every officer watching felt a burning itch to try the weapon themselves. With their command group erased, the Imperial Guard collapsed into utter panic, turning on their heels and fleeing like beaten dogs. The ground beneath the walls was left in ruins, littered with shredded timber, abandoned scaling ladders, and mangled corpses. The Imperial cavalry in the rear broke into wild retreat, galloping away as fast as their mounts could carry them. A few of Zaid Mansur's personal bodyguards hoisted his mangled corpse onto a warhorse, sprinting off like lost souls. Zayn turned around on the rampart, giving swift orders to Tariq and Dilwar Hossein. Commander Tariq, Dilwar Hossein, lead the Divine Marksman Corps in pursuit immediately. Remember, do not execute those who throw down their steel. Understood, Master. Tariq and Dilwar Hossein bowed sharply, their eyes gleaming with determination. Zayn's gaze then settled on Sohail Mir. Brother Sohail, lead the new recruits and surrendered guards down to secure the captives. Right away, Brother Zayn. Sohail Mir replied loudly, leading the observing recruits and former border guards down the rampart stairs at once. Once the assault squads marched out, Nusrat pointed at the sleek launcher tube resting on the battlements, asking with wide, curious eyes, "Husband, what manner of weapon is this? How can it strike from so far away?" "It is called a single-soldier rocket launcher, love," Zayn chuckled, teasing her with a dry smile. "Do you fancy taking a shot yourself?" "So can I." Nusrat pointed at her chest, her dark eyes flashing with excitement. Farhana, Samira, and Rohana looked on with equal enthusiasm. If possible, every single one of them wanted to experience firing the weapon. Zayn laughed softly. "Of course you can, love. I shall teach you all proper handling another day." Rohana stepped forward, her brow gently furrowing as she asked, "Master Zayn, do we possess many of these rocket launchers?" "Plenty, love," Zayn replied smoothly. "If required, issuing one to every squad is entirely within our reach." Hearing his words, the four young ladies smiled brightly, unable to conceal their joy. They understood that with such terrifying weapons, the Liberation Force was truly unstoppable. Zayn had deliberately withheld his heaviest weaponry, introducing gear step by step to build military discipline. Introducing too many complex systems at once invited dangerous accidents, and blowing up his own men through carelessness would be a tragic waste. As the army matured, he planned to organize specialized tactical units for heavy ordnance, rocket fire, and armored mobility, ensuring strict control over every firearm. An hour later, Captain Sohail Mir and Humayun returned to the court hall to deliver their battle reports. Humayun spoke first, his face beaming with pride. "Brother Zayn, the force dispatched against us was no mere provincial garrison. They were the elite Imperial Guard from the capital, and their commander was Zaid Mansur, eldest son of Grand Vizier Mansur Ali himself." He chuckled, adding, "The arrogant fool was blown to pieces by your shoulder cannon, though his bodyguards managed to drag his corpse onto a horse and flee." Zayn let out a mild, amused sound. He had noted the elite discipline of the advancing column, but had not anticipated that the commander was the Grand Vizier's own son. The arrogant nobleman had certainly met a swift and definitive end. Sohail Mir stepped forward, reporting in a deep, booming voice, "Brother Zayn, in this battle, we captured 500 elite cavalry and over 1,000 infantry. We eliminated over 2,000 Imperial soldiers on the field, while roughly 1,000 cavalry managed to escape northward." He paused, excitement in his eyes. "Our Liberation Force suffered 0 fatalities. Only 50 recruits sustained minor or moderate injuries." Zayn offered a satisfied nod. Though 1,000 cavalry had escaped, capturing 1,500 elite soldiers and hundreds of warhorses was an astounding triumph for a 200-man force. The defeat of the Imperial Guard would send shockwaves straight to the court in Darkar. "Splendid work, Brother Sohail," Zayn said firmly. "Integrate these 1,500 captives into our ranks as quickly as possible." "Understood, Brother Zayn." Zayn looked over his gathered officers, his voice carrying calm, absolute authority. Before the Imperial Court can mobilize another host, the Liberation Force shall march north and seize Utapur city. The Zayn war banner shall fly over every city in the district. Hearing his words, every officer present broke into fierce, ecstatic smiles. The moment they had longed for had arrived. The Liberation Force was expanding beyond Dakshinpur, setting its sights on total provincial conquest. When the long column of defeated Imperial Guard captives was marched through the central avenues of Dakshinpur city under armed escort, local residents peeked out from their windows and shop doors. The sight left the city folk utterly speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The sheer number of captives was staggering, outnumbering the red-clad guards escorting them by 5 times over. Another historic victory had been won without a scratch on the city. The only question lingering in the minds of the citizens was whether the Emperor's army was remarkably weak, or if Zayn's liberation force was terrifyingly formidable. In any case, the townspeople realized with absolute clarity that the liberation force was no band of rural rabble. As the news spread like wildfire through the bazaars that a 5,000-man force of the capital's elite Imperial Guard had been completely annihilated, the citizens stepped out onto the bustling streets, hailing Zayn as the undisputed master of the realm. Chapter 63. A dose of pure joy. Not long after Zayn returned to the district court building, Farhad Hossein followed him into the inner courtyard. Farhad felt, since the Liberation Force had secured another historic victory over the Imperial host, the timing was perfect to settle his daughter Rehanar's marriage. As the old saying went, good fortune ought to come in pairs. However, upon seeing several fair ladies standing beside Zayn, Farhad opened his mouth, only to swallow his words right back down. For one thing, he felt terribly embarrassed to bring up marital affairs in front of the household. For another, he was terrified of causing offence to young master's co-wives. Zayn caught his hesitant posture, offering a warm chuckle. Uncle Farhad, is something on your mind? Farhad smiled awkwardly, shuffling his feet. Master Zayn, it is nothing major, really. Just well, could we perhaps speak in private for a moment? Zayn offered a smooth nod, guiding Farhad to the quiet reception hall. Uncle Farhad, we're our family here. Whatever it is, speak your mind directly. Farhad gathered his courage, looked Zayn in the eye, and asked, Master Zayn, what is your honest opinion of my daughter, Rehanar? Hearing this, Zayn was briefly taken aback, thinking to himself that the scene felt remarkably familiar. Was the old street performer stepping up to play matchmaker? Yet the change in the man's attitude was night and day. Barely 2 weeks ago, upon hearing the word rebellion, Farhad had been trembling in absolute terror. Zayn chuckled warmly. Rehanar is a fine young woman, Uncle Farhad. She is both exceptionally fair and remarkably capable with a rifle. Hearing those words, Farhad nodded inwardly, convinced that Zayn held his daughter in high regard. If that was the case, the rest would be smooth sailing. He cleared his throat, pressing on, Master Zayn, then I shall speak without beating around the bush. My Rehanar, she. Farhad hesitated mid-sentence, suddenly unsure of how to frame the proposal. After a brief second, he gritted his teeth and blurted out, Master Zayn, if you do not mind adding another fair bride to your compound, why not marry my Rehanar? Having spoken, Farhad stared intently at Zayn, his dark eyes filled with eager anticipation. Zayn was mildly surprised. He already maintained a full household of fair wives, a fact obvious to anyone in the city. Since Farhad and Rehanar had zero objections, what reason did he have to decline? I would be honoured to take Rehanar into my household, Uncle Farhad, Zayn smiled smoothly. Receiving his clear blessing, Farhad's face lit up with wild excitement. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about his daughter's future in these uncertain times. Furthermore, if this remarkable young scholar eventually conquered the province, wouldn't the Hossein family rise to grand prominence alongside him? Over the days that followed, Zayn brought out several heavy tactical SUVs from his spatial sanctuary to allow his corps commanders to practice motorized maneuvering. Himayan, Soholmir, Jalalmir, Dilwar Hossein, and Tariq practiced driving so relentlessly that they forgot to eat or sleep. Their hands refused to leave the leather steering wheels, and their backsides seemed glued to the driver's seats as if bound by resin. Had Zayn not intervened, the commanders would have happily eaten, drunk, and slept inside the iron carriages. Though men of this era were unaccustomed to mechanical engines, they were far from foolish. Driven by sheer determination, the officers mastered basic steering, gear shifting, and throttle control within a few short days. Zayn was thoroughly pleased. He reasoned that once these corps commanders could operate the tactical SUVs with complete ease, he would assign them as driving instructors to train squad leaders. By that time, heavy supply trucks and armoured personnel carriers from his spatial sanctuary would be ready to make their grand debut on the battlefield. A week later, Night fell quietly over the residential wing of the district court. Carrying a pleasant hint of spiced rice wine, Zayn walked slowly into Rohanna's newly decorated bridal chamber. Tonight was their wedding night. Husband, you have returned, Tilda. From the silk-draped marriage bed, Rohanna's timid voice chimed softly, her round, expressive face flushed with a charming, deep crimson blush. Zayn sat down beside her on the edge of the mattress, reaching out to wrap his arm around her slender, supple waist. A playful, mischievous smirk touched his lips. Rohanna, love, come here. Let me give you a special dose of pure joy. Rohanna's delicate frame trembled as if a gentle current had coursed through her skin. She grew so intensely flustered that her mouth went dry, her breath catching in her throat. Parting her soft, crimson lips, she looked up in sweet confusion. Husband, what is a dose of joy? A dose of joy, Zayn declared with a completely straight face, spouting cheeky nonsense, without blinking, is a miraculous treatment that makes a bride feel utterly ecstatic. Rohanna gently knitted her dark brows, growing more bewildered the more she listened. Can a single treatment truly bring such deep happiness? She asked timidly. Husband, how does one administer this treatment? Zayn stroked her soft hair, his smirk widening into a warm, lingering smile. Undo your silk tunic, love, and I shall show you step by step. Hearing his words, Rohanna's fair face turned so intensely red it looked as though it might drop blood onto her bridal silks. Chapter 64. A visit tonight. The following morning, Zayn stepped into his private study inside the court building as usual. The moment he pushed the teak door open, a thick, metallic stench of fresh blood hit his nose. Looking across the room, several heavy wooden barrels stood along the floorboards, filled to the brim with dark red blood. For days now, Ferris Meyer had been arranging for his scouts to comb the city abattoirs early every morning, collecting fresh blood from slaughtered livestock, and placing the barrels in the study for Zayn. Ferris Meyer was thoroughly baffled by the routine. What on earth was all this blood used for? Was it possible that Master Zayn was some manner of blood-drinking spirit? But with so many heavy barrels delivered every single morning, no mortal man could drink it all. Even stranger, every afternoon, the heavy barrels and the blood vanished without a single trace. Though Ferris Meyer was burning with curiosity, he dared not ask. After all, his young master always moved with divine mystery. The moment Zayn transferred the barrels into his spatial sanctuary, 3 light knocks sounded on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Zayn, are you inside? Through the timber panel came Babai Chamley's soft, melodious voice. I am here, Babai, Zayn called out. Unbolting the door, Zayn found Babai Chamley standing on the veranda holding a steaming porcelain bowl of herbal ginseng broth. She had clearly come to offer a moment of warmth. Zayn, you work day and night, managing the entire army, Babai Chamley said, a sweet, radiant smile gracing her round, lovely face. So I brewed a special pot of herbal broth to nourish your strength. Yet beneath her pleasant smile, her expressive, charming eyes held a lingering hint of bashful longing that she could not entirely hide. Zayn offered a warm smile, taking the porcelain bowl and draining the hot broth in a few long gulps. Setting the bowl down, he said warmly, Babai Chamley, my health is robust. You truly do not need to go out of your way to prepare these treats for me. Hearing his words, Babai Chamley's brow furrowed gently, a touch of heartache appearing on her features. She thought to herself, you labour without rest during the day and train your soldiers by night. How can any man's body endure such pressure without care? She parted her soft lips, whispering, you labour so hard for us all, Zayn. Preparing a bowl of soup for you is the least I can do. Even if I brewed it for you every single day, it would only be right. Zayn chuckled softly, handing the empty bowl back to her. Babai Chamley reached out to accept it, but in her flustered state, her fingers slipped. The porcelain bowl tumbled from her grip, and as she lunged forward to catch it, her foot caught on her silk hem, sending her stumbling forward. Seeing her falling, Zayn acted instantly, reaching out with a swift arm to wrap around her supple waist, pulling her firmly against his chest to steady her. Crash! The porcelain bowl struck the floorboards, shattering into several sharp shards. At their sudden physical contact, Babai Chamley's delicate frame trembled violently. A sudden, wild surge of emotion rippled through her heart, making her chest heave as her pulse hammered faster than ever before. Her expressive eyes shimmered with a lingering, melting warmth as she looked up into his face. The moment Zayn released his grip, Babai Chamley scrambled down onto her knees to gather the broken shards, her hands trembling so wildly she looked as if she had lost her composure entirely. Zayn, I shall take my leave first, she stammered, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Lowering her head, she turned to slip out of the study. Zayn stood frozen for a second. Yet in that brief moment, taking in her flustered, blushing posture, he understood everything. He called out after her, Babai Chamley. Babai Chamley paused in her tracks, turning back slowly, her expressive eyes wide and blank, as if waiting for a word she had longed to hear. Zayn pursed his lips, a warm, clear smile touching his face as he said softly, "Babai Chamli, tonight I shall visit your room." Hearing those words, Babai Chamli was so thrilled her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding furiously against her ribs as if it might leap straight out of her chest. She let out a breathless, joyful sound, turned on her heel, and hurried away down the veranda like a bird taking flight. Meanwhile, 500 miles to the north, in the imperial capital of Dhaka, when the defeated survivors of the Imperial Guard shuffled through the grand city gates in a long, dishevelled column, one group headed straight for the military barracks, while the second escort rushed toward the Grand Vizier's palatial estate. Before long, loud bursts of heart-wrenching wailing resounded from the inner courtyards of the Vizier's mansion. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali stood over the wooden stretcher, staring down at Said Mansur's mangled, unrecognisable corpse. Blue veins as thick as chopsticks bulged along the old nobleman's forehead, his breath catching so violently, he nearly fainted from sheer shock and rage. Zaid, my Zaid. Mansur Ali had believed with absolute certainty that when his eldest son returned from Dakshinpur, it would mark the glorious beginning of the Mansur family taking total command over the Imperial Guard. Never in his wildest, most horrific nightmares had he imagined that what he would receive instead was his son's mangled corpse. Had it not been for a familiar golden signet ring resting on the blood-soaked hand, he would never have believed the disfigured body before him belonged to his proud son. Curse them to the pit of hell. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali roared 3 times toward the sky, his face contorted in such towering, apocalyptic fury that he looked ready to tear the world apart with his bare hands. A second later, he lunged forward, grabbing a surviving guard officer by the collar with both hands, hauling him up as he bellowed in a rabid voice, "How could this happen? Speak this instant." The officer was pale as a ghost, trembling so violently his teeth chattered as he stammered, "A raw report reporting to the Grand Vizier." The general he was commanding the siege line hundreds of yards back from the wall when suddenly a roar shook the sky, and he was blown to pieces. Chapter 65, The Beauty Trap. 500 miles to the north, inside the Imperial Palace in Dhaka, Empress Regent Jahanara received word that 2 entire regiments of the Imperial Guard had been shattered outside Dakshinpur city, and that Zaid Mansur had been killed in battle. The news was completely unexpected. It left her staring in absolute shock, her expressive dark eyes widening as her breath caught in her throat. She had believed the Imperial Guard would easily put down the southern uprising, never expecting them to be routed so thoroughly. Had the Imperial cavalry not possessed 4 legs, it was likely the entire vanguard would have been wiped out on the field. Though Zaid Mansur's death removed an arrogant nuisance from court, it proved that Zayn's liberation force was vastly more dangerous than she had assumed. Furthermore, secret dispatches revealed the rebels possessed several types of terrifying war gear. One weapon spat continuous fire without bowstrings, wiping out entire archer lines in seconds. Another was a compact iron cylinder that exploded like thunder, leaving no place for soldiers to hide. And the third was a shoulder-mounted iron tube that discharged explosive shells across hundreds of yards with absolute precision. The very instrument had blown Zaid Mansur to pieces. Jahanara found the reports almost impossible to believe, yet connecting the events made everything fit together. Otherwise, how could a small rural force execute the district magistrate, rout 1,500 border guards, and shatter 2 elite regiments of the Imperial Guard? With the northern provinces already ablaze under the Yellow Banner Rebellion, a second major crisis in the south made the strategic situation nearly impossible to control. Sitting upon the golden throne, Jahanara's fair face was a picture of cold fury and deep anxiety. She wished she could drag her late father from his grave and slap him twice. Had the old sultan not ruined the realm through endless tax hikes and debauchery, the common folk would never have raised banners against the crown. To make matters worse, Grand Vizier Mansur Ali controlled the civilian administration, filling every ministry with his own political lackeys. Jahanara's sole remaining leverage was the Imperial Guard protecting the capital. Before long, the court ministers gathered in the central hall, engaging in a heated debate over how to respond. Some suggested offering a royal amnesty to buy time, pacifying Zayn with titles until the main army crushed the Yellow Banner Rebellion in the north, after which they could turn south to destroy him. Others argued for an immediate, full-scale mobilization, dispatching the remaining Imperial Guard regiments to raise Dakshinpur city before the rebellion spread across the entire district. Jahanara's dark brows knitted together in deep hesitation. She knew the Imperial Guard was her ultimate trump card. If she marched them out of Dhaka, the capital itself would be left vulnerable. Yet if she sat idle while Zayn expanded his territory, the southern uprising would grow beyond all control. Just then, a sly-eyed minister stepped forward from the rear ranks, a cunning smirk touching his lips. Bowing low, he declared, "Your Imperial Highness, I have gathered intelligence that the rebel leader, Zayn, maintains a full household of fair wives and co-wives. He paused, adding smoothly, the man is clearly a scholar driven by earthly desires, meaning we can employ a classic beauty trap against him. If we slip an assassin into his inner bedchamber, the task can be achieved with minimal effort. Once Zayn falls, his rural rabble will become leaderless and collapse without a fight. Jahanara raised her dark eyebrows, her interest piqued. She gestured for him to continue. Minister Subhan, how do you propose we execute this trap? Minister Subhan narrowed his eyes, outlining his plan. Your Imperial Highness, we issue a formal royal amnesty, bestowing a grand title and rich trade privileges upon Zayn to lull him into complacency. Naturally, the titles are meaningless. What matters is that we select an exceptionally beautiful maiden from the royal court, elevated to the rank of princess, and bestow her upon him as a royal bride. In this way, Zayn will believe the crown is genuinely seeking peace. Once the maiden enters his private quarters, she can find an opportune moment to strike either with a concealed blade or a dose of swift poison. Jahanara considered the scheme, offering a slow, decisive nod. Though using a royal marriage to execute an assassination was somewhat underhanded, the crown suffered zero actual losses if it succeeded. Minister Subhan, Jahanara commanded, you shall take full charge of this mission and ride to Dakshanpur as the imperial envoy to deliver the royal decree. RME. Minister Subhan froze, his face draining of all colour as panic gripped his heart. If he rode into a rebel stronghold and the plot failed, he would never return alive. Thank you ever so much, Your Imperial Highness, he cried mentally. Jahanara caught his pale, trembling expression and scoffed in cold disdain. What is this, Minister Subhan? Are you afraid? Knowing he could not back down without ruining his career, Minister Subhan bit the bullet, bowing frantically. No, Your Imperial Highness. I am willing to go through fire and water for the crown. Splendid. Prepare your departure immediately. Minister Subhan stood speechless, but dared not utter another word of protest. Still, if he successfully eliminated the rebel leader, his political fortune in the capital would be secured forever. He bowed deeply. Your humble servant shall make preparations at once. Jahanara suddenly recalled an important detail, looking at him sharply. Minister Subhan, the reports claimed the rebels command miraculous, shock-inducing war gear. During your mission, you must investigate these weapons thoroughly. If possible, smuggle a few back to the capital for our smiths to examine. I understand. Just as Minister Subhan turned to leave, Grand Vizier Mansur Ali strode into the hall, his face contorted in rage, his eyes practically spitting fire. Seeing the old nobleman's fury, Jahanara sneered inwardly, thinking to herself that every male in the Mansur line was as arrogant and foolish as the late Said Mansur. Mansur Ali's lips twitched as he cupped his hands, his voice booming through the hall. I implore your Imperial Highness to dispatch the entire army immediately to crush the Dakshanpur rebels. If they are not put to the sword now, they shall become an unstoppable threat. Jahanara offered a cool, dismissive smile. Grand Vizier, I have already arranged the matter. You need not trouble yourself. Mansur Ali's brow furrowed. May I ask how your Imperial Highness has arranged it? Jahanara had long since seen through his political schemes. Did the old Vizier truly take her for a fool? If she sent the remaining Imperial Guard out of the capital, what protection would she have left against a court coup? She chuckled softly. As you well know, Grand Vizier, the Imperial Guard protects the capital and cannot be moved lightly. Therefore, we shall grant Zayn a royal amnesty and eliminate him from within. Mansur Ali's face twisted in disgust. Why was this young woman refusing to play by the rules? Last week she was eager to dispatch troops, and now she hesitated. He said in a harsh tone, Your Imperial Highness, rebels raise banners for a reason. They do not accept empty amnesties. What they seek is the throne itself. This scheme is completely futile. The only path is direct military force. Jahanara smiled dryly. She would love nothing more than to dispatch 50,000 troops, but with the main imperial host tied down in the north against the Yellow Banner Rebellion, what forces did she have left besides the capital guard? Grand Vizier Mansur, my decision is final. You are dismissed. You. Mansur Ali pointed an angry finger at Jahanara, but quickly lowered his hand, knowing a full confrontation before the court was unwise. Turning on his heel, he flicked his heavy silk sleeves, glared at the surrounding ministers, and marched out of the hall. Watching his arrogant, overbearing departure, Jahanara's chest heaved with cold anger as she secretly vowed to strip the Mansur family of their power the moment the Southern Rebellion was quelled. Chapter 66. Husband in public, hubby in private. Not long after Grand Vizier Mansur Ali left the hall, Empress Regent Jahanara wandered aimlessly through the marble corridors of the imperial palace, a trace of quiet sorrow lingering on her fair, elegant face. As she walked, her steps brought her to the private bedchambers of the late Sultan, her father. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood motionless beside the gilded dragon bed, gazing expressionlessly at the bedridden sovereign. Jahanara, my daughter, the old Sultan opened his sunken, bloodshot eyes, staring weakly at her. How goes the war in the south? Jahanara parted her lips slightly, but swallowed the truth before it could leave her tongue. She thought to herself, if I tell him 2 entire regiments of the Imperial Guard were shattered outside Dakshinpur city, the old man will collapse on the spot. Seeing her silent and troubled posture, the old Sultan struggled to speak again, his voice rasping, but the uprising in Dakshinpur hasn't been put down. Jahanara's dark brows furrowed gently. When you possessed your health, you cared nothing for the suffering of the realm, spending your nights in debauchery. Now that you lie dying, you suddenly feign concern for the crown. Since you are so eager to know, you shall hear the truth. Father, Jahanara said slowly, her voice cold and even. The Imperial Guard has been defeated. Dakshinpur city remains entirely in rebel hands. Dar, the old Sultan's breath caught in his throat. His sunken eyes bulged wide, as if they might burst from their sockets. With the last of his failing strength, he laboriously raised a trembling finger toward Jahanara, his mouth working silently in sheer panic. What the Imperial Guard defeated Ugh. His hand suddenly lost all strength, dropping limply onto the silk quilt. His head tilted to the side, his panicked expression frozen forever. Jahanara's heart skipped a single beat, but she regained her composure instantly. She had already taken control of the court. There was no room for hesitation now. Though she was a woman, she was determined to hold the throne of the great Sultanate, purge the corrupt ministries, and restore peace to the land. The chief eunuch standing by the bedpost trembled violently. Stepping forward with shaking hands, he checked the old sovereign's breath. Merciful heavens, the eunuch yanked his hand back in terror, falling onto his knees with a heavy thud. Your Imperial Highness's sovereign majesty has passed away. As night fell over Dakshinpur city, Zain stepped out of his private study, having consumed a whole blood-red spatial banana. Inside her private quarters, Baba Chamley had bathed, dressed in a fine silk gown, and applied exquisite makeup. The flowing fabric accentuated her full, shapely figure, her smooth skin glowing beneath the warm candlelight. Yet Chamley was so flustered she could barely draw a steady breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. She sat on the bed, stood up, and paced back and forth, her expressive, charming eyes fixed constantly on the teak door. A shadow crossed the paper window pane, approaching steadily. Tap, tap, tap. A soft knock echoed from the door. Chamley's breath caught, her cheeks flushing bright crimson as a tingling warmth spread through her veins. Pulling the door open, she caught Zain's arm and pulled him inside, quickly bolting the latch behind him as if terrified of being seen by the household guards. Zain, knew you've come, she whispered timidly, lowering her eyes. Zain took a proper look at her and stood thoroughly impressed. The tailored silk gown, the delicate makeup, and her lush, curvaceous silhouette created a breathtaking vision of mature beauty. Her slender waist tapered into broad, shapely hips, complemented by her full, radiant grace. A warm smile touched his lips as he stepped forward, his arm sliding gently around her supple waist. Chamley let out a soft, shuddering breath, her expressive eyes instantly shimmering with deep warmth as she buried her face against his chest. Chamley, love, Zain murmured softly, from this day forward, I shall take complete responsibility for your life. Hearing him drop the formal address of Baba filled Chamley's heart with radiant joy. Her eyes glistened beneath the candlelight as her pulse raced. Zain, she was too flustered to form a proper sentence, panting softly against his shoulder. Looking at the fair woman in his arms, Zain offered a mischievous grin. From today, call me husband when the family is present, and hubby when we are alone in our bedchamber. Understood. Chamley knitted her dark brows in sweet confusion. Hubby, isn't that what maidservants call a court eunuch? Good grief, love, Zain chuckled wickedly, his hands quietly sliding down to rest upon her lush, bountiful curves. Do I look like a eunuch to you? Shameless cheeks burned like fire. She reasoned that if he were truly a eunuch, his many co-wives would hardly look so radiant and contented every morning. She offered a soft, gentle nod, whispering in a melodious tone, if it pleases your heart, I shall call you whatever you wish. She paused, lifting her eyes timidly to meet his gaze. Hubby, tilde. Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp of surprise. Zain's face was flushed a deep, intense red, as though he were standing directly before a roaring furnace. She blinked her large, expressive eyes, asking anxiously, hubby, why has your face turned so bright crimson? Are you taken ill? Zain felt a tidal wave of supernatural energy surging through his limbs, accompanied by an intense, unquenchable fire rising in his belly. The full spatial banana was taking effect with twice the potency of a single bite. He offered a warm, playful smile, shaking his head gently. It is merely a special burst of vitality I prepared for you tonight, love. Come, let us sit on the bed and talk. The following morning during the family meal, Zayn formally announced that Chamley had joined the household as his co-wife. Nasrat, Layla, Gulshan Ara, Rihanna, and the twin sisters expressed zero surprise. Having lived under the same roof for weeks, warm affection had long since developed among them. With his household settled, Zayn turned his mind to a crucial strategic question. With the Liberation Force preparing to march north toward Uttarpur city in a few days, who should be left behind to govern Dachanpur city? Though Dachanpur was not a major border fortress, it served as their primary base of operations and could not be left unattended. It needed to be transformed into a prosperous, peaceful sanctuary, a model parish that would earn the Liberation Force a noble reputation across the southern district. After careful consideration, Zayn remembered an elder from his home parish, Matabar Sanaha's old friend, village chief Sun Chen Jeng from Migbari. Though a simple rural elder, Sun Chen Jeng was literate, highly respected, and experienced in handling administrative matters. Before marching the army north, Zayn decided to make a quick return trip to Migbari village to settle remaining local affairs. Taking Rihanna along in a sleek, dark tactical SUV, Zayn engaged the transmission and drove out of the city gates, heading back toward Migbari. Chapter 67, Magistrate Sun's New Duties. Zayn and Rihanna drove the dark tactical SUV along the dirt highway all the way to Migbari village. Though he kept the speed moderate on the bumpy terrain, the motor vehicle covered the distance vastly faster than any horse-drawn carriage. Still, the rough rural track made Rihanna bounce around in her seat, keeping her hands firmly gripped on the door handle. Zayn smiled to himself, thinking that once the dimensional mist inside his spatial sanctuary receded further, proper construction materials like cement and steel rebar might be unlocked. With those, paving smooth highways and building modern structures across the district would be a breeze. Before long, the heavy vehicle pulled up before the timber gate of Migbari village. Zayn noted with satisfaction that a sturdy perimeter wall constructed from fired blue bricks now enclosed the parish, standing nearly complete. The village security guards patrolling the ramparts raised their bows in immediate alarm, pointing at the dark, roaring iron monster approaching below. As the SUV came to a halt, a guard bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Who goes there? If you come any closer, we shall shoot." Zayn pushed the driver's door open and stepped out onto the gravel, looking up at the battlements with a warm, relaxed smile. Recognizing him, the guards' faces lit up with wild excitement. "It is Master Zayn," a scout stammered in delight. He scrambled down the rampart ladder as fast as his legs could carry him, shouting across the village, "Master Zayn has returned. Everyone come quickly, Master Zayn is back." Within minutes, word spread through every lane, and the entire village turned out to welcome him. Jahangir and elder Sun Chen Jeng, who had been inspecting the brickwork nearby, came running over at full tilt, hitching up their waistcloths as they ran. Spotting Rihanna stepping down from the passenger seat, the two elders paused in momentary surprise. Yet neither held any objections. A leader of Zayn's stature was destined for greatness, and taking a fair, capable co-wife was entirely natural. If Zayn one day claimed the realm, those who stood by him from the start would share in the glory. "Brother-in-law," Jahangir called out excitedly, "the perimeter wall will be fully completed in a few days." He pressed eagerly, "Tell us how go affairs in the city." "Everything moves smoothly, Jahangir," Zayn nodded with calm confidence. "A grand triumph, son-in-law." Elder Sun Chen Jeng stroked his grey beard, his face beaming with joy. "Every soul in the parish heard how you routed the Imperial army a second time. We could not be prouder, ha ha ha." Zayn looked over the gathered villagers, offering a resolute, carrying voice. "I know every family in Migbari has worried for my safety during these battles. Today, I promise you all, I, Zayn, shall never fail your trust. Under our banner, every family shall taste a better life. When our work is complete, those who farm shall own their land, every household shall possess a sturdy home, the young shall be educated, the elderly cared for, and the sick treated without cost." A thunderous cheer erupted from the villagers, who clapped and cheered with tears in their eyes. They knew with absolute certainty that Zayn kept every promise he made. They had witnessed with their own eyes how he had transformed Migbari village from a destitute, starved parish into a fortified sanctuary. After greeting the crowd, Zayn led elder Sun Chen Jeng and Jahangir inside his old family courtyard. Settling onto a wooden chair, Zayn looked straight at Sun Chen Jeng, coming directly to the point. "Father-in-law, I returned today not only to check on the village, but to entrust you with a vital responsibility." Elder Sun Chen Jeng chuckled warmly. "Speak freely, Son-in-law, Sayan offered a calm smile. I require you to step forward as the new district magistrate of Dakshinpur. What? Elder son Chanjing shot up from his chair as if stung by a hornet, his face turning pale with pure shock. He stared at Sayan, his voice trembling. District magistrate of the capital. Son-in-law, you must be joking. Jahangir stood equally thunderstruck, his eyes wide as saucers. Sayan maintained a serious, reassuring tone. I do not joke about governance, father-in-law. This decision was made after careful thought. And no. Sun Changjing waved his hands frantically. I am a simple rural village chief. Managing an entire district court and thousands of citizens, the burden is vast. How could a rural old man like me handle such office? Sun Changjing had never dared dream of such a grand title. In his mind, serving as a village chief was already the highest honor his ancestors could have wished for. Zayn gestured calmly for him to sit back down. Precisely because you served as a village chief, father-in-law, you understand the true struggles of the common folk. You know what hungry families require, and how local governance impacts ordinary lives. There is no man better suited for the bench. Elder son Changjing listened, his heart wavering. Hearing his formidable son-in-law express such deep trust touched him deeply. Still, managing an entire district was a monumental task. Yet if he truly took office and brought justice to the region, it would bring immense honor to his bloodline. He looked at Zayn anxiously. Son-in-law, it is not that I lack willingness. But what if I fail and bring trouble upon your name? Do not fear failure, Zayn reassured him gently. So long as you govern with a pure heart for the people, you shall do an exemplary job. Sun Changjing took a deep breath and slowly nodded his agreement. Deep down, excitement bubbled in his chest. To become a district magistrate at his age was an incredible destiny. Sun Changjing immediately summoned a trusted local elder, Old Rahim, handing over the duties of village chief with clear instructions. Afterward, Zayn led them to the agricultural garden behind his old home. Old Rahim, Zayn instructed, pointing at the tall stalks with yellowing leaves, harvest all the ripe corn, dry the cobs thoroughly, and distribute the seeds to every family for spring planting next year. Old Rahim swallowed hard, nodding nervously. I shall guard every cob with my life, Master Zayn. Zayn patted Old Rahim on the shoulder with a smile. Do not underestimate these yellow cobs, Rahim. Aside from boiling them fresh, the dried kernels can be ground into fine golden flour. Corn flour can be baked into flatbreads, steamed buns, porridge, and noodles. Hearing this, the elders were filled with fresh astonishment. They had only tasted boiled corn, never imagining it could be processed into flour like wheat. It was truly a priceless treasure for a famine-stricken land. Zayn looked at Sun Changjing. Starting from Migbari, we shall introduce these crops parish by parish, until every family in the province can cultivate sweet potatoes, corn, and tomatoes. So, magistrate son, this falls directly under your charge. Hearing himself addressed as magistrate's son, Sun Changjing stood dazed for a second, feeling the reality of his new office settle in. He bowed his head firmly. I understand, son-in-law. Zayn then led them to the sweet potato field, where vibrant green vines covered the soil in a lush carpet. The growth was thriving, promising an abundant harvest. By the time they completed inspecting the fields, twilight had settled over the village. Son-in-law, Sun Changjing suggested, the night is dark and rural roads are treacherous. Why not rest in the village tonight and drive back to the city at dawn? Zayn chuckled dryly. Switching on the SUV's powerful headlights, two bright beams of white light cut through the dark night, illuminating the highway for hundreds of yards ahead. Inside the cabin, the soft glow and gentle ventilation made the ride comfortable and cool. Sitting in the passenger seats, elder Sun Changjing and Jahangir marveled at the iron carriage once again as Zayn steered the tactical vehicle smoothly back toward Dakshinpur city under the night sky. Chapter 68. Before the gates of Uttarpur. Early the following morning, Zayn handpicked 10 reliable recruits, retrieved 10 shoulder-mounted rocket launchers for his spatial sanctuary, and appointed Litan Mir as squad leader, forming the Liberation Forces' first dedicated artillery unit. Boom! As live rockets detonated against distant target boulders outside the city walls, the watching recruits along the ramparts looked on with green envy. Every soldier in the ranks longed to shoulder a rocket cannon and look imposing. Zayn, however, maintained strict control over heavy ordnance. Highly destructive weapons could not be distributed carelessly, and every artilleryman had to prove absolute discipline and loyalty. For the upcoming campaign, a 10-man rocket squad was more than sufficient to break enemy positions. By evening, Zayn convened a final war council in the district court hall. Beside arranging troop deployments for the Northern March, the primary topic was civic administration for Dakshinpur city. The man placed in charge was Magistrate Sun Changjing. The old elder sat bolt upright in his carved chair, constantly wiping beads of nervous sweat from his brow, his hands trembling slightly. Stepping into the role of district magistrate for a major regional capital was a monumental responsibility, and it would be a lie to say he was unconcerned. After outlining basic administrative duties, Zayan looked directly at Sun Chen-cheng. Magistrate's son, there are numerous destitute beggars and street urchins wandering the commercial quarters. Find a way to rehabilitate, feed, and settle them. My requirement is simple. In the coming weeks, no soul in Dakshinpur city should be forced to beg for bread. Understood. Sun Chen-cheng wiped his brow once more, his mind already churning with ideas. Zayan offered a approving nod, then turned his attention to Tariq and Jalmir. Tariq, Jalal, I am leaving 100 marksmen from the Divine Marksman Corps and 500 regular infantry under your command to garrison Dakshinpur. Tariq will serve as primary commander, and Jalal as deputy. Work in total harmony and ensure our base remains unbreakable. A brief flicker of disappointment crossed Tariq's face. In his heart, he longed to march north with the main army, yet he understood Zayn's reasoning. His entire family resided in Dakshinpur city. Defending their home base was no trivial duty. Trusting the city defense to him demonstrated Zayn's absolute faith in his loyalty. Brother Zayn, I understand. The city shall not fall. Tariq bowed firmly. Right. Whatever Master Zayn commands, I shall carry it out. Jalmir agreed loudly. Zayn smiled warmly at both men. The foundation was secure. The time had come to expand their domain. The following morning, the Liberation Force marched north in a grand, impressive procession. Leading the vanguard were over 10 dark tactical SUVs, followed closely by mounted cavalry, with marching infantry forming the main column. Though their total numbers were modest, their momentum was fierce. The sight of horseless iron carriages roaring at the head of the army left travelling merchants and rural peasants along the highway thunderstruck. By the afternoon of the second day, after winding through mountain passes and river valleys, the Liberation Force arrived before the stone walls of Udaipur city. Word of Zayn's miraculous, fire-spitting weapons had already reached the garrison of Udaipur, throwing the local troops into a state of quiet panic. However, the newly appointed regional governor, Lu Shui, refused to entertain such fears. He held the Liberation Force in total contempt and made 1,000 rural rebels marching against his 3,000 garrisoned troops. Udaipur city possessed high stone walls, thick timber gates, and deep outer ditches. Holding the defensive advantage, Governor Lu Shu saw zero reason for concern. Curse it all, they are nothing but a band of rural rabble. Governor Lu Shu barked at his anxious officers atop the gatehouse. What in the Almighty's name are you all terrified of? Seeing his officers shifting uncomfortably, his anger flared. The battle had not even begun, yet his commanders looked like defeated dogs. Lu Shu thrust his hands behind his back, letting out a sharp, dismissive scoff. Cool yourselves together this instant. Understood, Governor, the surrounding generals murmured, bowing their heads, yet their anxiety remained deep. They knew that even the capital's elite Imperial Guard had been shattered outside Dakshinpur. The Liberation Force undeniably possessed supernatural war gear. Furthermore, the garrison defending Udaipur consisted mostly of raw conscripts hastily drafted from surrounding villages, not seasoned veterans. How could such troops withstand the siege? Governor Lu Shu's lips twitched as he glared down at the red-clad column halting 200 yards from the moat. I refuse to believe it. Can a handful of rural beggars truly turn the world upside down? Across the plain, 200 yards from the city walls, the Liberation Force came to a smooth halt. Zayn stepped down from his tactical SUV, surveyed the heavy timber gates of Udaipur, and turned to his corps commanders. Artillery squad, target the main city gates. Divine marksmen, provide suppressive fire along the battlements. The moment the gates collapse, all divisions charge. Understood, Master. The officers cupped their hands in unison. Immediately, Littenmeer led his 10 rocket gunners forward. The 10 young soldiers shouldered their launchers, aiming dead center at the reinforced timber gates. Target locked. Target locked. Beads of sweat rolled down the gunners' foreheads as they held their breath. Their hearts hammered against their ribs. This was their very first live combat deployment with the shoulder cannons. Littenmeer swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he pointed his sword at the gates, shouting at the top of his lungs, fire. The 10 gunners squeezed their triggers simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 10 rocket warheads ignited with a thunderous roar, streaking through the afternoon air toward the gates of Udaipur. Chapter 69. Out of reach. Every soldier in the Liberation Force stood with their eyes glued to the timber gatehouse. Several men stood frozen with their mouths agape and their eyes wide, barely daring to blink. They waited with bated breath to see the result of that 10-man rocket strike. Would the earth shake? Would the reinforced timber gates be torn to splinters? The surrendered border sepoys and former Imperial Guard captives were even more anxious than the rest. They wanted to see if taking Uttarpur city would prove just as effortless for Zayn's army as routing their own units had been. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid succession of thunderous explosions shattered the afternoon air, plunging the entire gatehouse into a roaring sea of fire and debris. Though a few rockets missed the main timbers, striking the stone battlements instead, every warhead detonated with terrifying force. Up along the ramparts, the city defenders felt the heavy stone walls shudder beneath their boots. Panic rippled through their ranks, every soldier's face turning pale with absolute terror. Governor Lu Shu's arrogant posture vanished in a heartbeat. His face drained of all colour, his knees trembling so violently, he nearly lost his footing. Across the open plain, the recruits of the Liberation Force watched the fiery spectacle, breaking into excited cheers and loud gasps. Merciful heavens! Nusrat and Rahana let out soft gasps of their own, their expressive dark eyes sparkling with shock and wonder. They thought to themselves, if every soldier in our army carried one of those iron tubes, couldn't my husband conquer the entire province in a single season? The co-wives turned their heads simultaneously, looking at Zayn standing beside them. Their eyes shone with endless pride and devotion. Zayn stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle, satisfied smirk touching his lips as he took in the destruction. As the dense grey smoke cleared from the moat, a loud cheer erupted from the Liberation Force. The heavy timber gates had been blasted completely off their iron hinges. Look quickly. The city gate has collapsed. By the Almighty, it's completely shattered. The shoulder cannons are miraculous. Every soldier's eyes flashed with fierce excitement. Victory already within their grasp. Humayan let out a booming laugh, immediately ordering the Divine Marksman Corps to form a disciplined firing line and advance toward the breach. Captain Soholmir was equally fired up. Drawing his steel broadsword with a sharp SH-wing, he pointed it squarely at the smoking gatehouse. Cavalry division, prepare to assault the city, Soholmir bellowed. Up on the ramparts, Governor Lu Shu received the frantic report that the main gate had been blown to splinters. Stunned beyond belief, he frantically ordered his officers to send heavy infantry down to plug the breach. He reasoned that even if the timber gates were destroyed, his garrison still held a 3-1 numerical advantage. Besides, the rebels brought no massive wooden siege towers or catapults, only a few small iron tubes and crates. What could 1,000 men do against 3,000 defenders? So long as his infantry held the stone archway, the city would stand. Yet his optimism was shattered in seconds. The Liberation Force opened fire before even stepping within bowshot of the defenders along the rampart. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A continuous, deafening hail of automatic gunfire swept across the battlements. Dozens of defenders fell every second, their screams of agony echoing across the stone walls. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of garrison troops lay dead or dying along the walkway. The surviving defenders were no fools. Scrambling on hands and knees, they huddled behind the stone parapets, terrified to catch even a glimpse of the invisible lead tail tearing through the air. Archers, stand up and shoot. Counterattack, you fools. Counterattack. Governor Lu Shu roared hysterically from behind a stone pillar, grabbing an officer by his collar. Governor, the archers cannot reach them. The general replied helplessly, his eyes filled with absolute despair. Their fire comes from 200 yards away. Our bows cannot carry half that distance. Hearing this, Governor Lu Shu's face turned ghastly white, sheer panic seizing his chest. He stammered, "This, what manner of sorcery is this? How can no weapon strike from so far away?" In that terrifying moment, the fate of the capital's Imperial Guard flashed through his mind. The rumors were true. The rebels possessed miraculous, fire-spitting weapons that defied all conventional warfare. "Governor, we must retreat," an officer urged frantically, his face pale as chalk. "If we do not flee through the north gate now, none of us will leave this city alive." He knew full well that their archers were completely useless. The moment a soldier popped his head above the stone parapet, a lead round pierced his skull. Worse still, the rebels possessed shoulder cannons capable of blasting stone gates to splinters. Remaining on the ramparts was nothing short of waiting for execution. Governor Lu Shu swallowed hard. The old saying ran clear in his mind of all strategic moves: a swift retreat is supreme. If he stayed, his fate would match that of Magistrate Subhan Ali and Said Mansur. Nodding frantically, Lu Shu scrambled toward the stone ramp leading down to the courtyard. Seeing no defenders returning fire from the battlements, Captain Soholmir's eyes gleamed. The breach was wide open. "Charge!" Soholmir roared, digging his spurs into his warhorse's flanks. He galloped toward the broken gatehouse at the head of the column, and the red-clad cavalry surged behind him like a crimson tide. The surrendered border guards and former Imperial Guard troopers hesitated not a second, spurring their mounts forward. They understood that following a formidable leader was the path to survival, and Zayn's liberation force possessed power that no Imperial army could withstand. Slay the oppressors. Hooves thundered across the dirt highway as war cries filled the afternoon air. In the blink of an eye, Soholmir led the vanguard through the shattered archway into Uttaipur city. Governor Lu Shui, who'd barely reached the bottom of the stone ramp, looked up to see red-clad cavalry pouring through the broken gate. Terrified out of his wits, he turned and scrambled right back up the stairs on all fours. Chapter 70. A New Sky Shall Rise. At first, the city garrison attempted to hold the broken gatehouse, bracing their long spears against the incoming cavalry charge. But Captain Soholmir pulled 2 fragmentation grenades from his tactical vest, pulled the pins with a sharp clink, and lobbed them straight into the dense formation. Case the pineapple, you cowardly dogs. Boom, boom. Twin explosions shattered the archway, throwing a dozen soldiers onto the blood-soaked cobblestones. The horrifying sight of mangled limbs and the heart-wrenching shrieks of the wounded broke the defenders' spirit completely. The Liberation Force's weapons were infinitely more terrifying than the rumors claimed. No arrows, no catapults, yet an entire squad was erased in the blink of an eye. How could ordinary men fight against such power? To resist meant nothing but a swift trip to the grave. Panic flooded the garrison's ranks, destroying every ounce of their will to fight. Their eyes wide with terror, their hands trembling on their spear shafts, the soldiers backed away step by step, staring at the red-clad cavalry as if they were a pack of famished tigers ready to tear them apart. They knew full well that even without the explosive iron cylinders, infantry on foot stood zero chance against mounted cavalry. Seeing their lines waver, Captain Soholmir raised his steel saber, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Drop your weapons, and live. Drop your weapons, and live." The red-clad cavalry joined the roar, their voices echoing off the stone walls. "Drop your steel, and live. Drop your steel, and live." Hearing those words, the garrison troops froze, a desperate ray of hope igniting in their hearts. Surrendering offered a chance at survival, whereas holding their spears meant being blown to pieces. Besides, throwing away one's life for a pitiful monthly wage of a few hundred copper coins was sheer madness. One by one, the soldiers unclasped their hands, letting their spears and swords clatter onto the cobblestones. Within seconds, a mountain of discarded steel littered the ground. Watching the surrender from the ramparts above, Governor Lu Shui's soul nearly left his body. Barely half an hour had passed, and his entire 3,000-man garrison had laid down their arms. He had believed his superior numbers would grind the rebels down, never anticipating such a total, humiliating collapse. Curse them all, Lu Shu spat, turning on his heel and sprinting along the battlements towards the north gate. He knew that a single second's delay meant falling into the hands of the rebel leader. Captain Soholmir was no amateur. He immediately dispatched cavalry squads to secure every gatehouse surrounding the city. An hour later, the 3,000 surrendered garrison troops stood arrayed in neat ranks upon the central drill ground. Governor Lu Shui and his senior officers were dragged forward, forced onto their knees before the wooden reviewing stand. The governor hung his head, his face pale and lifeless as a corpse. Zayn, accompanied by Nusrat and Rohanner, stepped onto the reviewing stand, flanked by the armed marksmen of the Divine Marksman Corps. They radiated calm, majestic authority, proud smiles on every face. Uttaipur city was the primary administrative seat of the entire district, boasting high stone walls and heavy defences, yet it had fallen without a single casualty on their side. It was a triumph so miraculous, it bordered on divine favour. Zayn looked down at the kneeling officials, gesturing calmly to his guards. "Execute them on the spot." Governor Lu Shu's body jerked in terror. Looking up at Zayn, his eyes bulging with wild rage, he screamed, "Traitor, you bloody traitor, you shall suffer a violent end." The kneeling officers dissolved into weeping panic, several wetting their trousers in pure terror. "Master, spare us. Spare our lives. We shall serve you faithfully. Have mercy." Zayn sneered coldly, his expression unyielding. Spineless, corrupt officials who turned to snivelling cowardice in defeat would only breed treachery if spared. Executing them cleanly was the only sensible path. Upon his signal, 4 executioners stepped forward, raising their steel broadswords high. Swish. Steel flashed, blood sprayed across the wooden platform, and 4 severed heads rolled onto the dirt. The surrendered soldiers standing below felt their chests tighten, swallowing hard as a heavy silence fell over the drill ground. "Set your hearts at ease, lasses and lads." Zayn's calm, carrying voice echoed across the field. "You've laid down your steel, and I do not slaughter men who surrender." A collective breath of relief swept through the ranks. The soldiers near the front looked up, observing him closely. Standing before them was a dignified, handsome young scholar with an aura of noble authority, entirely unlike the ruthless bandit warlords described in imperial rumors. For those among you who wish to join our liberation force, I welcome you as brothers, Zayn continued smoothly. Your monthly wage shall match your current pay, and every man shall eat fresh mutton and white rice at every meal. For those who wish to return to their home villages, step forward. I shall issue you travel expenses this very hour so you may return to your families in peace. The surrendered soldiers exchanged stunned, disbelieving glances. The entire province was gripped by famine and poverty. Even if the rebels had seized the district treasury, could they truly afford to serve fresh mutton and white rice to thousands of men every single day? It sounded too good to be true. Yet terrified of speaking out of turn, they communicated through wide-eyed glances. At that moment, Firazmar gestured to his scouts, who hauled several heavy wooden crates from the district treasury onto the field, prying open the lids. Inside, thousands of copper coins gleamed in the afternoon sun. Firazmar pointed at the treasure crates, shouting to the ranks, "Any man wishing to return home, step forward and queue up to collect your travel allowance." After a brief hesitation, a bold sepoy stepped out of the ranks, walking forward with trembling steps. A red-clad guard immediately counted out 2 heavy strings of copper coins, handed them to him, and said, "You are free to return home." The sepoy stared blankly at the money in his hands, blinking in utter disbelief. "You are truly letting me go?" "Aye, off you go." The guard nodded warmly. The sepoy bowed profusely in gratitude, clutching his money as he walked nervously toward the drill ground gates. Though he held the coins, doubts nagged at his mind. What if the rebel shot him in the back as soon as he reached the gatehouse? To be executed while walking away with coins felt like a cruel trap. After 20 paces, he couldn't resist glancing back over his shoulder. The guard stood peacefully, 0 bows raised, 0 weapons aimed. The liberation force truly meant what they said. Taking a few more steps, he abruptly halted in his tracks. A troubling realization hit him. If he returned to his rural village, how would he feed his family? Famine gripped the countryside, crops were failing, and without a steady military wage, his family would starve within months. He hesitated for a second, turned on his heel, and strode right back towards the reviewing stand. "Hello. Why have you returned, lad?" Firazmar asked, amused. The sepoy swallowed hard, asking in a low, earnest voice, "Tell me the truth, do you truly pay full wages and serve fresh mutton and white rice every day?" Firazmar laughed heartily. "Do we look like liars to you, lad? Inspect our men. Does a single soldier among us look gaunt or starved?" The sepoy inspected the red-clad ranks closely and realized it was indisputably true. Every soldier stood robust, healthy, and brimming with vital energy. Men deprived of proper food could never radiate such vitality. Furthermore, with their miraculous, fire-spitting weapons, this army might very well march straight to the imperial capital in Darko one day. Without another word, he placed the 2 strings of copper back into the wooden crate and declared proudly, "I choose to stand with the liberation force and conquer the realm." He then strode back to his place in line, standing tall and proud. The watching garrison troops stood thunderstruck. They had expected him to flee for his life, not return to join the rebels. A warm smile touched Zayn's face atop the reviewing stand. Stepping to the edge, he raised his arms, his voice ringing across the assembly like thunder. "Since you have chosen this path, from this day forth, we stand as brothers side by side. I, Zayn, promise to lead you across this province to sweep away tyranny and build a world of justice for all." Raising his right fist high, Zayn bellowed a rallying cry that echoed off the stone walls of Uttarpur. "The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise." Chapter 71 began Bilquis's appeal. The moment Zayn's words echoed across the drill ground, a surge of wild energy swept through the liberation force. Raising their weapons into the air, the soldiers bellowed with fierce, passionate fervor. "The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise. The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise. The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise." They roared like famished wolves, shouting until their throats grew raw. Every soldier understood that Zayn's ambition reached far beyond seizing a few border towns or winning local battles. The new sky he spoke of meant establishing his own rule, taking the throne of the great sultanate, and reshaping the entire world. They were so ecstatic they would have willingly draped the royal robes over his shoulders that very hour. Hearing those thunderous cries, the surrendered garrison troops felt a profound jolt in their chests. Truth be told, the old sky had died long ago. Otherwise, why were ordinary folk suffering so bitterly across the provinces, crushed under famine, heavy taxes, and ruthless landlords? One by one, the surrendered sepoys began adding their voices to the roar. "The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise. The old sky is dead. A new sky shall rise. This punched the air as thousands of voices united, sending a deafening thunder through the clouds above Uttarpur city. Zayn watched with quiet satisfaction, raising a hand to signal for calm. Once the thunderous cheers subsided, he turned to Humayun. Expand the Divine Marksman Corps by another 500 men. Select the best recruits from across the entire army. Humayun beamed with delight. 500 more men meant 500 more automatic rifles. When that kind of firepower was unleashed on the battlefield, nothing could stand in their way. Cupping his hands, he replied eagerly, "Understood, Brother Zayn. I shall pick only the finest lads." Zayn then turned to Captain Sohailmir, gesturing toward the thousands of surrendered garrison troops on the field. "These regiments remain under your command, Brother Sohail, but remember my standard. I want disciplined, elite fighters, not disorganized militia. Right away, Brother Zayn." Sohailmir bowed sharply. Sohailmir could barely contain his excitement. Serving as a senior general over a grand host was no longer just a wild dream. With these 2,000 new recruits added, his division would number nearly 5,000 men. Still, a small doubt lingered in his mind. When would his brother-in-law issue firearms to his line infantry? Seeing Humayun's marksmen getting hundreds of automatic rifles made him thoroughly envious. On an open battlefield, a hail of lead from those rifles was so terrifying that even an army of Imperial angels couldn't survive. With basic military matters settled, Zayn walked over to the governor's mansion alongside Nusrat and Rahana. As they entered the inner courtyard, they came upon 30 men and women kneeling on the cobblestones. Their heads were bowed low, their frames trembling with fear. In such chaotic times, defeated nobles knew full well what fate awaited them: execution for the men, and slavery or the brothels for the women. A squad leader stepped forward, cupping his hands to Zayn. "Master Zayn, these are the immediate family members of Governor Lushui and his corrupt officers. How do you wish to handle them?" Zayn scanned the kneeling group. Among the women were several fair, high-born ladies and young maidens dressed in rich silks. Executing everyone without thought would be a senseless waste, Zayn reasoned. Raising his voice, he called out, "All of you lift your heads." Hearing his command, the prisoners held their breath in terror, afraid that making the slightest noise would make them the first to face the executioner's blade. Though their eyes remained glued to the dirt, those in the front row caught sight of Zayn's boots out of the corner of their eyes. Judging by his calm, youthful voice, he did not sound like a bloodthirsty monster. One by one, they slowly lifted their eyes. To their absolute astonishment, standing before them was a tall, handsome young scholar in refined robes. They had pictured the rebel leader as a brutal, scarred bandit chief, but the reality was completely different. Still, intimidated by his commanding presence, they quickly lowered their gazes once more. Zayn's eyes immediately caught a woman kneeling in the front row. She wore fine embroidered silks that accentuated her elegant grace. Her round, delicate face featured expressive, watery eyes that shimmered like clear spring pools, while her full, shapely figure gave her a captivating charm. Sensing Zayn's gaze upon her, she clutched her silk sleeves tightly, her chest heaving with nervous tension. Zayn stepped forward, placing his hands behind his back. "What is your name? And who are you to the governor?" The woman's breath caught, her frame trembling violently as her hand shook. Swallowing hard, she whispered in a soft, timid voice, "Are applying to Master Zayn. This humble maid is named Bilquis, wedded wife to the late Governor Lushui." Having spoken, Begum Bilquis stole another timid glance up at Zayn. Looking at the handsome young scholar before her, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. If she pleaded with him, perhaps he might show mercy. Her expressive eyes glistening with tears, she whimpered piteously, "Master Zayn, I beg for your mercy. I am willing to wash clothes, cook meals, or labor as a servant, anything you require. Only I beg you, do not send me to the brothels, please." Zayn chuckled dryly at her desperate plea, turning to the guard squad leader. "Either take her away." Begum Bilquis's face drained of all colour. Assuming she was being dragged off to a brothel, she shook her head frantically, weeping uncontrollably. "Master Zayn, no, I beg you. I cannot go to a brothel. If you do not find me repulsive, I'm willing to serve in your private quarters. I will serve you faithfully." Zayn let out a mild laugh, amused by her misunderstanding. He hardly needed to sell defeated noblewomen to brothels for a few pieces of silver. Looking at the guard, he clarified smoothly, "Assign her to a clean guest room in the compound. As for the rest, execute the men who committed crimes, and place the remaining women in temporary detention." Hearing him personally spare the fair governor's wife, and keep her in the compound, Nusrat immediately shot him a sharp, fierce glare. Chapter 72, For the Sake of the Realm. Minister Suppan rode at the head of his official entourage, leading the procession down the dusty highway toward Uttarpur city. In the centre of the column rolled a grand, gilded carriage drawn by 4 fine war horses. Inside sat 2 ladies, One was draped in opulent silk vestments, possessing a breathtaking beauty that could turn the heads of kings. The other wore simpler attire, appearing to be her personal handmaiden, though her soft, fair features were equally charming. As the procession pressed forward, several panicked riders galloped toward them from the opposite direction, spurring their mounts in desperate haste. Spotting the imperial banner, the armoured imperial guard escort, and the lavish carriage, the riders pulled sharply on their reins, bringing their sweat-drenched horses to a skidding halt. Noticing their official government tunics and frantic expressions, Minister Suppan rode forward, calling out with lofty arrogance, "What is the reason for such disgraceful haste?" One of the riders cupped his hands nervously. "My lord, are you heading toward Udaipur city?" Minister Suppan raised his chin, his eyes flashing with self-importance. "Indeed, I am the imperial envoy dispatched directly by Her Imperial Highness." The rider's brow furrowed in deep dread. "Ah, my lord, Udaipur city has already fallen." "What?" Minister Suppan froze atop his saddle, his eyes bulging like saucers. His mouth twitched as he pointed a trembling finger at the messenger. "Are you telling me the rebels have already taken the district capital?" "Reporting to my lord, it is indisputably true." The messenger stammered. "The city gates were breached in less time than it takes to brew a pot of tea. Regional Governor Lu Shui has been executed, and his garrison has surrendered." Minister Suppan's jaw dropped so wide a duck egg could have fitted inside. To capture a heavily fortified district capital in 10 minutes, it sounded utterly absurd. Could the rebels truly possess such terrifying, miraculous weapons as the dispatches claimed? Recovering his composure, Suppan narrowed his eyes, asking in a stern voice, "Are you telling me the absolute truth?" "My lord, I swear it on my life." The messenger shuddered. "The rebels' weapons are simply too terrifying. I do not even know how to describe the thunder." Minister Suppan sat stunned atop his horse. His original plan had been to rest in Udaipur city overnight, before riding south to Dakshinpur the following morning. He had never imagined the entire district capital would fall so effortlessly. A wave of deep anxiety washed over him. If the peace negotiations went sour, and the rebel leader decided to cut off his head, his life would end right there on the spot. An accompanying official rode up beside him, asking nervously, "My lord, the rebels are so rampant and bold. Should we still proceed to Udaipur city?" Suppan's brow knitted together. Deep down, whether they met the rebel leader in Udaipur or Dakshinpur made little difference. But the rebels had just won another massive victory. Their morale was sky high, and marching directly into their midst was exceedingly dangerous. Yet if he turned back to Dharka empty-handed, his political career would be ruined forever. As the old saying went, great fortune was found amidst great danger. If he served Empress Regent Jahanara faithfully, and she eventually purged the corrupt Mansur faction, he would be rewarded with a grand promotion. After a moment of tense deliberation, Minister Suppan curled his lips, letting out a sharp, disdainful snort. "When two armies meet on the field, they do not execute an imperial envoy," Suppan declared, puffing out his chest. "For the sake of the crown and the realm, what is there to fear?" With that, Minister Suppan ordered one messenger to ride ahead to Dharka to deliver the news, while he spurred his horse forward, leading his entourage directly toward the captured city. Chapter 73, A Proposal of Abdication. Inside the central hall of the governor's mansion, Zain sat comfortably in the main carved mahogany chair, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette with a satisfied puff. Beside him, Nusrat, taking in his smug, contented expression, felt a surge of playful anger. Stepping forward, she reached out and pinched him firmly by the ear. Oh. Zain was caught completely off guard, the lit cigarette nearly slipping from his lips onto his lap. "You shameless rogue," Nusrat scolded, her posture resembling a strict wife disciplining a troublesome husband. "You are actually eyeing the fair women of defeated imperial officials." Rehana quickly stepped up, catching Nusrat's wrist with a soft laugh. "Sister Nusrat, harm your heart. Master Zain is the supreme commander of the liberation force. If the guards outside witness this, it will look terrible for his authority." HMPH, that is precisely why I waited until we were behind closed doors. Nusrat huffed, shooting Zain a sharp, fiery glare before letting go of his ear. "Look at that," Zain grinned, rubbing his ear as he winked mischievously at Rehana. "See how sensible and sweet her Rehana love is." Hearing his cheeky response, Nusrat felt so exasperated her chest heaved. "You." Before their playful bickering could continue, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed down the stone corridor. Littenmere sprinted into the hall, stopping before Zain to cup his hands in salute. "Master," Littenmere reported breathlessly, "an imperial official claiming to be a royal envoy dispatched from the capital has arrived at the West Gate. He demands entry to present a decree to you. He travels with a lavish entourage and a guard of over 100 imperial guard sepoys." "A royal envoy," Zayn looked at Litton Mere in mild surprise. We captured Uttarpur city only yesterday. Has the court in Dhaka mobilized a diplomacy envoy so quickly? Litton Mere's eyes flashed with a ruthless edge. Master, shall I take a squad of marksmen and put them all to the sword? Zayn's brow furrowed gently. Executing an envoy was simple enough, but since the court had dispatched a delegation all the way from the capital, he was curious to hear their purpose. He waved his hand casually. Let the envoy and his personal attendants enter the city. However, the 100 Imperial Guard sepoys must remain outside the gatehouse. Litton Mere agreed sharply, turning on his heel to carry out the order. Outside the west gate, Minister Suppan felt a deep wave of unease upon learning that his 100 armoured Imperial Guards were forbidden from entering Uttarpur city. Still, he reasoned that if the rebel leader truly intended to execute him, 100 guards would offer zero protection anyway. Had 5,000 elite Imperial Guard troops not been routed outside Dakshinpur, had the garrison of Uttarpur not collapsed in less than half an hour. Thus, adjusting his silk robes, Minister Suppan led his personal aides, accompanying officials, and the lavish 4-horse gilded carriage slowly through the city gatehouse. As he walked, Suppan's eyes fell upon the dark, sleek automatic rifles held tightly by the red-clad guards lining the thoroughfare. His brow knitted into deep lines. Are these short, black metal instruments the miraculous weapons the court ministers whispered about? He found it almost impossible to believe that such modest, dark tools could shatter 2 entire regiments of the Imperial Guard and blast down the heavy timber gates of a district capital in 10 minutes. Yet the evidence of the liberation force's triumph lay all around him, forcing him to accept the reality. I must find a way to inspect these weapons closely, he thought. Before long, an anxious Minister Suppan arrived before the governor's mansion. Spotting the dark, heavy tactical SUV parked near the entrance, he stared at the horseless iron carriage with intense curiosity, though he dared not ask questions. Leaving the gilded carriage, the high-born maiden inside, and the heavy baggage in the courtyard under guard, Minister Suppan smoothed his official robes and stepped into the main hall accompanied by his secretaries. The moment his eyes landed on Zayn sitting atop the main dais, Suppan's anxious heart relaxed slightly. Seeing the handsome, youthful scholar flanked by 2 exceptionally fair, armed co-wives, Suppan concluded that the rebel leader was merely a passionate young scholar driven by worldly desires. The beauty trap devised by the court is indisputably the correct strategy, he thought with confidence. Are you the commander of the Liberation Force, Zayn? Minister Suppan called out, halting in the centre of the hall, his voice carrying a deliberate, authoritative weight. Though inwardly nervous, he maintained the dignified posture of a senior official representing the imperial throne. Zayn curled his lips into a dry, dismissive smile. Indeed, I am Zayn. Minister Suppan felt a flash of indignation at the scholar's casual tone, but suppressed his annoyance. He cleared his throat loudly. I am Minister Suppan Ali, Royal Envoy personally appointed by Her Sovereign Majesty. You may address me as Minister Suppan. Zayn nearly burst out laughing at the man's pompous introduction. Right then, Minister Suppan, speak your mind. What brings you to my court? This Imperial Envoy has ridden from Dhaka bearing a royal decree of amnesty, Minister Suppan declared, taking an authoritative step forward as he gestured grandly. The provinces have been ravaged by famine and hardship, making your local uprising understandable to the crown. Zayn's brow furrowed, instantly guessing the court's game. Minister Suppan pressed uneloquently, our current sovereign ruler is wise, benevolent, and deeply merciful. So long as you accept the royal amnesty and pledge allegiance to the throne, Her Imperial Highness shall grant you total pardon. Hold your tongue, Zayn interrupted coldly, his tone dripping with quiet sarcasm. Are you truly standing in my hall telling me the ruler on the throne is wise and benevolent? Minister Suppan courted the sharp edge in his voice. Truth be told, the late Sultan had been a decadent, incompetent tyrant, but Suppan was not referring to the deceased sovereign. Puffing out his chest with absolute confidence, Minister Suppan declared, perhaps word has not yet reached these southern borders. His late Majesty has passed, and Her Royal Highness, Empress Regent Jahanara, has ascended the throne to govern the realm. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Zayn's eyes. He had not anticipated the old Sultan kicking the bucket so quickly, nor that the Princess Royal had seized the regency in Dhaka. Minister Suppan continued smoothly, laying out the trap. Her Imperial Highness not only pardons your past rebellion, but in her vast royal grace, bestows upon you the title of Marquis of Dakshinpur. Furthermore, she grants you 1,000 acres of fertile land, 10,000 silver tarkers, and bestows Princess Pingle upon you as a royal bride. The princess sits outside in her carriage this very moment. Zayn let out a dry, amused laugh. The offer sounded grand on the surface, but to a commander building an army, it was laughable. Once he conquered the province, lands and silver would be his by right. Besides, This so-called princess was almost certainly a noble maiden selected from court to act as an assassin. Gazing down at Minister Subhan, Zayn offered a cool, disdainful smile. And what of it? The Sultanate is rotten to its very core, riddled with corruption and misery. How can a young woman sitting in a palace in Dhaka turn back the tide of famine and collapse? Zayn stood up from his mahogany chair, resting his hands behind his back as he stepped to the edge of the dais. Tell me, Minister Subhan, why doesn't your new Empress Regent simply abdicate the throne to me? I shall gladly tidy up this dilapidated empire for her. You. Minister Subhan's eyes bulged in pure shock, his face turning bright red with rage. Yet terrified of triggering an immediate execution, he swallowed his fury, arguing frantically, Her Sovereign Majesty possesses grand ambitions to purge the corrupt court ministers, restore imperial order, and save the realm from ruin. We are all subjects of the great Sultanate. We must consider the suffering of ordinary folk, and spare the land from further war. Hearing his hypocritical words, Nusrat's eyes turned icy cold, her hand quietly sliding towards the semi-automatic pistol at her waist. What utter nonsense. If the court officials in Dhaka cared a single copper coin for ordinary folk, how could her home parish have been driven to starvation and banditry? Zayn smiled coldly. Let me ask you a simple question, Minister Subhan. If we are all equal subjects of the crown, why does rich mutton and fine wine rot in the cellars of city nobles while poor families freeze to death along the rural roads? This Minister Subhan froze, completely speechless. Yet knowing his life and career depended on completing the mission, he pressed forward, gesturing toward the courtyard. Whatever your doubts, Master Zayn, Her Imperial Highness holds the welfare of the realm in her heart. One day, under her rule, every common family shall eat their fill, except the royal bride and the crown's grace. Chapter 74. A bold rebel seeks the throne. The Empress Regent's promise is grand enough, but tell her to enjoy it herself. Zayn's lips curled into a dry, mocking smile as he looked Minister Subhan down his nose. The look on his face said it all. This is where I stand. What are you going to do about it? You. Minister Subhan's face turned thunderous, but he forced his temper down. He understood the golden rule of survival. When you're standing in another man's hall, you bow your head. He certainly was not about to throw his life away over a sharp tongue. Besides, the beauty trap had to be carried through. Switching to a polite, diplomatic tone, Subhan offered a low bow. Princess Pingle has been waiting in her carriage outside for some time. I request the Marquis of Dakshanpur step into the courtyard to welcome Her Royal Highness into his household. Hearing himself called Marquis of Dakshanpur, Zayn felt a bit speechless. The old courtier was certainly quick to hand out empty titles. Did the man truly believe he cared for a piece of imperial parchment? Very well, Zayn thought. If a gift is brought to my door, I might as well accept it. It will not stop my army from marching on Dhaka when the time comes. Still, Zayn knew better than to take things at face value. A trap was almost certainly at play. Though his modern firearms were unstoppable, the Liberation Force had taken only 2 regional capitals and fielded a few thousand men. Why would the royal court in Dhaka make such massive concessions so soon? It felt entirely unnatural. Of course, it was possible that the Yellow Banner Rebellion in the north was putting so much pressure on the Sultanate that the court could not fight on 2 fronts. Bestowing a title and a royal bride was likely a cheap trick to buy time and keep him quiet. If that was the Empress Regent scheme, she was in for a bitter disappointment. Zayn curled his lips, turning toward the courtyard to see what the court had sent. Whether this princess was genuine or a fake, he would find out soon enough. Nusrat watched his retreating back with a fierce glare, clearly annoyed by his readiness to accept another bride. Sister Nusrat, let us follow him, Rahana urged, gently tugging at Nusrat's sleeve. What if that corrupt courtier has hidden assassins in the carriage? Reaching the main gate of the governor's mansion, Zayn's eyes fell upon the lavish carriage drawn by 4 fine war horses. 4 horses was indeed the proper protocol for a royal princess. The carriage, at least, was real. Litamir stepped up to Zayn's side, whispering in a low voice, Master, my scouts checked the cabin. There are 2 women inside. Zayn nodded, then turned to Minister Subhan. Tell Her Royal Highness to step down. Minister Subhan was practically glowing with relief. If he had not kept his lips pressed tight, he would have been grinning from ear to ear. It seemed his plan was working out precisely as intended. He gestured sharply to a waiting attendant, who immediately stepped up to the carriage, shouting loudly, Her Royal Highness, Princess Pingle, is invited to step down. A second later, a young woman dressed in maid's silks lifted the heavy curtain. She held the door back, bowing low in a gesture of deep respect. A second woman, dressed in opulent royal silks, bent her head and stepped gracefully down from the carriage with her maid's assistance. Zayn was genuinely surprised when he caught sight of her. He had to hand it to the court in Darker. They certainly knew how to pick their maidens. The young woman moved with quiet dignity, possessing a rare, breathtaking beauty. She had a soft, fair, oval face, bright, expressive almond eyes, and full, naturally red lips. Even the handmaiden at her side was exceptionally fair. She had a striking, slender figure and a lovely face, though her dark eyes held a cold, guarded gaze. Spotting Zayn standing amidst his officers, both women froze for a second. They had assumed the rebel warlord would be a scarred, brutal brute. They had never expected him to be a tall, remarkably handsome young scholar. Once the two women were on the cobblestones, Minister Suppin pointed towards Zayn, introducing him with a respectful bow. "Your Royal Highness, this is your betrothed, the Marquis of Daxonpur, Zayn." Princess Pingle pursed her lips, offering a delicate, formal bow. A tight, unnatural smile touched her fair face, though she stayed silent, her nervous posture betraying her fear. Zayn smiled warmly, then turned his gaze back to Minister Suppin. "I shall take the lady into my household. Now ride back to Darker, and tell your Empress Regent to think carefully about abdicating her throne. If she surrenders peacefully, I might just allow her to live out her days in comfort." Minister Suppin's face turned dark enough to drip ink. He had assumed Zayn was accepting the royal pardon, never imagining the scholar would speak such absolute treason. Outrageous. A bold rebel, actually daring to seek the imperial throne. Still, reminding himself that his beauty trap was now planted inside the household, Suppin forced his fury down. "Very well." Suppin gritted his teeth. "I shall deliver your exact words to her Imperial Highness." Zayn smiled casually, calling out, "Litton Mere, see our guest to the city gates." "Hold." Minister Suppin called out, remembering the Empress Regent's instructions. "Marquis of Daxonpur, the sun has already set. Surely you will grant me a night's rest inside the city." "I could," Zayn replied with a cool, dangerous smile. "Though if I happen to change my mind during the night, I'm afraid you will not leave the city alive tomorrow." A sharp chill ran down Suppin's spine as he looked at Zayn's cold expression. He realized the scholar was not joking. The longer he stayed inside a rebel stronghold, the greater the danger to his neck. Leaving immediately was the only sensible choice. Besides, once he left, the two women could carry out their task tonight, without delay. As for investigating the miraculous weapons, he would have to rely on reports later. Stepping over to Princess Pingle, Minister Suppin whispered a few quick instructions into her ear, then turned and led his entourage hurriedly out of the city gates. Once the royal escort departed, Princess Pingle and her maid stood alone in the courtyard, a heavy sorrow filling their eyes. They knew that from this moment on, they were entirely on their own. Whatever happened, they believed their lives were forfeit. They would either be used as tools or face terrible humiliation at the hands of the rebel leader. The surrounding red-clad guards looked on with green envy, stealing admiring glances at the princess and her maid. To go from taking a district capital to receiving two highborn beauties in a single afternoon was nothing short of miraculous. Every soldier in the courtyard felt a surge of pride. The imperial court in Darker was clearly terrified of their leader. Following Master Zayn was truly the path to glory. Chapter 75, The Wedding Cup. The night grew deep and silent. Zayn was making ready to step into Princess Parasor's bedchamber to investigate her true intentions, when Nusrat materialized at the study door as if summoned by sheer magic. "Where do you think you're sneaking off to, rogue?" Nusrat demanded, crossing her arms over her chest and fixing her large, expressive dark eyes dead upon him. "Nowhere in particular, love." Zayn grinned smoothly. "I merely thought I'd pay Her Royal Highness Princess Parasor a visit for a thorough, in-depth discussion." Nusrat rolled her eyes fiercely, having anticipated his response down to the letter. HMPH. "Aren't you worried there might be a poisoned dagger tucked beneath her silk hem?" Zayn offered a dry, helpless laugh, his hand sliding naturally around her slender, supple waist. "You worry too much, love. I doubt the court in Darker sent her purely out of goodwill. We cannot afford any hidden threats inside our compound, so I need to inspect her thoroughly and see how deep this rabbit hole goes." Nusrat felt the warm press of his broad hand against her waist, a gentle shiver running through her frame as her pulse fluttered. Parting her soft lips, she asked in a low tone, "Husband, what exactly do you plan to do?" Zayn stroked his chin, offering a completely straight-faced suggestion. "Tell you what, love, fetch Rohanna, and the two of you can interrogate her handmaiden outside, while I handle the princess myself inside." Nusrat gave him an utterly speechless glare. Meanwhile, across the inner court, Princess Parasor and her maid sat side by side at a dark teak table. Upon the polished wood rested a silver flagon and two small porcelain cups filled with dark, fragrant wine. "Your Royal Highness, do you truly believe that Rogue Zayn will come tonight?" The handmaiden, Rishma, whispered anxiously, looking across at her mistress. Princess Parasor offered a faint nod, her soft crimson lips parting slightly. Minister Subhan claimed he is a scholar driven entirely by worldly desires. With both of us here in his compound, I have zero doubt he will make an appearance. Rishma nodded softly, though a flicker of raw panic danced in her expressive dark eyes. Rishma, Princess Parasor's soft, melodious voice sounded again. Once the deed is done, do not linger for me. You must slip out of the city and escape. If one of them could break free, it was far better than both suffering a grim fate inside a rebel stronghold. Rishma shook her head frantically. No, your Royal Highness. We shall escape together or... Before she could finish her sentence, 3 distinct knocks echoed off the timber door. Tap, tap, tap. Both women jerked their heads toward the entrance, their chests tightening with sudden dread. Rishma, it is him, Princess Parasor whispered, quickly rising to smooth her silk gown. Remember the plan, keep your composure, and show zero flaws. Understood. Rishma took a deep breath and stepped over to unbolt the door. The timber panel creaked open, revealing Zayn standing on the veranda with a calm, easy smile. My Lord Marquis have arrived, Tilda, Rishma murmured in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum, bowing her head and stepping back to invite him inside. Zayn offered a pleasant nod. I wish to speak with Her Royal Highness in private. You may take your leave. Rishma's heart skipped a beat in sheer dismay. Why isn't this man acting according to script? Shouldn't a rogue like him demand both of us remain in his chamber? If she were dismissed, their chances of striking successfully would be cut in half. Panic began to set in. Swallowing her anxiety, Rishma whispered, My Lord Marquis, allow me to remain to attend to you and Her Royal Highness. Princess Parasor stepped forward with graceful, deliberate steps, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Husband, I have never known a man's company and feel terribly anxious in my heart. Could we perhaps let Rishma remain to assist? Zayn took 2 steps forward, reaching out with a swift, steady hand to lift her chin, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Up close, her beauty was truly exquisite, flawless fair skin, expressive dark eyes, and delicate features that seemed sculpted by a master artist. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Princess Parasor's frame shuddered slightly. Lowering her eyes, she took a cautious step backward, thinking to herself, a rogue through and through, taking liberties the moment he sets foot inside. Feigning bashful charm, she whispered softly, Husband, why such haste? After tonight, shall I not belong to you entirely, Tilda? Zayn smiled smoothly, turning his glance to Rishma. Off you go, handmaiden. Whatever Her Royal Highness does not understand, I shall gladly teach her step by step myself. Rishma looked desperately toward Princess Parasor, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Daring not push too hard lest they raise immediate suspicion, Parasor offered her maid a subtle, reassuring nod. My Lord Marquis, please enjoy your evening with Her Royal Highness. I shall take my leave. Rishma bowed low, stepping reluctantly out onto the veranda. Little did she know, 2 formidable women were already waiting for her in the shadows outside. Left alone inside, Princess Parasor took a silent breath, forcing herself to maintain her composure. Husband, Princess Parasor murmured, her soft red lips parting gracefully. Though we have not held a grand wedding ceremony, surely we ought to share the traditional wedding cup to mark our union. She weighed every single word carefully, desperately masking her racing pulse. Zayn offered a pleasant smile and a nod. Fair enough, love. Proper ceremony has its place. Princess Parasor offered a shy, delicate smile. Reaching down with her slender fingers, she raised the 2 porcelain cups from the table, handing one to Zayn. Interlocking their arms in the traditional nuptial toast, they looked into each other's eyes, preparing to drink. Parasor's heart hammered furiously against her ribs. She had never dreamed the trap would unfold so effortlessly. If all went according to plan, the formidable rebel commander would be lying on the floorboards coughing up blood within minutes. Suppressing her anxiety, she tilted her head back, draining her cup in one smooth gulp. Yet Zayn did not raise his cup to his lips. He was far too sharp to swallow unvetted wine offered by an imperial envoy's delegation. Parasor's eyes widened in sudden panic. Why did he stop? Could he have guessed the truth? Unlinking her arm from his, she knitted her dark brows, asking nervously, Husband, why do you not drink? Zayn chuckled softly, extending his filled porcelain cup toward her lips. How about you drink this cup for me, love? Husband, the wedding draught must be shared by bride and groom to seal the vow. And what if I insist you drink it? Zayn countered smoothly, his tone cool and unyielding. Parasor's panic peaked, her breath catching as she stammered. Each husband I suffer a severe reaction to strong wine. I cannot drink another drop. Is that so? Zayn offered a faint, razor-sharp smile, his dark eyes locking onto hers like steel. Is it that you cannot drink another drop, or is this cup laced with swift poison? Her heart dropped into her stomach. Swallowing hard, she shook her head frantically in denial. No, I'm your wedded bride now. How could I ever dream of harming my husband? Zayn's brow furrowed slightly. Refusing a simple sip of wine so repeatedly made the truth glaringly obvious. Bringing the porcelain rim right to her soft lips, he smiled calmly. Since you harbor no ill intent, drink it. Princess Parasor knew the game was up. Her nervous expression vanished, replaced by an icy, despondent chill. She had severely underestimated the man before her. He was no foolish rogue blinded by female beauty, but an exceptionally sharp, calculating commander who anticipated every move. Realizing failure meant captivity and disgrace, a dark resolve filled her heart. Rather than face humiliation inside a rebel compound, drinking the lethal draught herself was a cleaner end. Her only regret was leaving Rishma behind. Swallowing hard, her voice trembling with quiet resignation, she murmured, "Husband, I shall drink it." Reaching out with slender fingers, she took the porcelain cup, paused for a fleeting heartbeat, and raised the lethal wine straight to her lips. Chapter 76, The Crimson Fruit. Seeing Princess Parasor about to drink the poisoned draught, Zayn's brow furrowed. Letting such a stunning maiden die so pointlessly felt like a tragic waste. Besides, he had yet to uncover her true identity and background. Reaching out with swift precision, Zayn snatched the porcelain cup from her trembling fingers and smashed it against the floorboards. Crash! Parasor gasped in shock, her expressive dark eyes staring blankly at the shattered pieces and spilled wine. She had steeled herself for death, never expecting him to snatch the cup away at the critical second. Yet living meant facing complete humiliation inside a rebel compound, a fate far worse than death. A wave of regret washed over her. She wished she had swallowed the draught faster. "Speak," Zayn said in a calm, steady voice, a subtle smile touching his lips. "Who are you? And who sent you?" I have fallen into your hands." Parasor turned her face away, her fair chest heaving with agitated breath. "Do with me as you wish, execute me or torture me. I care not. Come now." Zayn chuckled softly. "They say a single night as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Since you have already addressed me as husband, why should I take your life? At best, you are a pawn sent by the court in Darka. Executing you brings me zero profit. Keeping you alive is far more useful. You shameless rogue." Parasor snapped, her dark brows knitting together in anger. "If you intend to kill me, do it now. Stop playing with words." Her dark eyes begged for an end, yet flickered with hidden fear. Zayn stood amused. Who on earth was spreading such wild rumors about him? He maintained a few co-wives in his compound, but wasn't that standard practice for leaders in this era? How had he earned the reputation of a predatory rogue in her eyes? "Tell me, love," Zayn teased smoothly. "Are you truly so eager to die?" Before she could finish, raised voices echoed from the courtyard outside. Parasor recognized a familiar voice, her eyes darting towards the door in sudden panic. Knowing Nusrat and Rohana had subdued the handmaiden, Zayn stepped over and pulled the timbered door open. Outside stood Rohana holding Rishma firmly by the arm, while Nusrat walked ahead holding a sleek silver dagger. Nusrat glanced at Zayn, then looked past him at the terrified princess inside the chamber. Raising the captured blade, Nusrat said, "Husband, these two came with dark intentions. I found this concealed inside her silk sash." Zayn was mildly surprised. The slender handmaiden looked fragile, yet she carried a hidden blade with quiet resolve. These two maidens were remarkably fair. He wondered what role they truly played for the court in Darkar. Turning to Rohana, Zayn instructed, "Gently take the handmaiden to a secure room in the wing." Hearing this, Parasor rushed to the doorway, placing herself between Zayn and her maid. Her expressive eyes filled with desperate tears as she pleaded, "Please, spare Rishma. I shall do whatever you demand of me. Just do not harm her." "Your Royal Highness," no, Rishma cried out, her face shrouded in utter gloom as Rohana led her away. Zayn found their bond curious. One addressed the other as "Your Royal Highness," while the other tried desperately to protect her companion. Suddenly, Zayn thought of the blood-red spatial banana inside his dimension. He wondered what effect the supernatural fruit would have if consumed by a woman. "She acts as though she has nothing left to live for," Zayn thought to himself. "Why not let her taste the spatial fruit?" Zayn waved a hand to Rohana, signaling her to escort Rishma out. Rohana nodded dutifully, guiding the weeping handmaiden down the veranda. "Your Royal Highness." Rishma's voice faded down the corridor. Parasor's chest heaved with frantic breathing. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she sobbed. "What do you plan to do to Rishma?" "Set your heart at ease, love. I have zero intention of executing either of you." Zayn knew that if he could win over these two maidens from the capital, it would be the ultimate answer to Empress Regent Jahanara, perhaps frustrating the ruler in Darkar so thoroughly it would give her a severe headache. Turning to Nusrat, Zayn murmured, "You should head back to our bedchamber and rest, love." Nusrat knew Zayn had matters under control. Giving him a knowing look, she turned and walked away down the veranda. Once Nusret departed, Zayn looked down at the tear-stained princess. "Follow me." Wiping her tears, Parasar felt a heavy dark cloud over her heart. She knew she was a helpless captive now, completely at his mercy, with no means to resist. Zayn brought Parasar into his private study, closing and bolting the teak door behind them. With a flick of his mind, he retrieved a vibrant blood-red spatial banana from his internal dimension. Peeling back the red skin, he took a small bite right before her eyes. "Here," Zayn chuckled, offering the rest of the fruit to her. "Have a taste." Parasar stared at the bright crimson fruit, her dark brows knitting together in confusion. What is this?" "It is a red banana, love. Eat it, it contains 0 poison." Parasar hesitated. Having watched him take a bite himself, she reasoned it could not be lethal. Driven by hunger and emotional exhaustion, she took the red fruit into her delicate hand and brought it to her lips, taking a small bite. Her expressive dark eyes lit up in instant wonder. The fruit was remarkably delicious, soft, sweet, fragrant, and bursting with rich flavor. Deciding to let the delicious food fill her stomach, she quickly finished the rest of the fruit. Zayn sat back in his carved wooden chair, watching her with a warm, beaming smile. Within moments, a deep, burning crimson flush flooded Parasar's face, spreading down her slender neck. Zayn raised an eyebrow. The supernatural reaction was identical to his own experience. Parasar felt a sudden surge of intense warmth pulsing through her veins. Pointing a trembling finger at Zayn, she gasped, What did you give me? Why do I feel so hot inside?" "It was merely a red banana, love," Zayn replied smoothly with a dry smirk. Parasar let out a soft, shuddering gasp as her breath turned rapid and heavy. A wave of intense, supernatural heat coursed through her limbs, making her skin feel as if it were on fire. Her expressive eyes grew hazy and glazed with overwhelming sensation. Reaching up to touch her feverish neck, she looked at Zayn in helpless distress. "You robe no husband, I am so hot, please save me." Chapter 77, Confessions in the Dark. Zayn stood taken aback, staring at her in sheer wonder for a long second. The blood-red spatial banana was truly a divine fruit. It had transformed her from calling him a shameless rogue to addressing him as husband in the blink of an eye. Rising from his chair, he reached out a broad arm to wrap around her supple, slender waist. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, he felt a soft, smooth warmth, lifting her effortlessly in a bridal carry. She felt light as a cloud in his arms. Husband Parasar bit her soft red lips, her expressive dark eyes glistening with a strange, helpless warmth. "Say no more, love," Zayn murmured softly. "Let me show you true ecstasy." Carrying her over to the couch, they shed their garments and came together in the quiet night. Over an hour later, Parasar lay quietly beneath the silk quilt, her dark eyes staring up at the carved wooden ceiling, her heart torn between lingering resistance and newfound affection. Deep down, she had tried to resist, yet her body had succumbed entirely to his touch. The intimate words she had uttered in the heat of the moment had tumbled out without restraint. She had steeled herself for brutal cruelty, yet he had treated her with gentle, overwhelming tenderness, showing her the true depth of intimacy between a man and a woman. "What has become of me? Have I truly betrayed her Imperial Highness?" as doubts churned in her mind. Zayn's warm hand gently caressed her smooth, delicate cheek. "Tell me, love, what is the real story behind you and Rishma?" Parasar made a slight movement to turn away, yet found herself leaning into the comfort of his touch. "Husband," she whispered, her voice soft and melodious, "do you truly consider me your wedded wife?" Zayn was mildly surprised. He had expected her to turn into an angry tigress once the supernatural warmth faded, yet she lay beside him as gentle and docile as a kitten. He offered a warm smile. "Of course, love. I take full responsibility for my household." Parasar knitted her dark brows, wondering if she could use this newfound connection to persuade him to abandon his rebellion. "Truth be told, I am no real royal princess. I was merely a senior female official serving in Empress Regent Jahanara's private court. My birth name is Fazana." She paused, looking into his eyes. "To carry out the assassination mission, Her Imperial Highness conferred the title of Princess Parasar upon me just a few days ago. Andrishmashiu is the daughter of General Sufyan of the Imperial Guard. We have grown up together like sisters since childhood. Neither of us ever expected to leave this compound alive." Zayn listened in mild astonishment. A court official and the daughter of an Imperial Guard General, Empress Regent Jahanara, had played a high-stakes gamble. If he won over both maidens, the ruler in Darka would be thoroughly humiliated. After all, the Imperial Guard was the elite force defending the capital and the backbone of the Sultanate. If the daughter of a top military commander became his wedded wife, imagine the Empress Regent's fury. Smoke would practically pour from her ears. It offered an intriguing political leverage to exploit, though his ultimate goal remained unchanged: total overthrow of the crown. The Empress Regent offered amnesty only as a cover for assassination, Zayn said smoothly, his hand resting gently upon her waist. There was zero sincerity in her gesture. Her reign is doomed. Parisa let out a soft, shuddering breath, biting her lip. Husband, in truth, Her Imperial Highness wishes to govern diligently and restore order to the court. I truly believe she could become a noble ruler. Heh, Zayn chuckled dryly. The great Sultanate's destiny is entirely exhausted. No matter how hard she struggles, it will be in vain. The common folk will continue to suffer under famine and corruption unless the system is replaced. His sharp words fell like cold water over Pariser's hopes. She realized that the man beside her was unlike any ordinary rebel warlord. He commanded absolute power. Shattering a fortified city within minutes was an achievement few in the realm could match. His supreme confidence was entirely natural. Still, she longed to try one last appeal. Husband, for the sake of ordinary families across the realm, could you not make peace with Her Imperial Highness? Impossible, Zayn replied without a second's hesitation. Chapter 78, A Changed Heart. The moment the words left Zayn's lips, Fazanar's delicate face knitted into a troubled frown. Zayn's tone was absolute, leaving zero room for negotiation. Fazanar understood her position clearly. She was a helpless captive inside a rebel compound, entirely at his mercy. If he truly treated her as a wedded wife, she ought to thank the Almighty for his grace. Changing his mind about overthrowing the crown was an impossibility. Shifting the subject, she asked in a low, tentative voice, Husband, how do you intend to handle Rishma? Zayn's dark eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he replied smoothly, have her write a letter to her father, General Sufyan. As for the content, she should urge him to capture the Empress Regent alive and lead the Imperial Guard to surrender. Fazanar gasped in quiet astonishment. She knew full well that the royal court was locked in a desperate struggle against rebellion, and the Imperial Guard was the very last card Empress Regent Jahanara held in Darkar. If the Imperial Guard turned against the throne, the great Sultanate would collapse in a single day. If Zayn used Rishma to pressure General Sufyan, a battlefield defection was far from impossible. Yet Fazanar also knew her lifelong friend's fiery temperament. Rishma would never agree to such treachery easily. Knitting her dark brows, Fazanar whispered, Husband, this task I fear Rishma shall never agree. Zayn offered a dry, knowing smirk. Nothing in this world is absolute, love. I have full faith in your ability to persuade her. He looked gently into her eyes, adding, Besides, you do not wish to see more innocent blood spilled in war, do you? If Rishma refuses to adapt to the changing times like you have, you can easily guess what her end will be. Fazanar parted her lips, her expressive eyes wide with hesitation. To urge Rishma into betraying the court felt deeply treacherous, yet the thought of her dearest friend facing execution or lifelong captivity broke her heart. Cursing her soft lips, she murmured, Husband, I shall try speaking with her tomorrow. Zayn propped his head up on one arm, looking down at her with a warm, satisfied smile. Splendid, Fazanar, love. Now come, let us continue our private sparring match. Fazanar knitted her dark brows in sweet confusion. Husband, what do you mean by sparring? Zayn offered a mischievous, cheeky grin without blinking. I mean another round of one-on-one, love. The following morning, Zayn brought Fazanar along to inspect the Divine Marksman Corps and the artillery squad on the city drill grounds. When automatic rifles spat continuous lead and shoulder cannons detonated with thunderous roars, Fazanar stood thunderstruck, her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, her dark eyes wide and unblinking. In that awe-inspiring moment, she finally understood how the Liberation Force had taken Udaipur city in 10 minutes, and how 1,000 red-clad soldiers had shattered 2 elite regiments of the Imperial Guard. The miraculous firepower exceeded every wild rumour she had heard in Darkar. It was no wonder Zayn carried such supreme, unshakable confidence. Afterward, Zayn helped her into the passenger seat of his dark tactical SUV, driving her on a tour through the thoroughfares of Udaipur city. While marvelling at the horseless iron carriage, Fazanar observed destitute beggars and gaunt, hungry citizens wandering the bazaars. Compared to the lavish grandeur of the imperial capital in Darkar, the provincial town suffered under immense hardship. Seeing the misery of ordinary families, combined with everything she had witnessed on her journey south, she began to understand Zayn's resolute stance. The great Sultanate was rotten to its core, and its fall was inevitable. Later that afternoon, Fazanar walked quietly into the private wing where Rishma was being held under guard. The moment the door opened, Rishma lunged forward, grabbing Fazanar's hands in a desperate grip. Fazanar, tell me the truth, did that wicked rogue harm you last night? A deep, rosy blush crept up Fazanar's neck as she lowered her eyes in bashful shyness. Husband and I have already consummated our union. Rishma froze, her fair face filled with utter astonishment. Why did her friend speak of the matter so calmly, with a faint, radiant warmth gracing her features? Looking closely, Rishma sensed something completely wrong. Had Fazanar been forced against her will, she would be weeping in despair, not standing before her looking contented and serene. Clutching Fazanar's wrists even tighter, Rishma asked in pure disbelief. Fazana, how could you possibly give your heart to that rebel rogue? Rishma, listen to my words, Fazana whispered earnestly, taking her hands. In truth, my husband is a noble, honourable man, a good man. Rishma's dark brows knitted in wild confusion. Fazana, have you lost your senses? Have you forgotten the duty Her Imperial Highness entrusted to us? I have not forgotten, Fazana replied softly, her voice steady and clear. Yet what my husband says is true. The great Sultanate's destiny is entirely exhausted. Empress Regent Jahanara is beyond saving. Rishma stood dazed on the floorboards, utterly speechless. She could not comprehend how the Empress Regent's most trusted court official could utter such treasonous words after a single night. The transformation was far too sudden. Did that rogue feed you some wicked love potion? Rishma gasped, reaching out to touch Fazana's forehead to check for a fever. Finding her skin smooth and cool, Rishma stared at her in dismay. Fazana shook her head gently, her tone intensely earnest. I speak the sober truth, Rishma. Though my husband commands only a few thousand soldiers at present, his miraculous weapons are unstoppable. It is only a matter of time before he marches on Dwarka. Seeing Rishma remain silent, Fazana pressed forward in a hurried whisper. Rishma, you must write a letter to your father at once. Tell General Sufyan that the Sultanate is falling, and urge him to lead the Imperial Guard to surrender to my husband. Rishma's eyes flared with sudden, furious indignation. She looked as if she wanted to slap her closest friend across the face. She had never imagined that in 24 hours, her dearest companion would become a lobbyist for the enemy. Fazana, Rishma cried, her voice trembling with anger and disbelief. Even if you talk until your breath fails, even if you execute me where I stand, I shall never commit such treachery. Get out. Leave this room at once. I do not wish to look at you. Thrusting an angry hand toward the door, Rishma turned her back, her fair chest heaving with bitter rage as tears of betrayal welled in her eyes. Chapter 79. A Shared Fire. Fazana left the room dejectedly, feeling completely helpless. She could not comprehend why she had obeyed Zayn so meekly, as if under a spell, attempting to persuade her dearest friend. Her own sudden transformation felt utterly inexplicable. Did that blood-red spatial banana truly possess some strange magic? She wondered, her dark brows knitting together in quiet confusion. As twilight settled over the compound, she walked into Zayn's private study. Husband, Fazana whispered in a soft, timid voice, walking over to his mahogany desk. I failed with Rishma. She is refusing both food and water now. What should we do? Zayn had already anticipated Rishma's stubborn resistance, yet he remained intrigued by how remarkably obedient Fazana had become. Whatever the angle, her complete devotion seemed startlingly fast. Even if physical intimacy had played a role, such a total shift usually took time. His suspicion fell squarely on the blood-red spatial fruit. Does this supernatural fruit possess some hidden power to soften hearts and bind devotion? He mused. It defied ordinary logic, but in a world where his spatial sanctuary duplicated modern firearms, magical flora was hardly impossible. Deciding to test the theory, Zayn flicked his wrist. With a soft shimmer of dimensional energy, 2 blood-red spatial bananas materialized in his palms from his internal storage. Gazing at Fazana, he murmured, take these, and make sure she eats them. Fazana's face went pale, her head shaking frantically like a rattle. She knew with absolute clarity what eating the red fruit entailed. It would stir the same wild, unquenchable fire inside Rishma that she herself had experienced. Her expressive dark eyes filled with a pleading look as she whispered, Husband, Rishma is like a sister to me. I cannot trick her into this. Zayn chuckled dryly, reaching out with a broad arm to wrap around her slender waist. Would you rather see her executed as an enemy, or see her join our household alongside you? Fazana parted her lips, her hands clenching her silk sleeves tightly in deep turmoil. Yet when weighed against death, staying alive as a co-wife inside a safe compound was infinitely better. At least they could remain together as sisters. Pursing her soft crimson lips, Fazana steeled her heart. Husband, I shall go and try. Taking the 2 blood-red spatial fruits, she stepped out of the study and made her way down the veranda toward Rishma's quarters. Inside the room, Rishma remained furious, turning her face away the moment Fazana walked through the door. Rishma, look, Fazana coaxed softly, stepping closer with a gentle, patient smile. I brought you something wonderful to eat. You've fasted the entire day. Come, take a bite. Fazana peeled one of the red bananas, offering the fragrant, sweet fruit toward her friend. Rishma stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to utter a single word. Yet as the rich, tempting aroma caught Rishma's senses, a flicker of curiosity stirred beneath her anger. Rishma, love, no matter how angry you feel, your body requires food, Fazana urged gently. Do not starve yourself sick out of pride. Rishma kept her lips pressed tight, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud, rumbling growl. Farzana let out a soft laugh. There, you see, your belly speaks the truth. Wishma shot her a glare, snapping indignantly. Who knows what poison you've laced into that strange fruit? I would rather starve than touch your food. Farzana's heart tightened slightly. Though the spatial fruit was far from lethal, its supernatural potency would stir a wild, unquenchable warmth inside. Suppressing her inner panic, she forced a warm smile. Don't be foolish, love. I peeled it right in front of you. How could I possibly have poisoned it? If it is so safe, eat it yourself. Wishma barked. I want none of it. Farzana stood caught in a dilemma. Refusing to eat would confirm Wishma's suspicions, while eating meant consuming another spatial fruit herself. After a second's hesitation, she brought the peeled red banana to her soft lips, taking a deliberate, delicious bite. Smelling the rich, heavenly aroma, Wishma's mouth watered involuntarily, her stomach rumbling again. Seeing her friend wavering, Farzana quickly handed the second unpeeled spatial banana to Wishma. It is truly delicious, Wishma. Eat it quickly. Knitting her dark brows, Wishma reasoned that since Farzana had eaten the first one without hesitation, the fruit contained zero poison. Hunger overcoming her pride, she snatched the second banana, peeled it, and took a bite. Farzana, however, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Having just eaten another spatial banana herself, she knew the supernatural heat would kick in shortly for both of them. How on earth would they manage when the fire took hold? Before long, both maidens had finished their respective spatial bananas. Wishma licked her red lips, a look of pure delight on her face, as if she hadn't quite had her fill. Looking up at Farzana, she asked curiously, Farzana, what is this fruit called? It tastes divine. It is a red banana from my husband's private store, Farzana murmured timidly. Suddenly, Wishma noticed a deep, crimson flush rushing across Farzana's cheeks, turning her face bright red. Wishma sat up in surprise, gasping, Farzana, why is your face turned so bright crimson? At that exact moment, a wave of intense, supernatural heat surged through Farzana's limbs, identical to the fierce sensation from the previous night. Yet before Farzana could answer, Wishma's own cheeks flushed a deep, feverish red. A sudden, unquenchable fire ignited in Wishma's belly, surging through her veins. Merciful heavens, Wishma gasped, clutching her neck as her breath turned rapid and heavy. What is this? Why am I burning up inside? Farzana stood up on trembling legs, her expressive eyes growing hazy with intense desire, desperate for Zayn's touch. Wishma, feeling her composure disintegrate under the intense heat, pointed a trembling finger at Farzana, tears of anger and panic welling in her eyes. You tricked me. I trusted you as my sister, yet you laced that fruit with a wicked draught. Tears spilled down Wishma's flushed cheeks, her face a picture of heartbreak and confusion. Enduring the overwhelming warmth coursing through her own body, Farzana shook her head frantically. Wishma, no, listen to me. Unable to control the fierce, intoxicating fire surging within both of them, Farzana leaned forward and wrapped Wishma in a tight, desperate embrace. Chapter 80. The Steel Beast. Zayn waited in his private study for a long time, but Farzana did not return. Seeing that the night was slipping away, he stepped out onto the veranda and made his way toward Wishma's quarters. Greetings, Master Zayn. The 4 red-clad guards posted outside the timber door immediately cupped their fists in salute. Zayn offered a gentle nod. Are both ladies inside? Reporting to Master, yes. Both Lady Farzana and Lady Wishma are within, one guard replied. Has there been any unusual disturbance? The guard's face flushed a deep crimson as he shuffled his feet nervously. And nothing dangerous, Master, though there appeared to be rather unusual sounds coming through the door. Curiosity piqued, Zayn smiled dryly. Step back down the veranda and guard the courtyard entrance. Once the guards retreated, Zayn pushed the teak door open and stepped into the room. The next second, his eyes widened in mild astonishment. Under the soft glow of the oil lamp, Farzana and Wishma were entangled beneath the silk quilt upon the couch, both flushed, trembling, and weeping softly from the intense supernatural heat of the spatial fruit. Good grief, Zayn thought, amused. Did the spatial fruit drive them to seek comfort from each other? Noticing the door open, both maidens jerked in panic, frantically pulling the silk quilt up to cover themselves. Their flustered, embarrassed postures looked as guilty as children caught stealing sweets. Up close, Wishma possessed a remarkably fair, full figure, every bit as captivating as Farzana's. Husband Farzana sat up, staring at Zayn with wide, misty eyes, panting softly in helpless distress. Wishma glared at Zayn, her lips parting as if to spit the word rogue, but the word died in her throat. Beneath her fiery gaze, a wild, unquenchable haze of desire shimmered in her dark eyes. Zayn understood instantly both maidens had consumed the blood-red spatial bananas, leaving them helpless against the overwhelming supernatural warmth. Closing and bolting the timber door behind him, Zayn stepped toward the couch. Watching him approach, the fire in their eyes burned brighter. Fazana released her grip on the quilt, catching Rishma by her soft shoulders. Rishma, call him husband. The moment you speak the word, you shall belong to his household and we two sisters shall serve him together. No, Rishma shook her head frantically, her breath turning ragged as the intense heat threatened to overwhelm her composure. As Zayn reached the bedside, Rishma's breath caught, her eyes welling with helpless, intense longing. Swallowing hard, her pride crumbled entirely beneath the supernatural fire. Whose husband, please help me? The following morning, Litan Mir accompanied Rishma and Fazana on a tour through the streets and drill grounds of Uttarpur city. Walking along the military cantonment, Rishma witnessed the raw power of modern firepower firsthand. When automatic rifles spat continuous lead and shoulder cannons blasted target structures into flying debris, her jaw dropped in utter, speech-bound shock. Whether it was small arms or heavy ordnance, in her eyes, those dark iron instruments possessed world-shattering destruction. It was no wonder the rebel leader held such absolute confidence when he declared her father should lead the Imperial Guard to surrender and capture the Empress Regent alive. It was no empty boast, he commanded the power to back every word. In that awe-inspiring moment, Rishma finally understood why Fazana had given her heart to him so completely. She dared not imagine how terrifying the liberation force would become once its ranks expanded further. If her father insisted on fighting on the battlefield, he would face nothing but swift destruction. Furthermore, Rishma knew better than anyone that the great Sultanate had been ruined by years of corruption and misrule. Even if Empress Regent Jahanara laboured night and day, turning back the tide of famine and rebellion was impossible. To make matters worse, Grand Vizier Mansur Ali controlled the civilian court and commanded vast regional garrisons. Whether the Empress Regent could even defeat the Vizier was entirely uncertain. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, Zayn transferred several heavy wooden barrels of fresh livestock blood collected by Ferrismire into his spatial sanctuary. Driving a dark tactical SUV out to a vast, open clearing on the plain, he pulled to a halt. With a wave of his hand and a soft shimmer of spatial energy, a heavy military supply truck loaded with grain and rice materialized before him with a sharp whoosh. With continuous flicks of his mind, truck after truck appeared in neat rows across the grass. Within minutes, 50 heavy military supply trucks stood parked in the clearing, loaded with provisions, grain, and drums of diesel fuel. Surveying the grand fleet, Zayn smiled with satisfaction. With another surge of spatial power, a massive striker armored personnel carrier materialized in the center of the field, its heavy steel plates and mounted cannon gleaming under the morning sun. Reaching into his jacket, Zayn pulled out a signal flare and fired it straight into the sky. Bang! A brilliant crimson flare burst against the clouds. Back in the city, the corps officers and co-wives had been eagerly awaiting his signal. Seeing the red flare rise over the plain, those trained in driving immediately started their engines. A dozen dark tactical SUVs sped out through the city gatehouse like flying arrows. Though they knew not what surprise Zayn had prepared, they knew it would be spectacular. Leading the convoy, Nusrat steered her SUV onto the open plain, letting out a sudden gasp of wonder. Merciful heavens! Her mouth hung open as she brought her vehicle to a halt. Standing atop a massive, dark iron war carriage of strange design was Zayn, while behind him stood a vast fleet of giant supply trucks stretching across the field. Beside her in the passenger seat, Rahana sat completely dazed. Look at those giant carriages. Nusrat took a breathless gulp, sighing with immense pride. My husband is truly a miracle worker. Leaping out of her SUV, Nusrat ran over to inspect the massive iron vehicle Zayn stood upon. The machine possessed a thick steel hull, heavy rubber wheels, and a long, formidable cannon barrel mounted atop its turret. Husband, what manner of iron carriage is this? Nusrat called out, her voice trembling with excitement. Rahana ran up beside her, gently touching the cold steel plates with wide, curious eyes. Zayn looked down at his fair co-wives, resting his hands behind his back with a warm smile. This is an armored personnel carrier, love. It is clad in heavy steel armor, mounts a rapid-fire cannon, and no bow or spear in the realm can pierce its skin. It is magnificent. Rahana clapped her hands in delight. Nusrat nodded vigorously, her chest heaving with excitement. With such terrifying iron beasts under their command, the day of conquering the entire province was close at hand. The remaining officers parked their SUVs and gathered around the fleet, letting out continuous shouts of awe. Driving such massive supply trucks across the battlefield would crush enemy infantry by sheer weight alone. Before long, the massive convoy lined up in formation and rolled slowly through the gates of Uttarpur city. At the very head of the procession drove the striker armoured personnel carrier, operated by Zayn himself. Its formidable steel outline and towering mounted cannon left the gathered citizens and shopkeepers along the thoroughfare thunderstruck. Standing near the bazaar, Fasaner and Rishma watched the spectacular procession roll past, their dark eyes filled with intense wonder. Fasaner turned to Litanmir standing nearby, asking softly, "Litan, which carriage is my husband driving?" Litanmir scratched his head, smiling proudly as he pointed at the lead armoured vehicle. "My lady, Master Zayn is almost certainly inside that heavy steel shell at the front." Rishma stared at the long, dark cannon barrel mounted on the lead vehicle, her dark brows knitting together in quiet awe. Can that iron tube truly blast down the walls of the imperial capital? Chapter 81. Is this a cannon? Litanmir scratched his head again, thinking to himself that the long metal tube atop the vehicle actually looked a bit like a siege battering ram. Yet that iron pole was terribly thin. Could a slender bar like that truly batter down a heavy timber gatehouse? He pondered it from every angle, feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. A second later, his dark eyes lit up with wild realization, as if he had stumbled upon an undiscovered continent. He declared excitedly, "My lady, if I am not mistaken, that is no battering ram, it is a cannon." A cannon? Fasaner and Rishma both turned to look at Litan, their eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. "Indeed, our master is a miracle worker. He creates mind-blowing inventions out of thin air. Look at those giant supply carriages. It is my very first time seeing them as well." Litan pointed ecstatically at the heavy military trucks rolling past in a steady column. Rishma stood silently by the thoroughfare, watching the steel torrent roll through the city, sheer shock flashing across her expressive dark eyes. She thought to herself, against such a liberation force, who in the entire realm could stand? Even if all 100,000 Imperial Guard sepoys attacked together, they would be swept away like dust. "Rishma, I told you my husband is a prodigy," Fasaner's excited voice chimed in. "I believe with absolute certainty that he shall forge a brand new dynasty the likes of which this world has never seen." Rishma glanced at her friend and offered a subtle nod, unable to dispute her words. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had reached a monumental decision. Before long, the lead armoured vehicle came to a smooth halt before the gates of the governor's mansion. As Zayn stepped down from the iron hull, a dark tactical SUV pulled up beside them with a sharp click of its brakes. Fasaner and Rishma stepped out together. Fasaner walked up to Zayn, pointing at the heavy cannon barrel mounted atop the armoured vehicle, looking up at him with wide, curious eyes. "Husband, is this a cannon?" Zayn was mildly surprised by her guess, but catching sight of Litanmir standing nearby, he understood how she had guessed it. He offered a warm smile. "Indeed, love, it is a cannon. As for this iron vehicle, it is called an armoured war chariot. When charging enemy lines, it can easily take the head of an opposing general." Fasaner offered a gentle nod, though her heart pounded with excitement. Seeing the horseless tactical SUVs had already left her speechless, but an armoured vehicle carrying a heavy cannon was simply beyond imagination. Litanmir stepped forward, looking at Zayn with eager eyes. "Master, how many of these war chariots do we possess?" Zayn chuckled softly. "As many as you require, Litan." Hearing those words, Fasaner and Rishma stood completely dazed for a long second. Though they had zero idea where these miraculous iron beasts originated, they knew with absolute certainty that no smithy in the entire Sultanate could ever forge such steel. "Master, that is magnificent," Litan exclaimed. "From now on, our artillerymen will not have to carry heavy rocket tubes on their shoulders." Zayn smiled warmly. "Go handpick a few sharp, reliable lads. I shall teach you how to drive these war chariots yourself." Litanmir nearly jumped for joy on the cobblestones. "Right away, master. I shall fetch them this instant." Zayn considered the matter briefly, deciding it was time to establish a dedicated armoured chariot battalion. Such heavy war gear required a commander of absolute loyalty. "Call Commander Dilwar Hossein as well," Zayn added. "Understood." Litan turned and ran down the street. Once Litan departed, Rishma pursed her soft lips, stepped forward, and looked up into Zayn's eyes, whispering in a low, timid voice, "Whose husband I shall go back to my quarters and write the letter to my father now." Zayn offered a warm, approving nod. Though a single letter was unlikely to force a senior Imperial Guard general into immediate surrender, it would deal a devastating blow to the garrison's psychological resolve in Darker. Fasaner smiled knowingly, a sweet, radiant curve touching her lips. 2 days later, 500 miles to the north, a solitary rider on a foam-flecked warhorse skidded to a halt outside the grand gates of the district court in Sylhet. The messenger dismounted frantically, sprinting straight into the main reception hall. Inside the court hall, Minister Suppan Arley was enjoying a cup of hot tea alongside Regional Governor Song when he spotted the secret scout rushing inside. Before the messenger could even catch his breath, Minister Suppan rose sharply from his carved chair, demanding eagerly, "Speak quickly. Was that rebel Zayn poisoned to death, or stabbed in his sleep?" The scout froze in his tracks, thinking to himself, "Poisoned. The man is thriving." Cupping his hands nervously, he stammered, "I reporting to my lord neither. The rebel leader Zayn is very much alive." "What?" Minister Suppin's face turned ghastly pale, a cold dread seizing his chest. Setting his teacup down with a heavy clatter, he stepped forward, asking frantically, "Do you know what became of Farzana and Rishma?" "My lord, they are alive and well," the scout reported. "They move freely through the city without a single chain or guard restricting them. They were seen walking through the bazaars alongside a rebel guard, chatting and laughing contentedly." Hearing this, Minister Suppin collapsed back into his carved chair, utterly dejected. It was a bitter, painful humiliation. Two of the capital's finest maidens had been completely won over by the rebel leader. Governor Songhi, standing beside him, rolled his eyes slightly, looking at Suppin. "Minister Suppin, could it be that the two maidens simply failed to find an opportunity to strike?" "Alas, I doubt that very much," Minister Suppin sighed, shaking his head. "When we departed that afternoon, I explicitly instructed Farzana that they must execute the assassination that very night. It seems our beauty trap has failed completely." Before the silence settled, the scout suddenly recalled another vital piece of intelligence, blurting out, "My lord, I also witnessed dozens of giant iron carriages in the city that move without horses or oxen. The massive ones look like iron storehouses, while the smaller ones look like sleek metal boxes." "Metal boxes, storehouses," Minister Suppin muttered under his breath, recalling the dark iron carriages he had spotted outside the governor's mansion. After a tense silence, Suppin stared at the scout. "Did you witness this with your own eyes?" "My lord, I swear it on mine life. Every word is true." Minister Suppin's brow knitted into deep, anxious lines. Turning to Governor Songhi, he said sternly, "Governor Song, you must accelerate all war preparations across Sylhet district. I shall ride back to Dharka immediately to report these developments to Her Imperial Highness. I shall urge the court to dispatch heavy reinforcements to your northern garrison at once." Governor Songhi cupped his hands hurriedly. "Your humble servant thanks Minister Suppin for his support." As Minister Suppin prepared to step into his carriage, Governor Songhi reluctantly presented a sealed clay jar of rare, high-grade rural tea leaves. "Minister Suppin, this is a rare treasure jar of aged rural duck-dun aroma tea. I assure you, it possesses an extraordinary flavour." Hearing the bizarre name duck-dun aroma, Minister Suppin looked mildly revolted, but offered a subtle nod to his attendant to accept the gift anywhere. A few days later, Minister Suppin finally made his way back through the grand gates of the capital city of Dharka. However, our express courier carrying a private letter had arrived at the capital a few hours ahead of him. Inside the grand estate of the Sufyan family, General Sufyan of the Imperial Guard finished reading the parchment in his hand. Blue veins as thick as chopsticks bulged along his forehead, his face contorting in apocalyptic rage. "That ungrateful girl. She has brought utter disgrace upon our noble line." General Sufyan roared, his teeth bared like a wounded tiger. "She will be the death of me." Beside him, Madame Sufyan's face filled with deep dread. "Husband, what has happened to our Rishma? Is she still alive?" "Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous," General Sufyan bellowed, slamming his fist onto the mahogany table. "How could I have raised such a shameless daughter? Had she died on the field, it would have been 100 times better. Husband, tell me, what did she write? Read it yourself." General Sufyan threw the letter onto her lap in towering fury. "The foolish girl is advising her own father to lead the Imperial Guard to surrender." Chapter 82, Foiled Plots and Desperate Appeals. Madame Sufyan read the parchment over and over again, scanning every line as if searching for some hidden, desperate clue. She simply refused to believe that her sweet, dutiful daughter could ever write such outrageous treason. After a long, heavy silence, she looked up at General Sufyan, her face etched with deep maternal worry. "My lord, could Arishma have been forced into writing this by the rebels?" General Sufyan glared at her, his eyes practically spitting fire. Forced. Even if a blade were pressed against her throat, a daughter of our house should choose death over yielding to rebels. The Sufyan family has served the Sultanate with unblemished loyalty for generations. When has our bloodline ever produced such a spineless coward? Madame Sufyan opened her mouth to speak, but the words died in her throat. She recalled the terrifying reports of the Imperial Guard's defeat in the south, matching them against her daughter's written warnings. "My lord," Madame Sufyan whispered timidly, "Rishma writes that the Liberation Force commands miraculous war gear. They carry automatic rifles, heavy field cannons, horseless iron carriages, and armoured war chariots clad in thick steel. She swears the crown cannot withstand them." Hearing this, General Sufyan's face contorted in sheer rage, the veins on his neck bulging violently. He slammed his heavy palm onto the mahogany table with a deafening bang. Nonsense. Utter, spineless rubbish. The general roared, baring his teeth. It is all fabricated by terrified cowards seeking an excuse for their own weakness. Shaken by his thunderous fury, Madame Sufyan lapsed into silence, silent tears streaming down her pale cheeks. She knew that if her daughter was alive in the rebel camp, her fate was bound to be grim. Meanwhile, General Sufyan paced the floorboards like a caged tiger, terror and anxiety gnawing at his heart. If Empress Regent Jahanara learned of this letter, no amount of pleading could clear his family name. His ancestral bloodline would be branded as traitors overnight. Taking a deep breath, General Sufyan snatched the parchment, stashed it inside his heavy silk tunic, and strode out of his estate, riding directly toward the imperial palace. Inside the private audience chamber of the royal palace, Empress Regent Jahanara sat upon her gilded throne, her fair, elegant face shrouded in a dark, stormy cloud. Minister Subhan Ali stood below, finishing his report. Jahanara had never anticipated that the rebel leader Zayn would prove so exceptionally difficult to handle. Her carefully planned assassination plot had failed completely without scratching a single hair on his head. Worse still, according to Subhan's report, the Liberation Force commanded miraculous, fire-spitting weapons and massive iron carriages that moved swiftly without horses or oxen. Minister Subhan was burning with quiet panic. The beauty trap had been his grand idea. Not only had the envoy returned empty-handed, but 2 highborn maidens had been handed over to the enemy for nothing. If Empress Regent Jahanara and General Sufyan decided to hold him accountable, his head would roll. He needed to divert their rage immediately. Stepping forward, Subhan declared with dramatic indignation, "Your Imperial Highness, that rebel rogue Zayn is arrogant beyond belief. He actually had the audacity to suggest that Your Imperial Highness abdicate the throne and surrender the realm to him." Jahanara's dark eyes flared with instant, terrifying fury. "Outrageous, Your Imperial Highness," Subhan pressed eagerly. "If the crown tolerates such insolence, what authority remains? The court must dispatch a massive army to raise his stronghold at once." Yet beneath her blazing anger, Jahanara remained sharp. Furious as she was, she could not act blindly, nor could she agree with Subhan's wild demands. The core problem was simple. What army could she possibly send? The Yellow Banner Rebellion in the northern provinces was already burning through her reserves, and now this formidable Zayn had risen in the south, sweeping through regional capitals with terrifying ease. Seeing Jahanara hesitate, Subhan added quickly, "Your Imperial Highness, since the beauty trap has been exposed, that rogue Zayn undoubtedly harbours deep resentment. We must." Before he could finish, a court eunuch hurried into the hall, bowing low. "Your Imperial Highness, General Sufyan of the Imperial Guard urgently requests an audience. Summon him at once." Jahanara commanded without a second's thought. Thinking of Rishma, a young noblewoman trapped in a rebel stronghold for the sake of the realm, Jahanara felt a pang of genuine guilt. She had already been considering how to bestow grand royal honours upon the Sufyan family to reward their sacrifice. A moment later, General Sufyan strode into the audience chamber, his heavy boots echoing off the marble floorboards, his face dark and drawn. "Your humble servant, Sufyan, pays respects to Your Imperial Highness." General Sufyan bowed, preparing to drop to his knees. Noticing his troubled posture, Jahanara raised a hand gently. "General Sufyan, there is no need for formal ceremonies today." General Sufyan froze, a wave of intense shame washing over his face. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness." Jahanara parted her soft lips, but realizing how deeply distressed the general must feel over his missing daughter, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Your Imperial Highness," her servant General Sufyan stammered, looking down as if burdened by an unbearable secret. Seeing his hesitation, Jahanara gestured for Minister Subhan and the attendants to withdraw from the hall. Once the heavy doors clicked shut, Jahanara said softly, "General Sufyan, I know you come to speak of Rishma. Rest assured, the crown shall construct a grand monument of honour in her name and bestow rich royal rewards upon your household." Hearing those words, General Sufyan felt his stomach drop into a pit of despair. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, his forehead touching the cold marble. "Your Imperial Highness, no, I beg you, do not." Sufyan cried, his voice trembling. Your servant is guilty of a grave crime." Jahanara's heart skipped a beat. A sudden, terrible thought crossed her mind as a mutiny erupted within the Imperial Guard. Stepping down from the dais, she walked over to him, asking urgently, "General Sufyan, of what crime could you possibly be guilty?" "Your Imperial Highness, my disgraced daughter, Rishma, has turned traitor. She has written a letter attempting to persuade me to capture Your Imperial Highness alive and lead the Imperial Guard to surrender." What? Jahanara's eyes widened in absolute shock, her fair face turning pale, then flushing with pure rage. First the rebel leader demanded her abdication, and now he plotted to capture her alive. The arrogance was beyond comprehension. Seeing Jahanara stand frozen in silent fury, General Sufyan pressed his forehead deeper into the stone. Your Imperial Highness, I dare not conceal this treachery. This is the letter written by my rebellious daughter. Reaching into his tunic, he presented the parchment with both hands. Jahanara snatched the letter and scanned the lines rapidly. The more she read, the darker her face became, her chest heaving with rapid, agitated breaths. Insolent fools, Jahanara hissed, her voice trembling with cold rage. There are always treacherous snakes plotting against my throne. Her anger was directed entirely at Zayn, not the young maiden. The rebel leader's tone was outrageously bold. Not only did he plot to swallow the Imperial Guard, but he openly fantasized about taking her captive. General Sufyan bowed frantically. Your servant failed to raise his daughter with proper discipline. I humbly submit to your Imperial Highness's punishment. Jahanara took a long, deep breath, forcing her racing pulse to steady as she analysed the contents of the letter. Beyond the call to surrender, the letter detailed the Liberation Force's terrifying weapons, their continuous fire rifles, heavy field cannons, and steel war chariots. The description matched Minister Subhan's report down to the finest detail, confirming the bleak reality of the enemy's strength. Furthermore, General Sufyan's immediate, transparent honesty proved beyond doubt that his personal loyalty to the crown remained absolute. Stepping forward, Jahanara reached down with a soft hand, helping the old general to his feet. General Sufyan is a devoted patriot. What crime could you possibly have committed? Rise at once. My deepest thanks to your Imperial Highness. General Sufyan exhaled in profound relief, scrambling up from the marble floor. Jahanara turned, pacing slowly across the hall, before turning back to face him. General Sufyan, what strategic counsel do you offer regarding this rebel leader, Zayn? General Sufyan weighed his words carefully before speaking. Your Imperial Highness, in your servant's humble opinion, our immediate priority must be to stabilize the southern front and prevent Zayn from marching north. Therefore, offering a formal amnesty remains our best course. He added quickly, however, it cannot be an empty gesture like last time. To buy true time, the crown must demonstrate genuine sincerity. Jahanara shook her head inwardly, a bitter smile touching her lips. After our last attempt at assassination, we've exposed, do you truly believe that rogue Zayn would ever accept another royal amnesty? Your Imperial Highness, we have no other choice at present. General Sufyan sighed deeply. We can only try. Chapter 83, The Iron Vanguard. Empress Regent Jahanara weighed the options repeatedly, finding no better alternative than to test General Sufyan's suggestion. General Sufyan, she asked, who among your ranks do you deem suitable to lead this mission? General Sufyan pondered briefly before replying. Your Imperial Highness, my eldest son, Commander Farag Sufyan, possesses both strategic intellect and battle-tested bravery. I guarantee he is capable of executing this vital assignment. Splendid. The entire Sufyan bloodline is devoted and courageous. Your service brings great comfort to the crown. Jahanara's voice carried genuine relief and excitement. For the glory of the Sultanate and the peace of the realm, Your Imperial Highness, my household shall not hesitate even if it means marching through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. In truth, General Sufyan held his own private motive. He needed to ascertain whether his daughter Rishma had truly been coerced or if she had voluntarily surrendered to the rebel leader. Sending his own eldest son was the only way to uncover the unvanished truth. Meanwhile, back in Dakshanpur, Zayn dispatched Humayun and Captain Zohulmir to launch swift, offensive strikes against the surrounding territories. In less than 10 days, all 13 counties of Dakshanpur district fell under the control of the Liberation Force. Their fame resounded far and wide across the land. Common folk across the southern provinces spoke in hushed, hopeful tones of two great powers reshaping the world, Amir Hamza of the Yellow Banner Rebellion in the north, and the formidable scholar Zayn in the south. During those 10 days, Zayn kept himself fully occupied, personally training his men in operating the tactical vehicles and firing heavy artillery. From his spatial sanctuary, he retrieved 10 additional striker armoured personnel carriers to form the Liberation Force's first official armoured chariot battalion. Though 10 iron beasts was a modest number, it was more than enough to dominate any battlefield in the region. On this particular morning, Zayn organised a live-fire drill for the armoured battalion outside the West Gate. As Zayn climbed up the rampart stairs accompanied by his co-wives, a scout came sprinting down the stone steps to report. Master Zayn, an Imperial envoy from Dharka has arrived outside the city gates. We await your commands. What manner of royal envoy? Zayn scoffed. Tell him to turn his horse around and clear off. If he refuses, deploy the field guns and blow his escort into the mud. Master, the envoy claims to be Commander Farouk Sufyan. Zayn's dark brows rose slightly as he glanced at Rishma standing beside him. Rishma stood thoroughly stunned. She had never expected her eldest brother to ride south as an envoy. A wave of complex emotions churned in her chest. She knew not whether his arrival was a blessing or a curse. Her family's devotion to the crown ran deep. Persuading her brother to surrender would be far from easy. As for her own situation, she was still processing how quickly her heart had shifted towards Zayn. Husband, Rishma whispered anxiously. He is my eldest brother. Zayn offered a warm smile. Since his new brother-in-law had ridden all the way from the capital, meeting him was harmless, and it presented an ideal opportunity to show off the terrifying power of his new armoured chariots. Grant him entry then, Zayn commanded smoothly, stepping onto the battlements. Looking out from the high stone ramparts, 10 dark steel armoured war chariots stood arrayed in a disciplined line outside the city moat. On a distant hillside opposite the gates, a massive, glaring white target had been painted against the rock face. Nusrat, Rahaner, and Fasaner leaned over the stone parapet, their dark eyes sparkling with eager anticipation as they waited for the heavy cannons to fire. Still, a quiet doubt lingered in their minds. Could the cannons, mounted atop these iron vehicles, truly strike a target 4 or 5 miles away? Commander Farouk Sufyan took in every detail as he was escorted through the city gates. He had already spotted the mysterious, dark iron vehicles rumoured to command supernatural power, feeling a deep, skeptical confusion. Can those strange metal boxes truly destroy entire armies? Passing beneath the shadow of the gatehouse, he also noted a row of heavy supply trucks parked neatly inside the courtyard. Before long, Farouk Sufyan ascended the stone ramp to the ramparts, clad in gleaming silver armour and a heavy silk mantle, exuding stern military authority. Spotting him, Rishma hurried to his side, calling out warmly, "Eldest brother." Farouk's face remained cold as granite. The look he cast upon his younger sister was filled with sharp disappointment and stern disapproval, as if she had brought deep shame upon their bloodline. Turning his gaze toward the tall, handsome young scholar standing amidst a cluster of fair ladies, Farouk knew without a doubt that this was the formidable rebel leader, Zayn. Noticing her brother's cold stare, Rishma quickly pointed to Zayn, introducing him in a timid, lowered voice. "Eldest brother, this is the Marquis of Dakshanpur and also my husband." Anticipating his rage, her voice trailed off to a barely audible murmur by the end. "Husband?" Farouk's eyes bulged in utter disbelief. He nearly choked on his own breath from sheer anger. He had never imagined, not in his wildest, most humiliating nightmares, that his sister had not only failed her assassination mission, but had openly acknowledged the rebel leader as her wedded husband. It was an absolute disgrace to the Sufyan family. Yet reminding himself of his crucial mission, he forced his rising temper down, knowing that reckless rage would ruin the crown's negotiations. Stiffly cupping his hands towards Zayn and Fasaner, Farouk declared in a cold, formal tone, "Commander Farouk Sufyan offers greetings to the Marquis of Dakshanpur and Princess Parasar." "Save your formal greetings," Zayn interrupted with a dismissive wave. "I claim no title of Marquis of Dakshanpur. State the true purpose of your ride." "I come bearing a formal royal decree of amnesty from Her Imperial Highness," Farouk announced, raising his cupped hands toward the sky, maintaining a proud, unyielding posture. "Amnesty again," Zayn chuckled dryly. "Is the Empress Regent attempting to send another pair of fair maidens to slip poison into my cup?" Hearing those words, Farouk silently cursed the foolish courtier who had devised the failed beauty trap, which had compromised his sister and made negotiations 10 times harder. He stole a bewildered glance at Rishma and Fasaner. Why did both noble maidens look so thoroughly contented and devoted to the rebel leader? It made zero sense. Clearing his throat, Farouk pressed on. "My Lord, Her Imperial Highness acted upon floored counsel from corrupt ministers, which led to that unfortunate misunderstanding. Recognizing her error, Her Imperial Highness now formally elevates your title, appointing you as the Grand Nawab of Dakshanpur." Zayn's lips curled into a cold, contemptuous smile. "Have you finished your speech?" Farouk's heart sank slightly. The rebel leader showed zero interest in royal titles, looking upon the offer with pure disdain. Yet bound by his orders, Farouk tried to speak again. "My Lord Nawab, Her Imperial Highness genuinely seeks to restore peace across the realm." "Enough!" Zayn cut him off with a firm gesture. "I've heard these hollow promises 100 times. However, since you've ridden all the way from Darker, I shall not let you leave without a proper display." Turning to Lytton Mere, Zayn commanded, "Lytton, fire the signal flare. Commence the live fire exercise." "Understood, Master." Lytton Mere cheered loudly, eager to witness 10 heavy armoured chariots discharging their main guns simultaneously. Farouk's brow furrowed in dark annoyance. It was obvious the rebel leader held the crown's authority in complete contempt. Bang! A signal flare shot into the sky, bursting into a brilliant crimson star against the clouds. Farrukh glanced up at the display with mild curiosity, though he brushed it off as a mere theatrical trick. Zayn and his co-wives stepped over to the stone parapet, looking out with eager eyes. Farrukh had no choice but to follow them to the wall. Rishma walked softly to her brother's side, handing him a pair of sleek brass field binoculars. Eldest brother used these binoculars and looked toward the white target on the distant hillside. Farrukh shot her an annoyed glare first, expressing his deep displeasure over her marriage. Still, curious about the strange brass tubes, he accepted them. What manner of tool is this? It is a pair of field binoculars, brother. It allows you to see distant landscapes as if they were standing right before your eyes. Farrukh held the brass binoculars to his eyes, adjusting his view. Can such small glasses truly carry one's sight miles away? Try them and see for yourself. Rishma replied softly. Outside the city moat, Commander Dilwar Hossain had been waiting for this thrilling moment. Seeing the signal flare burst overhead, he drew his saber and bellowed. Target locked. All batteries fire. Boom. 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 10 heavy cannons discharged simultaneously, shaking the ground beneath the city walls. Within seconds, the distant hillside 4 miles away exploded into a roaring inferno of dust, fire, and shattered rock. Smoke billowed into the sky as the impact pulverized the white target. The watching guards along the ramparts let out continuous shouts of pure awe. The display was utterly magnificent. To strike a target 4 miles away with such terrifying precision meant any enemy force gathered on that slope would have been erased in seconds. Up on the ramparts, Farrukh Sufyan stood frozen, his mouth hanging wide open to the binoculars, wide enough to fit a duck egg. The rumours were indisputably true. The Liberation Force commanded armoured war chariots equipped with devastating heavy cannons. Before Farrukh could recover from his shock, the 10 armoured vehicles engaged their diesel engines, demonstrating mobile firing tactics. Commander Dilwar Hossain stood in the hatch of the lead vehicle, roaring, "Advance formation. Fire on the move." Boom. The lead cannon fired while bouncing over a ridge, the shell detonating high above the hillside target. Dilwar winced in embarrassment. Blast it. Missed the mark. Reload quickly and lock target again. Right away, Commander. Farrukh Sufyan stared through his binoculars in absolute, paralyzing horror. As his sister's letter had warned, these massive iron beasts moved at terrifying speeds without horses or oxen and could discharge thunderous cannons while galloping across open terrain. Chapter 84. See you in darker. Boom. Boom. The moving armoured chariots fired continuously at the hillside, the deafening roars echoing across the valley. Clouds of dust and shattered rock billowed where the explosive cells detonated, creating a dramatic, terrifying spectacle. Though their accuracy on the move was far from perfect, achieving such results with raw recruits in a matter of days was remarkably impressive. Zayn nodded with quiet satisfaction. With a few more weeks of drill, these gunners would become unstoppable tigers once they crewed the war chariots in open battle. Farrukh Sufyan stood frozen on the ramparts, his jaws slack. Eldest brother, Rishma's soft voice broke the silence. I did not deceive you. Now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, isn't it even more terrifying than what I wrote in my letter? Farrukh offered no reply, his dark eyes locked onto the smoking hillside as thoughts raced through his mind. Seeing his silent turmoil, Rishma pursed her soft lips and added, Eldest brother, the great Sultanate's destiny is completely exhausted. If Her Imperial Highness abdicates the throne peacefully, not only will she live out her days in comfort, but ordinary families across the realm will be spared the horrors of war. Farrukh's face flushed bright red with sudden outrage. Before she could finish, he shot her a furious glare, snapping sharply, Silence. Hold your tongue. Rishma flinched, her dark eyes instinctively turning towards Zayn as if seeking protection. Zayn took 2 measured steps toward Farrukh, asking in a calm, level tone, Tell me, Commander Farrukh, can your royal court ensure that every ordinary family in the land is fed? Farrukh's face turned dark. He parted his lips to speak, then clamped them shut, unable to utter a single word. If the common folk were well fed and peaceful, who would ever risk execution to raise rebel banners? Zayn's question exposed the complete failure of the throne. You cannot, Zayn declared calmly, but I can. Pointing down at the bustling streets of Uttarpur, Zayn added with absolute confidence, Walk through the bazaars yourself. If you find a single starving beggar wandering Uttarpur city today, I shall concede defeat. Over the past fortnight, Zayn had opened the government granaries, providing immediate famine relief across the district. Destitute elders and orphans had been placed in clean communal quarters, while able-bodied men were given honest work in civic construction or enlisted in the ranks. The hordes of gaunt beggars that had once lined the thoroughfares were completely gone. Farrukh turned to look at Rishma, seeking verification. Rishma offered a quiet, firm nod, confirming every word. Farrokh knew his sister inside out. Her expressive eyes held zero deceit. Zayn smiled, turning to Mir. Lytton, show our guest another demonstration. Mir scratched his head, looking flustered. Master, I don't know any folk dances. Zayn let out a hearty laugh. How about a little target practice with the light automatic rifles? Ah, right you are, Master. That I can do. Lytton grinned. Within minutes, several thick wooden target planks were erected along the battlements. Stepping up to the mark, Mir and 4 marksmen from the Divine Marksman Corps raised their automatic rifles, pulling the triggers. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Lead rounds tore through the air, pulverizing the wooden targets into flying splinters within seconds. Farrokh Sufyan flinched, his heart hammering against his ribs as his eyes widened in absolute horror. Against such relentless lead hail, let alone his Imperial Guard sepoys, even a legendary host of heavenly warriors would be mown down like grass. Taking in his thunderstruck expression, Zayn decided to give him one final demonstration. Lytton, let us show him a bit of grenade fishing in the moat. Lytton grinned broadly, ordering a squad of marksmen to step forward. A dozen red-clad soldiers lined up along the parapet, pulling pineapple fragmentation grenades from their tactical vests. Farrokh's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the iron cylinders in their hands. He doubted whether dropping small iron lumps into the water could accomplish anything. Throw, Lytton bellowed. Swoosh, a dozen iron cylinders arced through the air, plunging into the deep waters of the moat. Boom, 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 boom. Geysers of water erupted high into the air as explosive shockwaves rippled through the river, sending stunned fish floating to the surface. Farrokh stood paralyzed, questioning his very senses. Everything he had witnessed on these walls defied all conventional military understanding. Rishma had not exaggerated a single detail. Against such terrifying, fire-spitting power, marching the Imperial Guard against the Liberation Force would be like smashing an egg against a granite boulder. Sheer, suicidal madness. Zayn looked Farrokh dead in the eye, offering a calm, terrifyingly confident smile. Commander Farrokh, I shall see you in Darker. With that, Zayn turned on his heel and walked down the stone ramp. Farrokh stood stunned. The rebel leader was casually dismissing him, yet having failed to secure any agreement, how could he ride back to Darker empty-handed? Desperate, he cast a pleading look toward Rishma. Catching her brother's look, Rishma quickly hurried after Zayn down the ramp. Husband, my eldest brother has ridden hundreds of miles from the capital. Could we grant him rest inside the compound for a single night before he departs? Seeing her gentle, dutiful demeanor, Zayn smiled warmly and nodded. Fair enough, love. He may stay tonight. Thank you, husband. Rishma beamed. As night fell across Uttarpur, Zayn strolled along the inner veranda toward his private study, planning to enter his spatial sanctuary to check on its expansion. Halfway down the corridor, a soft, delicate gasp echoed from the garden pavilion. Oh my! Following the soft sound, Zayn spotted Begum Bilk was sitting on the marble steps of the moonlit garden pavilion. Stepping into the courtyard, he asked, "What troubles you, Begum?" As he spoke, his eyes caught her alluring posture. She wore a fine silk gown that accentuated her lush, shapely silhouette, her smooth skin glowing beneath the moonlight. Begum Bilk was looked up at Zayn with a piteous, delicate expression, her expressive dark eyes glistening. Master Zayn, I accidentally twisted my ankle on the stone steps. Zayn raised an eyebrow, amused by her obvious temptation. Can you stand, love? It aches terribly, she whimpered softly. Come, Zayn smiled, reaching down to help her up. Let us sit in my study and examine it. Hearing those words, Begum Bilquis felt a thrill of victory run through her veins. She had waited in the garden specifically for him, determined to catch his eye. Ever since he had spared her life during the capture of the governor's mansion, he had not set foot in her private quarters, leaving her restless and anxious every night. Realizing she had to take the initiative, she smiled inwardly, ready to capture his heart completely. Chapter 85. Begum Bilquis is truly satisfying. Meanwhile, an anxious Commander Farrokh sought out his sister Ishma, pressing her to arrange another private audience with Zayn. Deep down, Farrokh understood that if he failed to persuade the rebel commander to pledge allegiance to the crown, the great sultanate was truly doomed. Rishma understood her brother's intentions well enough, but she also knew Zayn's mind. For Zayn to bow to Darker was an utter impossibility. Yet a hopeful thought crossed her mind. What if, instead, Master Zayn persuades my brother to join our cause? If Farrokh defected, not only would the Sufyan bloodline be spared from ruin, but the Imperial Guard would switch allegiance, instantly multiplying the Liberation Force's strength. Thus, come what may, she had to bring the two men together again. Rishma led Farrokh to the central hall of the compound, but found the chamber empty. Little sister, is the Nawab hiding from me on purpose? Farrokh asked, his face etched with mounting anxiety. Rishma shook her head gently, thinking to herself that her brother overestimated his importance in Zayn's eyes. Still, since he was her eldest brother, she kept the thought to herself. Stepping out onto the veranda, she asked a guard posted nearby, "Do you know where my husband might be?" Replying to Lady Rishma, "Master Zayn is likely in his private study." The guard bowed. Hearing this, Farrukh's anxious expression eased slightly. As long as he could secure a face-to-face meeting, a glimmer of hope remained. Before long, brother and sister arrived before the teak door of Zayn's private study. Rishma raised her hand to knock, but her dark brows suddenly quivered. Her delicate hand froze in midair, a deep, burning blush rushing up her neck to the very roots of her ears. Echoing through the timber door came the unambiguous, breathless gasps and delicate, rhythmic moans of a woman in the throes of passion. Rishma recognized the sound all too well. Master Zayn was busy engaging in a fierce private, sparring match inside. Standing beside her, Farrukh froze in shock. Hearing the unmistakable sounds, his own face flushed bright crimson with utter embarrassment. They had found the rebel leader, but the man was occupied with rather intense private business. Farrukh stood torn between fury and helplessness, staring blankly at his sister. A wild urge flared up inside him to kick the door open, but possessing no sidearm and remembering Zayn's automatic rifles, he wisely kept his hand to himself. Daring not linger outside the door, Rishma caught Farrukh's sleeve and tugged him down the corridor. "Look at that, sister." Farrukh hissed under his breath, pointing indignantly back at the study. "The man is a shameless rogue. Carrying on like that in a study, of all places HMPH, it is an absolute disgrace to proper decorum. Eldest brother, I will not have you speaking about my husband like that." Rishma rolled her dark eyes, shooting him a sharp glance. "The late Sultan maintained 3,000 concubines in his palace harem. Why did he never complain about decorum then? Have you forgotten how his late majesty met his end?" Farrukh opened his mouth to retort, but found himself completely speechless. Truth be told, his sister's words carried undeniable weight. The late Sultan had been notoriously decadent and unrestrained. Furthermore, Zayn had not seized innocent village maidens by force. Where he chose to enjoy his co-wives was entirely his own affair. Glancing back toward the study, Rishma pursed her soft lips. "Eldest brother, you've ridden hundreds of miles and must be exhausted. Why not return to your guest quarters and rest? You may speak with my husband at dawn." Farrukh's brow furrowed tightly. Fearing what fresh complications might arise by tomorrow, he refused to budge. "No," he insisted stubbornly. "I shall wait right here." Rishma offered a helpless sigh, leading him over to the marble garden pavilion nearby. Half an hour trickled past, yet the study door remained firmly shut. Unable to contain his impatience, Farrukh rose from the marble bench, pacing back and forth across the courtyard with his hands thrust behind his back. Rishma, having long grown accustomed to Zayn's formidable stamina, remained seated with quiet, serene patience. Another full hour slipped away before the breathless commotion inside the study finally quieted down. Adjusting her silk gown, Begum Bilquis stepped out onto the veranda, limping slightly as she leaned against the wall for support. She had boasted to herself that she would have him leaning against the wall, yet she was the one stumbling out. Still, her expressive dark eyes shimmered with radiant, blissful contentment. Zayn stood at the study door, watching her slightly unsteady retreat with an amused smirk. He chuckled to himself softly. Begum Bilquis is truly satisfying. Chapter 86, Traces on the Floorboards. Before long, Rishma and Commander Farrukh, sitting in the garden pavilion, spotted Begum Bilquis limping along the veranda with considerable difficulty. Rishma stood stunned. She had never expected to see Bilquis stepping out of the private study, let alone in such an exhausted, disheveled state. It was no wonder the delicate cries echoing through the timber door earlier had sounded so piteous. Spotting the brother and sister, Bilquis panicked inwardly. Suppressing the lingering soreness, she forced herself to stand upright and maintain as normal a demeanor as possible. "Is that you, Begum Bilquis?" Rishma walked down the pavilion steps, staring at her in bewilderment. Bilquis froze. Did she hear everything inside? She had been entirely uninhibited earlier. If someone had listened, how utterly embarrassing. Forcing a serene, graceful smile, Bilquis chuckled softly. "Lady Rishma, it is indeed me. Do you not recognize me?" "Of course I recognize you." But Rishma hesitated, glancing at her brother before speaking cautiously. "I mean, with the man present." Rishma found it difficult to speak plainly. Bilquis offered an awkward smile, her fair cheeks flushing rosy pink. "I am not quite sure what you mean, my lady." Rishma instinctively glanced back toward the study, looking thoroughly speechless. "Were you not just inside the study with my husband?" No, absolutely not." Bilquis waved her hands frantically, her round, delicate face turning bright red. I have never even set foot inside the master's private study. Rishma knew she was lying, but lacking any desire to debate the matter, she shot her brother a subtle glance and walked toward the study door. Once brother and sister moved away, Bilquis patted her chest, letting out a long, shuddering sigh of relief. Yet recalling the intense, overwhelming passion of the past hour, her expressive dark eyes shimmered with radiant warmth. Walking beside his sister, Varric asked in a low voice, "Little sister, who was that fair lady?" He thought to himself that she possessed a captivating, exquisite grace. The more he looked, the more striking she appeared. Rishma recalled the capture of the governor's mansion, replying softly, "Her name is Bilquis. She was wedded to the late regional governor Luciui." "What?" Varric gasped in absolute shock. "A rogue. The rebel leader is an absolute rogue." Rishma declined to argue further. He could hurl whatever insults he pleased. A moment later, the two arrived back at the study door. Rishma knocked repeatedly, but no answer came from within. "That is strange." Rishma knitted her dark brows. "I certainly did not see my husband leave this study." "Little sister, is the Nawab avoiding me on purpose?" Varric's tone grew increasingly anxious. Rishma shook her head, her soft lips parting. "Eldest brother, you worry too much." Yet remembering Bilquis's limping retreat, a sudden doubt crossed Rishma's mind. Had Master Zain completely exhausted himself during his private sparring match? Reaching out, she pushed the teak door firmly. It swung open with a heavy creak. To their complete surprise, the study stood empty. "Ha! Where has my husband gone?" Rishma looked left and right, thoroughly bewildered. She had watched the veranda the entire time, and had certainly not seen him step outside. Where could he have vanished to? Stepping up to the mahogany desk, her eyes fell upon a noticeable puddle of spilled water splattered across the floorboards. Varric stood dejected. Having waited half the night only to find an empty room, his mission was clearly at an end. "Little sister, let us drop the matter. I shall depart for the capital at first light tomorrow." Pausing, Varric added sternly, "And you are riding back to Dharka with me." Rishma immediately shook her head in refusal. "Eldest brother, I cannot return with you. As the old proverb says, once a woman marries, she belongs to her husband's house. Whatever the future holds, I shall remain by my husband's side for the rest of my days." Varric's words caught in his throat. He realized with bitter clarity that his sister's heart had been won over completely. Though the Liberation Force's miraculous weapons were truly unstoppable, such a total shift in loyalty was hard for him to accept. A second later, his gaze hardened, his voice rising with fierce resolve. "The Sufyan family shall never align with rebels. Whatever happens, I, Varric Sufyan, swear to defend the imperial capital to my last breath and protect her imperial highness to the death." Rishma shook her head helplessly. "Eldest brother, you understand the strength of the Liberation Force better than anyone. Even if the Imperial Guard boasts 100,000 sepoys, how long could they stand against automatic rifles and heavy cannons? Throwing yourselves against my husband's army is like a praying mantis trying to stop an iron chariot. Sheer, tragic foolishness." Varric's face flushed with sudden anger. "Insolent girl, are you still a daughter of the Sufyan house or not?" Rishma's eyes darkened, her tone rising in reasoned defense. "Precisely because I am a daughter of the Sufyan family, I refused to watch our bloodline throw away the lives of hundreds of kinsmen for a rotten, dying dynasty." Fine. Varric gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with bitter rage. "If that is your choice, we shall meet on the battlefield as enemies." Glaring at her with deep disappointment, Varric turned on his heel and strode toward the courtyard gate. "Eldest brother," Rishma called out helplessly, watching his retreating back. Suddenly, a soft whoosh echoed from behind her, as if someone had materialized out of thin air. Rishma turned her head instinctively, her dark eyes widening in pure shock. Her fair frame shuddered, her expression looking as if she had just seen a ghost. "Whose husband?" The study had been empty a second ago, yet Zayn was now standing casually beside the desk. Hearing his sister's gasp, Varric turned around, stopping dead in his tracks, equally stunned. "Husband, are you all right?" Rishma hurried to Zayn's side, grabbing his broad hand in deep concern. Zayn chuckled softly. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Love, where were you just now?" "Eldest brother, and I searched the room and saw no one. How did you suddenly appear?" "Ah, that is my little secret, love." Zayn offered a mysterious smile. He had merely stepped into his internal spatial dimension for a brief moment, unaware that anyone had entered the study. His brief visit to the spatial sanctuary had yielded remarkable discoveries. The dimensional mist had receded significantly, revealing a vast, lush grove of blood-red spatial banana trees. Every tree was heavy with vibrant crimson fruit, an endless harvest that could never be exhausted. Varric Sufyan stepped forward, his eyes fixing on Zayn. Nawab of Dakshanpur, I can see you're a leader who truly cares for ordinary families across the realm. Zayn raised an eyebrow, amused. What are you driving at, Commander? Since you hold the welfare of the people in your heart, I implore you to lead your army north to crush the Yellow Banner Rebellion and spare the common folk from further war. Zayn stood utterly speechless. Did the man genuinely expect him to act as an imperial mercenary to salvage a dying sultanate? Chapter 87, Joyful Blessings. Songjiang, Commander Farrokh Sufyan asked, looking utterly baffled. Who on earth is Songjiang? Are just an old legend about a turncoat, Zayn waved off casually. Farrokh, unable to make sense of the reference, returned to his primary argument. Cupping his hands formally, he pleaded, Nawab of Dakshanpur, for the sake of ordinary families across the realm, I implore you to march north and help the crown crush Amir Hamza's Yellow Banner Rebellion. To hell with your plan, Zayn barked, thoroughly exasperated. He had assumed Farrokh was a sharp, pragmatic military mind, but the man proved to be a stubborn, inflexible traditionalist. Looking down at him with an icy glare, Zayn sneered, Amir Hamza is currently tying down 200,000 imperial troops in the north, and you expect me to do the court's dirty work and eliminate him? No, 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 my friend. I intend to march straight into Dharka and take the throne myself. Farrokh's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, his posture tensing as if ready to strike. Zayn merely curled his lip. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a sleek semi-automatic pistol materialized instantly in his right hand, the cold metal barrel gleaming in the oil lamp's light. Rishma's heart skipped a beat at the sudden escalation. She had not even seen Zayn draw the weapon. It had appeared in his grip in a split second, as if conjured from thin air. Farrokh's stern expression shattered into pure, unadulterated shock. Pointing a trembling finger at Zayn's hand, he stammered, Why, where did you pull that pistol from? Zayn had zero intention of explaining his spatial sanctuary. With a cool, dismissive smirk, he declared, Ride back to Dharka and deliver a clear message to your Empress Regent. Those who submit shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish. Farrokh's face contorted in furious indignation. You seek to overturn the natural order of heaven and earth. You are nothing but a shameless rebel. Commander Farrokh, Zayn replied smoothly, since you insist on clinging to blind, foolish loyalty, I have nothing further to say to you. We shall settle this on the battlefield. With that, Zayn gestured toward the door. His face dark as thunder, Farrokh let out a bitter scoff, turned on his heel, and strode out of the study. Eldest brother Shma made a move to chase after him, but Zayn reached out a broad arm, pulling her back into his embrace. Let him go, love. Now come show me to your bedchamber. Catching the warm, mischievous gleam in his dark eyes, Rishma understood his intent, yet remembering that he had just spent over an hour engaging in a fierce private session with Begum Bilquiz, she worried he might be completely exhausted. Parting her soft lips, she suggested timidly, Husband, you must be terribly fatigued from earlier. Could we perhaps wait until tomorrow evening? Nonsense, love, Zayn chuckled, a cheeky smile touching his lips. We shall simply share a couple of red spatial bananas first. Zayn knew his internal sanctuary held an endless supply of the magical red fruit. Ever since he had begun eating the spatial bananas, his physical stamina and vitality had soared to supernatural levels. Even without consuming one immediately, he possessed more than enough energy to go 3 intense rounds with her. A deep blush rushed across Rishma's cheeks as she whispered softly, Then should I fetch Vasana as well? Splendid idea, love. The more, the merrier. The following morning, Zayn stepped into the main reception hall of the governor's mansion, finding Captain Sohelmir already waiting in a carved mahogany chair. Brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night? Sohelmir rose with a broad, beaming grin. Zayn knew instantly that his brother-in-law was eyeing the arsenal. Brother Sohel, standing here at dawn, do you have urgent news to report? Sohelmir chuckled, scratching his neck in mild embarrassment. Well, it isn't life or death, but it is certainly pressing. Cut the fluff, Zayn smiled. You want firearms for your line infantry, don't you? Sohelmir grinned sheepishly. Brother-in-law, Humayun's divine marksman already commands 600 automatic rifles. Look at my division, I only carry this single pistol at my hip. You can't be so blatantly biased toward Humayun, can you? Zayn had purposely delayed issuing rifles to Sohel's division to grant him sufficient time to integrate the thousands of surrendered garrison troops. Distributing modern firearms to unvetted recruits was a recipe for disaster. How is the training and discipline among your new regiments? Zayn asked. Brother-in-law, set your heart at ease, Sohelmir declared proudly. Every man is beastly loyal. They enjoy fresh mutton, white rice, clean quarters, and receive their monthly wages right on time. Across the entire Sultanate, our army is the only place where soldiers are treated like human beings. He offered a flattering grin. So what do you think? Can we begin distributing the rifles to my men? Zayn weighed the strategic situation. Marching north towards the capital would require deep penetration into enemy territory. If a garrison revolt or enemy raid occurred at his rear base in Dakshanpur, he would be too far away to return in time. Ensuring his home base was unbreakable required arming the entire garrison with modern firepower. Looking at Soholmir, Zayn smiled smoothly. I shall assign 5,000 automatic rifles to your division. Soholmir's eyes bulged in absolute shock. 5,000. You heard correctly. 5,000 rifles. Har har har. 5,000. Soholmir bellowed in wild ecstasy. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Har har har. Imagining 5,000 rifles discharging simultaneously on an open battlefield, Soholmir felt a thrill of pure triumph run through his veins. Over the next few days, Zayn transferred fresh barrels of livestock blood into his spatial sanctuary, withdrawing massive crates of automatic rifles, ammunition, and tactical supplies. Furthermore, he dispatched Litton Muir alongside a squad of marksmen to escort his family, including young Ayesher and his other co-wives, from the rural village to the fortified district capital of Uttarpur. With its high stone walls, thick defences, and heavily armed garrison, Uttarpur provided absolute safety for his household. A few days later, a convoy of dark tactical vehicles rolled smoothly through the south gate of Uttarpur, driving down the central thoroughfare toward the governor's mansion. As the vehicles pulled up, several familiar figures stepped out into the courtyard. Walking into the main hall, they joined Zayn, Nusrat, Rehana, Fazana, and Rushma. Standing among the newcomers was young Ayesher, her fair face glowing with a sweet, radiant smile. Stepping up to Zayn, she lowered her head, whispering with bashful joy, "Husband, I am with child Tilda." Zayn froze for a second, his dark eyes lighting up with intense excitement. "Truly, Ayesher, love." Ayesher offered a gentle, blushing nod. "Yes, you are going to be a father, Tilda." Before Zayn could celebrate, another soft, melodious voice chimed in. It was Shirin, stepping forward with a shy smile. "Husband, I am also with child Tilda." Before Zayn could process the double blessing, his third co-wife, Rhubarber, parted her soft crimson lips with a gentle blush. "Husband, I am carrying your child as well." Merciful heavens! Zayn gasped, looking between his co-wives in sheer delight and amazement. 4 blessings at once. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. He had never dreamed that all 3 of his village co-wives would prove to be expecting at the exact same time. Suddenly, a 4th young woman from the rural village, Gentle Coulson, stepped forward, her face turning bright crimson as she stammered in a barely audible whisper. "Husband, I am with child too." "Ha!" Ayesher, Shirin, Rhubarber, and the other ladies stood completely dazed, their expressive dark eyes wide with utter shock, having known nothing about Coulson's condition. Chapter 88. The Western Expedition. Zayn's heart had barely settled after the first 3 announcements when Coulson's soft confession hit him like another bolt of lightning. Good grief, Zayn thought to himself, grinning ear to ear. If we keep up this pace, I'll need to build a school inside the compound just for my own children. Fazana, Rushma, and Begum Bilquis stood stunned by the doorway. Meanwhile, a faint flicker of envy and quiet longing glinted in the eyes of Nusrat and Rehana. Though all 4 village maidens were now expecting, the 2 of them had yet to conceive. Naturally, both wished to bear Zayn's child and secure their place in his heart. Looking at his hall filled with fair, devoted co-wives, Zayn felt a wave of profound contentment. Still, the safety of his household was paramount, especially with 4 expecting mothers under his roof. Turning to Nusrat and Rehana, Zayn walked over, his expression warm yet serious. "Nusrat, Rehana, I have an important assignment for you both." "Husband, simply give the word," Nusrat replied in her soft, melodious voice, while Rehana nodded in eager agreement. Zayn smiled gently at their dutiful posture. "You 2 have been by my side since our days in the village, yet you still sound so formal at times. Call me husband naturally." The 2 co-wives exchanged a timid glance, a blush creeping up their necks before replying in unison, "Husband Tilda." Their voices carried a sweet mix of bashfulness and joy. Zayn offered an approving nod. "I want the 2 of you to recruit and train a dedicated company of female guards. You may enlist reliable women from the local townships or offer shelter to destitute maidens seeking honest work. Above all, they must be thoroughly loyal and trained in small arms. From now on, they shall guard the inner courtyard." The ladies immediately understood his wisdom. With so many noble maidens and expecting mothers residing in the governor's mansion, a disciplined unit of female guards was far more practical and discreet than male sentries. Meanwhile, 500 miles to the north, a thoroughly shaken Commander Farik Sufyan arrived back in the imperial capital of Dharka. Accompanied by his father, General Sufyan, Farrukh stood in the private audience hall, recounting every detail of what he had witnessed in Udaipur to Empress Regent Jahanara. Hearing his report, Jahanara's fair face turned ghastly pale, her eyes filled with complete disbelief. She had assumed Farrukh's mission would at least buy time to stabilize the southern front. Instead, not only had the envoy failed to secure Zayn's submission, but he brought back news that the Liberation Force commanded even more terrifying war gear than previously reported. When the Imperial Guard first clashed with the rebels in Dakshinpur, Zayn possessed 0 armoured war chariots or heavy supply trucks. Where on earth had these miraculous iron beasts come from in a matter of weeks? It defied all reason. Deeply troubled, Jahanara looked down at Farrukh. Commander Farrukh, do you swear on your life that you witnessed these war chariots with your own eyes? Farrukh was loath to accept the reality himself, but facts were facts. Your Imperial Highness, I swear it on my honour. The rebel weapons possess power capable of tearing down stone walls and shattering mountains. Ordinary infantry made of flesh and blood cannot stand against their thunder. Hearing those words, General Sufyan's face flushed red with anxiety. Turning to his son, he barked, Farrukh, how dare you speak such demoralizing words before Her Imperial Highness? Father, I speak only the absolute truth, Farrukh declared passionately, cupping his hands toward Jahanara. Your Imperial Highness, regardless of how terrifying the enemy's weapons may be, I swear to defend the capital with my life and protect the crown to my last breath. Jahanara's dark eyes dimmed with heavy sorrow. She believed Farrukh's report implicitly, knowing the young commander's loyalty to the throne was absolute. Slowly rising from her gilded throne, she looked at father and son. Can the 100,000 sepoys of the Imperial Guard truly not hold the field against them? General Sufyan's brow knitted tightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to offer a confident guarantee. If the Liberation Force's firepower was as monstrous as his son described, claiming victory was sheer folly. Farrukh, however, stepped forward. Your Imperial Highness, victory is not entirely impossible. Jahanara's eyes lit up slightly. Speak, Commander. What strategy do you propose? Farrukh cupped his hands. Your Imperial Highness, the rebels currently hold only the southern district of Dakshinpur, and their field army numbers barely 10,000 men. If they march north toward Darkar, our Imperial Guard can lay ambushes along narrow mountain passes and employ swift, hit-and-run night attacks. So long as we disrupt their supply lines, we can grind them down. His voice rang out, with fierce resolve, echoing off the high ceiling of the audience hall. Jahanara offered a tight nod, her grim expression lifting slightly. If that is our path, then we shall fight with everything the crown possesses. 10 days later, having secured his home base and settled his household, Zayn launched his Grand Western expedition, leading his main army north. Udaipur city was left under the command of Captain Sohelmir and a fortified garrison of 3,000 marksmen armed with automatic rifles. The district granaries and armories were stocked to the brim with white rice, flour, and ammunition, ensuring the south remained an impregnable fortress. The Liberation Force marched with astonishing speed. Within a few short days, Zayn's vanguard reached the gates of Sylhet district. Terrified by the news of the approaching army, Regional Governor Song, he fled the city in the dead of night, packing his family and gold into heavily guarded carriages. Left leaderless, the local garrison laid down their weapons and opened the city gates without firing a single arrow. Riding high on unbroken morale, the Liberation Force swept through Sylhet, taking over a dozen towns and fortified outposts in less than a week. When the dispatches reached the imperial court in Darkar, sheer panic erupted among the nobility and high officials. At this terrifying rate, the rebel army would stand outside the gates of the capital within a fortnight. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali was beside himself with rage. He had been on the verge of usurping the throne from Empress Regent Jahanara, only for a country scholar to rise up in the south and shatter his ambitions. Worse still, his favourite, most promising son, Zayd Mansur, had lost his life during the initial defeat in Dakshinpur. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali swore a bitter oath to butcher the entire Liberation Force and hack Zayn into 1,000 pieces. Yet when he consulted his military commanders, 0 solutions were offered. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm his faction, a secret dispatch arrived from the northern front. The Imperial army operating in the north against Amir Hamzar's Yellow Banner Rebellion had gained the upper hand, recapturing over a dozen northern towns and forcing the rebels into retreat. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali threw his head back and laughed heartily. Finally, fortune had favoured his house. He immediately summoned his closest political allies and private strategists to a secret conference at the Vizier's manor. A senior advisor stepped forward, speaking in a low, calculating voice. Grand Vizier, The rebel Zayn approaches with unstoppable momentum. The Imperial Guard under Sufyan stands zero chance of holding the southern highway. Therefore I strongly advise that you quietly depart the capital tonight and ride north. The advisor added smoothly, once you arrive at the Northern Army's headquarters, the troops will rally under your direct command. We can swiftly crush Amir Hamzar's remaining forces, securing absolute military control over the northern provinces. By then, whether Jahanara falls to Zayn or Zayn leads his army dry against the capital's walls, you can return at the head of a victorious grand host to reclaim Darker and take the throne. The gathered nobles nodded in eager agreement. None of them wished to be trapped inside a besieged capital, facing Zayn's heavy cannons. Leaving Jahanara and the Imperial Guard to fight Zayn, while they secured the Northern Army, was a masterstroke of political survival. Splendid. That aligns precisely with my thoughts. Grand Vizier Mansur Ali smirked with dark satisfaction. He would let Zayn's liberation force and Jahanara's Imperial Guard tear each other to pieces. Once he destroyed the Yellow Banner Rebellion and consolidated his military power in the north, he would march south to declare himself the new sovereign ruler of the Great Sultanate. Mansur Ali immediately began making quiet preparations to flee the capital with his wealth and faction. Meanwhile, unaware of the vizier's treachery, Commander Farrukh Sufyan, operating with Empress Regent Jahanara's full authority, led 30,000 elite Imperial Guard sepoys south, preparing to lay a deadly ambush for Zayn's army along the rugged ridges of the Hula Pass. Chapter 89 Firepower Reconnaissance. Having secured Sylhet, Zayn pressed his advance westward. Wherever his column of dark steel rolled, the royal garrison scattered at the mere sight of his banners. It left the liberation force with zero opportunity to test their mettle, and every soldier was itching for a proper fight. The lads in the armoured chariot battalion, in particular, had barely discharged a single shell. Wherever the convoy passed, ordinary villagers stood utterly thunderstruck, staring at the horseless iron carriages as if an army from another realm had descended upon their royal roads. By afternoon, the vanguard reached the deep, rugged gorges of the Hula Pass. Towering ridges stretched as far as the eye could see, clad in thick tangled brush. The dirt highway narrowed down to a tight, rocky pass, giving one a distinctly hemmed-in feeling. Humayun scanned the high slopes through his field binoculars, turning to order a scout squad up the ridges to check for ambushes. Just then, a dark tactical SUV pulled up to the front line. Zayn stepped down from the vehicle alongside Nusrat, Rahana, and Rishma. All three co-wives wore polished light armor over their fine silks, looking splendid and imposing. Humayun hurried over, cupping his hands. Brother Zayn, this choke point looks terribly suspicious. I've ordered a scout squad up the slopes to flush out any hidden threats. Zayn surveyed the surrounding heights, agreeing that the terrain was a textbook site for an ambush. On such a narrow trail, falling rocks or fire traps could inflict serious casualties. Reaching out a hand, Zayn stopped him. Hold off on sending foot scouts, brother. We command plenty of heavy ordnance. Let the armoured chariot battalion conduct a bit of firepower reconnaissance first. Firepower reconnaissance, Humayun repeated, his dark brows knitting in mild confusion. Zayn offered a dry laugh. It simply means shelling the mountaintops first, love. If any enemy troops are lurking up there in the brush, a few explosive shells will send them running out like panicked rabbits. Humayun grinned, enlightened. A brilliant idea, brother. Simply brilliant. Commander Dilwar Hossain immediately ordered the armoured war chariots to elevate their cannon barrels, locking target on the high ridge. High above on the sunlit crest, Commander Farrukh Sufyan lay concealed in the brush, staring intently through his brass field binoculars at the liberation force below. Farrukh's brow furrowed in confusion. The rebel column had halted abruptly right at the mouth of the pass, and he could not fathom why. A lieutenant crouching beside him whispered anxiously, "Commander, the rebels have stopped cold. Could they have spotted our positions?" "Nonsense," Farrukh hissed back. "We took every precaution. There is zero chance we've been spotted. They are merely taking a rest before entering the gorge." "All right you are, Commander." The lieutenant nodded quickly. Farrukh shot him a sharp glare. "Pass the order down the line. Every man is to stay down and keep silent. No one moves until my command." "Understood, Commander." Just as the lieutenant turned to crawl back down the trench, a sharp boom echoed from the valley floor below. Farrukh's dark brows rose. What sound was that? It sounded strangely familiar. Before the thought fully formed in his mind, a violent explosion ripped through the thickets 20 yards behind their ridge line, tearing trees and brush to splinters. The shell had overshot by a wide margin, harming no one. Yet the surrounding Imperial Guard sepoys went pale as bone, well aware of what those explosive iron cylinders could do to human flesh. Farrukh's face turned grim as a dark dread seized his chest, but before he could utter a word of warning, a deafening salvo echoed through the pass. Boom, boom, Boom! 3 high-explosive shells detonated right in the middle of the concealed ranks. Shrapnel and blast waves tore through men, spraying blood and debris across the rocks while agony-filled screams shattered the silence. Ag! My leg! Merciful heavens! My leg is gone. I'm blind. I can't see. Help me. Taking in the horrific carnage, the surviving sepoys stared at each other in absolute, wide-eyed terror. The lieutenant, trembling like a leaf, turned back to Farouk, gasping, "See, Commander, what on earth is happening?" Farouk's face was pale as death. He knew with absolute certainty that this was the devastating cannon fire from the armoured war chariots he had witnessed their terrifying range outside Uttarpur city. What drove him mad was how on earth the rebels could have spotted their positions. They were deeply hidden in thick vegetation, and not a single rebel foot scout had climbed the slopes. Seeing Farouk frozen, the lieutenant panicked. "Commander!" Before he could finish his sentence, that soul-shaking, whistling roar tore through the air once more. Farouk snapped back to his senses, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Get down! They are shelling the ridge again. Merciful heavens, what do we do?" The lieutenant's panic-stricken question was cut short as another salvo detonated amidst the rocks. This time, the shrieks of the wounded were deafening. The surviving sepoys cowered against the dirt, their faces completely drained of colour as the horrific explosion shattered their remaining resolve. The lieutenant was practically out of his mind with fear. "Commander, what are your orders?" "Do not panic," Farouk roared back, trying desperately to hold his line together. "They haven't necessarily spotted our exact line, they are merely firing blind into the hills. Stay down, keep your heads, and haul the wounded into the gullies." Chapter 90, Shells in the Forest. After 2 heavy salvos, Commander Dilwar Hossain felt they had made their point and called a temporary ceasefire. After all, artillery shells were precious commodities. Who knew if enemy troops were actually hidden atop the ridge? Saving the remaining ammunition for a proper city siege felt far more satisfying. Sprinting over to Zayn, Dilwar cupped his hands in salute. "Master Zayn, we have fired 20 shells into the slopes. Shall we send a squad of foot scouts up to inspect the ridge?" Zayn waved a casual hand. "No need. Tell the gunners to keep firing until the crates are empty." "Until they are empty." Dilwar scratched his head in utter bewilderment. "But master, if we expend all our shells now, what shall we fire during the battles ahead?" Zayn, possessing an internal dimensional sanctuary as an endless supply depot, was hardly troubled by such minor logistical concerns. Chuckling softly, Zayn offered a cool, confident smile. "Set your heart at ease, Dilwar. As for artillery shells, we can simply pick up fresh ones in the forest." Taking in Zayn's unshakable smile, Dilwar nodded blankly. He reasoned it made a strange sort of sense if giant supply trucks and armoured war chariots could materialise out of thin air. Finding artillery shells in a thicket was hardly out of the question. Since that was the case, they might as well go all out. The gunners of the armoured chariot battalion had been itching for action every day, so this offered a perfect opportunity to let them enjoy themselves. Yet while the rebel gunners enjoyed their target practice, Commander Farouk Sufyan was enduring pure torment. Subjected to continuous high-explosive bombardment, the Imperial Guard sepoys completely broke down. All heart for battle evaporated. Casualties mounted by the minute. If the shelling continued, his force would be routed before ever catching sight of a single rebel soldier. Crouching behind a massive boulder, Farouk's face was dark as thunder. His surviving lieutenant was jumping with anxiety, wiping sweat from his forehead as he looked at Farouk with a terrified heart. "Commander, the rebels are utterly unhinged. The men have lost all resolve to fight. Should we order a retreat?" Farouk was acutely aware of their desperate plight. Every wounded sepoy brought down the mountain was shredded into a bloody, gruesome mess. Even if they survived, what combat capability could they possibly retain? The sheer terrifying destruction of those iron weapons was so crushing. Yet deep down, Farouk refused to accept defeat. Could a grand ambush carefully prepared by the Imperial Guard be dismantled so effortlessly by the Liberation Force? After holding back his frustration for a long moment, Farouk barked, "No, we must deal a heavy blow to the rebel column right here. If we abandon this ridge, the capital will have only Hilo Pass left as its final barrier. But their cannon fire shows zero sign of stopping." The lieutenant urged, growing increasingly frantic. "Commander, Hilo Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Let us fall back to the pass first, and fight the rebels to the death there." "We cannot fall back," Farouk declared in a firm, unyielding tone. "Commander, Hilo Pass is a natural granite barrier. Men can pass through, but unless the rebels' iron war chariots grow wings, they can never climb its walls. We still hold a chance of victory." Farouk looked at him and shook his head bitterly. He knew full well that retreating to Hilo Pass merely meant getting skilled behind stone walls all the same. On this high ridge, Amid dense bamboo and boulder fields, had the Liberation Force marched into the gorge unaware. An avalanche of rolling logs and rocks could have crushed their column. At that point, whether iron war chariot or heavy supply truck, the vehicles would have been trapped in the narrow pass, ripe for fire attacks. Yet now, all those grand strategic plans were shattered by relentless artillery fire from miles away. Just as Farrokh hesitated, a high explosive shell detonated directly beside them. Boom! The lieutenant let out a sharp gasp, coughing up a spatter of dark blood as he collapsed straight onto Farrokh. "See command to quick order the retreat." His head tilted limply to the side, his dark eyes staring blankly as his breath failed him. Farrokh let out a groan of pain, his left arm severely wounded by flying shrapnel, crimson blood gushing through his torn sleeve. Pushing the corpse aside, he dragged himself to his feet with great difficulty. He realized with a chilling shock that had his lieutenant not been standing directly in front of him, the shrapnel would have torn through his own chest. The lieutenant's back was shredded into a bloody, unrecognizable pulp. Rebel scum, utterly unhinged madness. Farrokh roared, pointing a trembling, blood-stained fist at the sky. Looking around the ridge, explosions continued to rock the slope, and sepoys were falling every second. Is heaven truly determined to destroy the great Sultanate? Farrokh bellowed in his heart, his face contorted in bitter fury, yet his eyes held a profound, helpless sorrow. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, he turned to the surviving officers beside him. "Pass the order down retreat." Thus, amidst the thunderous roars of artillery fire, the remaining Imperial Guard sepoys abandoned their positions, retreating along the mountain pass toward Hulai Pass. Meanwhile, a small squad from the Divine Marksman Corps made its way up the slope to clear the ridge. Down at the base of the mountain, Commander Dilwar Hossain stood feeling thoroughly empty inside. The war chariots had expended their last cells, leaving him feeling as if something vital were missing. Sprinting back to Zayn, he cupped his hands. "Master Zayn, which forest shall we enter to pick up the fresh shells?" The moment those words left his mouth, Nusrat, Ruhana, and Rishma all turned their gazes onto Zayn. Though they shared his bed, none of them truly understood where his miraculous, modern inventions originated. Naturally, their curiosity was piqued. "Are your ladies wait here with Dilwar?" Zayn spouted casually. "I shall go into the thicket and search." With that, Zayn turned and strolled casually into the dense forest beside the trail. Watching his receding back, the three co-wives exchanged bewildered looks. If artillery shells truly lay scattered in the woods, why'd no one else ever spotted them? A quarter of an hour later, Zayn emerged from the tree line with a broad, beaming grin. Gazing at the group, he pointed back into the woods. "Found them, right under the shade of the large banyan tree. There are quite a few crates, so bring a dozen men to haul them out." Dilwar's eyes lit up in delight. Agreeing eagerly, he led a dozen red-clad soldiers rushing into the forest, with Nusrat, Ruhana, and Rishma following close behind. Before long, beneath the wide canopy of a massive banyan tree, Dilwar indeed discovered dozens of heavy wooden crates stacked neatly together, filled to the brim with fresh artillery shells. Look at this. Merciful heavens, there truly are shells here. Dozens of crates. Master Zayn is truly divine. The soldiers stood speechbound. One could truly pick up artillery shells in the forest. Nusrat, Ruhana, and Rishma stared at the crates in sheer astonishment. In a mere 15 minutes, where on earth had dozens of heavy military crates come from? Did they materialize out of thin air? Refusing to believe that artillery shells grew on trees like wild mangoes, the three women immediately marched back to Zayn. Nusrat crossed her arms over her chest, eyeing him suspiciously. "Husband, where did those crates truly come from?" Ruhana and Rishma stood beside her, their dark eyes wide with intense expectation. Zayn's lips curled into a mischievous, cheeky grin. "Like I said, love picked them right up in the forest. Stop teasing us. We aren't 3-year-old children." Nusrat rolled her eyes, pouting. "Exactly." Ruhana and Rishma chimed in unison. Zayn looked at his three fair co-wives, a playful gleam flashing in his eyes. "Tell you what, if all three of you take me on together tonight in bed and manage to win, I shall reveal the secret." Hearing his bold, shameless banter, their faces instantly flushed bright red as ripe pomegranates, their heads dropping in bashful silence. Just then, a crimson signal flare shot into the sky from the ridge above, bursting against the clouds. Humayun walked over, cupping his hands. "Brother Zayn, the ridge is completely clear. Shall the main army resume its advance?" Zayn offered a firm nod. "Forward march. Tonight, we rest inside Hulai Pass." Chapter 91. The Vanishing Vehicles. Guided by the forward reconnaissance squad, the main column of the Liberation Force soon halted before the rugged mouth of Hulai Pass. Here, however, the heavy trucks and armoured war chariots could go no further. The remaining track through the gorge narrowed down to a winding, stone-riddled trail over sharp rock ledges. Worse still, The fortress gatehouse spanning the narrowest point of the pass was built low with steep stone steps climbing up the approach unless the iron vehicles sprouted wings. Driving them across was physically impossible. A wave of anxiety rippled through the ranks of the Liberation Force. If their heavy armor was blocked here, their momentum would stall completely. What was more, the bulk of their grain, diesel, and spare ammunition remained loaded inside the supply trucks. Relying on hand-drawn carts and porter squads to haul supplies over the pass would tie up hundreds of soldiers and slow their advance to a crawl. Yet Zane stood beside his tactical SUV looking utterly unconcerned, as if the daunting obstacle were a mere minor inconvenience. To him, solving the problem was as simple as a flick of his wrist. High above on the fortress ramparts, Commander Farouk Sufyan stared intently down at the halted rebel column. His left arm was wrapped tightly in blood-soaked linen bandages from the earlier artillery strike, and his left eyelid twitched nervously, a lingering dread gnawing at his gut. Farouk understood all too well that despite the pass's formidable granite walls, holding the position against Zane's heavy cannons was a suicidal errand. Remaining on the battlements would only result in his remaining sepoys being blown to pieces. Beside him, an Imperial Guard captain cupped his hands in salute, whispering, "Commander, those heavy rebel war carriages can never cross the stone steps of Hilo Pass. Why not fall back into the northern valleys? Once the rebel foot soldiers filter through the narrow gorge, we can launch a crushing cavalry ambush against their dispersed ranks." Farouk's face remained granite cold, though a shadow of quiet despair flickered in his eyes. He hated to admit it, but the captain's tactical assessment mirrored his own thoughts. Against the enemy's long-range explosive shells, the fall of Hilo Pass was merely a matter of hours, and he himself was severely wounded. What chance did they stand holding a fixed fortress? Yet abandoning the historic pass without a fight meant the noble court in Darkar would brand him a coward, while Grand Vizier Mansur Ali would undoubtedly exploit his retreat to destroy the Sufyan family's standing. Still, staying meant absolute annihilation. Torn in deep agony, Farouk finally gritted his teeth. "Pass the order to all units, abandon the pass." "Understood, Commander." Just as Farouk reached the stone stairwell leading down from the ramparts, a thunderous roar echoed from the valley floor below. Boom, boom, boom. High explosive artillery shells slammed into the stone battlements, engulfing the gatehouse in roaring fire and flying masonry. "Retreat, all units fall back immediately." Farouk screamed above the deafening blasts, ducking behind the parapet as dust and debris rained down. He was beside himself with fury. He had barely dragged his battered force back inside the fortress walls, and before his men could even catch their breath, the relentless shelling had started again. "Rebel scum, I swear I shall tear you limb from limb," Farouk roared, his eyes bloodshot with helpless, burning rage. Yet with no counter-artillery, fleeing was his only salvation. Observing the sudden, complete silence atop the fortress walls, the forward observers of the Liberation Force realized the garrison had fled in panic. Zayn ordered a ceasefire. They intended to quarter their army inside the pass overnight, and smashing the stone barracks to rubble served no purpose. Before long, the crimson banner of the Liberation Force bearing Zayn's mark fluttered proudly atop the central gatehouse. Red-clad soldiers crowded the battlements, waving their banners and raising triumphant cheers. Though everyone knew their modern firepower guaranteed victory, none had expected taking the impregnable Hilo Pass would be as simple as discharging a few field guns. Yet amidst the celebration, the practical problem remained. How were the heavy supply trucks and armoured war chariots to cross the narrow, stepped pass? Officers gathered near the gatehouse in heated debate. Some suggested using explosives to blast away the stone gate and level the rocky steps into a ramp, while others argued for finding an alternate, albeit longer, mountain trail. Nasrat was equally concerned. Walking over to Zayn, she looked into his eyes, asking softly, "Husband, how do we get our iron carriages across the pass?" Zayn raised an eyebrow, realizing that maintaining the illusion of mundane logistics before so many witnesses was becoming impossible. If he was going to transport a 50-truck convoy over an impassable gorge, there was no point hiding his supernatural abilities any longer. He offered a light chuckle. "I have a method. Love, just make sure you don't panic when you see it." Nasrat knitted her dark brows, looking at him with intense curiosity. "Husband, do you truly command a way?" "Set your heart at ease, love." Zayn grinned smoothly. Seeing his absolute confidence, the officers pressed the matter no further, eagerly waiting to see what miracle his forces would perform at dawn. As night fell across the pass, Zayn retired to his quarters inside the fortress gatehouse. He was just preparing to turn in when a soft knock echoed off his timbered door. Opening it, he found Rishma standing on the threshold. Her fair face flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her dark eyes, whispering timidly, "Husband, may I stay with you tonight?" Zayn chuckled warmly, reaching out to pull her gently into his embrace. Of course, love. I do enjoy it when you take the initiative. One thing led to another, and before they knew it, over an hour of intense, passionate sparring had slipped past. Ushma lay beneath the silk quilt, thoroughly exhausted, her fair face glowing with a radiant crimson flush. Zayn sat in a carved chair nearby, lighting a cigarette with a contented smile touching his lips. Though a touch weary, his supernatural vitality allowed him to bounce back immediately. Looking down at Rishma, he murmured gently, "Rest well, love. I have a small task to attend to outside. I shall return shortly." Rishma longed to ask what urgent business called him out into the cold night air, but her limbs felt far too heavy to move. She had hoped to pry the secret of the mysterious artillery shells out of him during their intimate conversation, but her exhaustion had defeated her plans once again. Stepping out into the moonlit valley alone, Zayn walked down to the clearing outside the pass, where the 50 heavy military trucks and 12 armoured war chariots stood parked in neat rows. Under the cover of total darkness, with a swift wave of his hand and a surge of internal dimensional energy, truck after truck vanished into thin air, stored safely inside his spatial sanctuary. At dawn's first light, the sentries posted along the outer parapet rubbing the sleep from their eyes looked down into the canyon below. Suddenly, one of the sentries froze, pointing frantically down at the empty plain. "Look, the carriages, all the iron war carriages are gone. Merciful heavens, how can that be? We're doomed. We fell asleep on watch, and someone stole the entire fleet. Master Zayn will have our heads." The sentries panicked, their faces turning deathly pale. They distinctly recall checking the clearing before midnight. How could 50 giant supply trucks and 12 armoured war chariots vanish without a trace? Who besides the Liberation Force even knew how to operate those steel beasts? Besides, moving 50 giant trucks through a narrow gorge would have created a deafening roar, yet the night had been dead silent. One sentry remembered seeing Master Zayn walking out toward the clearing alone late last night. But could a single man make an entire fleet of heavy vehicles vanish into thin air? It defied all human comprehension unless their master possessed divine immortal powers. Realizing the sheer magnitude of the situation, the squad leader trembled violently, bellowing at his men, "Quickly, run and report this to Captain Sohalmir at once." Chapter 92. They shall return. Captain Sohal, it is terrible. The iron carriages are all gone. A red-clad sentry banged frantically against Captain Sohalmir's timber door. Tap, tap, tap. Woken by the sudden racket, Sohalmir bolted upright on his bed, assuming an enemy raid was underway, his hand instinctively reaching for the pistol at his hip. But pausing, he reasoned that an attack was unlikely with thousands of rifles guarding the camp. Why would anyone panic like this? Dressing quickly, he pulled open the door. Seeing the sentry's ghastly pale face, Sohal stood stunned. "What is the meaning of this racket?" "See, Captain, the iron carriages, the trucks, are all gone," the sentry stammered, pointing frantically back toward the pass. "What?" Sohalmir's dark brows furrowed. "Are you out of your mind, lad? Playing jokes at dawn?" The sentry looked ready to burst into tears. "Captain, I swear on my mother's grave. Step outside and see for yourself. The entire fleet has vanished." Sohal's brow knitted tighter. How could 50 giant supply trucks simply vanish into thin air? "Captain, the sentries noticed zero commotion last night, not even a rustle of leaves. The only thing out of the ordinary was Master Zayn taking a stroll outside late last night." Without another word, Sohalmir threw on his jacket and sprinted straight down the road toward the parking clearing outside the pass. Losing their transport was a catastrophe. Without those iron vehicles, the Liberation Force's advance would stall completely. Reaching the open plain, Sohal gasped in sheer horror. "Merciful heavens, where are the trucks? Where has the fleet gone?" Sohalmir's eyes bulged in absolute shock, staring at the wide, empty grass. It took a long second for his senses to return, after which he turned on his heel and sprinted frantically toward Zayn's private quarters inside the fortress. Brother Zayn. Brother Zayn. Inside the private chamber, Zayn was currently wrapped up in bed with Rishma, engaged in a vigorous morning sparring session. Hearing Sohalmir's frantic shouting outside the door, Zayn's temper flared in mild irritation. Good grief, Zayn thought to himself. Shouting at the top of his lungs at dawn, can't a man enjoy his morning workout in peace? Had an enemy force been attacking, the sound of gunfire would have alerted the camp long ago. The commotion was obviously just about the missing vehicles. Kiss off, Zayn bellowed toward the door. Outside, Sohalmir froze, his raised hand hovering in mid-air. Wait, why is his temper so foul first thing in the morning? Realizing what was happening inside, Sohal let out a loud, awkward sigh, rubbing his neck as he retreated to wait in the courtyard. Inside, Rishma, startled by the sudden shouting, looked up at Zayn nervously. "Husband, could there be some urgent crisis?" "Ignore him, love. Let us finish what we started. Half an hour later, Zayn stepped out onto the veranda, accompanied by a radiant, deeply blushing Rishma. Spotting them, Sohailmir rushed forward, his face etched with panic. Brother Zayn, the entire fleet of iron carriages has vanished. To Sohail's utter bewilderment, Zayn showed zero surprise, his expression remaining completely calm and unbothered. Beside him, Rishma gasped in shock, looking up at Zayn with deep anxiety. Set your heart at ease, Zayn murmured casually, offering a relaxed smile. The vehicle shall return shortly. Sohailmir stood completely baffled. What on earth did shall return shortly mean? How could 50 giant iron trucks that had vanished out of thin air simply return? Suddenly, Sohail recalled the sentry mentioning that Zayn had taken a stroll outside late last night. Could Master Zayn be responsible for their disappearance? But he is a flesh and blood man, not a heavenly deity. How could anyone make 50 supply trucks vanish overnight? Swallowing hard, Sohail asked in a hushed whisper, Brother Zayn, do you know what happened to them? Indeed I do, Zayn grinned smoothly. Now go on. Once the men have had their breakfast, order the march to resume. We must reach Darkar as quickly as possible. Seeing Zayn so serene and unconcerned, showing zero intent to blame the sentries, Sohailmir decided not to press further, though his mind churned with endless questions. By nightfall, the Liberation Force finally emerged from the narrow, treacherous mountain pass onto the wider valley roads. This meant the terrain ahead was suitable for driving heavy vehicles once more. That evening, Zayn and his 3 co-wives Nusrat, Rehana, and Rishma were quartered in a single spacious command tent. None of them felt sleepy, chatting and laughing contentedly late into the night. Right then, Zayn murmured, rising from his stool, I'm stepping outside to answer nature's call. You ladies stop gossiping and get some rest. Stepping out of the tent, Zayn disappeared into the night. A considerable time passed, yet he did not return. Inside the tent, the 3 co-wives grew suspicious. Answering nature's call hardly required half an hour. Rishma suddenly recalled the events of the previous night, and that morning. Zayn had walked out late at night, the fleet had vanished, and he had claimed with absolute confidence that the vehicles would return. Could his late night stroll be connected to the trucks once more? Looking at Nusrat and Rehana, Rishma whispered, Sisters, I doubt husband merely went to relieve himself. Shall we go outside and look for him? Nusrat and Rehana were equally curious. Let us check. The 3 women slipped out of the command tent, asking sentries along the perimeter for directions. Before long, they reached the dark outer edge of the campsite. What is husband doing out here in the dark all by himself? Nusrat peered into the pitch-black night beyond the perimeter, her dark brows knitting slightly. Rehana drew her automatic pistol, her eyes sharp. Come, let us follow. If husband encounters wild beasts in the hills, we can protect him. Agreed. Nusrat and Rishma nodded. Driven by intense curiosity, the 3 women walked cautiously down the dirt highway. After walking a short distance, a massive, towering shadow materialized right before them in the moonlight. Look, Rishma gasped suddenly. There is something standing in the road ahead. I see it too, Rehana whispered, raising her pistol. It looks like a timber house. Nusrat stared intently at the silhouette in the dark, her eyes widening in sudden realization. No, that is no house. That is a heavy supply truck. Without hesitation, the 3 women dashed forward. Sure enough, parked right in the center of the road stood a heavy military supply truck. Behind it stood another and another stretching down the road in an endless, disciplined column. The 3 co-wives stood frozen on the dirt track, their dark eyes wide with unadulterated shock, as if witnessing a miracle from heaven. Merciful heavens, the iron carriages, the entire fleet is back. How on earth is this possible? A wave of profound awe and fear washed over them from head to toe. They knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was Zayn's doing. He had conjured the fleet back from wherever he had hidden it, precisely as he had promised. The realization was almost terrifying in its impossibility. Was their husband truly a mortal man, or an immortal walking among men? Rishma's chest heaved with rapid, agitated breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. She felt a surge of overwhelming pride. A leader commanding such divine power was destined to rule the entire realm. Who else could possibly sit upon the throne in Darkar? She felt a deep, profound relief that she had surrendered to him rather than fighting to the end. So long as she remained by his side as a devoted wife, the Sufyan bloodline would be protected. Just then, a calm, familiar voice echoed from the shadow of the lead truck. Who goes there? The 3 women shuddered in startle. Nusrat quickly called out, H husband, it is us. Chapter 93. A commander like a deity. The 3 co-wives cast all hesitation aside, hurrying over to Zayn in the dark. They were desperate to understand how 50 giant supply trucks and 12 armored war chariots could vanish into thin air and reappear miles away. Nusrat stared into Zain's dark eyes, asking in a hushed, nervous whisper, "Husband, what on earth is the truth behind these iron carriages? How did they suddenly materialize on the road?" Rehana and Rishma gazed up at him with wide, expectant eyes, eager for an answer. Zain offered a warm, straightforward smile. "Put it this way, love, I can make them appear whenever I wish, and make them vanish whenever I please. It is entirely subject to my command." He added calmly, "So natural hazards and impassable mountain steps mean nothing to me. As long as I can walk across, my fleet can cross right alongside me." Flicking his wrist, an ice-cold bottle of Physicola materialized in his hand out of thin air. Uncapping the top, Zain took a few long, refreshing gulps. Watching the bottle appear in his grip, the three women felt their hearts hammer against their ribs. Is he even a mortal man? He commands the powers of a living deity. No wonder he remained utterly serene, no matter how dire the crisis appeared. Nusrat suddenly understood the truth. His weapons did not randomly change shape or size. Zain summoned them at will from an invisible realm. That was why he carried a sleep pistol at one moment and a heavy automatic rifle the next. Rishma realized the same truth. That night in his study, a pistol had appeared in his palm in a split second because he commanded divine power. Her husband was a man untouched by mortal bounds, a living deity. Amidst her profound awe, Nusrat exchanged a shy, knowing glance with Rehana and Rishma. Turning back to Zain, a deep blush rushed up her neck as she whispered bashfully, "Husband, tonight all three of us together." Her voice trailed off in sweet embarrassment. Zain smiled warmly, taking her hand. "Come along then, love, let us take a quiet walk into the woods." The following morning, the Liberation Force resumed its march toward the capital in sheer awe as the steel torrent rolled forward once more. Joy filled every face in the ranks. Not only had they secured Hila Pass without loss, but their heavy fleet of supply trucks and war chariots was rolling right beside them once again. The drivers were ecstatic to grip the steering wheels once more, while Commander Dilwar Hossain grinned ear to ear, knowing his armoured war chariots would soon crush the enemy in open battle. In the hearts of the red-clad soldiers, Zain was no longer just a brilliant leader, he was a commander touched by divine grace. A few days later, the Liberation Force cleared the rugged gorges of Hula Mountain, emerging onto a vast, flat plain stretching toward the horizon. The red-clad soldiers raised triumphant cheers. Across an open plain, there were no narrow passes to slow their advance. Within days, they would stand before the gates of Darkar, capture the court, and shock the entire realm. However, Imperial scouts shadowing their advance from the ridges stood jaw-dropped. The iron war carriages were back. It was completely unbelievable, as if summoned by sheer magic. They had sworn on their lives that the heavy fleet could never cross the stone steps of Hulai Pass, yet there the iron beast stood, roaring across the open plain. Inside the Imperial Guard encampment, gallop, gallop, gallop. A scout galloped into camp at breakneck speed, dismounting in haste before Commander Farouk Sufin. "Commander, the rebel vanguard has cleared the mountain pass." Farouk raised his dark brows in surprise. "They cleared the pass this quickly?" The scout swallowed hard, his face pale. "Commander, their iron war carriages have appeared again." "What?" Farouk's tall frame shuddered violently, his knees buckling so hard he nearly lost his footing. His dark eyes bulged in absolute shock. How is that possible? Did your eyes deceive you?" He stared fixedly at the scout, searching for any hint of a lie. He could not comprehend how giant supply trucks and heavy war chariots had crossed Hulai Pass without a wide road being cut through the rock. Unless those steel beasts grew wings, it was physically impossible. "Commander, I swear on my honor, it is the absolute truth." Farouk's face turned deathly pale. He understood better than anyone what modern heavy firepower meant on a vast, open plain. Yet at this critical hour, even if he faced a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, he had no choice but to engage. Ignoring the sharp pain in his wounded left arm, Farouk mounted his warhorse, drawing his broadsword. "Cavalry, mount up. Follow me to crush the rebels." "Understood." 8,000 elite Imperial Guard horsemen thundered out of camp, riding hard toward the edge of the plain. On the other side of the plain, the Liberation Force advanced in disciplined formation, spearheaded by Commander Dilwar Hossain's armoured chariot battalion. Standing in the roof hatch of the lead vehicle with his field binoculars, Dilwar scanned the horizon. A hazy grey dust cloud was rising in the distance, accompanied by a low, rhythmic thunder that vibrated through the earth. A massive cavalry host was charging straight toward them. Dilwar felt a surge of nervous excitement run through his veins. Finally, the long-awaited opportunity to unleash the full power of his war chariots had arrived. "Damn it, we're going to give them a proper wallop today." Raising his hand, he signaled the armoured war chariots behind him to deploy into a broad firing line. Behind the armour, The mainline infantry of the Liberation Force prepared their automatic rifles and shoulder-fired rocket tubes, eagerly awaiting the enemy's approach. Everyone watched with bated breath as the distance closed. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Guard cavalry thundered into clear view, kicking up towering clouds of dust. The deafening roar of 8,000 galloping warhorses shook the plain with terrifying momentum. Though facing a massive cavalry charge for the first time, the red-clad soldiers felt far more excitement and fear. Zayn stood atop a dark tactical SUV, his hands resting calmly behind his back. Seeing the enemy close the distance to optimal range, he looked down at Littenmere, passed the order to the armoured battalion and artillery squads open fire. Right away, Master. Littenmere cheered, raising the signal flag. Instantly, 10 armoured war chariots roared as high explosive shells tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, marksmen equipped with shoulder-fired rocket launchers pulled their triggers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a single second, the charging cavalry host was plunged into absolute, roaring chaos. Men and horses were blasted into the air as explosive shockwaves mowed down entire ranks of horsemen. Agonized shrieks of dying sepoys and terrified warhorses filled the sky. The heavy cannons reloaded and fired again, and again without pause. Yet Farrag's cavalry kept charging through the blinding smoke, accelerating to top speed, believing that if they could close the gap to hand-to-hand combat, their heavy broadswords could carve a bloody path to victory. Charge! Keep charging! With 50 yards remaining, Commander Dilwar Hossain bellowed. Heavy machine guns fire. 10 mounted heavy machine guns spat continuous tons of roaring fire. Heavy lead rounds whizzed through the air like lethal hail, tearing through iron mail, flesh, and bone. Horsemen collapsed in heavy heaps, the battlefield submerged in a thick fog of gun smoke, and the overwhelming tang of blood. Chapter 94, The Midnight Sun. As tons of roaring fire continuously spewed from the war chariots, the Imperial Guard sepoys fell like mown grass. They had been on the verge of crashing into the enemy line, never expecting man-eating flames to erupt from their iron vehicles with a ferocity no less devastating than heavy cannons. They were gripped by a mixture of wild rage and paralyzing terror. Yet this was merely the opening act. On Zayn's command, the marksmen of the Divine Marksman Corps joined the fray, hundreds of automatic rifles discharging at once. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dar-dar-dar-dar-dar. The storm of gunfire reached a deafening crescendo, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. Even malicious spirits would have tucked their tails and fled from such a terrifying display. The soldiers of the Liberation Force watched in awe. The sheer intensity of the firepower exceeded their wildest dreams. The Imperial Guard sepoys stood thoroughly shattered, their faces drained of colour. Ranks advanced only to be mown down instantly. Another wave stepped up, only to be swept away like dust. To their eyes, those spitting tons of fire looked like 1,000 grim reapers beckoning them into the grave. To charge forward was absolute, immediate death. Panic-stricken, the surviving horsemen veered wildly to the flanks, abandoning all attempt to breach the main line. Their ranks broke into a scattered, disorderly formation. Observing the slaughter from a nearby ridge, Commander Farrag Sufin flew into a towering rage. Insolent scum, absolutely outrageous. His fury burned against the Liberation Force for their insane, overwhelming firepower, which defied all traditional warfare. Secondly, he was furious at his own troops. His grand strategy had relied on a frontal cavalry charge to pin the rebels in place, after which he would lead a reserve column to flank them from the side, catching them completely unprepared. Now the entire plan lay in ruins. Not only had the frontal charge failed to reach the enemy line, but they had suffered horrific casualties. Leading his remaining cavalry into that hail of lead now would be pure suicide. Farrag let out a long, heavy sigh, his dark eyes filled with bitter disappointment, his brows knitted tight. Unless he found a way to check the Liberation Force's advance, saving the capital was a hopeless fantasy. Racking his brain for an alternative tactic, he realized he could not return to Darko empty-handed without facing utter disgrace. An idea suddenly struck him. Though the odds of success were slim, he had to try. Raising his horn, he ordered an immediate retreat. As the thunder of gunfire died down, Rishma ran into the field of fallen soldiers. Navigating the carpet of bodies, the thick tang of blood in the air made her stomach turn. Her face was a picture of nervous shock. The battle had been a total, one-sided slaughter. Over 2,000 Imperial Guard horsemen lay dead or wounded, while the Liberation Force had suffered 0 casualties. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed such a miraculous victory possible. It was an unprecedented clash that would be written into the history books for generations. Searching frantically through the fallen, she found no sign of her brother Farrag's body, letting out a long sigh of relief. By nightfall, the Liberation Force pitched camp along a gentle hillside. Even while on campaign, the men enjoyed fresh mutton, crisp vegetables, and cold fizzy cola from the supply stores. Gradually, silence descended over the camp as the soldiers settled into deep sleep. Toward midnight, dozens of dark shadows crept towards the perimeter under cover of darkness. High in a banyan tree, a sentinel from the Liberation Force caught a flicker of movement. Clicking on his heavy torch, he shone a bright white beam straight into the darkness. The creeping Imperial Guard sepoys gasped. The beam was blindingly bright, forcing them to shield their eyes. Was this yet another miraculous weapon of the rebels? Clamping the torch between his teeth, the sentinel fired a warning shot straight into the night sky, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Night raid! Night raid!" Raising his automatic rifle, he sprayed lead into the dark, dropping several sepoys in seconds. "Kill that sentry in the tree," an Imperial Guard captain barked, pointing at the light. A hail of arrows whizzed through the leaves. A sharp scream echoed, the gunfire ceased, and the sentinel crashed to the ground. "Storm the camp. Move!" the captain roared. The sepoys surged forward in a desperate night assault, racing against time. Dozens of patrolling marksmen from the Divine Marksman Corps rushed toward the breach. Without hesitation, they unpinned fragmentation grenades and hurled them into the shadows. Boom! 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 Explosions lit up the night sky in roaring orange flashes, shattering the calm of the valley. Immediately after, the crisp, relentless chatter of automatic rifles echoed across the hillside. Dar 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 dar. Awakened by the din, hundreds of red-clad soldiers spilled out of their tents, rifles in hand. Meanwhile, Commander Dilwar Hossain boarded the lead armored war chariot, steering his battalion toward the front line. "Full throttle. Get us to the perimeter," Dilwar shouted from his roof hatch, pointing toward the flashes of gunfire. His appetite for battle was far from satisfied. He wanted to show off the full power of his war chariots in a night engagement. Up on the hillside, Zayn stood at the entrance of his command tent alongside Nusrat, Rahana, and Rishma, gazing down toward the dark valley floor. The shadows obscured the action, making it impossible to see the enemy clearly. Zayn smiled slightly as an idea struck him. "Hold on a moment, ladies. I'll fetch something from inside." The three women watched curiously as Zayn stepped back into the tent. Moments later, he re-emerged carrying a tactical mortar tube and a set of illumination shells. "Husband, what manner of weapon is that?" Nusrat asked, her dark eyes wide. Rahana and Rishma leaned in eagerly. "Watch and learn, love," Zayn chuckled, setting the tripod base on the ground and angling the tube toward the valley floor. Dropping an illumination mortar shell into the barrel, a sharp thump echoed as the round shot high into the night sky. High above the valley, a brilliant magnesium flare burst open, casting an intense, artificial daylight across the entire battlefield. Merciful heavens! Nusrat and the others gasped, their mouths agape. Below on the plain, both the red-clad defenders and the creeping Imperial Guard sepoys froze in sheer shock. The illumination was so intense it felt like a miniature sun hovering overhead, revealing every enemy position with absolute clarity. No longer shooting into dark shadows, the Liberation Force unleashed a devastating targeted barrage. Imperial Guard sepoys were mown down in clusters. Hundreds of red-clad reinforcements poured into the line, locking the enemy in an inescapable web of fire. As the magnesium flare slowly faded, the terrified surviving sepoys scattered into the gloom, fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately for the retreating guard, Commander Dilwar Hossain's armoured battalion had already reached the flank. Full speed ahead. "You not let a single one escape," Dilwar roared from his turret. Catching sight of the dark steel war chariots closing in, the sepoys ran in pure panic. But how could two legs outrun diesel engines? The chariots caught them in seconds, their mounted heavy machine guns spitting fire into the retreating ranks. Just then, Zayn dropped the second illumination shell into his mortar, lighting up the valley once more. Dilwar Hossain grinned like a child who had found a chest of gold, practically jumping for joy in his hatch. With the entire battlefield illuminated like bright day, not a single enemy sepoy could escape. Chapter 95, Cold Steel and Floored Hopes. Soon, the mounted heavy machine guns atop the armoured war chariot spent their final rounds, leaving the moonlit plains scattered with fallen enemy ranks. Yet Commander Dilwar Hossain was far from satisfied. Leaning out of his hatch, he bellowed orders to press the pursuit without pause. "Keep driving. Even if we cannot shoot, ram the scoundrels down." Under the shroud of night, 10 heavy armoured war chariots thundered across the open wilderness in relentless chase. The fleeing Imperial Guard sepoys were terrified out of their wits, yet as the minutes passed, several officers noticed the roaring tongues of fire had died down, and the deafening clatter had ceased. "Brothers, stand your ground," a lieutenant barked, halting his retreat and shouting at his fleeing men. "The rebel war carriages have run out of ammunition. Charge together and hack them into splinters." Hearing this, The sepoys paused. Fleeing like panicked sheep was intolerable to their pride. As elite guards of the capital, they held deep hatred for those iron beasts. Revenge. Vengeance for our fallen brothers. Fired up by desperate pride, the sepoys drew their heavy broadswords, turning back to charge the advancing armoured vehicles. A few unlucky souls lunged straight ahead, only to be smashed aside by the heavy iron bumpers, sent flying into the dark with crushed bones. The rest darted around the sides, swinging their broadswords with all their strength. Clang, clang, clang. Steel struck thick armor plate, sending showers of bright sparks into the night. Yet the steel hulls remained completely unyielding. If anything, the broadswords notched and shattered against the cold iron. Merciful heavens, this iron carriage is impervious to cold steel. An officer screamed, "Retreat! Fall back!" Their broadswords chipped and broke against the thick armor, and the sepoys broke into a panicked rout once more. Up in his hatch, Commander Dilwar Hossein laughed heartily. Driving off the enemy without firing a single shot was immensely satisfying. Still, with the sepoys scattering in all directions into the dark, he called off the pursuit and ordered his drivers to hold position. An hour later, the surviving Imperial Guard sepoys trickled back into Farik Sufyan's main encampment. A blood-stained lieutenant holding a captured electric torch and an automatic rifle hurried into Commander Farik's grand pavilion tent. Farik looked up, his eyes widening at the captured rifle and the strange metallic tube. At last, a tangible capture. Stepping down from his seat, Farik asked urgently, "How went the clash?" "Commander, we have been defeated once more," the lieutenant stammered, lowering his head in deep shame. Over 1,000 brothers failed to return. Farik had already anticipated the grim outcome. Without a word of scolding, he reached out and took the captured automatic rifle, examining the cold steel mechanism with sharp curiosity. Remembering how he had seen rebel marksmen handle the weapon, he raised the barrel toward the tent ceiling and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! The deafening blast echoed through the enclosed pavilion, causing every officer inside to jump in startle. The thunderous roar was precisely the sound that had broken the morale of the Imperial Guard. Farik stood awestruck. The weapon delivered swift, invisible lethality with minimal effort. If the Imperial Guard commanded thousands of such iron weapons, no rebellion in the realm could stand against them. Yet when he squeezed the trigger again, only a hollow metallic click sounded. The magazine was empty. Farik frowned, pulling the trigger repeatedly to no avail. "Commander," an officer suggested eagerly, "now that we possess an original rifle, our court blacksmiths in Darka can examine the mechanism and replicate it for our own regiments." Farik shook his head with a bitter sigh. Even if our royal armourers possessed the skill to copy such precise craftsmanship, time waits for no man. The tent fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Everyone knew the truth. The Sultanate smiths could never forge such complex iron mechanisms, and even if they could, Zayn's army would shatter the gates of Darka before a single prototype was produced. Turning his attention to the metallic tube in the lieutenant's hand, Farik asked, "And what manner of device is this?" The lieutenant presented the electric torch with both hands. "Commander, we captured this as well. When shone into an enemy's face, its bright white light temporarily blinds them, though it seems somewhat dimmer now than before." Farik took the electric torch, examining its smooth casing before cautiously pressing the small black toggle on its side. Click! The beam of light vanished. The gathered officers gasped in amazement. Farik pressed the toggle again. Click! The bright white light reappeared. "A portable electric lantern," Farik murmured under his breath, turning it off. Looking up at the lieutenant, he commanded, "Recount the details of the night engagement." The lieutenant let out a heavy sigh. "Commander, after we eliminated the rebel sentry in the banyan tree and launched her charge, explosive mortar shells detonated in our ranks. Their automatic fire was far too dense, our men could not breach their line." He added timidly, "Furthermore, the iron war carriages were completely solid. Our broadswords could not leave a single scratch upon their armour, and many brothers fell under their heavy wheels." "Did you not observe the iron carriages outside Uttarpur city?" Farik chided. "Did you truly believe cold steel could pierce heavy armour?" The lieutenant lowered his head, unable to reply. Farik turned away, resting his hands behind his back as a heavy sigh escaped his lips. He had exhausted every strategic maneuver at his disposal, yet could not check the enemy's momentum. Of the 30,000 elite sepoys he had led south, only a battered remnant remained. To fight was suicide. To retreat meant leaving Darka defenseless. Facing the inevitability of total collapse, Farik steeled his heart and declared in a solemn voice, "Pass the order to all units. We break camp and retreat tonight." 500 miles to the north, inside the Imperial Palace in Darka, General Sufyan was sprinting through the palace corridors toward the inner quarters. Inside her private bedchamber, Empress Regent Jahanara had undressed down to her fine silk undergarments with the assistance of her palace maids, preparing for sleep. She was utterly exhausted from days of endless anxiety, her head throbbing violently. She desperately needed rest, clinging to the frail hope that morning would bring favourable dispatches from her son Farrukh. Yet just as her feet touched the soft silk bedding of her imperial couch, a senior female official hurried to the gauze drapes. "Your Imperial Highness, General Sufyan urgently requests an immediate audience." Behind the translucent curtains, Jahanara's dark brows twitched in dread. At such an hour, could his arrival bring good tidings or catastrophic news? Suppressing her deep fatigue, she ordered her attendants, "Assist me into my robes and admit him at once." Chapter 96. I shall fall with the realm. General Sufyan stepped into the private audience hall with heavy, faltering strides, his weathered face pale with panic and dread. The moment Empress Regent Jahanara caught sight of his posture, a cold fear gripped her heart. Before the old general could even bow, she asked urgently, "General Sufyan, why do you enter the palace at such an ungodly hour?" General Sufyan stood frozen, his face grim as he cupped his hands in a trembling salute. "Your Imperial Highness Hilal Pass has fallen. The liberation force is marching directly toward the capital." Jahanara's heart skipped a beat as if struck by lightning. She rose abruptly from her gilded throne, her fair lips parting in utter shock. It was too fast. This nightmare had come far too quickly. She had assumed that even if the pass could not be held indefinitely, the rugged mountain terrain would at least stall Zayn's advance for weeks. She had never imagined the barrier would fall in a single day. Stepping down from the dais, her voice trembled as she demanded, "How on earth was Hilal Pass lost so quickly?" General Sufyan hurriedly recounted the disaster step by step: the relentless, devastating artillery bombardment during the initial ambush, the chaotic retreat from the heights, the abandonment of the gatehouse, and the miraculous, unexplained appearance of the heavy war chariots inside the pass. Lowering his head, the old general whispered, "Your Imperial Highness, though the enemy's heavy cannons are beyond mortal resistance, Farrukh cannot escape blame for abandoning the pass. Your humble servant is ready to submit to whatever punishment the crown sees fit, without a single word of complaint." Jahanara clenched her slender hands into fists, her dark eyes flashing with cold rage. Yet her anger was not directed at Farrukh for abandoning the pass, nor at the Imperial Guard's defeats. Instead, she was consumed by utter bewilderment. How had Zayn's heavy armoured war chariots crossed Hilal Pass? The steep stone steps and narrow gorges of the pass were impassable for heavy vehicles had those steel beasts flown over the mountains. Waving a slender hand, she sighed deeply. "Rise, General. The fault does not lie with your son. That rebel rogue is uniquely favoured by fortune, commanding weapons no mortal army can withstand." General Sufyan exhaled a long, heavy breath, speaking in a strained tone as if a mountain rested upon his chest. "Your Imperial Highness, with Hilal Pass lost, the capital stands utterly defenceless. The plain is open, and the rebels will stand outside the city walls within a few days." Pausing, he pressed his palms together, urging desperately, "Your servant begs Your Imperial Highness to abandon Darker at once. Flee north to preserve the royal lineage and save the crown." "Never," Jahanara declared, her fair face tight with fierce, unyielding pride. "Even if I am torn to pieces, I shall never flee the capital. Never. I swear to fall with the realm." General Sufyan looked at her with deep, frantic concern. "Your Imperial Highness, the rebel advance cannot be checked. You are young ruler. You must not allow yourself to fall into the hands of that rebel leader." "Say no more, General." Jahanara cut him off firmly. "Zayn's power spans the southern provinces now. Even if I flee north today, how long can I hide? I shall not spend the rest of my days running like a hunted animal. Your Imperial Highness, I beg you to reconsider. So long as life remains, hope is never lost." Just as the old general attempted another appeal, a female court official rushed into the hall, her face white with panic. "Reporting to Your Imperial Highness. Dispatches from the Northern Gate garrison confirm that Grand Vizier Mansur Ali has fled the capital in the dead of night, taking his family, his gold, and his entire political faction with him." "That treacherous snake Mansur," Jahanara hissed, her chest heaving with cold rage. Her dark eyes flared with lethal fury as she turned to General Sufyan. "General, dispatch a squad of the Imperial Guard at once to hunt the Vizier down. Bring me his head, let not a single traitor escape." General Sufyan cupped his hands hurriedly. "Your humble servant obeys." Yet Grand Vizier Mansur Ali had planned his escape for weeks. How could an emergency cavalry detachment catch a traitor who had slipped out hours earlier? The Imperial Guard pursuers returned empty-handed. For General Sufyan, the Vizier's flight was almost a relief. At least with Mansur Ali gone, his son Farrukh would no longer face vicious political attacks from the Vizier's faction over the retreat from Hilal Pass. At morning court the following day, Jahanara sat upon her gilded throne, dismayed to find more than half the ministers' seats completely empty. She cursed her own hesitation. She ought to have rounded up the vizier's faction days ago. Had she executed them all, she would at least have cleansed the court before the end. She knew full well that once Mansur Ali reached the northern garrisons, he would seize absolute command of the 200,000 royal troops stationed there, declare himself sovereign, and carve up the northern provinces for himself. The few ministers remaining in the hall wore dark, somber expressions, staring at the floor as if watching the great sultanate crumble before their eyes. Secretly, many were already planning their own quiet escapes from the doomed capital. Just as General Sufyan had warned, the liberation force was unstoppable. Sweeping across the western plains, Zayn took city after city in rapid succession, pointing his formidable iron army straight at the heart of Darkar. Meanwhile, Commander Farrukh Sufyan led the battered, exhausted remnants of the Imperial Guard back into the capital in disgrace. Yet before Farrukh's men could even rest their weary limbs, Zayn's vanguard arrived outside the grand city walls. Pandemonium erupted across Darkar as terrified citizens and noble families scrambled through the streets in pure panic. Clad in polished silver body armor, with a jewel-encrusted ceremonial saber at her waist, Empress Regent Jahanara mounted the battlements above the main gatehouse, surrounded by her senior generals. She wanted to see with her own eyes just how terrifying Zayn's liberation force truly was, and whether their miraculous weapons matched the rumors. She was resolved to fight to the bitter end. After all, she still commanded 80,000 Imperial Guard sepoys within the capital. She was far from defenseless. Below the city walls, 40,000 elite Imperial Guard sepoys stood arrayed in disciplined ranks outside the gate, spears and broadswords glinting under the sun. Across the open plain, the liberation force felt zero pressure. If anything, the red-clad soldiers were buzzing with wild excitement. Having marched from victory to victory across the southern districts, the campaign had felt less like a grueling war and more like a triumphant festival procession. Now, standing before the majestic gates of the imperial capital itself, poised to witness the dawn of a new era, every man in Zayn's army felt a thrill of pure exhilaration. Chapter 97 Futile Ingenuity. Empress Regent Jahanara gazed down at the vast, sprawling host of the Imperial Guard arrayed before the grand gates of Darkar. Strangely, her heart felt far less disheartened than one might expect. Though the Liberation Force commanded miraculous, thunderous weapons, their total numbers could not compare to the vast reserves of the royal garrison. Furthermore, the outer stone ramparts of the imperial capital towered 40 feet high and spanned over 50 feet in thickness. Breaking through such ancient masonry would be no easy feat. Inside the city walls, the grand granaries held enough white rice, grain, and salted provisions to sustain the entire military host and civilian population for years. So long as the garrison held against the enemy's initial onslaught, they could easily endure a prolonged siege. Besides, the 40,000 elite sepoys standing in battle formation below were hardly pushovers. At that moment, Commander Farrukh Sufyan stepped up beside her, his voice low and urgent. Your Imperial Highness, based on my hard-earned experience on the southern plains, this forward battlement lies directly within the range of the rebel cannons. For your safety, I humbly beg your Imperial Highness to step down to the low courtyard. Beside him, old General Sufyan nodded in strong agreement, looking at Jahanara with deep concern. Yet Jahanara raised a slender hand, her fair face tight with unyielding determination. No, the imperial capital is the site of our final, decisive battle. I shall not retreat a single step. Your Imperial Highness. Farrukh attempted to press further, but Jahanara remained unmoved. With a swift wave of her sleeve, she commanded firmly, pass the decree, beat the war drums and commence the assault. Helpless to argue, Farrukh turned toward the parapet, shouting at the top of his lungs, by royal decree, beat the war drums. Attack! Instantly, dozens of massive, hide-covered war drums mounted along the ramparts let out a thundering, rhythmic beat. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy vibrations echoed across the plain, transforming the atmosphere in an instant. Every soldier present understood with absolute clarity that the final hour determining the survival of the great sultanate had arrived. Across the field, standing atop an armoured war chariot, Zayn observed the grand defensive layout through his brass field binoculars. The city walls towered majestically into the clouds, crowded with thousands of archers and spearmen. The golden glazed tiles of the central gatehouse gleamed brilliantly beneath the midday sun. Arrayed along the battlements were dozens of heavy wooden catapults. Down on the plain before the gate, a dense sea of 40,000 Imperial Guard sepoys stood in tight formation. At the very front of their line stood a row of massive, timber-frame siege mantelettes wielded wooden shields faced with raw ox hide, designed to protect the advancing infantry behind them. Zayn mused that the royal commanders likely intended to use these heavy wooden shields to absorb lead rounds and shield their advancing ranks. A touch clever, Zane murmured, lowering his binoculars and stepping down from the roof hatch. Looking at his officers, he commanded smoothly, "Open fire." "Understood, Master." Commander Dilwar Hossein and Captain Sohelmir cupped their hands in salute before rushing back to their respective posts. "Lock target on those wooden frames." Sohelmir pointed toward the approaching line of siege mantelets, shouting, "Fire." Marksmen equipped with shoulder-fired rocket tubes pulled their triggers without a second's delay. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. High-explosive rockets tore through the air, detonating against the heavy wooden shields. In an instant, the Imperial Guard's defensive front was ripped open in multiple places. The massive wooden mantelets hit by direct blasts collapsed into flying splinters and shattered timber, completely losing their ability to move. Dozens of sepoys sheltering behind them were crushed beneath the heavy debris. Yet for a host numbering 40,000, such initial losses were a mere drop in the ocean, like a mosquito biting an elephant. Spurred on by the thundering beat of the war drums, the sepoys continued pushing the remaining wooden shields forward, inching step by step toward the liberation force. "All batteries fire." Commander Dilwar Hossein roared. 10 armored war chariots discharged their main cannons simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Against such a vast sea of infantry, the explosive shells felt like heavy raindrops falling into a wide lake. Yet no matter how small the drops, each impact stirred a violent, bloody ripple. Sepoys wounded by flying shrapnel collapsed onto the dirt, rolling in agony as their screams echoed across the plain. Surrounding soldiers felt their nerves stretched to the breaking point. It felt as though the enemy army standing across the field consisted not of mortal men, but of terrifying, fire-spitting demons. Up on the high battlements, Jahanara felt her heart hammering violently against her ribs. She finally witnessed firsthand that the terrifying cannons described in dispatches were even more monstrous than she had imagined. Their destructive power exceeded traditional catapults 100-fold. Those meticulously crafted timber shields were like thin paper before them, tearing at a touch and shattering at a blow. Before she could recover from her shock, another salvo of rocket fire detonated across the field. Without surprise, more heavy wooden shields were blown to splinters, and fresh, bloody gaps were torn into the dense infantry ranks. Jahanara's throat felt drier as she swallowed hard with great difficulty. If her army was subjected to such relentless bombardment, her ranks would be routed before ever reaching hand-to-hand combat. Worse still, the catapults mounted along the city walls and the bows in her archers' hands were completely outranged, rendered useless. In that sobering moment, she finally understood Farrick's helplessness on the southern plains and why her elite Imperial Guard had suffered such bitter defeats. Within minutes, under the wild bombardment of shoulder-fired rockets, the Imperial Guard's front line of wooden shields was completely dismantled and scattered. What proved most fatal was that the Royal Archers still remained far beyond arrow range. Just as the Royal ranks hesitated in confusion, the heavy machine guns mounted atop the 10 armoured war chariots opened fire in unison, sweeping across the open field. Rat-tat-tat-tat. In a single breath, wide swaths of the Imperial Guard collapsed like wheat grain, their agony-filled shrieks filling the air in a tragic chorus. Yet the royal host was vast. Driven by the fast, thunderous beat of the war drums echoing from the walls, the sepoys abandoned their shattered wooden shields entirely, breaking into a desperate, roaring charge, surging toward the liberation force like a raging mountain flood. They clung to the firm belief that if they could close the distance and engage in hand-to-hand combat, their sheer numerical advantage would allow their broadswords to butcher the rebels. Kill, kill, kill. The war cries of tens of thousands of charging sepoys shook the heavens. Because the front line spanned a wide distance, and the armoured battalion commanded only 10 war chariots, the fast-moving royal infantry closed the gap rapidly. Watching the terrifying tide of 40,000 men surging toward them, the red-clad soldiers of the Liberation Force could not help feeling a flicker of tension. Their overall numbers were still modest compared to the royal host. Nusrat, Ruhaner, and Rushma looked at Zayn with anxious eyes, trusting that he would immediately unleash a decisive countermeasure to crush the enemy's charge. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm and composed? Right on cue, Zayn's level voice echoed across the command line. Humayun stepped forward instantly, cupping his hands. Present, Brother Zayn. Tell the Divine Marksman Corps to serve them a feast of pineapples. Understood. Humayun turned on his heel, sprinting to the front line of the marksman formation. Passing swift commands, hundreds of red-clad marksmen stepped forward, lining up in disciplined ranks and pinning pineapple fragmentation grenades in unison. Watching the dense mass of enemy infantry surge within throwing range, Humayun drew a grenade himself, raising his voice to a bellow. Throw. Hundreds of iron fragmentation grenades arced through the sky, raining down into the middle of the charging sea of men. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous, deafening chain of explosions erupted, plunging the Imperial Guard into a terrifying inferno of fire, smoke, and flying shrapnel. With zero cover on the flat plain, the charging sepoys had nowhere to hide. Ag! Merciful heavens, save us. Heart-wrenching wails filled the field as the front ranks were pulverized into a living hell. The soldiers of the Liberation Force stood jaw-dropped, amazed by the sheer scale of the devastation. It was their first time witnessing hundreds of fragmentation grenades detonating simultaneously in a single sector. The wall of fire and flying iron was so intense that even legendary spirits would have lost a layer of skin trying to cross it. Up on the high city ramparts, Empress Regent Jahanara felt her heart skip a beat, as if she had suddenly stepped off a precipice into an endless abyss. If this terrifying destruction continued, let alone 40,000 Imperial Guard sepoys, even 800,000 men would be blown to dust. Chapter 98. Bombarding the Royal City. Har har, strike while the iron is hot, lads. Humeon roared above the din. Heap the pressure on, and pin and throw. On his command, hundreds of marksmen from the Divine Marksman Corps hurled another volley of pineapple fragmentation grenades high over the field. Swish, swish, swish. For a brief second, the sky turned dark beneath a rain of iron cylinders. Looking up, the Imperial Guard sepoys were instantly struck with terror, their eyes widening in pure horror. They knew all too well the devastation that followed. Merciful heavens, run! A sepoy shrieked in desperation, as if catching sight of Azrael himself. Panic rippled through the royal ranks, and the sepoys turned to flee in droves. Retreat. Fall back. Yet packed tightly together on the open plain, outrunning the falling grenades was impossible. Before they could cover a dozen paces, explosive blasts detonated in their midst. Boom, boom, boom. Shrapnel and shockwaves tore through the packed ranks, transforming the field into a roaring inferno of blood and fire once again. Ranks behind them shattered completely. 0 men dared step into the killing zone. Instead, the entire host turned back in wild, frantic retreat. Watching the enemy host crumble, the red-clad soldiers of the Liberation Force raised triumphant cheers. Buzzing with wild excitement, up on the towering ramparts of Darkar, the court ministers of the Sultanate stood frozen, the final shred of their stubborn pride obliterated. Even Commander Farrokh Sufyan, battle-hardened and experienced, stared down in utter shock. Blast it all, he thought. This isn't a battle, they are turning the capital into scorched earth. The Imperial Guard below had lost every ounce of fighting spirit, while Zayn's army stood completely untouched. How could anyone fight against such madness? If this relentless destruction continued, Darkar would not hold for a single day. Every minister present understood the grim reality, yet zero dared speak the words aloud, fearing it would extinguish whatever frail hope remained. The fleeing sepoys scrambled backward with the same frantic speed they had shown during their charge. Reaching the wide moat and the narrow timber drawbridge, men shoved and trampled one another, dozens tumbling over the stone parapet into the deep water, splashing desperately as they fought to stay afloat. Pure, unadulterated chaos consumed the outer gates. The once proud Imperial Guard, elite protectors of the Sultanate, resembled a pack of terrified stray dogs. As the civil and military officials stood paralyzed, Empress Regent Jahanara stepped forward, her voice ringing clear above the din. Open the grand city gates. Admit the soldiers into the city at once. Minister Subhan Ali stepped forward in haste, cupping his hands. Your Imperial Highness, you must not. If the iron gates are raised, the rebels will exploit the chaos to storm the city. For the preservation of the crown, I implore your Imperial Highness to reconsider. We implore your Imperial Highness to reconsider. The surrounding courtiers echoed in panic. Old General Sufyan's face turned dark with fury. Pointing a trembling finger at the ministers, he barked, "You heartless fools. Do you intend to stand by and watch tens of thousands of our royal sepoys be butchered by enemy cannons?" Minister Subhan countered sharply, "I prioritize the safety of Her Imperial Highness and the lives of 1 million citizens inside these walls. General Sufyan, have you considered the catastrophe if Zayn's army breaches the gates? Abandoning the outer ranks is a painful, necessary sacrifice." Pausing, Subhan sneered with dripping malice. "Besides, General, what are your true motives here? Who across the realm does not know that your precious daughter, Wishma, now shares the bed of the rebel leader Zayn as his co-wife?" Subhan's words cut like poisoned glass. Standing nearby, Commander Farrokh Sufyan clutched his sword hilt, his knuckles turning white with rage, wishing he could strike the minister down right there. It was Subhan's foolish beauty trap that had compromised his sister in the first place. "You," General Sufyan choked on his own fury, his chest heaving. "You shameless, treacherous hypocrite. Am I mistaken, General?" Subhan smirked mockingly. "Silence." Empress Regent Jahanara rounded on Minister Subhan, her dark eyes flashing with sharp authority. We command hundreds of heavy mangonels along these battlements, and a wide moat below are our defences mere ornaments for your amusement. Turning to the gate wardens, she commanded, without hesitation, deliver a royal decree, open the grand gates. Hearing her command, Commander Farrak Sufin felt a surge of profound relief. Cupping his hands, he bowed low. Your servant obeys your Imperial Highness's decree. Moments later, the massive timber and iron gates groaned open, and the terrified ranks of the Imperial Guard swarmed into the lower courtyard like a flooding river. Across the field, the Liberation Force advanced smoothly, though Zayn kept their pace disciplined and controlled. The heavy mangonels and catapults mounted on the high city ramparts had not yet been neutralized. If a massive boulder struck an armored vehicle or supply truck, the damage could prove costly. 0 unnecessary risks would be taken. Halting the column 1,000 yards from the outer moat, Zayn called a stop. At a distance of nearly 3,000 feet, his armored war chariots could easily shell the high battlements with high precision, while the heavy stone throwers atop the walls were completely outranged. Standing atop a dark tactical SUV, Zayn scanned the battlements through his field binoculars. Turning to Littenmuir, he commanded calmly, order the armored chariot battalion to target the main gatehouse ramparts and open fire. Understood, Master. Lytton sprinted off like lightning. Receiving the order, Commander Dilwar Hossein boarded the central war chariot, shouting to his crew, elevate main guns. Aim right at the high gatehouse tower, give those royal court lords a proper greeting. Dilwar had long been itching to knock the arrogant court ministers off their high perches. If a single high explosive shell took out the royal leadership, his name would be etched into the legends of the realm. Inside the gun turret, the marksman adjusted the sighting controls with methodical precision. Target locked on the central gatehouse. Commander, then what are you waiting for? Firing. A high explosive shell tore through the air with a deafening screech, slamming straight into the low stone masonry of the gatehouse tower. Boom! A blinding flash of orange fire and shattered granite erupted just below the parapet. Leaning out of his turret, Dilwar Hossein winced as he saw the impact point. Blast it all, he muttered under his breath. 2 feet higher, and we'd have wiped out the whole court in one go. Shouting down the hatch, Dilwar barked, you useless blighters. Adjust elevation up 2 degrees, and fire again. Up on the ramparts, the ground shuddered violently under the impact, sending shockwaves through the stone structure. Courtiers and ministers went white as bone, clutching the stone balustrades in utter horror, well aware of how narrowly they had escaped death. Empress Regent Janara shuddered, her fair face draining of all colour. The sheer, terrifying destructive power of Zayn's cannons at 3,000 feet exceeded any weapon known to the Bengal Sultanate. No armour or stone wall could withstand such thunder. Realising the battlements were a death trap, Minister Subhan Ali pressed his palms together frantically. I implore your Imperial Highness to evacuate the ramparts at once. Old General Sufyan added with deep anxiety, Your Imperial Highness, please step down to safety. Jahanara let out a heavy, silent sigh. Remaining atop the gatehouse meant being buried under shattered masonry. Yet as she prepared to step back, a bitter thought crossed her mind. If I retreat from these walls, where else in this realm can I flee? Noticing her hesitation, Commander Farrak Sufyan turned to the 2 female court attendants, urging sharply, quickly, escort her Imperial Highness down to the inner palace. Before the attendants could step forward, a thunderous salvo of artillery shells detonated along the battlements. Boom, boom, boom. Granite parapets shattered, and a heavy wooden mangonel directly beside the gatehouse was pulverized into flying splinters and shattered beams. Screams echoed as royal attendants and guards were thrown to the stone floor by the blasts. Merciful heavens! The gathered ministers panicked completely, scrambling over one another as they cried out, Your Imperial Highness, retreat. Save yourselves. It is a death trap. To the inner palace. Farrak barked at the 2 attendants, move now. The terrified attendants took Jahanara by her arms, escorting her down the winding stone stairwell into the low courtyard. Yet Jahanara refused to hide inside her secluded inner palace. Instead, she took her stand on a raised courtyard balcony overlooking the battlements. She stood watching in silence as continuous artillery fire slammed into the high walls. Dense clouds of black gun smoke rolled across the battlements, blocking out the midday sun. Her fair face was pale, shrouded in the bitter haze of gunpowder. Can the ancient capital truly not be saved? She wondered, her heart aching with profound sorrow. Am I destined to be remembered as the last, defeated sovereign of a fallen dynasty? High above, the upper parapets of Darker's city walls lay thoroughly shattered by relentless high explosive shells. Broken granite, shattered timber, and fallen bodies covered the stone walkways. Crimson blood stained the ramparts, while dense smoke billowed into the overcast sky, accompanied by the agonizing cries of the wounded. Old General Sufyan and Commander Farrak, both bruised and bleeding from flying stone splinters, stood amidst the ruins. Alas, father and son were forced to accept the bitter truth. Zayn's offensive was utterly unstoppable. What drove them to deep despair was that while the capital's grand defences were being reduced to rubble, the Liberation Force stood 1,000 yards away, completely untouched and without a single casualty. Across the plain, Zayn raised his field binoculars, inspecting the battered walls. Most of the heavy mangonels had been pulverized into splinters, and zero threat remained. A cool, confident smile touched his lips. Setting his binoculars aside, Zayn raised his hand and commanded smoothly, "Commence the final assault." Chapter 99, The Final Royal Decree. Watching the main column of the Liberation Force advance across the plain toward the gatehouse, Commander Farouk Sufyan desperately attempted to organize a defense atop the battered ramparts. Position the heavy mangonels. Form the archer ranks along the parapets. Prepare the heavy timber beams, granite blocks, and boiling pitch. The high stone battlements, reduced to chaotic ruins by the initial artillery barrage, stirred back to life. Casualties were dragged down to the low courtyards, fresh reserves were brought up the stairwells, and each defensive unit scrambled into position. Fortunately, the ancient ramparts were 50 feet wide, providing ample space for the defenders to maneuver. Yet a suffocating dread gnawed at every sepoy's heart. They stood trembling, utterly ignorant of what fresh nightmare would descend upon them next. "Move, Schnell," Farouk bellowed, drawing his ceremonial sabre and pointing it toward the advancing red-clad ranks. "The time for our counter-strike has arrived." Mangonels fire. The royal artillerymen poured burning naphtha over massive granite stones, setting them ablaze with torches before releasing the heavy timber-throwing arms. Whoosh, whoosh, streaks of flaming rock cut through the sky, crashing down toward the forward ranks of the Liberation Force. Yet traditional siege mangonels were not long-range rifled cannons. Achieving accurate hits on a moving target was nearly impossible. What was more, most of the heavy mangonels along the walls had already been pulverized into splinters by Zayn's preliminary bombardment. The few surviving engines could do nothing to check the enemy's momentum. A sparse volley of flaming stones crashed into the dirt, killing or wounding barely a dozen red-clad soldiers. In the next second, the mounted heavy machine guns and cannons of the armoured chariot battalion unleashed a devastating, continuous artillery barrage against the battlements. Wat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The surviving Imperial Guard sepoys scrambled in absolute terror, crouching low beneath the stone parapets. Those caught in the open were torn to shreds by high explosive shells before they could even scream. Covered by the relentless fire of the war chariots, Captain Sohail Mir and his marksmen aligned 10 shoulder-fired rocket tubes directly at the reinforced timber gates of Darkar. Target locked fire. Sohail Mir bellowed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. High explosive rockets tore across the narrow gap, slamming straight into the ancient gate panels. Boom. In a blinding flash of fire, the massive timber doors were blasted inward, the gatehouse archway instantly engulfed in billowing black smoke. The royal sepoys stationed inside the gateway were either blown to pieces by the blast waves or crushed beneath the falling oak beams. The primary entrance to the imperial capital had been obliterated in a single strike. The surviving guards in the courtyard stood paralyzed, their minds blank with sheer, unadulterated horror. The fortress gates were gone. What point was there in continuing to fight? Panic rippled through the ranks as a terrified officer sprinted up the rampart stairs, screaming at the top of his lungs, "The gate is breached. The main gate has fallen." Crouching beneath the stone parapet to dodge flying shrapnel, General Sufyan and his son Farouk went pale as bone. Their confidence shattered completely. Just moments earlier, they had felt the massive granite foundation of the gatehouse shudder under a terrifying impact. The main gate was gone. They understood with chilling clarity what it meant if the drawbridge across the moat fell. Zayn's army would sweep into the city unimpeded. The fundamental tragedy was the Liberation Force's long-range firepower completely suppressed the defenders, preventing the royal garrison from utilizing any of their defensive advantages. Farouk Sufyan felt a deep, overwhelming urge to weep. Yet steeled by desperate resolve, he attempted one final, futile effort. He dispatched reserve squads to plug the smoking gateway while ordering his archers to fire blind volleys over the parapets into the smoke. Whether the arrows struck anything was left entirely to fate. Seeing the gateway breached, Humayun led the Divine Marksman Corps forward at a dead sprint. Secure the drawbridge. Dozens of marksmen plunged into the moat, swimming furiously toward the opposite bank. The remaining men leveled their automatic rifles at the battlements, maintaining a terrifying suppressive fire that cut down any defender who dared peek over the stone wall. Others unpinned fragmentation grenades, hurling them continuously onto the ramparts above. Before the royal archers could loose a second volley, fragmentation grenades detonated amidst their ranks, turning the battlements into a bloody slaughterhouse. Boom, boom, boom. Agonizing shrieks echoed across the walls as royal archers fell in heaps. Reaching the far bank of the moat, the swimming marksmen hauled themselves onto the timber drawbridge platform, firing their automatic rifles directly at the heavy iron chain securing the bridge. Wat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Heavy lead rounds chewed through the iron links, and with a deafening crash, the massive timber drawbridge slammed down across the water, creating a wide, open highway straight into the heart of Darker. Peering through a drainage gap in the parapet, Farak Sufyan watched the drawbridge collapse into place. His face was pale as death, his mind numb, the last shred of his stubborn pride evaporating into the smoke. The gate was breached. The drawbridge had fallen. The capital was lost. With a trembling voice filled with profound remorse, Farak looked at his father. Father, forgive your unfilial son. I shall precede you into the afterlife. Raising his ceremonial saber, Farak prepared to slit his own throat. General Sufyan's heart nearly stopped. No, my son. Just then, a fragmentation grenade landed on the stone floorboards right between them, with a heavy thud. Boom! An explosive blast rocked the parapet. General Sufyan's eyes widened in horror as the shockwave engulfed them both, knocking father and son unconscious amidst the smoke and debris. Seeing their highest commanders collapse, the surviving sepoys along the ramparts broke completely. Whatever tiny spark of morale remained was snuffed out instantly. In the hearts of the terrified royal guards, a single word sprouted in quiet desperation: surrender. At the foot of the drawbridge, Captain Soholmir raised his broadsword, his voice booming across the plain. Soldiers of the Liberation Force, follow me. Enter Darka and capture the court. Enter Darka. Capture the court. Tens of thousands of red-clad voices roared in unison. The main host surged across the drawbridge, pouring through the shattered gatehouse like an unstoppable flood. In the central courtyard of the royal palace, Empress Regent Jahanara heard the sudden, terrifying roar of gunfire, wild shouting, and clashing steel echoing from within the city walls. Her heart tightened violently. What is that commotion? Her chest heaved with rapid, agitated breaths. A senior female attendant listened intently, her face turning pale with absolute shock. Your Imperial Highness, good, the rebels have already breached the main gate. Jahanara knitted her dark brows, listening closely. The thunder of automatic rifles and shouting grew louder by the second, confirming her worst nightmare. Har 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 har, bitter, tragic laugh escaped her lips. Run. Where under heaven could I possibly run to? She stumbled backward, her knees giving way, her delicate frame saved from collapsing only by the marble railing. She had never imagined the capital would fall in a matter of hours. What manner of army possessed such terrifying power? The two female attendants rushed to support her, one urging frantically, Your Imperial Highness, we must flee through the west gate at once. Jahanara rested a hand against her forehead, her stance unsteady. Just then, hordes of fleeing Imperial Guard sepoys spilled into the palace thoroughfare like a bursting dam, completely terrified, their armor disheveled and blood-stained. Your Imperial Highness, flee, the attendant cried, her voice trembling with panic. Jahanara steadied herself, gently breaking free from the attendant's grip. Tears welled in her dark eyes as a soft, sad chuckle escaped her lips. Flee? To what end? The entire realm belongs to his army now. Your Imperial Highness. The attendants pleaded in unison. Yet Jahanara had not lost her mind. She weighed the situation with sharp clarity, realizing that running was futile and would only cause further useless bloodshed among her remaining guards. Throughout his campaign across the southern districts, Zayn's Liberation Force had maintained strict discipline, refraining from looting, slaughtering civilians, or committing atrocities. This proved that Zayn was a disciplined, principled leader who did not butcher the helpless. If so, she would offer her own freedom to save the lives of her surviving soldiers and citizens. Furthermore, she possessed a deep, burning desire to stand face to face with this extraordinary man named Zayn, to see what kind of leader commanded such miraculous, world-shattering power. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Jahanara steeled her heart. Looking at her attendants, she issued her command in a clear, calm tone. Deliver my royal decree, order all royal forces to lay down their weapons and surrender. She knew with quiet certainty that this would likely be the final decree of her life. The two attendants stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Surrendering to the rebel leader meant her fate would rest entirely at his mercy. Your Imperial Highness, once you fall into the hands of the rebel commander, I fear. Jahanara raised a hand, her voice firm and absolute. Say no more. Go deliver the decree at once. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Dynasty. Deliver the sovereign's decree, surrender. By royal decree, lay down your arms. Two senior female court officials hurried down the cobblestone thoroughfare, wiping tears from their pale faces as they called out to the retreating ranks. They knew with bitter clarity that the era of the Great Sultanate was coming to a tragic end, its centuries of imperial glory fading until nothing remained. As for what fate awaited them in this new order, only heaven knew. The fleeing imperial guard sepoys froze at the word surrender, a wave of overwhelming relief washing over their exhausted faces. To live a humble life was infinitely better than dying pointlessly under a hail of iron shell fire. One by one, they cast their broadswords and spears onto the dirt, retreating to the sides of the street to drop to their knees. Observing the scene, Captain Soholmir grinned broadly, his face beaming with uncontained joy. Admitting defeat was the only sensible choice left to them. It was time for Ancient Darker to crown a new master. Raising his broad hand, Soholmir signaled his divisions to cease fire. Across the ranks of the Liberation Force, red-clad soldiers raised triumphant cheers, amazed at how swiftly the Grand Capital had fallen. Nearby, the royal sepoys who had laid down their weapons secretly rejoiced at their own survival. Before long, a dark tactical SUV rolled smoothly through the shattered gatehouse, driven by Zayn himself, with Nusrat, Ruhana, and Rushma seated beside him. Steering with one hand, a calm, contented smile touched Zayn's lips. Entering Darker at the head of a victorious army was infinitely easier than sitting for the civil service exams as a poor scholar. It had taken a mere few months to reshape the destiny of the entire realm. He wondered idly what the original owner of his body would think if he could witness this moment. In any case, he had arrived in the ancient city he had once dreamed of visiting, and his name was Zayn. Of course, victory had been secured through the sheer, crushing superiority of modern firepower. Halfway down the central avenue, the vehicle approached a crowd of court officials kneeling in the middle of the road. At the very front knelt Empress Regent Jahanara. Her formal silk robes of state had been removed, leaving her wrapped in a simple white silk mantle of surrender. Nusrat, Ruhana, and Rushma gazed out the car windows, their eyes wide with excitement. For Nusrat, memories flooded her mind recalling her first meeting with Zayn in the rural village, his single-handed destruction of the local bandit strongholds, and his relentless campaign against corrupt officials. Now, they stood in the heart of Darker, receiving the surrender of the royal court itself. Rushma, however, felt a pang of quiet anxiety amidst her awe. She scanned the crowd nervously, searching for her father, General Sufyan, and her brother, Farouk, praying they had survived the final breach. The tactical SUV came to a smooth halt before the kneeling assembly. Empress Regent Jahanara, holding the heavy golden seal of state in her trembling hands, stole a cautious glance at the strange iron carriage before her. It was dark, mounted on rubber wheels without horses, its front fitted with clear glass, a truly miraculous creation. Click! Zayn opened the door, stepped out onto the cobblestones, and strolled casually toward her. Jahanara lowered her eyes, unable to look further than his leather boots. Swallowing hard, her clear voice trembled as she spoke. The destiny of the great sultanate has collapsed, and heaven has brought our dynasty to its end. Finding no path to turn the tide, I yield the realm and offer up the royal seal. I ask only that you preserve our ancient mosques and spare the innocent folk of the city. Raising her hands, she presented the golden royal seal high above her head, her fair fingers trembling slightly, her heart hammering against her ribs. Behind her, rows of ministers and courtiers lay prostrate on the stone street, shuddering in terror. Zayn surveyed the young ruler kneeling before him. Even wrapped in plain white silk, her posture retained an innate grace and elegance. Stepping forward, he took the heavy golden seal from her hands, glanced at the intricate Arabic calligraphy carved into its base, and handed it to Litten Mir. Looking down at Jahanara, Zayn said in a calm, level tone, "Raise your head." Jahanara's heart tightened. Then, knowing she was now a captive ruler at the mercy of a conqueror, she slowly raised her face. Zayn took in her features. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, her dark brows shaped like delicate crescent moons, her expressive eyes clear as autumn waters, her skin smooth as fine porcelain, and her soft lips rich as crimson pomegranate. A rare blend of regal majesty and delicate beauty converged in her face. Yet her expressive eyes held a shadow of quiet grief and fear, stripping away the proud aura of the Empress Regent who had once ruled from the gilded throne. I warned your court weeks ago that the old order was exhausted, and that you should step aside for the good of the realm, Zayn remarked, pulling a silver lighter from his pocket to ignite a cigarette. Taking a slow drag, he exhaled a thin stream of smoke into the morning air. At the time, your ministers undoubtedly thought I was spouting arrogant nonsense. Yet here I stand, and there you kneel. He added calmly, the old dynasty could no longer govern this land with justice, but I assure you I can. Jahanara kept her soft lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing, though her mind churned with surprise. The legendary rebel scholar portrayed by her ministers as a ruthless monster looked nothing of the sort. Instead, he carried himself with towering authority, handsome and composed. He looked more like a refined nobleman than a bandit leader. Still, she wondered silently, what is that strange paper tube burning between his fingers? Spotting Rishma standing behind Zayn, Jahanara felt another wave of surprise. If Zayn were truly a tyrannical monster, why did the highborn daughter of the Sufyan family look so serene and devoted by his side? Meanwhile, Rishma looked at the kneeling court with mixed emotions, a blend of relief, guilt, and quiet hope for the future. Yet she knew in her heart that her choice to align with Zayn had been the right one. Just then, a squad of red-clad marksmen approached, escorting 4 royal sepoys who were carrying General Sufyan and Commander Farrokh on improvised stretchers. The squad leader stepped up to Zayn, cupping his hands. "Master Zayn, we have secured the General of the Imperial Guard and his deputy. We await your orders regarding their fate." "Father," Rishma gasped, catching sight of General Sufyan's blood-stained tunic. She hurried forward, taking the old general's hand in deep concern. "Father, are you hurt?" General Sufyan pushed her hand away with a bitter scoff, struggling to his feet on unsteady legs before dropping to his knees before Jahanara. "Your Imperial Highness, your humble servant has failed you." Jahanara looked at the old general, shaking her head softly before lowering her eyes. Matters had reached their natural end. What point was there in laying blame? That her generals had stood by the throne until the walls fell was honourable enough. Commander Farrokh, war severely wounded by flying shrapnel, lay on his stretcher, unable to rise despite his struggles. General Sufyan let out a long, heavy sigh, bowing his head in silent acceptance. He knew the old sultanate was gone, yet seeing the liberation force maintain strict discipline without looting or harming civilians brought a small measure of comfort to his heart. Zayn looked at the father and son, then turned to his squad leader. "Take them to the medical quarters and have our surgeons dress their wounds immediately." "Right away, Master." Tears of profound gratitude welled in Rishma's dark eyes. Whatever grievances lay between them, her family's lives had been spared. Jahanara exhaled a quiet breath, feeling a heavy burden lift from her shoulders. Knowing that her loyal generals would not be executed eased her lingering guilt. Slowly raising her eyes to Zayn, she said in a quiet, composed voice, "You have won the realm. I have nothing left to offer. I ask only for a swift death." Zayn offered a cool, subtle smile, tapping the ash from his cigarette. "Not so fast, my lady. You still owe me a proper conversation over tea." Chapter 101. The Stomachs of the Common Folk. "Oh what?" Empress Regent Jahanara frowned slightly, her dark brows knitting in confusion at Zayn's casual banter. "I know not what you mean by such crude words," she murmured softly, her voice choking with quiet emotion as sorrow dimmed her clear eyes. "I only know that I owed the subjects of this realm a peaceful, prosperous world, and I have failed them." Zayn chuckled softly, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. "No matter, my lady. In time you shall understand. As for restoring peace to this realm, set your heart at ease. That duty rests entirely upon my shoulders now." Hearing his words, Jahanara felt torn between quiet relief and deep apprehension. Did his mention of in time imply he had no immediate intention of taking her life? At least, not today. Yet what purpose did he have in sparing a captive ruler whose dynasty had fallen? Could it truly be that he intended to grant her mercy? Reflecting on her situation, she steeled her resolve. She could not afford to throw her life away just yet. At the very least, she needed to unravel the secret behind those terrifying, miraculous weapons that had shattered her armies, lest she pass into the afterlife with endless regret. Turning to Captain Soholmir, Zayn commanded calmly, "Take these court ministers and their families into custody. Have our inspectors conduct a thorough audit of their estates and accounts before we decide their sentences." As for her Imperial Highness, he gestured toward Jahanara. "Escort her safely to the inner Imperial Palace quarters." "Right away, Brother Zayn." Soholmir bowed. Hearing Zayn's order, the gathered ministers went ghastly pale, their limbs trembling violently. Their private manors in the city held mountains of illicit gold, silver, and extorted wealth. Once an official audit began, every corrupt lord among them was utterly ruined. Before long, Zayn rode through the majestic archways into the inner royal palace complex. Stretched out before him lay a sprawling, magnificent citadel of soaring minarets, marble courtyards, and grand pavilions. The gilded roof tiles gleamed brilliant gold beneath the afternoon sun, radiating the ancient majesty of imperial rule. Though the splendor of the royal palace was breathtaking, Zayn's heart remained unruffled, for every stone, arch, and courtyard now belonged to him. Throughout the vast complex, hundreds of palace servants, eunuchs, and attendants lay prostrate on the marble floors, awaiting the conqueror's judgment in trembling silence. Ascending the central marble staircase, Zayn entered the grand audience chamber. This magnificent hall, historically known as the Majlis Ikaz, was where the monarchs of the Sultanate held grand state ceremonies and received foreign envoys. The interior was adorned with intricate floral carvings, gilded Islamic calligraphy, and vaulted arches. Over 100 massive teak pillars each so thick it required 4 men with joined hands to encircle, supported the soaring ceiling, exuding immense imperial grandeur. From this day forward, Zayn remarked, stepping up to the gilded throne and sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, this chamber shall be known as the Darbar Riazam, the Grand Audience Hall. Truth be told, looking down across the vast hall from the gilded throne felt remarkably satisfying. Right away, master. I shall have the court carvers craft a new plaque at once. Young Bakal, a former street urchin from the rural township who had become Zayn's loyal personal attendant, bowed cheerfully before sprinting out of the hall. Bakal could scarcely believe his own fortune. A penniless orphan, who had once begged for crusts of bread, was now striding through the royal palace. His ancestors must be smiling down from heaven. If matters progressed as expected, Master Zayn would soon ascend the throne as sovereign and proclaim a new dynasty. Zayn leaned back against the carved velvet cushions, lost in thought. Renaming a hall was simple enough, but choosing a fitting name for the new dynasty required deliberate consideration. Meanwhile, across the city at the ancestral manor of House Chowdhury, Dhaka was not merely the imperial seat of the Sultanate, it served as the power base for the 4 great merchant houses of the realm: Chowdhury, Khan, Siddiqui, and Mirza. At that moment, the patriarchs of House Khan, House Siddiqui, and House Mirza had gathered in the grand reception room of the Chowdhury estate to confer. With Dhaka falling to the liberation force, the aristocratic merchant families urgently needed to decide their stance. Generations ago, the founding sultan had united the realm with the financial backing and military supplies of their ancestors. Now Zayn's army swept through the provinces like an unstoppable force. The royal loyalists still held northern territories. They were clearly no match for Zayn's modern firepower. Consequently, the heads of Khan, Siddiqui, and Mirza agreed that their best course was to offer financial backing to the liberation force and secure their own positions under the new ruler. However, Master Chowdhury, the stern, aging patriarch of House Chowdhury, rose abruptly from his divan. Gentlemen, my informants have confirmed the truth, Chowdhury declared, his voice tight with anger. My kinsman, Master Chowdhury Yarkaya of Dakshanpur, at his estate seized by this rebel leader Zayn, and his family was either executed or thrown into dungeons. He gestured around the room, adding bitterly, furthermore, your own kinsmen who served as senior court officials in the capital have just been dragged off to prison. Do you truly believe this Zayn will spare your houses once he consolidates power? Striking his staff against the floor, Master Chowdhury sneered. Therefore, House Chowdhury shall never support these rebels. On the contrary, I intend to bring this scholar down. The other 3 patriarchs exchanged looks of utter astonishment. The patriarch of House Khan pondered the matter before speaking cautiously. Master Chowdhury, the fact that the liberation force breached the walls of Dhaka in a single afternoon demonstrates terrifying military strength. He added in a hushed tone, surely you've heard the reports. The rebels command miraculous fire-spitting weapons and heavy iron war chariots equipped with cannons. They possess power beyond conventional understanding. It was through these miraculous weapons that they conquered the capital so swiftly. In my humble opinion, provoking Zayn is sheer folly. The head of House Siddiqui nodded in agreement. Indeed, though our 4 great houses have maintained immense influence for generations, risking total ruin over a personal grudge seems ill-advised. The head of House Mirza chimed in. Quite right. We ought not to act rashly. It is far wiser to observe how the situation develops before committing our wealth. Absurd. Master Chowdhury cut them off with a dismissive wave, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. This Zayn treats House Chowdhury with complete contempt, which means he holds all 4 great houses in equal disdain. He sneered. We cannot allow an unmanageable outsider to consolidate his rule over the realm. We must crush him before his hold strengthens. Leaning forward, Chowdhury whispered conspiratorially, at present, his army holds merely 2 districts and a score of towns. The northern provinces remain beyond his grasp, and the final ruler of this land is far from decided. Instead of bowing to an arrogant scholar who refuses to share power, would it not be infinitely better to fund a leader who respects our influence? What say you, gentlemen? The 3 patriarchs exchanged thoughtful glances, finding wisdom in his words. The head of House Khan asked, Master Chowdhury, if you have a plan in mind, pray tell us how we ought to proceed. Master Chowdhury's smirk broadened into a confident grin. As the ancient proverb says, he who controls the grain controls the realm. He who starves the folk loses the throne. We shall strike first at the very stomachs of the common people. As evening fell over the palace, Rishma arrived at the Chamli Mahal. The Chamli Mahal had previously served as Empress Regent Jahanara's private residence. Finding the quarters immaculate and luxurious, Zayn had claimed the pavilion for his own use. Spotting Rishma stepping through the carved doorways, Zayn raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. The young maiden was proving delightfully proactive. Husband, I came to offer my gratitude, Rishma murmured, looking up at him with bashful dark eyes. Is that all, love? Zayn chuckled smoothly, his broad hand sliding gently around her slender waist. Rishma blushed crimson, resting her head against his chest. I felt a bit peckish. I was hoping to enjoy one of your sweet red bananas tonight. Do you happen to have any to spare, husband? Hearing her coy request, Zayn's eyes lit up with playful warmth. Sweeping her up in a bridal carry, he strode directly toward the wide, silk-draped couch. By the following morning, young Bakul had gathered over 100 wooden buckets of fresh livestock blood, arranging them neatly inside a side courtyard of the palace. Instead of leaving, Bakul waited anxiously near the doorway. Before long, Zayn strolled into the courtyard. Master, Bakul hurried forward, his face etched with worry. When I visited the city markets to purchase the blood this morning, I discovered that grain merchants across Dharka have tripled the price of white rice and flour overnight. Every merchant shop is charging outrageous prices, and the common folk across the bazaars are crying out in deep anger. Having grown up as a destitute orphan, Akil was acutely aware of the price of daily bread. As the old saying went, bread is the life of the common folk. A threefold spike in grain prices was a severe crisis. Furthermore, with the Liberation Force having just taken control of Dharka, this sudden inflation was clearly designed to spark public unrest against Zayn's rule. Zayn raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Someone was actively trying to sabotage his new administration. Here is what we shall do, Zayn commanded calmly. Open the royal granaries immediately. Sell grain directly to the populace at the standard pre-war prices. But master, Bakul looked thoroughly confused. The royal granaries hold our strategic reserves. If we sell off those stores to the public, how shall we feed our host of 100,000 men? Between the Liberation Force divisions and the surrendered Imperial Guard sepoys, the military force now numbered 100,000 men. The daily grain required to feed such a host was astronomical. Leave the army's rations to me, Zayn replied with an easy smile. Focus on opening the granaries. Meanwhile, dispatch our inspectors to uncover which hidden hands are orchestrating this market sabotage. Right away, master. Bakul bowed. Chapter 102, A Remarkable Discovery. Once Bakul departed, Zayn stepped into the private courtyard, safely transferring the buckets of livestock blood into his spatial sanctuary. With a subtle flick of his mind, he vanished into the invisible realm himself. Merciful heavens! Zayn gasped in absolute amazement, his eyes wide with wonder. As far as the eye could see, the dense dimensional mist that had previously restricted his access had completely dissipated. Does this mean the entire township and the modern military base have been fully unlocked? Without a second's hesitation, Zayn boarded a dark tactical SUV parked within the sanctuary, flowing the accelerator straight toward the modern town. Though the military compound held endless weapons, the current armory was already more than sufficient for his army's needs. The town's civilian infrastructure, however, presented an irresistible treasure trove. Driven by intense excitement, Zayn sped down the paved road. Soon, row upon row of modern buildings materialized through his windshield. I'm rich. Beyond my wildest dreams, a wave of pure joy washed over him, far greater than if he had taken 100 co-wives. The expanded township meant an endless supply of modern provisions. He remembered clearly that this town was well developed, housing massive supermarkets, processing factories, and commercial shops. In short, whatever a modern city possessed, this place held in abundance. He recalled visiting the area with his old teammates in his past life, though as their visits had been at night, he had never explored it thoroughly. Navigating the empty streets, Zayn wove around parked vehicles, motorcycles, cars, delivery trucks, and heavy dumpers. The area resembled a quiet ghost town, as though time had frozen at a specific moment, leaving the infrastructure pristine while the population vanished. Pulling up outside a commercial plaza, he spotted a tea house and a fast food outlet at the entrance. On the tea house counter sat a freshly prepared ice-cold milk tea. Zayn picked it up. The cup was clean iced and fresh. Curiously, the moment he lifted it, an identical fresh cup materialized in its place on the counter. Subhanallah, it regenerates instantly. An inexhaustible supply. Inserting the straw, Zayn took a deep gulp. An ice-cold, sweet sensation rushed down his throat, refreshing his entire body. Ah, pure perfection. Stepping into the fast food shop, he picked up a cardboard box from a warming counter. Opening it, he found a hot, freshly prepared chicken burger, its rich, savory aroma filling the air as if straight from the fryer. Taking a hearty bite, he savored the familiar taste of his past life. Walking further into the plaza, Zayn passed a fine laundry boutique displaying an array of silk garments, delicate undergarments, and fine apparel in every color, cut, and size. Splendid, Zayn smirked to himself. I shall bring a few selections back for Nusrat, Rihanna, and Rishma later. Continuing into the main supermarket, he found counters stocked with premium tobacco, fine spices, imported perfumes, gold jewellery, and modern clothing. Row upon row of shelves held snacks, beverages, household goods, tools, and electrical appliances. Everything imaginable sat ready for the taking. Deep inside the industrial sector, he discovered a food processing plant whose warehouses were stacked high with thousands of crates of fresh bread, biscuits, and pastries. With such endless reserves, feeding the population of Darker would be effortless. The merchant houses attempting to artificially inflate grain prices were playing a foolish game. In a secluded industrial sector, Zane uncovered several construction supply yards. Parked outside a cement warehouse stood a massive semi-trailer fully loaded with hundreds of bags of high-grade cement. Nearby lay stacked steel rebar, red bricks, roofing tiles, river sand, and gravel, alongside heavy machinery bulldozers, excavators, and forklifts. Satisfied, Zane smiled. Whatever material his new administration required, his internal sanctuary could supply without limit. Meanwhile, out in the city, young Backel, having organised the sale of grain from the public granaries, launched a quiet investigation into the sudden price hikes. Upon hearing that the new administration was selling off state reserves to feed the public, Master Chowdhury sat in his courtyard, laughing until his sides ached. Har har har. I racked my brain expecting some grand strategy, only for the scholar Zane to resort to selling off his strategic reserves. Tell me, has he lost his mind from desperation? Har har har. The patriarchs of House Khan, House Siddiqui, and House Mirza joined in his laughter, confident that victory was within their grasp. Master Chowdhury sneered. I want to see what those rebel soldiers will eat once the state granaries run dry. Their miraculous weapons might hold power on the field, but when their stomachs are empty, let us see if those sepoys remain loyal. The head of House Khan chuckled. Indeed, challenging the four great houses is sheer, tragic foolishness. Har har har. However, the head of House Siddiqui expressed a faint worry. Tell me, gentlemen, when Zane runs out of public grain, will his army resort to pillaging our private estates? Pillaging our estates? Master Chowdhury scoffed in contempt. I assure you, he wouldn't dare. We may not field a standing army, but our four houses control half the realm's scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. What does a rustic scholar have to oppose us? If our merchant houses choose to sneeze, the whole economy stutters. The other patriarchs nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Backel's initial inquiries hit a wall of silence as market vendors refused to speak. Frustrated, Backel took a dozen guards armed with semi-automatic pistols and marched directly to the largest merchant house in Old Darker, the Wonking Grain Emporium. When the senior shopkeeper saw that Backel was merely a young youth, a contemptuous smirk touched his lips, completely dismissing the boy's authority. Though young, Backel recognized the man's arrogance immediately. Pointing a finger, his temper flared. Insolent fool, drag him out here. Before the shopkeeper could react, two guards grabbed him by his collar, dragging him onto the cobblestone street and pinning him down before Backel. What is the meaning of this? The shopkeeper shouted, struggling against the guard's grip. In broad daylight, you dare assault an honest merchant. Release me. Backel stood unimpressed. The simultaneous price hikes across every bazaar in Darker were clearly a coordinated conspiracy. If he broke one merchant's silence, the truth would come to light. Looking down, Backel demanded sternly, Speak. Who ordered you to triple the price of grain, and who stands behind this plot? Release me at once. You are oppressing honest folk. The shopkeeper bellowed. Save your lies. Backel's patience snapped. Delivering a sharp slap across the shopkeeper's face, he pointed at his nose. Old man, if you think you can sabotage Master Zane's rule, you will have to answer to me first. The shopkeeper's face flushed with anger. You are worse than common bandits. Stubborn to the end, are we? Losing his temper entirely, Backel drew his semi-automatic pistol, racking the slide and firing a round directly into the cobblestones beside the shopkeeper's knee. Bang! Bystanders across the bazaar jumped in horror, shielding their eyes. The thunderous blast echoed down the alley as lead ricocheted into the shopkeeper's leg, blood staining his robes. Ag! Merciful heavens! The shopkeeper shrieked in agony, thick veins bulging on his forehead as he writhed on the stones. Backel stepped forward, pressing the cold steel barrel of the pistol directly against the shopkeeper's forehead. Speak, or the next round goes straight through your skull. Terrified out of his wits, a foul stench rose as the shopkeeper wet his robes in sheer panic. The pain in his leg was unbearable, but a lead round to the forehead meant facing the Almighty immediately. Seeing the man breaking, Backel demanded, I'm giving you one final chance. Speak. I'll speak. I'll speak. The shopkeeper sobbed hysterically. It was Master Chowdhury. Master Chowdhury of House Chowdhury ordered all merchant shops to triple their prices. Spare my life, young sir. I beg for mercy. Bakul grinned inwardly, though he maintained a stern, intimidating expression. Which Master Chowdhury? The shopkeeper shuddered, stammering frantically. The senior patriarch Master Chowdhury of the Four Great Houses. Quietly noting the name, Bakul turned to his guards. Keep a tight guard over this shop, and hold this man until further orders. Understood, sir. The guards replied in unison. Chapter 103, The Lore of the Realm. Stepping out from the central palace, Zayn decided to explore the grounds alone. The sheer scale of the imperial citadel was vast beyond imagination, a sprawling maze of marbled courtyards, soaring minarets, and secluded pavilions. Navigating the complex on foot would take 3 full days. Seeking out a quiet, deserted alleyway, Zayn drew upon his spatial sanctuary. With a subtle surge of energy and a quiet whoosh, a sleek, high-performance motorcycle materialized beside him, its black metallic frame gleaming under the sun. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Zayn mounted the machine, twisted the throttle, and shot down the paved avenue. Near the inner gate, a squad of royal guards pricked up their ears at the sudden, mechanical roar. Listen, what manner of sound is that? I heard it as well. It sounds like distant thunder. Nonsense. The sky is completely clear. Where would thunder come from? As the sentries stood debating, Zayn rounded the corner on the motorcycle, leaning smoothly into the turn. Look, it is Master Zayn. Merciful heavens. What manner of beast is that? Could it be a carriage? But why does it possess only 2 wheels? It looks more like an iron warhorse. How on earth could a horse look like that? Nasrat, Rohana, and Rishma, who were just stepping into the courtyard to find Zayn, caught sight of the spectacle. The 3 co-wives stood completely dumbfounded, then unceremoniously gathered their silk robes and ran over. Husband, what manner of creation is this? Nasrat gasped, her dark eyes wide with curiosity as she stared at the sleek black machine between his legs. Rohana and Rishma stepped up, gently touching the cool metal handles, utterly fascinated by the strange vehicle. This is called an iron horse, love, Zayn chuckled, patting the fuel tank. It runs on refined oil, just like our heavy trucks. When I find a spare moment, I shall teach all 3 of you how to ride it. The 3 co-wives beamed with delight, clapping their hands. Truly wonderful. The iron horse looked effortlessly stylish, and riding it across the open plains promised to be exhilarating. Just then, young Bakul sprinted into the courtyard, breathless. Setting curiosity aside, he bowed deeply, cupping his hands. Master, I have thoroughly investigated the grain market sabotage you assigned to me. The plot was orchestrated by a senior patriarch named Master Chowdhury. The man commands immense influence across Darker, and his family estate is massive and luxurious. Zayn listened calmly, though the name meant little to him. Yet the key detail stood out. The man was the head of House Chowdhury. Was this the noble House Chowdhury of Darker? House Chowdhury was a renowned merchant family whose influence had spanned centuries. They controlled vast tracts of fertile farmland and immense trade wealth, while dozens of their kinsmen served as senior officials across the provinces and within the royal court. Zayn's lips curled into a dry, cold smile. Since Master Chowdhury had chosen to challenge his rule, he had only his own foolishness to blame. Looking at Bakul, Zayn commanded smoothly, take a squad of marksmen, arrest Master Chowdhury, and seize the Chowdhury estate. Anyone who resists is to be executed on the spot. Right away, Master. Meanwhile, at the ancestral manor of House Chowdhury, Master Chowdhury had just received news that the Wongking Grain Emporium had been raided by Zayn's guards, the shopkeeper beaten, and the establishment seized. Aside from sheer shock, the old patriarch flew into a towering rage. Outrageous. What manner of lawless thugs are these rebel bandits? If we tolerate such insolence, where is our dignity? Master Chowdhury, pray calm yourself. The head of House Khan advised in haste. These rebels act without restraint. It is far safer not to provoke them further, lest they descend upon us in desperation and put us to the sword. Master Chowdhury slammed his hand against the carved mahogany table, rising to his feet. They wouldn't dare. Before the echoes of his shout died down, an elderly butler came stumbling into the hall, gasping for breath, his face pale with panic. Master, it is terrible. A massive squad of armed soldiers has surrounded the main gate. What? Master Chowdhury's heart skipped a beat. How could they have moved so quickly? What were they planning to do? Did they truly dare attack an ancient merchant house? The patriarchs of Khan, Siddiqui, and Mirza stood up abruptly, their faces tight with sudden dread. Before anyone could react, Bakul strolled into the grand hall at the head of 100 red-clad marksmen, their semi-automatic pistols drawn and ready. Which one of you is Master Chowdhury? Bakul demanded, scanning the older men present. Master Chowdhury shot him a glare. Placing one hand behind his back, he pointed at his own chest with an arrogant sneer. I am the head of House Chowdhury. Bakul offered a cold, mocking laugh. So you are the old fool causing trouble. Seize him. Master Chowdhury panicked, backing away. How dare you? Have you zero respect for the law of the realm? Bakul found his outburst comical. The law of the realm. The Liberation Force was the law of the realm now. Artificially tripling grain prices to starve the common folk was an act of economic sabotage against Master Zayn and the people. Was it not the mission of the Liberation Force to eliminate corruption and bring justice? Pay no mind to his bluster. Bakul shouted. Pin him down. Two red-clad marksmen stepped forward, grabbing Master Chowdhury by his arms and forcing him to his knees. Unhand him. Stop this instant. Seeing the guards act without hesitation, the other three patriarchs rushed forward to intervene. You dare lay hands upon Master Chowdhury. Do you know who we are? Bakul grabbed the head of House Khan by his silk collar, shoving him back. And who might you be, old man? The head of House Khan straightened his robes, puffing out his chest. Keep your hands off me. I am the head of House Khan. Taking in their arrogant, defensive posture, Bakul realized these wealthy patriarchs were all conspiring together. Pushing him back firmly, Bakul declared, Splendid. So you're all colluding in this plot together. Not a single one of you leaves today. Seize them all. The head of House Khan stumbled, falling awkwardly onto the marble floor, his aged face pale with terror. He realized with sudden, horrifying clarity that if the Liberation Force chose to be ruthless, the immense wealth and influence of the four great houses meant nothing. On what grounds do you arrest us? He protested frantically. We have done nothing wrong. We mind our own private business. Bakul shot him a scathing glare, refusing to waste another breath. In any case, locking up these corrupt merchants was the right choice. Minutes later, the four patriarchs were shoved onto the back of a heavy military truck, wobbling as the vehicle drove down the cobblestone avenue toward the Supreme Judicial Court. Mixed with their fury was intense curiosity as they peeked at the iron interior of the truck. A red-clad guard, annoyed by their fidgeting, barked, Sit still and keep your mouths shut. Riding in a military transport is a blessing your ancestors could only dream of. Master Chowdhury's face flushed red with indignation, yet intimidated by the armed guards. He submitted to silence, lowering his head in bitterness. He rationalized that artificially raising grain prices was a minor offense, even if Zayn disregarded the influence of the four great houses. It hardly warranted a death sentence. Upon arriving at the judicial court, Bakul conducted a swift interrogation. At first, the four patriarchs remained defiant, asserting their high status. Yet after receiving a few sharp lashes from the guard whips, their pride vanished, and they confessed to conspiring to inflate grain prices across Darkar. However, Master Chowdhury cleverly refrained from mentioning his personal vendetta regarding his relative, Master Chowdhury Yekai of Dakshanpur. He understood that revealing his personal grudge would escalate the severity of his treason. He reasoned that so long as he survived today, there would be ample opportunity to seek revenge later. When Bakul reported the full confession to Zayn was mildly surprised to find the four great houses acting in unison to undermine his rule. Since they chose to test his resolve, he felt zero inclination toward leniency. He did not believe for a second that he required the approval of corrupt noble clans to govern the realm effectively. Consequently, Zayn issued a firm decree confiscate the entire wealth, grain reserves, and estates of House Chowdhury, House Khan, House Siddiqui, and House Y, placing all core members under arrest. When news of the decree swept across Darkar, the common folk gathered in the bazaars, clapping and cheering in wild approval. The Liberation Force had not only maintained strict discipline and sold state grain at fair prices, but they had now brought the greedy merchant houses to justice. A few days later, Captain Sohailmir submitted his comprehensive audit report regarding the former court officials of the Sultanate. Examining the detailed ledger, Zayn was thoroughly astonished. Virtually every senior minister had amassed immense, illicit fortunes through extortion and bribery. The least corrupt official on the list held 500,000 silver coins in his private vaults, while the most corrupt possessed an astounding 1,200,000 silver coins. In stark contrast, the royal treasury of the fallen regime had held barely 300,000 silver coins. Furthermore, over 30 senior court appointments were held directly by members of the four great houses. The sole exception was the Sufyan family estate. Their private accounts revealed a modest total of barely 300 silver coins. Zayn's dark eyes narrowed, a sharp, unyielding glint flashing within them. With the exception of the Sufyan family, let every corrupt official's private estate be confiscated for the state treasury. Let all guilty ministers and their core accomplices be marched to the public square for execution. Standing beside the gilded throne, Rishma looked at Zayn, her dark eyes filled with profound love and devotion. Soholmir stood stunned by the uncompromising severity of the order. Understood, Brother Zayn. As Soholmir turned to leave, Zayn added calmly, apply the exact same measure to the core leaders of the 4 great merchant houses. Root out their corruption entirely. Understood. Thus, a grand public execution was set in motion at the central square of Dhaka. Chapter 104. Empress Regent Jahanara. At the central execution grounds, batch after batch of corrupt officials and treacherous merchants were dragged up to the wooden scaffold. Crimson blood flowed down the gutters, and the heavy, metallic scent of carnage hung thick in the afternoon air. A dense crowd of citizens packed the perimeter of the square. Though the scene was grim, not a single soul failed to clap, cheer, and raise triumphant shouts. Presently, the core members of House Chowdhury were bound and forced onto the platform. Old Master Chowdhury stared at the headless corpses littering the wooden planks, then at the severed heads rolling in the crimson-stained sawdust. Terrified out of his wits, his silk robes were instantly soaked in urine. He had assumed that for inflating market prices, he would face at most a fine or a public flogging. Who could have imagined that Zayn would order the total eradication of his line? Now, surrounded by armed marksmen, regret came far too late. Zayn, Master Chowdhury shrieked, his voice cracking with wild desperation. You defy the ancient laws of the noble houses. You shall never hold this realm. You ruthless, heartless monster, you. The executioner, thoroughly exasperated, shoved a rough cloth gag into his mouth, forcing the old man's neck onto the wooden block. Dozens more condemned prisoners stood waiting in line. Zero time would be wasted on his bluster. Swish! The executioner's broad blade fell, and in a single instant, the immense wealth, influence, and pride that House Chowdhury had accumulated in Dhaka over generations vanished like smoke. The news shattered the calm of the capital, echoing through every bazaar, tea house, and residential quarter. Confined within her private quarters in the royal palace, Empress Regent Jahanara received the dispatches. She sat stunned, her chest heaving in quiet disbelief. In a few short days, Zayn had executed measures she had longed to enact, but had never dared enforce against the powerful merchant houses. Yet what she could not comprehend was how Zayn possessed the sheer audacity to wipe out the 4 great merchant houses entirely. Their extended clans and commercial networks spanned every province in the realm. How could he expect them to submit to such absolute destruction without sparking endless rebellion? Jahanara sat deeply perplexed. Was Zayn merely an ambitious warlord content to rule a single region through blood and iron? If so, the realm would descend into total chaos, and the ordinary folk would suffer under perpetual warfare. Turning to her sole remaining attendant, she commanded, Wishma, go to his quarters. Deliver a message, tell him that I request a private audience with Commander Zayn. Wai Yeoning, the senior female official who had remained by her side through the city's fall, looked at her mistress nervously. In her mind, the more ruthlessly the liberation force acted, the greater the likelihood that the old court might eventually rally support. Your Imperial Highness, Yeoning advised softly, they are currently executing dozens of highborn lords. I humbly submit that visiting him at such an hour is far too risky. Say no more, Jahanara interrupted, her tone resolute. Deliver the request as I commanded. Having already witnessed the collapse of her dynasty, she held zero fear of death. Seeing her firm resolve, Yeoning knitted her dark brows, unable to fathom her mistress's intentions. Stepping forward at such a tense moment felt like walking directly into a blazing furnace. Still, obeying her order, Yeoning bowed and departed. A short while later, Jahanara walked with graceful, measured steps into the Conjeng Hall, the Hall of State Affairs. She knew the Grand Chamber intimately. It was where she had spent years reviewing state dispatches and issuing royal decrees. Yet the world had turned upside down. She entered no longer as the sovereign ruler, but as a captive awaiting judgment. What brought a faint measure of comfort was that Zayn had promptly granted her request for an audience. Whatever his faults, he still extended her a degree of royal courtesy. Entering the hall, Jahanara lowered her dark eyes, walking up to the carved teak desk before cupping her hands and raising them to her forehead in a formal bow. The defeated ruler Jahanara greets Commander Zayn. Seated behind the desk, Zayn murmured softly, Rise, my lady. My thanks, she replied, standing straight, though keeping her gaze lowered away from his face. A subtle, amused smile touched Zayn's lips. I wonder what pressing business brings your Imperial Highness to my desk today. Jahanara's heart skipped a beat at his calm tone. She sensed he was teasing her, yet her concern for the realm drove her forward. Slowly raising her clear dark eyes, she met his gaze. I come seeking understanding and ask that Commander Zayn enlighten me on a matter of great consequence. Speak freely, my lady, Zayn replied, a glint of curious interest in his eyes. The roots of the 4 great merchant houses run deep across every district, Jahanara said, her voice steady yet earnest. Why choose to root them out so completely? Are you truly unconcerned that their surviving kinsmen across the provinces will unite to launch a bloody war against your rule. Zayn chuckled softly, leaning back in his carved chair. Tell me, my lady, do you ask this as my enemy, or as a friend? Jahanara's soft crimson lips parted, her words catching in her throat. As the deposed sovereign of the fallen dynasty, she reasoned she ought to rejoice if he committed a fatal political error. Yet deep down, she knew no regional army in the realm possessed weapons capable of matching his forces. Her inquiry stemmed from a genuine, quiet anxiety. He had declared that he alone could restore peace and justice to the common folk, yet his uncompromising methods risked plunging the provinces into endless bloodshed. I merely mean, Jahanara stammered, attempting to clarify her thoughts, that by executing the heads of the 4 houses, you drive their provincial kinsmen into a unified alliance against you. They may well throw their immense wealth behind the fleeing Grand Vizier Mansur Ali in the north. Let them try, Zayn replied smoothly, a cool smirk touching his face, yet the sharp, unyielding gleam in his dark eyes caused a sudden chill to run down her spine. If the regional lords choose to oppose justice, I shall simply sweep my iron host across the entire realm and crush them all. Chapter 105, The Great Zayn Empire. Hearing those unyielding words, Jahanara remained frozen in absolute shock, her clear dark eyes staring at him without blinking. It was true that Zayn had never harmed ordinary folk, yet his uncompromising ruthlessness toward corrupt court lords and ancient merchant houses was absolute, carried out without a single thought for political fallout. For a long moment, the former ruler found herself completely unable to fathom the man standing before her. After a long pause, she parted her soft crimson lips, asking softly, "Do you truly possess the unshakable resolve to unify this entire realm?" Zayn looked at her, mildly amused by her line of questioning. Everything about her posture seemed puzzling. Was this a warning? A quiet expression of concern? Could it be that she harbored no personal resentment after he had dismantled the ancient sultanate? It defied all conventional logic. Stepping down from the dais of the gilded throne, Zayn walked over to stand before her. "I'm not given to empty boasting, my lady. With the firepower at my command, uniting this realm under my banner is effortless. Therefore, you have zero reason to doubt my resolve. Furthermore, I assure you Zayn, shall establish a grand empire the likes of which this land has never seen." Hands resting behind his back, Zayn gazed deep into Jahanara's eyes. His tone and expression carried far more than mere confidence. It was a supreme, absolute authority that felt almost innate. Having once held the throne herself, Jahanara recognized that undeniable presence instantly. In that quiet second, every lingering doubt in her mind vanished into thin air. He was no ordinary warlord seeking regional dominance, nor a mere bandit chief seeking plunder. Noticing her stunned expression, Zayn smiled smoothly. "Tell me, my lady, would you care to live to see that glorious day arrive?" Jahanara's dark brows knitted slightly, a dozen questions racing through her mind. She whispered timidly, Do you truly not intend to execute me?" Zayn shook his head with a warm chuckle. "I have zero reason to take your life. On the contrary, as of today, I restore your imperial title as the Grand Princess of the realm." Jahanara stood utterly speechbound, her dark eyes wide with shock, her heart churning with a complex whirlwind of emotions. As a defeated monarch, whose dynasty had fallen, she knew not whether this gesture was a blessing or a subtle humiliation. Throughout the history of the realm, how many fallen sovereigns had ever met a peaceful end? Yet she reasoned that living with honour and royal dignity was infinitely better than dying in a dark dungeon. Cupping her hands, she bowed low before him. "I offer my humble thanks for sparing my life." Zayn waved a casual hand. "I might as well inform you I have already selected a name for the new era. This land shall henceforth be known as the Great Zayn Empire." Hearing those words, Jahanara dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the floor. She knew with absolute clarity that a new dynasty had been born, and a founding emperor now held the destiny of the realm. Watching her submit at his feet, Zayn smiled with deep satisfaction. Yet no ruler could ascend the throne and proclaim an empire without a proper empress by his side. More than a month later, a grand convoy carrying Aisha, Shirin, Rubaber, Kulsum, and the rest of his household arrived in Dhaka. Winter had descended upon the capital, the bleak winds howling across the plains as a blanket of fresh white snow covered the rooftops. Yet no one in the convoy felt the chill. Their hearts hummed with wild excitement. The vast thoroughfares of old Dhaka, the bustling bazaars, and the soaring, magnificent minarets of the royal citadel filled the village maidens with pure awe. What astonished them even more was that in a few short months, Zayn's liberation force had comfortably secured control over half the entire realm. Its administration now governed the imperial capital alongside 30 provinces and over 200 major towns. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the north, Grand Vizier Mansur Ali, having fled the capital in the dead of night, had hurriedly declared himself sovereign, establishing a rival northern regime. Yet his deep frustration, his forces were locked in a fierce, grueling stalemate against Amir Hamza's Yellow Banner rebellion, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Because of the northern conflict and the bitter winter cold, thousands of destitute refugees fled south into Zayn's stable territories. In the southern district of Dakshanpur alone, tens of thousands of displaced families were given shelter and land. Village Chief Sunumir, serving as Chief Magistrate of the rural district, fulfilled Zayn's trust completely. Under his firm, compassionate administration, the southern towns remained peaceful and orderly despite the influx of refugees. He had already organized winter relief supplies and was preparing for the coming spring. As the old village proverb went, a heavy winter snow promises a bountiful harvest. Sunimir knew that with the thaw, the refugees could clear vast tracts of fertile wasteland, planting the high-yield modern crops Zayn had provided. Given time, Dakshanpur would become a thriving paradise and the model province for the new empire. 3 days later, inside the grand audience hall of the royal palace, the Darbar-e-Azam was decorated in radiant, festive crimson silk hangings. Yet today was no ordinary celebration. It was the day Zayn officially ascended the throne as emperor. Dressed in a majestic imperial robe embroidered with golden threads and wearing a ceremonial crown, Zayn held young Ayesha by the hand. Clad in magnificent silk robes of state, Ayesha walked beside him as they ascended the carpeted dais toward the gilded throne symbolizing absolute imperial power. Across the vast hall, an expectant silence hung in the air, broken only by the crisp, synchronized footsteps of the imperial couple. A gentle, blushing smile touched Ayesha's lips. Though she carried herself with quiet dignity, her heart was hammering against her ribs. As a simple village girl from a rural township, becoming the empress of the entire realm was a transformation beyond her wild dreams. Yet feeling the warm, firm clasp of Zayn's broad hand, every fear evaporated. Ascending the dais, Zayn felt a momentary sense of wonder. A mere year had passed since he had awakened in a humble mud hut as a destitute scholar. Now, he stood as the sovereign ruler of a grand empire. Taking their seats upon the gilded throne, the gathered generals, court ministers, regional magistrates, and officers dropped to their knees, bowing low until their foreheads touched the marble floor. We pay our humble homage to your imperial majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. Chapter 106, The Coronation Edict. Zayn raised a broad palm, calling out across the silent chamber, "Rise, all my officers. We thank your imperial majesty." The assembled court answered in unison, their voices ringing with absolute pride and excitement. Zayn nodded, gesturing toward Nusrat, who stood near the dais wearing the formal sash of a senior imperial secretary. Choosing Nusrat with a high administrative role came naturally, as Zayn had abolished the ancient eunuch system entirely from the royal palace. Nusrat parted her soft crimson lips, offering a gentle nod before stepping forward. Unrolling a heavy parchment scroll of imperial yellow silk, she raised her clear, melodic voice to address the grand hall. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. In the final years of the old regime, the monarch indulged in endless idle luxury, while palace officials pursued unchecked corruption and greed. Treacherous sycophants seized control of the court, letting law and discipline decay like a river spilling down a mountain slope. Royal decrees failed to reach the provinces, while heavy, extortionate taxes crushed the peasantry in the countryside, shattering the foundations of the state, and leaving the common folk in absolute misery. The populace was trapped under a triple catastrophe of unspeakable suffering. The flames of war swept across our fertile fields, the bones of brave soldiers lay unburied in the wilderness, and helpless families were driven into desperate exile. Natural disasters struck without mercy. Droughts and torrential floods alternated year after year, leaving agricultural lands desolate, and the starving dead scattered along every highway. Worse still, armed bandits roamed the districts unchecked, plundering the wealth of towns and slaughtering innocent folk until the wails of the orphaned reached the heavens above. Witnessing the deep suffering of the masses, our heart and soul were torn. We understood profoundly that heaven does not protect an unjust sovereign, nor do the people support a regime devoid of virtue. Therefore, following the righteous will of heaven and the urgent pleas of the people, we raised our banner in Dakshanpur, swearing an oath to rescue the common folk from fire and flood, restore the purity of the state, and build a glorious, enduring empire. Our brave soldiers marched forward wielding superior modern armaments, proving utterly invincible across every field. The common folk welcomed our imperial host with food and fresh water, and within months of hard campaigning, we shattered every barrier, secured the capital of Darkar, and cleansed the corruption of the old dynasty. Today, accepting the mandate of heaven and the heartfelt devotion of our subjects, we ascend the throne within the grand audience hall, proclaiming the name of our new dynasty as the Great Zayn Empire, and setting the era title as Peace and Prosperity. From this day of our coronation onward, we decree a drastic reduction in taxes and agricultural levies to let the common folk recover and thrive. We shall thoroughly reform the civil administration and punish corruption with absolute severity. Yet the realm is not yet fully pacified. In the northern provinces, the traitorous faction of Grand Vizier Mansur Ali clings to regional armies, acting in direct defiance of heaven's will. We shall soon dispatch a grand imperial expedition north to strike down the rebels and bring all lands under a single, just banner. Let this decree be proclaimed across the world, that all living souls may know. As the final words echoed off the vaulted ceilings of the hall, the blood of every officer surged with wild, unstoppable momentum. The dawn they had fought for had finally arrived. Following the reading of the edict, Zayn bestowed grand titles and generous estates upon his commanders and officials, including Captain Sohail Mir, Humayun, Lieutenant Mir, Commander Dilwar Hossein, young Bakal, and his loyal officers. In addition to high military ranks, each man was granted a luxurious manor within the capital and a generous endowment of wealth. Every face in the hall beamed with absolute joy. Captain Sohail Mir, who had risen from a humble garrison officer to a high minister of the imperial works, felt so overwhelmed he nearly wept. Throughout his life, he had barely touched formal scholarship. He had imagined many futures for himself, but never serving as a high imperial minister. Wiping tears of profound gratitude from his eyes, he vowed to work tirelessly for the new empire. Yet scanning the rows of officials assembled below the dais, Zayn furrowed his brow slightly. Blast it all, he thought to himself. Every single man down there is a military commander. Where are the civil administrators? A government entirely staffed by generals would quickly resemble a military junta. Civil scholars and administrators were indispensable for running a vast empire. Raising his voice, Zayn announced, "Our new empire has just been founded, and the state stands in urgent need of wise, educated minds. Therefore, we decree the opening of imperial civil service examinations across all provinces. Any scholar or student, regardless of whether they served the old regime or lived as a common commoner, provided they possess genuine virtue, talent, and a heart dedicated to the welfare of the realm, we register to sit for the examinations." Knowing his military officers lacked the temperament for managing civil exams, Zayn's gaze settled upon Nusrat. "Nusrat, you shall temporarily oversee the establishment of the Imperial Examination Board." Nusrat bowed gracefully, her voice soft and melodious. "This concubine humbly obeys your Majesty's decree, Tilder." Zayn nodded, shifting his gaze back to the gathered commanders. "Captain Sohail Mir, Humayun." "Present, your Majesty." The two officers stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison. "We appoint you both as Supreme Commander and Deputy Commander of the Northern Expeditionary Force, commanding an elite host of 50,000 troops. 3 days from now, march north to crush the traitorous Mansur Ali. We obey the imperial decree." Sohail Mir and Humayun roared, their faces flushed with thrilling excitement. Their chance to claim glory on the northern frontier had finally arrived. Zayn added firmly, "As for the regional rebel leader Amir Hamza, offer him honourable terms of surrender if he submits to the crown. If he chooses defiance, let your artillery speak for you." "Understood." Both officers answered in unison, their voices echoing with absolute confidence. Over the following 3 days, Zayn worked tirelessly within his spatial sanctuary, withdrawing vast stores of automatic rifles, ammunition, tactical rations, and field supplies. He personally allocated 10 armoured war chariots and 100 heavy military trucks to the Northern Expeditionary Force, alongside an entire logistics regiment equipped with another 100 supply trucks to maintain a mobile field supply depot. With the Northern Expedition dispatched, Zayn found himself with a brief respite of idle time. One afternoon, riding his sleek black motorcycle through the quiet avenues of the inner palace, he eventually reached the secluded Vinyan Pavilion, the residence where Empress Regent Jahanara had been confined since the fall of the capital. For weeks, Jahanara had scarcely stepped beyond her doors, locking herself away in quiet isolation. Zayn, fully aware of her solitude, decided to investigate. Cutting the engine, Zayn kicked down the side stand and dismounted outside the courtyard gates. "Why Daoning?" The young female court attendant keeping watch outside gasped in startled surprise. Dropping to her knees, she pressed her forehead against the stone paving. "This humble servant greets your Imperial Majesty. May the Emperor live 10,000 years." Zayn looked down, noting that the young attendant possessed a charming, delicate face and an agile, graceful posture. It was clear Jahanara had possessed an exquisite eye for selecting her attendants. "Rise," Zayn said smoothly. "My thanks, your Majesty." Daoning stood up quickly, adding with a nervous tremble, "Your Majesty, shall I enter the pavilion and inform Her Highness the Grand Princess of your arrival?" Zayn raised a hand, gesturing for her to remain where she was. Jianing immediately stepped back, swallowing hard. Her heart hammered against her ribs. What business brought the emperor here alone? Did he intend to harm her mistress? If the sovereign truly wished to eliminate the former ruler, she knew she was powerless to stop him. Pushing open the carved timber doors, Zayn stepped into the silent main hall. Jahanara sat alone at a wooden table, lost in deep, melancholy thought. Hearing footsteps approach, she turned her head slowly, her expression listless and careworn. Yet her dark eyes widened in shock upon discovering that the visitor was not her attendant, but Zayn himself. Her heart tightening in fear, she hurried off her chair, rushing forward to drop to her knees in a deep, trembling kowtow. This humble concubine failed to welcome your imperial majesty. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. Zayn looked down closely, realizing how dramatically her appearance had altered over the past month. She looked pale and frail, consumed by quiet grief and exhaustion. It has been over a month, Zayn murmured softly, stepping closer. Why have you allowed yourself to waste away so? Jahanara swallowed hard, keeping her gaze lowered. I thank your majesty for your deep concern. This concubine is quite well. Rise, Zayn commanded. Jahanara murmured a quiet word of thanks and attempted to push herself up. Yet a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. Her knees buckled, and she pitched forward toward the cold stone floor. Careful. Zayn moved with lightning speed, stepping forward to catch her slender, willow-thin waist in his arms before she could fall. For a brief second, their eyes locked. Jahanara's breath hitched, a deep, sudden crimson flush rushing across her pale cheeks. Mortified by the intimacy, she pulled back in a flurry, stammering, Please your majesty forgive my clumsiness. Zayn waved a dismissive hand, eyeing her closely. Have you simply stopped eating? Jahanara bit her soft lip, lowering her dark eyelids without a word. Shaking his head inwardly, Zayn thought it a profound tragedy for such a brilliant, stunning woman to waste away from grief. With a subtle flick of his mind, he withdrew a sweet, ripe red banana from his spatial sanctuary, peeled away the skin, and handed it to her. Eat this, Zayn said smoothly. Though I must warn you, this strange fruit is said to be quite potent. Think carefully before you take a bite. Jahanara's heart skipped a beat at his words. Is it poison? She wondered silently. Does he intend to execute me after all? A bitter, tragic smile touched her lips. She had not lived to see a peaceful era, yet she had survived long enough to witness the birth of a new empire. Perhaps escaping death was truly impossible. Gritting her teeth with quiet resolve, she muttered softly, What qualification does a defeated sovereign of a fallen house possess to cling to life in this new world anyway? Without another hesitation, she took the red banana from his hand, bit off a large piece, and chewed slowly, closing her dark eyes as she braced herself to meet her end. Chapter 107. Two Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Before long, Empress Regent Jahanara seemed to feel a strange, unexpected sensation spreading through her limbs. She assumed the poison was eroding her body. Soon, she would pass into the afterlife and join her royal ancestors. Her tightly closed, dark eyes welled with quiet tears that trickled down her pale cheeks, her chest heaving in rapid breaths. Is this not the inevitable fate of a defeated sovereign? Yet in that quiet second, a profound sense of relief washed over her. Perhaps laying down her burden was the gentlest ending she could hope for. As the seconds ticked past, however, Jahanara's dark brows knitted in mild confusion. She felt zero pain. Instead, a surging, radiant warmth began to pool within her body, an intense, restless heat that awakened long-dormant longings deep within her heart. A soft, breathless gasp escaped her lips. Her fair face flushed a deep crimson, as rich as a ripe pomegranate, as an inexplicable restlessness swept over her senses. Opening her eyes, she found Zayn standing before her, his hands resting behind his back, his dark eyes watching her with a warm, mischievous glint. What manner of fruit did you give me? She stammered, her voice trembling. I warned you, my lady, Zayn replied with a shamelessly smooth grin. I said it was quite potent, yet you insisted on taking a bite. Jahanara could scarcely hold her ground, her slender frame shivering. Looking into Zayn's eyes, alongside the surging warmth within her own blood, she found a strange, undeniable longing calling out to him. Zayn took in her flustered posture, well aware of the fruit's sweet potency. With such an exquisite opportunity before him, letting it pass would be sheer folly. Stepping forward, his broad hands slid smoothly around her slender, supple waist. Jahanara's delicate frame shuddered as if struck by a lightning spark, yet she made zero effort to pull away. Instead, she instinctively leaned into his hold, seeking his warmth. Swallowing hard, she buried her blushing face deep against his broad chest, whispering in a hushed, breathless murmur, Your Majesty, hold me tighter. Zayn smiled warmly, lifting her gently into his arms. As you wish, my lady. Let us play a quiet game called Two Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Two Dragons Playing with a Pearl, Jahanara repeated softly, her dark eyes flashing with sudden realization. She too had once held the dragon throne. The meaning behind his playful words was crystal clear. A soft, bashful chuckle escaped her lips. Zayn carried her smoothly across the pavilion, laying her down onto the silk-draped couch over an hour slit past in quiet bliss. Jahanara lay resting her head against Zayn's chest, her dark eyes bright with quiet satisfaction and contentment. Zayn gently stroked her dark, silky hair with one hand, enjoying the tranquil afternoon. Truth be told, Jahanara murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, I believe I've been waiting for you all along. Her quiet admission implied that he had simply arrived late into her life. Zayn raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by her sudden candor. I have a small gift for you, love. Jahanara raised her head slightly, her dark eyes curious. A gift? What manner of gift? Zayn smiled, withdrawing a set of fine pink lace lingerie from his spatial sanctuary. Here, Zayn grinned, shaking the delicate silk garment before her. A little something from my private stores. Jahanara gasped in startled surprise, sitting up quickly. Where on earth had the garment appeared from? Both of them had been lying beneath the silk quilt moments before, with 0 items nearby. How could a fresh, exquisite garment materialize out of thin air? Taking the pink lace garment, she examined it with deep curiosity. The texture was remarkably soft, light as air, and exquisitely stitched. Parting her crimson lips, she asked, Your Majesty, what is this called? I consider it a modern silk bodice. Zayn chuckled softly. Jahanara looked down at her own chest, her quick intelligence instantly grasping its design. The soft silk cups aligned perfectly with her natural curves. A delicate blush rushed up her neck once more. Is this inner apparel? Precisely, Zayn smiled. Try it on, love. Jahanara nodded timidly, attempting to fasten the delicate silk straps behind her back, though she fumbled with the clasp. Seeing her struggle, Zayn offered a helping hand, guiding the straps into place. The soft silk framed her full, graceful curves with absolute elegance, accentuating her slender waist. How does it feel? Zayn asked, admiring the result. Jahanara's cheeks glowed crimson. She found it difficult to describe the snug, supportive feel, yet it felt remarkably comfortable. It feels as though your hands are gently holding me from behind, husband. I like it very much. Wonderful, Zayn chuckled smoothly. You have been cooped up inside this pavilion for far too long. Come along, I shall take you out for a ride across the palace grounds. Before long, the two stepped out into the sunlit courtyard. Standing near the gatehouse, the young court attendant, Huai Jianing, gasped in utter shock. Her mistress had not only survived, but looked entirely transformed. Her cheeks carried a radiant, healthy glow, with 0 trace of the melancholy that had weighed her down for weeks. Huai Jianing's mind raced. It required little imagination to guess what had transpired inside the private quarters. A knowing, timid smile touched the attendant's lips. Zayn mounted his sleek black motorcycle, tossing a quick wink over his shoulder towards Jahanara. Hop on, my lady. Jahanara stared at the metallic machine in wide-eyed wonder. This iron carriage possesses only 2 wheels. Will it not tip over? Set your heart at ease, love. It won't fall, just climb aboard. Assisted by Huai Jianing, Jahanara nervously settled onto the pillion seat behind Zayn. Zayn kicked the starter, twisting the throttle, as the engine let out a deep, rhythmic roar. Hold on tight to my waist, Zayn instructed. Jahanara's dark eyes widened. In open daylight, what if the palace attendants see us? Let them look, Zayn laughed warmly. Hold on tight. Realizing the absurdity of worrying about palace gossip after surviving the collapse of an empire, Jahanara wrapped her slender arms firmly around his waist. As the motorcycle surged forward down the cobblestone avenue, she leaned her head gently against Zayn's back. For the first time in years, a profound, weightless peace settled over her heart. There were no state dispatches to review, no treacherous court ministers to manage, and 0 political intrigue to unravel. Yet a quiet mystery surrounded the man steering the machine. The delicate silk bodice she wore, the sweet red fruit that had restored her vitality, and the horseless iron carriage all defied mortal understanding. As they rode deeper into the palace complex, Jahanara noticed that every stone door threshold along the main thoroughfares had been neatly cut away, levelling the paths for driving. Ahead on the wide plaza, several other motorcycles came into view. Riding the machines were Nasrat, Rahana, Rishma, alongside Fazaner and Begum Bilquis, all cruising along the paved avenues with wide grins. Look at them go. Zayn laughed, twisting his throttle to catch up alongside Rishma, who was navigating her motorcycle at a cautious speed. Rishma gasped in surprise, spotting Empress Regent Jahanara riding pillion behind Zayn, her arms wrapped snugly around his waist. Merciful heavens, Rishma thought, a playful grin touching her lips. When did those two grow so close? Pulling alongside, Rishma called out, Husband, where are you two heading? We're taking the Grand Princess for a spin across the city. Zayn replied smoothly. Count us in. Rishma cheered, speeding up to join the convoy. Chapter 108. Why does the iron horse keep farting? Before long, Zayn arrived at Ayesha's private residence, the Billy Mahal, where he found all his expectant wives gathered together. A warm, contented smile touched his lips. In a few short months, he would be a father to 4 children. Your humble consorts pay their respects to your Imperial Majesty. Ayesha, Shirin, Rubaber, and Kulsum rose gracefully to greet him, their faces radiant with sweet, glowing smiles. You're all carrying my children, there is no need for such formal bows. Zayn chuckled warmly, looking at their soft, rounded bellies. Just then, Empress Regent Jahanara dropped gently to her knees before Ayesha, bowing her head. This humble consort pays her respects to her Imperial Majesty, the Empress. Only then did Ayesha notice Jahanara standing behind Zayn. She carried herself with an unmistakable, regal grace, her features delicate and beautiful, clearly the daughter of a high-born noble family. Gently gesturing with a slender hand, Ayesha looked at Zayn curiously. Husband, who might this lady be? She is the former ruler, Empress Regent Jahanara. Zayn smiled smoothly. Those of today, she has joined our household as one of my co-wives. Ayesha gasped softly. No wonder her posture looked so extraordinary. She was the former sovereign of the fallen Sultanate. Yet as the newly crowned Empress, Ayesha steeled herself to remain calm and welcoming. Speaking in a gentle, dignified tone, Ayesha said, Pray rise at once, Sister Tilda. I thank your Imperial Majesty. Jahanara murmured softly, standing up gracefully. Watching the exchange, Rishma felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. The high and mighty ruler, who had once governed the entire realm from the gilded throne, had not only surrendered, but had now become her sister in the same household. Besides, judging by how snugly Jahanara had held Zayn's waist while riding the iron horse, it was obvious they had already grown deeply intimate. Well, since they were all part of one family now, what reason was there to harbour old regrets? Turning to Zayn, Rishma asked softly, Husband, I would like to visit my family estate to see my father and brothers. May I have your permission? Zayn nodded without hesitation. Of course, love. Go ahead whenever you wish. Thank you, husband. I shall take my leave now. Rishma bowed gracefully before stepping out into the sunlit courtyard. Taking 8 female marksmen from the Imperial Guard, she mounted her sleek motorcycle and rode through the city avenues toward the Sufyan family manor. At the Sufyan estate, General Sufyan and his 3 sons were passing the idle hours in the courtyard, sparring with broadswords and heavy quarterstaffs. Suddenly, Commander Farrak Sufyan tossed his heavy broadsword onto the cobblestones in frustration. Father, I cannot bear living in idle isolation like this. A true soldier ought to serve the realm on the field of battle. I refuse to spend the rest of my days caged like a songbird. General Sufyan looked over at his eldest son. The once formidable commander, who had led 30,000 elite horsemen across the southern plains, now looked utterly restless. His second son, Supin, and third son, Sohel, similarly lacked all vigor, their expressions dull and disheartened. Seeing them so despondent, the old general began to reflect deeply. He was an old man whose battles lay behind him, but his sons were in the prime of their youth, filled with fiery ambition. If they remained confined to their estate, how could they enjoy the long years ahead? Could it be that my stubborn pride has truly harmed my boys? He wondered. Just then, an elderly family servant came sprinting through the courtyard gates, gasping frantically, Master, the young mistress has returned. Chichi. Farrak's heart skipped a beat as he rushed forward. What happened to Rishma? Did the Emperor cast her out? No, nothing of the sort. The old butler stammered, waving his hands anxiously. I mean, the young mistress arrived riding an iron warhorse, a horse without a single leg, possessing only 2 black wheels, yet it rolls down the road at terrifying speed. It is a complete miracle. Har har har. What? General Sufyan and his 3 sons stood completely dumbfounded. A horse that ran without legs. What manner of beast was that? Before they could step outside to investigate, Rishma had already ridden her motorcycle straight into the centre of the courtyard, cutting the engine. Father, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. She called out cheerfully, her voice brimming with delight. You mischievous girl. General Sufyan feigned an angry scold, though the stern bitterness that once filled his eyes had completely vanished. So, you still remember, you have a father. Father, I intend to visit you every single day. Tilda. Rishma pouted playfully, hugging his arm. In truth, General Sufyan understood full well that had it not been for Rishma's devotion to Zayn, and his own lifelong reputation for honesty, the Sufyan bloodline would likely have been wiped out alongside the corrupt court lords. Subhan, the second son, took Rishma's hand, asking in a quiet whisper, Little sister, does the Emperor treat you well? Rishma offered a soft, glowing nod. He treats us with immense warmth and care. I came back today to share some astonishing news. Her Imperial Highness, the Grand Princess Jahanara, has joined our household as the Emperor's co-wife. What? The father and his 3 sons stared at her in absolute, wide-eyed astonishment. General Sufyan hurriedly pressed. Tell me the truth. Rishma, did the Emperor force Her Highness into submission? Father, Her Highness treats the Emperor with deep affection and respect. If she were being forced against her will, how could she possibly look so serene and radiant? General Sufyan frowned, double-checking. Are you absolute certain she was not coerced? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Rishma declared firmly. The old general let out a long, heavy sigh, realizing that if the former ruler herself had made peace with the new dynasty, there was zero reason for him to cling to ancient grudges. Besides, every measure Zayn had enacted, selling fair grain, executing corrupt merchants, and maintaining strict military discipline, had brought peace and prosperity to the common folk. Though his weapons were terrifyingly powerful, his rule was undeniably just. Looking at Rishma, a faint glint of pleading appeared in the old general's eyes. Rishma, your father is an old man, but your 3 brothers are still young and capable. Could you perhaps speak to the Emperor on their behalf to see if you might grant them positions within the new administration? Rishma beamed with delight. Leave it entirely to me, father. Afterward, the father and sons gathered outside the main manor gate to inspect the mysterious iron horse. Rishma mounted the seat, turned the key, and twisted the hand throttle. Vroom, vroom, vroom. As the deep, mechanical roaring erupted from the exhaust pipe, all 4 men stood completely paralyzed with shock. General Sufyan stroked his grey beard, a deeply puzzled expression on his face. Why does this iron horse keep farting so loudly? Farrokh chuckled heartily. Father, this isn't a creature of flesh and blood. How could it fart? Har har har. Glaring at his son's mocking smile, General Sufyan rolled his eyes. If it isn't a fart, then what is it? Do you know? Farrokh scratched his head, completely stumped, before quickly changing the subject. Father, perhaps the Emperor will be pleased with us and bestow an iron horse upon our house as well. When that day comes, you must let us 3 brothers take it for a ride. Bestow an iron horse upon your head, the old general barked. That he spared our lives is already an immense imperial blessing. Yet despite his sharp words, General Sufyan could not hide the eager glint in his eyes. He might be getting old, but there was not a warhorse in the entire realm the old general could not tame. Shortly after, Rishma took her leave and returned to the imperial palace, recounting the entire conversation to Zayn. I see. Zayn stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, tell your 3 brothers to report to transport yards tomorrow to learn how to drive. Learn to drive? Rishma looked at him in confusion. Are you making my brothers imperial coachmen? Trust me, love, just send them over. Shortly after, a senior female official arrived at the Sufyan estate accompanied by several armed guards. By oral decree of His Imperial Majesty, effective immediately, Commander Farrokh Sufyan, Subhan Sufyan, and Sohel Sufyan are ordered to report to the central transport yards to learn the art of driving heavy military vehicles. Kneeling on the courtyard cobblestones, the father and his 3 sons sat utterly bewildered. What manner of imperial assignment was learning to drive? Once the official departed, Subhan and Sohel began to mutter in disappointment. What kind of low assignment is driving a carriage? Exactly. We are military officers. Silence. Farrokh raised his hand, his eyes shining with sudden realization. We go. Tomorrow morning, we report to the transport yards and learn to drive those steel beasts. Chapter 109. The True Son of Heaven. Subhan and Sohel figured that learning to drive was hardly a terrible fate. After all, it was far better than facing an executioner's block, so they might as well accept the assignment. Besides, those iron carriages were the newest wonder of the age. In these changing times, a man who couldn't operate modern transport would quickly be left behind by history. Upon arriving at the central drill ground, Farrokh took in the impressive array of vehicles parked in disciplined rows. He felt a surge of fiery excitement, wishing he could master every single machine in a single afternoon. He was particularly enamored with the dark, heavy armoured war chariots. Their cold iron hulls and mounted cannons appealed to his warrior's soul. Beside him, Subhan and Sohel looked like rustic villagers entering a royal palace for the first time, gasping in unfeigned wonder at every piece of machinery. Just then, Litton Mir strolled over, offering Farrokh a wide, casual grin. Commander Sufyan, I trust you have been keeping well. Farrokh's dark brows knitted as he studied the young officer's face, a flash of sudden recognition hitting him. I remember you now. I saw you outside Uttaipur. Pulling a silver lighter from his pocket, Litton lit a cigarette and exhaled a thin stream of white smoke, chuckling softly. Hey, not bad, Commander. Your memory serves you well. Farrokh asked eagerly. Are you the officer appointed to instruct my brothers and me in the art of driving today? Lytton nodded, though a playful, knowing smirk touched the corners of his lips. Farragut pressed further. May I inquire which class of iron carriage we shall be learning first? Is it those heavy armoured war chariots over there? Lytton shook his head with a quiet smile, keeping his counsel. Feeling a touch embarrassed, Farragut scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. No matter. Learning on the heavy supply trucks will do just fine. Lytton stopped teasing, turning to a squad of red-clad guards nearby. Go on, then bring out the vehicles for our 3 commanders. Farragut's brow furrowed in confusion. Bring out the vehicles. Aren't vehicles meant to be driven from the transport bays? Why would anyone need to carry them? Could those giant iron trucks look heavy, but actually be light as timber? While Farragut stood thoroughly baffled, 3 red-clad guards walked over, carrying 3 sleek, 2-wheeled bicycles in their arms. Lytton pointed at the bicycles with a broad grin. Commanders, here stand your assigned vehicles. Vehicles? Farragut's eyes bulged in absolute shock. You call these vehicles? Indeed, Lytton explained smoothly. These are known as bicycles. His Imperial Majesty decreed that among all land transport, the bicycle forms the absolute foundation. You 3 shall master these 2-wheeled mounts first. Only when you can ride them with total balance will you progress to the 4-wheeled iron beasts. Farragut stared down at the lightweight bicycles, his face a picture of complete bewilderment. The gap between expecting a heavy armoured war chariot and being handed a pedal cart felt like falling off a mountain ledge. You must be joking. Subhan and Sohel grumbled, their dark brows knitted in clear displeasure. You expect military officers to ride these flimsy contraptions? Lytton chuckled warmly. Precisely these, gentlemen. Let me tell you, common folk across the provinces would give a bag of silver just for the chance to learn. You 3 ought to be secretly thanking your stars. Farragut opened his mouth to protest, but a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The bicycle is the fundamental foundation, which means His Imperial Majesty intends for us to build our skills from the ground up. He isn't mocking us, he is training us properly. A sycophantic, eager smile instantly replaced Farragut's scowl. Officer Lytton, pray inform His Imperial Majesty that the 3 Sufyan brothers shall apply themselves with absolute diligence. And so, the 3 former commanders began their lessons on the 2-wheeled mounts. At first, the courtyard echoed with their quiet curses as they wobbled and tumbled onto the hard dirt, but after taking a few sharp spills, they quieted down, focusing intently on their balance. Before long, as they mastered the rhythm of the pedals, the sheer novel joy of gliding across the ground took over, and they couldn't bear to put the bicycles down. Weeks turned into months, and the cold winter yields gradually gave way to the gentle warmth of early spring. Reflecting on the inexhaustible reserves of cement, steel rebar, and construction tools sitting inside his spatial sanctuary, Zayn decided it was time to initiate a grand modern infrastructure campaign. One sunny morning, Zayn drove a sleek luxury Mercedes sedan out through the palace gates, with Empress Regent Jahanara seated gracefully in the passenger seat, heading toward a wide, open plain outside the city walls. Your Majesty, why have we come to this desolate plain? Jahanara asked, looking at Zayn with deep curiosity as she stepped out onto the green grass. I brought you out here to open your eyes to a true marvel, love, Zayn replied smoothly. Stepping forward onto the open field, Zayn raised a broad hand and gave a casual flick of his wrist. Whoosh! Out of thin air, a massive semi-trailer truck fully loaded with hundreds of bags of high-grade cement materialized right before her eyes. Before Jahanara could process the shock, Zayn waved his hand a second time and a third, summoning a fleet of a dozen identical heavy trucks, parked in a flawless, disciplined row across the plain. Jahanara stood frozen, her breath catching in her throat, her dark eyes wide with unadulterated horror. She rubbed her eyes furiously, convinced her mind was playing tricks on her. How could such an impossible, world-shattering event occur in the mortal realm? Swallowing hard, her clear voice trembled as she whispered, Your Majesty, your unimmortal deity descended from the heavens. Zayn turned back, offering her a warm, easy smile. Turning back toward the open plain, he flicked his wrist repeatedly, conjuring heavy bulldozers, excavators, concrete mixers, road rollers, alongside towering mounds of crushed gravel, river sand, and steel rebar. Jahanara stood completely paralyzed, her chest heaving in rapid, agitated breaths. In that quiet second, an unshakable conviction took root deep within her soul. The man standing before her was not merely a mortal conqueror, he was the true, divine sovereign ordained by heaven itself to rule the world. Yet her logical mind struggled to comprehend how such massive, complex iron structures could materialize out of nothingness at a mere wave of his hand. Swallowing hard once more, she took a timid step closer to Zayn's side, asking in a hushed, trembling whisper, Your Majesty, your humble servant is dull-witted. Pray tell me, from which heavenly realm do these miraculous creations originate? Chapter 110. the royal prince. Zayn slid his hands around Jahanara's slender waist, smiling warmly down at her. My love, I have never displayed these unique methods before another soul. You're the very first to witness them. As for where these machines originate, even if I explained it, it would sound like a tale from another world. Though she received no direct answer, Jahanara was deeply moved. Her dark, expressive eyes welled with quiet tears of happiness as she looked at him. Your Majesty, I shall serve you faithfully for the rest of my days. Ha, good girl. In the days ahead, I shall share my sweet red bananas with you whenever you wish. Hearing his playful words, Jahanara felt a sudden blush rush up her neck, her cheeks turning crimson. She knew all too well the sweet, invigorating taste of that miraculous fruit. Having experienced its warm, vibrant vitality once, she longed for it endlessly. Beyond its delicious taste, the surging energy it sparked left her thoroughly enchanted. Pointing toward the row of heavy construction vehicles, she asked in a soft, melodic voice, Your Majesty, what manner of carriages are these? They look somewhat like transport wagons, yet possess no draft animals. Zayn chuckled softly. These are miraculous tools, love. In the years ahead, when we construct stone bridges, pave wide highways, build new fortress towns, and dig irrigation canals for our farmers, these machines will accomplish 10 days of labor in a single morning. Jahanara knitted her dark brows, looking slightly puzzled. Can these iron beasts truly possess such incredible utility? Without a doubt, Zayn pointed to the stacks of cement bags on the trailer. When this fine grey powder is mixed with river sand, crushed stone, and iron rebar, it hardens into a material as solid as granite bedrock. He added calmly, whether we build granaries or pave royal highways, structures built with this will endure for generations without crumbling. My goal is to construct broad, paved highways linking the imperial capital directly to the eastern, western, southern, and northern frontiers of our empire. Should trouble arise in any province, my mobile iron host can march from dawn to dusk and arrive on the scene immediately. Taking a signal pistol from his spatial sanctuary, Zayn pointed the barrel toward the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bright signal flare arced high into the clouds, bursting into a brilliant shower of red light. Jahanara tilted her head to watch the glowing embers fade against the sky, her dark eyes filled with absolute wonder. She realized with profound clarity that her royal forces had not lost unfairly at the gates of the city. Before such world-shattering power, her royal garrison had been as fragile as ants before a mountain. Looking back, her court's attempt to use political traps against him had been naive beyond words. Before long, Captain Soholmir arrived at the plane, accompanied by several junior works officials and a squad of selected drivers. Spotting the array of strange construction machinery, the officers stared in open-mouthed curiosity. They knew their emperor was preparing another grand undertaking that would transform the realm. Without wasting time on empty speeches, Zayn climbed into the cabin of a heavy crawler excavator. Engaging the controls with a loud mechanical clatter, he swung the heavy steel boom and plunged the digging bucket deep into the earth, scooping up a massive pile of soil in a single smooth arc. Subhan Allah. Soholmir gasped, his eyes wide. With a single lever movement, a deep pit was hollowed out of the hard earth without a single drop of human sweat. Had a team of labourers used hand picks and shovels, digging such a trench would have taken half a day's back-breaking effort. Sohol realised instantly that if these iron beasts were deployed to dig foundation trenches for granaries and city walls, human labour would be reduced 100-fold, while construction speed increased beyond measure. His Imperial Majesty commands the wisdom of heaven. Indeed, it is a complete miracle. The prosperity of our great Zayn Empire shall surpass all dynasties in history. The gathered works officials cheered in unison. Jahanara finally grasped what Zayn meant by accomplishing 10 days of labour in a single morning. With these iron machines handling the heavy earthwork, compulsory peasant labour details would be drastically reduced, lifting a heavy burden off the shoulders of the common folk. Moving on, Zayn stepped into the cab of a heavy bulldozer. With a low diesel roar, he dropped the front blade, pushing the excavated earth back into the trench before rolling back and forth over the ground to compact the soil completely flat. The officials watched in absolute awe. One machine could dig deep trenches, while another could move mountains of earth and pack the ground hard as stone. For building royal highways and dredging river channels, these creations were nothing short of miraculous. Over the following hours, Zayn personally instructed Soholmir and the works officials in the proper application of modern building materials, demonstrating how to mix cement, operate the heavy earth movers, and handle the machinery. He conducted hands-on training directly on the plane, laying down the foundation for a model highway. A month slipped past in intense activity. By early spring, a perfectly straight, smooth concrete highway spanning 30 feet in width stretched 3 miles from the east gate of Darker through the outer plain, toward the woodland hills. Zayn had guided every stage of its construction, establishing a strict engineering standard that would serve as the benchmark for all future imperial highways across the realm. To demonstrate the sheer speed of modern paved roads to his court, Zayn led an imperial procession along the new highway. Mounted on his sleek black motorcycle, he twisted the throttle and shot down the smooth concrete track with a deep, rhythmic roar. Behind him followed a procession of ministers and officers, some riding motorcycles, others driving cars and light trucks. The convoy presented a grand spectacle, while crowds of local villagers lined the roadside, staring in speechless amazement. As Zayn approached the end of the paved section, a female court attendant came riding up on a light motorcycle at breakneck speed, calling out urgently, "Your Imperial Majesty! Your Imperial Majesty!" Hearing her anxious call, Zayn brought his motorcycle to a smooth stop. The attendant parked her machine, dropping to her knees on the concrete and pressing her hands to her forehead. "Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, Empress Ayesha has gone into labor." Zayn's dark eyes lit up with intense excitement. "Merciful heavens, my child is arriving. Indeed, your Imperial Majesty, the Empress is about to give birth. Congratulations to your Imperial Majesty. May the Imperial lineage flourish." Soholmir and the surrounding officials dropped to their knees, offering enthusiastic congratulations. "Wonderful. Excellent. I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha." Zayn laughed aloud, his face beaming with uncontained joy. As a first-time father, a faint flutter of nervous excitement stirred in his chest. Remounting his motorcycle, he sped back toward the east gate. As he approached the city archway, another female attendant came sprinting toward him, her face flushed with excitement. "Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, Empress Ayesha has delivered a healthy royal prince. A prince. I have a son. Ha ha ha." Zayn cheered, his heart soaring as he sped directly toward the Bali Mahal pavilion. Arriving at the inner courtyard of the pavilion, Zayn hurried toward the private chambers. Before he could step through the carved doorways to hold his newborn son, an elderly midwife hurried out to meet him, her face pale with intense nervousness. "Why, your Imperial Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress she." Zayn paused, his brow knitting as he asked urgently, "What is it? What has happened to Ayesha? Speak at once." The midwife swallowed hard, terrified by the weight of her news. Pressing her palms together, she stammered, "Are reporting to your Imperial Majesty, inside Her Imperial Majesty's womb there is yet another child waiting to be born." Zayn's eyes widened in sheer surprise. "What? Another child? Twins?" Chapter 111, Disposable Nappies. Inside the Bali Mahal pavilion, Nasrat, Ruhana, Rishmat Shirin, Jahanara, Fazaner, Begum Bilquiz, and the rest of the household stood surrounding Zayn. Every eye was fixed on the timber doors of the private bedchamber, filled with envious excitement. Delivering twins, and royal heirs at that, who among them would not feel envious? After a long half-hour wait, the carved doors creaked open once more, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. An elderly midwife hurried out, her face beaming with joy. "Your Imperial Majesty, immense congratulations. It is a pair of twins, a prince and a princess. Her Imperial Majesty the Empress has safely delivered a little princess." Hearing the news, the assembled household erupted into wild joy. Shun stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion. "Your Imperial Majesty, a dragon and a phoenix born together, this is a miraculous omen from heaven above." The others nodded in enthusiastic agreement. For a twin prince and princess to arrive at the dawn of the new empire was indeed a divine blessing. "Ha ha ha, wonderful, excellent." Zayn cheered. "Not only do I have a son, but a daughter as well. Blessings come in pairs. I shall bestow a grand reward upon the Empress." Without another second's delay, Zayn strode straight into the bedchamber. "Wah Tilda, wah Tilda, wah Tilda." The twin infants were crying lustily, their voices rang clear through the room. "Little prince, little princess, look, His Imperial Majesty has come to see you." Two midwives immediately carried the swaddled babies over to Zayn. The moment the twin infants were brought before Zayn, their crying miraculously ceased. Staring up with wide, curious eyes, both babies began sucking contentedly on their thumbs. Looking down at his newborn son and daughter, Zayn's heart melted with pure affection. "My little darlings, are your thumbs really that delicious?" Smack, smack, the two infants made soft sucking sounds, as if replying to him. Zayn laughed aloud, reaching out to take the little prince into his broad arms. But no sooner had he cradled the baby against his chest than he felt a sudden, warm whiteness spread across his palm. "You little rascal," Zayn chuckled. "The moment your father holds you, you decide to relieve yourself." A midwife hurried forward, taking the prince back to the changing table to swap his wet swaddling cloths. Wiping his hand with a cloth An idea struck Zayn. Stepping into an adjoining antechamber, he returned moments later carrying a large cardboard box. Nasrat watched with curiosity, finding the package completely unfamiliar. The outer carton featured a colourful, lifelike picture of a cheerful toddler wearing nothing but a pair of white shorts. Stepping forward, she asked softly, "Husband, what manner of creation is this?" Zayn set the box down, tore away the sealing tape, and pulled out a soft plastic pack. Opening it, he withdrew a thick, padded white garment. Displaying it to the room, Zayn explained, "This is called a disposable nappy. It is designed for infants to wear. It absorbs wetness, holds mess cleanly, and can be tossed away after use. It is far more convenient than traditional cloth swaddling." Nasrat took the nappy curiously, noting that its shape resembled the modern undergarment Zayn had given her earlier, though it felt much thicker and softer. Gazing at the soft infant garment, a sudden wave of maternal longing swept over her. She whispered shyly, "Husband, I want to bear a child for you as well." Zayn chuckled warmly. "You shall, my love, you certainly shall. And I shall ensure we have endless supplies of nappies ready." Nasrat nodded with a deep blush, walking over to the changing table where the little prince lay. The midwife looked at the padded nappy in utter confusion, unsure how to fasten it. Fortunately, Nasrat was familiar with modern straps and waistbands, and under her gentle guidance, the midwife quickly secured the nappy around the infant prince. Zayn watched with a satisfied grin before walking over to sit beside the bed. Taking Aisha's hand, he asked gently, "How are you feeling, my love?" Aisha offered a soft, pale smile. "I am feeling quite well, Your Majesty." "That is good. You must rest deeply and recover your strength." "I shall." Aisha nodded softly, looking up at him. "Your Majesty, have you selected names for our son and daughter?" Zayn stroked his chin, pondering the matter carefully. As royal children of the new dynasty, their names require dignity and strength. After a moment's thought, he announced, "Our son shall be named first Prince Zayn Aryan, and our daughter shall be named Princess Zayn Annika." Aryan Annika. Aisha repeated the name softly, her eyes shining with warmth. "They are beautiful names, husband." Just then, a female court secretary approached Shirin, whispering an urgent message into her ear. Nodding, Shirin walked up to the bedside, addressing Zayn in a low voice. "Your Imperial Majesty, envoys from the offshore kingdom of Wanu have arrived in the capital. They are currently waiting outside the function hall requesting a royal audience." "What are those island dwellers doing here?" Zayn scoffed in disdain. "Go tell them to turn around and clear off." Shirin looked slightly surprised by his sharp hostility toward the foreign envoys. "I shall deliver your refusal at once." Yet as she turned to leave, Zayn suddenly called her back. "Hold on," Zayn muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Those islanders are notoriously deceitful and treacherous. I had better go face them myself." Chapter 112, Under the Vast Heaven. A short while later, Zayn arrived at the function hall, the Hall of Heavenly Obedience, accompanied by Shirin. "Summon the foreign envoys from the offshore kingdom of Wanu for an audience." As the female court secretary's voice echoed down the marble steps, the delegation from the offshore island state entered the grand chamber. Zayn surveyed the group as they approached, noting a young woman walking near the center, who possessed striking features and a graceful posture. It struck him as unusual. What business did a highborn woman have serving in a foreign diplomatic delegation? Could she have been sent as a personal offering? The envoys halted in the center of the hall. An elderly diplomat with sharp, pinched features stepped forward, pressing his palms together in a respectful bow. Chief Envoy Kiro leads the delegation from the kingdom of Wanu to pay humble homage to His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Zayn Empire. May your Majesty enjoy eternal peace. As he spoke, the chief envoy led his attendants onto their knees, pressing their foreheads against the cold marble floor in a full, prostrate salute. Zayn drew a silver lighter from his pocket, ignited a cigarette, and took a slow drag before raising a hand. "Rise. State your purpose." Chief Envoy Akiro stood up hurriedly, bowing low. "We would not dare presume, Your Majesty. We have travelled across the eastern seas by royal decree of our sovereign to present formal tribute to the new empire." He added eagerly, "To mark this glorious occasion, our court has carefully selected 100 of the finest maidens from across our islands to present to Your Majesty's imperial household. In addition, we bring 20 heavy chests of rare pearls, silk, and island treasures. We humbly beg Your Majesty to accept our tribute." Zayn's lips curled into a cool, knowing smile. His initial suspicion had been correct. These islanders had not sailed across the sea merely to deliver gifts. They harboured ulterior motives. Yet his interest remained fixed on the young woman standing among them. "Who is she?" Zayn asked, pointing directly at her. Envoy Akiro turned, presenting her with a bow. "Reporting to Your Imperial Majesty, this is Her Highness, Princess Yukiko, who serves as the Deputy Chief for our diplomatic mission." Zayn's dark brows knitted slightly. A female diplomat holding royal rank. Does a woman rule the kingdom of Waniyu? Indeed, your Imperial Majesty, Akira replied timidly. Our reigning sovereign is a queen, and Her Highness Princess Yukiko is Her Majesty's younger sister. A female monarch on the island's throne, Zayn mused. Pointing a finger at Envoy Kiro, Zayn's tone turned cold and authoritative. Keep this in mind. Under the vast heavens, there is only one true sovereign. The kingdom of Waniyu is a mere offshore vassal state. By what right does your ruler claim royal parity with the empire? Do your people possess zero understanding of proper court etiquette? Forgive us, your majesty. Envoy Akiro shuddered in terror, bowing repeatedly. Your servant shall faithfully convey your majesty's words to our ruler. Zayn chuckled softly, asking, Tell me, is Her Highness Princess Yukiko included among the 100 maidens presented to my court? Envoy Akiro's face darkened slightly. Our reporting to your Imperial Majesty, Her Highness is not among the tribute maidens. I beg your majesty's gracious understanding. Beside him, Princess Yukiko's expression tightened. Was this young emperor targeting her directly? It appeared her royal beauty had not escaped his notice. Yet as she observed him closely, she felt a flicker of quiet surprise. The founding emperor of the great Zayn Empire was astonishingly young, handsome, and composed. The rumors reaching the island court were clearly not exaggerated. Without commanding miraculous, devastating armaments, how could a young scholar have shattered the armies of the old sultanate and seized the throne? He possessed the unmistakable presence of a ruler destined to govern the world. Furthermore, the smooth, wide concrete highway her carriage had travelled on while entering Darker, along with the iron machine she had witnessed outside the city gates, offered absolute proof of his supreme power. Stepping down from the gilded throne, Zayn walked down the dais with his hands behind his back, strolling casually toward the envoys. The island delegation tensed, a cold sweat breaking out across their brows. They were facing a young, victorious conqueror whose uncompromising ruthlessness toward corrupt lords and rebellious clans was well known. A single misstep could mean instant execution. Zayn stopped before Princess Yukiko, inspecting her closely. Though petite in stature, her figure was slender and supple, her skin smooth as pale silk, carrying an air of highborn pride. Turning to Envoy Kiro, Zayn pointed at Princess Yukiko. I consider Her Highness to be included among the tribute maidens. Do you have any objections? What? Envoy Akiro trembled, his mind going blank. If the Emperor kept Princess Yukiko in Darker, she would never return to her homeland. He had tried desperately to dissuade the princess from joining the expedition, yet her intense curiosity regarding the Empire's modern weapons had driven her to sail across the sea. This is utter tyranny. Princess Yukiko blurted out, her dark eyes flashing with anger. Is the great Zayn Empire not a land of honor and justice? Why force a royal princess against her will? Zayn chuckled smoothly, stepping closer. Under the vast heavens, all land belongs to the sovereign. Within the borders of the realm, all living souls are the sovereign's subjects. Every tree, stone, and river in your offshore kingdom falls under my authority. Do you presume to question my decree? Before Yukiko could finish, Zayn interrupted calmly. Remaining in my imperial household is a supreme blessing for your entire island state. Yukiko's chest heaved with rapid, indignant breaths. As a royal princess of her homeland, how could she submit to becoming an imperial concubine? Zayn waved a dismissive hand toward Akiro. She remains in Darker. The rest of you may return to your ships. Realizing Princess Yukiko could not leave, Envoy Kiro decided that submitting was the only way to preserve their lives and achieve their underlying mission. Besides, establishing a royal blood tie with the Emperor of the Great Zayn Empire was hardly a disadvantage for their kingdom. Eager to appease the Emperor, Kiro offered a warning bow. That your Imperial Majesty extends your favor to Her Highness Princess Yukiko is her immense blessing and the highest honor for our kingdom. Zayn laughed aloud. Not bad, old man. You finally spoke a sensible word. Kiro's heart burned with humiliation, yet his face maintained a flattering smile. Indeed, Your Majesty, these are my heartfelt feelings. Envoy Kiro, how dare you? Princess Yukiko hissed in fury, her face pale with rage. Yet Akiro ignored her entirely, bowing deeply to Zayn. Your Imperial Majesty, our kingdom has long admired the immense power of your empire. Our Queen's true intention in dispatching this mission was to request permission to send our scholars to study your industrial arts and military methods in Darker. In return, our kingdom shall pay annual tribute to your court. Zayn smiled cruelly. The islanders had smelled power from across the sea, seeking to acquire his modern technology. Your request is granted on one condition, Zayn announced smoothly. Your queen must travel to Darker in person to submit her homage directly to my throne, bringing 1,000 additional tribute maidens with her. What? Envoy Akiro froze in sheer horror. That was an outright refusal. If the reigning queen travelled to Darker, she would simply be taken into his royal household as well. What are you gaping at? Zayn's voice turned cold. I am not negotiating terms with a vassal state. I am issuing an imperial decree. Envoy Akiro's heart sank into his boots. This young emperor refused to play by conventional diplomatic rules. Akiro regretted ever leading this mission. The conqueror standing before him cared nothing for foreign protocols. Frowning nervously, Akiro stammered, Why, Your Majesty, this matter involves the crown. Once I return, I shall report your decree faithfully to our queen. I grant your court 6 months, Zayn said, his voice level and absolute. When the time expires, I expect your queen's arrival. Do you understand? You understood, Your Majesty. Zayn's dark eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing within them. Remember this well. Those who defy my decrees meet a very short end. Akiro swallowed hard, bowing repeatedly. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall do my utmost to persuade our queen to journey to Darker and pay homage. Princess Yukiko stood gritting her teeth in silent fury. Though her homeland was small, when had her royal house ever faced such brazen humiliation? Yet she knew the great Zayn Empire stood at the absolute zenith of military power. Their island forces could never match his iron war chariots and cannons. Stirring his wrath would bring ruin upon her people. Suppressing her anger, she resolved to bide her time. Zayn enjoyed her defiant yet helpless posture. Turning to Shirin, he commanded, Shirin, escort Princess Yukiko to the inner palace quarters to rest. Shirin bowed gracefully, leading the princess away. Once they departed, Zayn summoned young Bakul and Litten Mir to the hall, ordering the 100 tribute maidens to be brought forward. Surveying the women, Zayn turned to Bakul and Litten with a grin. You two pick 2 maidens each for your own households, and distribute the rest among our deserving officers and guards. Bakul and Litten beamed with uncontained joy, cupping their hands. We offer our humble thanks to your Imperial Majesty. Meanwhile, Envoy Akiro's face turned dark as a coffin lid. These 100 maidens were highborn beauties selected from across his nation, yet the Emperor had casually handed them out to his soldiers. Noticing Akiro's sour expression, Zayn shot him a cold, lethal glare. Do you harbor an objection, Envoy? Chapter 113, The Nature of the Offshore Islanders. Forgive me, Your Imperial Majesty. No, no, no. Since these maidens have been presented to Your Majesty, they belong entirely to your royal discretion. I harbor 0 objections, nor would I ever dare. Good. You have finally learned proper deference. Zayn chuckled softly, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Return to your island state at once, and faithfully execute the imperial decrees I have entrusted to you. Your humble servant obeys. Chief Envoy Akiro felt a bitter knot of regret tightening in his stomach, so overwhelming that he wished he could dash his head against the marble floor. If he returned to the offshore kingdom with such dispatches, how could he possibly face the queen? He would almost prefer death. He had originally assumed that by offering lavish gifts, he could secure permission for island scholars to enter the great Zayn Empire and learn advanced technological arts to strengthen their homeland. Yet matters had spiraled entirely out of control. Not only was Princess Yukiko retained as an imperial hostage, but their reigning queen was now summoned to travel to Darker in person. Should she obey the imperial decree, or refuse? If she refused, the emperor of the great Zayn Empire would be furious. His formidable iron army might set sail across the eastern waters to reduce their island cities to ashes. But if she obeyed, she would simply be taken into his royal household. Where would that leave the pride of their kingdom? To march forward meant ruin. To retreat meant catastrophe. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, Envoy Kiro let out a long, heavy sigh, bowed his head to the marble floor, and quietly withdrew from the hall. As evening fell over the palace, Zayn arrived at the private quarters where Princess Yukiko was being lodged. Before stepping through the carved timber doorways, he signalled his imperial guards and court attendants to clear the surrounding courtyard. Anticipating that the encounter might prove somewhat noisy, spotting Zayn entering the room, Princess Yukiko maintained a cold, expressionless posture, her lips pressed tightly together in quiet defiance. Zayn remained completely unbothered. In his previous life, he had only observed islanders through historical archives. Now that an offshore princess stood before him, he intended to observe her thoroughly. Stepping up to her, Zayn raised a hand, gently lifting her chin to meet his cool, measured gaze. Yukiko turned her face away with a sharp flick of her neck, her dark eyes flashing with resentment. The great dynasties of the Central Plains have always prided themselves on dignity and justice. Yet I have never seen a ruler treat foreign envoys with such brazen arrogance. Zayn offered a cold, quiet chuckle. Your offshore islands are barren and poor. Your people historically accustomed to raw sustenance and harsh conditions, keeping your regional strength weak, which is precisely why your court harbors such an overwhelming, quiet inferiority complex. Yet the moment your sails gain strength, the latent aggression coded into your culture reveals itself. You cast aside all honor and decency to prey upon neighboring lands. Your court dispatched scholars to darker under the guise of learning, merely seeking to master modern armaments so you might one day invade other nations. Raising an eyebrow, Zain asked calmly, "Tell me, Princess Yukiko, am I mistaken in a single word?" Yukiko stood frozen, her dark eyes wide with shock. How could their strategic intentions be read so completely, stripped bare before this man? Yet she refused to yield. Absurd. Our kingdom seeks knowledge from the great Zain Empire solely to uplift our backward conditions, so that our common folk may enjoy abundance and peace. Zain smirked softly. Having studied history deeply, he understood the nature of her island culture better than anyone. They observed minor courtesies while lacking true moral righteousness. They fixated on trivial details while disregarding grand virtue. They feigned humility when weak, yet turned ruthless the moment they possessed power. Expecting Yukiko to confess her court's true ambitions willingly was impossible unless he broke her defiant pride completely. Only absolute, unyielding strength could compel such minds to bow in genuine submission. "Very well," Zain replied smoothly, choosing not to debate further. "Keep your explanations. Now remove your outer garments." A mischievous smile touched the corners of his lips. Yukiko crossed her arms over her chest, stepping backward in clear alarm. "I see," Zain remarked calmly. "Then I suppose I must draw my sidearm." With a subtle flick of his mind, a heavy semi-automatic pistol materialized instantly in Zain's right hand. Yukiko shuddered in horror. How on earth had a solid steel weapon appeared out of thin air? Bang, bang, bang. Before she could process the sight, Zain raised the pistol and fired 3 rapid shots into a heavy porcelain teacup sitting on a nearby table. The ceramic vessel shattered into dust, splashing cold tea across the floorboards. Yukiko's dark eyes bulged as she stared at the pulverized porcelain in absolute disbelief. What manner of weapon is that?" "A mere pocket toy," Zain replied easily. "I command weapons infinitely more terrifying than this." Yukiko's primary motivation for joining the mission had been to uncover the secret behind the miraculous armaments that had crushed the armies of the old Sultanate. Staring at the shattered teacup, she gasped, Where do you keep them?" Zain's lips curved into a playful smirk. "In my trousers," Yukiko stammered, her face flushing with anger at his crude humor. Zain chuckled, stowed the pistol back into his spatial sanctuary, and with a swift wave of his hand, summoned a heavy automatic light machine gun. This time, Yukiko watched his hands with unblinking intensity. She saw the heavy iron firearm materialize out of nothingness in a split second. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs, her mind reeling in pure terror. It was beyond mortal comprehension. To ensure the lesson took deep root, Zain raised the light machine gun, aiming the barrel at a heavy wooden folding screen across the room. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A deafening salvo of lead rounds tore through the chamber. Within a single second, the thick timber screen was shredded into flying splinters, collapsing onto the floorboards. Yukiko's mouth hung open, her dark eyes wide with unadulterated horror. Had a line of soldiers stood behind that screen, they would have been reduced to red mist in a heartbeat. It was with these very weapons, Zain's voice echoed through the room, cool and carrying a lethal, bone-chilling weight, that is swept across this realm and claimed the throne. Yukiko swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she stared at him. From where did he summon that heavy iron beast? It felt as though the man standing before her was no mortal ruler, but a formidable spirit wielding absolute power over the physical world. Zain laughed aloud, thoroughly enjoying her terrified posture. Stepping forward, he stowed the machine gun back into his sanctuary, replacing it with a broad, gleaming steel saber. "Whatever I desire in this world, I summon at will," Zain declared calmly. "Whether steel armaments or living men, I call them forth as I choose. And just as easily, I can cause your entire existence to vanish from this earth." Yukiko's knees gave way completely. With a sharp gasp of terror, her strength failed her, and she collapsed awkwardly onto the floorboards. She had assumed the young emperor was merely a brilliant military strategist, but the reality before her defied all natural laws. Her face drained of all color, her dark eyes filled with absolute, trembling dread. "Your Imperial Majesty, I beg you spare my life." "I have zero desire to take your life," Zain replied smoothly, stowing the saber. "Stand up." Thank you, Your Majesty," Yukiko stammered, pushing herself up on trembling legs. Steadying her breathing, she reached up with hesitant fingers and tying the silk sash around her waist. Her heavy outer robe slid smoothly down her shoulders, pulling at her feet to reveal her pale, smooth skin beneath. A dry chuckle escaped Zain's lips. Stowing the steel blade, he withdrew a ripe, sweet red banana from his spatial sanctuary. "Eat this," Zain smiled smoothly, "and I shall take you on a journey beyond your wild dreams." Yukiko stared at the fruit, noting its familiar shape, though its vibrant red skin looked remarkably strange. She trembled, wondering if the fruit held some lethal draught. Yet she reasoned that if the emperor wished to execute her, He possessed 100 swift ways to end her life without resorting to secret potions. Taking the red banana, she peeled away the skin and took a cautious, hesitant bite. Her dark eyes lit up in instant surprise. Subhanallah, it is extraordinarily sweet. The exquisite flavour convinced her the fruit held zero harm. Relieved, she took several large bites, eating with eager appetite as though she had tasted nothing so delicious in months. Zayn watched her with an amused grin, curious to observe the effects of the sweet, potent fruit upon the offshore princess. Within minutes, a radiant crimson flush rushed up Yukiko's neck, spreading across her cheeks as a wave of intense, restless warmth pooled within her blood. Her eyes grew hazy with sudden, overwhelming desire. Biting her soft low lip, she looked up at Zayn, her voice breathless and trembling. "Your Majesty, I feel an unbearable heat within me." Zayn offered a warm, welcoming smile, stepping forward. "Come then, my lord, let us deploy the royal artillery." Chapter 114. The emissary at the rebel camp. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Zayn stretched lazily as he sat up, his face radiant with satisfied energy. Last night's encounter had proved exceptionally novel and invigorating. Princess Yukiko's clear, melodious voice had possessed a captivating rhythm, ringing through the private pavilion like a battle chant that spurred a man to press forward without pause. Exhausted by the night's exertions, the princess lay beside him, sleeping like a heavy log. "Wake up, little islander," Zayn chuckled, reaching out to pinch her cheek gently. Feeling the sharp tug, Princess Yukiko startled awake from her deep sleep. Her slender frame shuddered, her round face flushing as she scrambled off the silk mattress to kneel upon the bedboards. "Your Imperial Majesty, forgive my clumsiness," she stammered, bowing her head. "I was simply overcome with exhaustion and overslept." Zayn's dark brows knitted slightly as he listened to her speak. Her usually clear, melodic voice had turned raspy and hoarse. Yet recalling how passionately she had cried out through the long hours of the night, it was hardly a surprise. Yukiko noticed the raspy strain in her own throat as well, realizing her wild enthusiasm had left her voice thoroughly ruined. Zayn chuckled smoothly. "You performed admirably last night, love." Yukiko lowered her dark eyes timidly, her voice barely a whisper. "Serving your Imperial Majesty is my highest duty in the days ahead. I shall attend to your Majesty with even greater devotion, Tilda." "Very good," Zayn smiled, stroking her silky hair. "Tell me, is your elder sister, the reigning queen of Wonyu, more captivating than you?" Yukiko paused, her dark eyes flashing with a complex expression. "Your Imperial Majesty, my sister, is renowned as the finest beauty across our island kingdom. Her grace far surpasses mine." "Do you believe she will obey my imperial decree and journey to Darko to pay homage?" Zayn asked smoothly. Yukiko parted her soft lips, hesitating. In her heart, she suspected her sister would prove reluctant to sail across the sea. After all, stepping onto the shores of the great Zayn Empire meant she would likely never return to her island throne. Yet strange as it seemed, Yukiko found herself fervently wishing her sister would come, and the sooner, the better. She dreaded the thought of her homeland defying the Emperor's authority. Should Zayn's wrath be stirred, his iron host would cross the sea and reduce their island cities to ashes. After a quiet second, she bowed her head. "Your Majesty, I deeply hope my sister journeys to your court, so that she too may enjoy the honour of serving your Imperial Majesty." Zayn looked at her in pleasant surprise. Had the sweet red fruit completely subdued her independent spirit? Regardless, the prospect of taking the island queen into his household appealed to a sense of conquest. Yukiko added softly, "If your Majesty permits, I wish to write a personal letter to my sister, urging her in the strongest terms to submit to your imperial decree." "Splendid," Zayn approved with a satisfied nod. "Write the letter at once, and we shall hand it to that old diplomat to carry back across the sea." "Your servant obeys." Zayn smiled warmly, asking, "Are you hungry? Shall I have the palace kitchens prepare a feast for you?" Yukiko shyly lowered her eyelids, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks. "Your Majesty, I received your sweet red fruit last night, and my belly feels completely full. I require zero food for now." Zayn chuckled softly, amused that his spatial fruit possessed such nourishing potency. Once Yukiko penned her letter, Zayn reviewed the contents before ordering a guard to deliver the scroll to Chief Envoy Kiro at the foreign quarters. Holding the sealed scroll in his trembling hands, Envoy Kiro's face turned pale as ash. Though he could not read its contents, he knew with chilling certainty that Princess Yukiko's letter would bring zero comfort to their court. Yet trapped beneath the shadow of Zayn's supreme power, the old diplomat had zero choice but to accept the dispatch. Reflecting on his mission, Akiro felt a bitter knot of regret. Years ago, under the old sultanate, foreign envoys were showered with lavish gifts and courtly courtesies. Yet the great Zayn Empire operated under an entirely different law. There were zero concessions for foreign states, only absolute submission or total annihilation. A few days later, Envoy Ikiro boarded his ship to begin the long voyage home. Meanwhile, Princess Yukiko remained in the inner palace. Though her voice remained hoarse for several days, her devotion to Zain grew steadily stronger, as though she had become thoroughly bound to his presence. Zain, however, turned his attention to broader strategic matters. If the island queen refused his imperial summons within 6 months, he intended to dispatch his fleet across the eastern waters to conquer the offshore kingdom in a single campaign. Yet crossing the vast ocean required far more than timber river galleys. To carry heavy military trucks and iron war chariots across the sea, he required modern steel transports and ironclad warships. Zain recalled from his past life that a major coastal harbour lay several hundred miles east of his current territory within his spatial sanctuary. If he could unlock that coastal zone, modern steel warships and transports would be at his disposal, leaving the offshore island state with zero place to hide. 2 months later, dispatches arrived from the northern frontier. The Northern Expeditionary Force under Captain Sohomir and Deputy Commander Humayun had swept through the northern provinces, capturing the fortress capital of Grand Vizier Mansur Ali in a single, decisive campaign. The treacherous vizier and his entire political faction were executed, bringing an abrupt end to his short-lived rival regime. With the northern capital secured, Sohomir dispatched Humayun as a special envoy to the military encampment of Anya Hamzer, leader of the Yellow Banner Rebellion, to negotiate terms of submission. Word of Humayun's arrival reached Amir Hamzer, who hurried to the main gates of his camp to receive the imperial envoy in person. The great Zain Empire's military prestige was legendary, and with the northern forces eliminated, Hamzer understood his own position clearly. Opposing Zain's modern army would be like throwing a clay pot against a granite cliff. Yet standing at his camp gates, Amir Hamza felt a mixture of quiet anxiety and hope, wondering what terms the new emperor would extend to his regional rebel forces. Before long, 5 dark tactical SUVs sped across the open plain toward the camp, raising clouds of dust behind them. The Yellow Banner rebels watched in absolute, jaw-dropped astonishment. The iron carriages possessed zero-draft animals, yet thundered across the dirt roads at incredible speed. Amir Hamza stood spellbound. He had heard endless rumors of the miraculous vehicles and fire-spitting weapons commanded by the new sovereign, but witnessing them firsthand was an extraordinary sight. Screech! The vehicles came to a smooth halt outside the main pavilion, and Humayun stepped out from the lead SUV. Behind him followed a squad of fully armed marksmen from the Divine Marksman Corps, their sharp, disciplined postures exuding intimidating authority. The automatic rifles held in their hands looked vastly different from conventional spears and broadswords. Amir Hamzer's dark brows knitted slightly as he inspected the compact steel weapons. It boggled his mind that such modest iron devices had shattered 40,000 elite Imperial Guard sepoys and conquered the realm in a matter of months. They seemed less like mortal weapons and more like divine tools. Stepping forward with a broad, welcoming smile, Amir Hamza pressed his palms together in a respectful greeting. Commander Humayun, your great name has echoed across the northern provinces. To welcome you to my humble camp today is a profound honor. Humayun offered a warm, easy smile, cupping his hands in return. General Hamza, you are far too polite. You raised your banner to protect the common folk against corrupt lords. You are a true man of honor. Har har, please, Commander. Let us step inside my grand tent to speak. Lead the way, General. Entering the main pavilion, the 2 leaders took their seats opposite each other, and an attendant promptly filled their silver goblets with spiced palm wine. Commander Humayun, pray accept a drink. Amir Hamza offered, gesturing toward the goblet with a friendly smile. Humayun nodded smoothly, raising his silver goblet and draining it in a single, confident gulp. Amir Hamza let out a hearty laugh, eyeing him closely. Commander Humayun, are you not afraid that my wine might be laced with poison? Setting his silver goblet down with a measured click, Humayun looked into Hamza's eyes with calm, absolute composure. If I, Humayun, fail to walk out of your pavilion today to return to my divisions, Humayun replied in a level tone, His Imperial Majesty's wrath would descend upon this plain like a divine storm, leaving not a stone standing. He added with a calm smirk, therefore, I trust that a leader of General Hamza's sharp wisdom would never commit so foolish an act as digging his own grave. Chapter 115, Up to the Clouds. Anya Hamza offered an easy, amiable grin. Har har, I was merely testing your resolve, Commander Humayun. Pray set your heart at ease. Humayun offered a quiet chuckle, opting to speak directly. General Hamza, I shall lay the cards on the table. My journey to your camp is intended to secure an honourable, prosperous path for you and the brave men of your Yellow Banner host. I am listening with all ears, Commander. This land has suffered long enough from civil strife, extortionate taxes, and war, Humayun continued smoothly. The ordinary folk have been scattered, driven into exile, and barely 1 in 10 has survived the turmoil. The time for conflict has come to an absolute end. Indeed, you speak the absolute truth. Amir Hamza nodded in firm, solemn agreement. Humayun smiled. In short, His Imperial Majesty invites you to journey to Darka to receive royal honours, while our officers integrate your divisions into the Imperial Army. Hearing those words, Amir Hamza stood frozen, his expression darkening slightly. Handing over his army meant placing his life entirely at the mercy of the new emperor. Would he truly survive once he stepped into the capital? Yet he knew his forces could never prevail against Zayn's modern war chariots and cannons. Running was impossible, and allowing 100,000 loyal soldiers to be annihilated out of personal fear was something he could not bear. Letting out a heavy, silent sigh, Hamza looked at Humayun, his dark eyes dimming with quiet helplessness. Commander Humayun, tell me truthfully, how does His Imperial Majesty intend to dispose of me? Humayun chuckled warmly, stepping closer. General Hamza, you raised your banner against corrupt lords and preserved peace in these provinces. Reasonably and legally, you have rendered immense service to the realm. His Imperial Majesty guarantees your life of absolute wealth, honour, and royal favour. Why speak of disposing of you? Hamza pondered his words, realising the truth in them. Zayn had executed corrupt lords and treacherous merchants, yet he had never slaughtered those who submitted peacefully. Hamza had never opposed the new emperor on the field, so why would Zayn seek his life? Stepping forward, Amir Hamza dropped to his knees before Humayun, his forehead almost touching the floorboards. Commander Humayun, I entrust my brave soldiers to your care. They are simple, poor folk who have followed me through life and death for years. I beg you to treat them with justice and care. His voice choked with genuine emotion. Humayun was deeply moved. Stepping forward, he took Hamza by his arms, lifting him to his feet. General Hamza, with deep care for your men does you immense credit. Set your heart completely at ease. The Imperial administration shall provide land, rations, and honourable integration for every soldier in your camp. Subhanallah, Hamza smiled, a heavy weight lifting from his shoulders. A few days later, seated comfortably inside a dark tactical SUV, Amir Hamza set off under honour guard toward the imperial capital of Darka. Meanwhile, news reached Darka that the northern traitors had been eliminated and Amir Hamza had surrendered his forces without shedding a drop of blood. The entire capital erupted into triumphant celebration. The realm was finally unified under the Great Zayn Empire, bringing a long-awaited end to civil war. Beyond state affairs, joyful news filled Zayn's private household as well. Over the preceding weeks, several of his co-wives had safely delivered healthy royal infants. Shirin had given birth to the second prince, Zayn Rayan. Fazaner had delivered the second princess, Zayn Zoya, and Begum Bilquis had given birth to the third prince, Zayn Zaid. Furthermore, Nasrat, Rihana, Rishma, Jahanara, and several others were already expecting children of their own. Zayn was thoroughly delighted. In another 2 years, the private courtyard of the royal palace would require its own schoolhouse. That evening, Aisha, having fully recovered her strength, felt a quiet longing in her heart and stepped out toward the Chamberlain Mahal pavilion. Is His Imperial Majesty within? Aisha asked the female guard on duty outside the carved doors. Reporting to Her Imperial Majesty, the Emperor entered his private study hours ago and has not stepped out. A gentle, pleased smile touched Aisha's lips. Is anyone attending him? His Majesty is entirely alone, Your Imperial Majesty. A subtle, glowing smile brightened Aisha's face as she waved a slender hand. Open the doors. Yet stepping into the study, she found the grand room completely empty. How strange, she murmured softly. The sentry said he was inside. Unbeknownst to her, Zayn had spent the last hour inside his spatial sanctuary, driving a luxury supercar along the paved highways of his internal realm. He had driven toward the distant coastal boundary, though a thick, dense dimensional mist still blocked access to the ocean port. Yet with every passing week, his sanctuary expanded steadily. Just as Aisha turned to leave the empty study, a pair of broad, warm hands slid gently around her slender waist from behind. Ah! Aisha gasped in sudden fright, her heart skipping a beat before she caught sight of the imperial gold embroidery along his sleeve. Relief flooded her chest. You playful rogue, you nearly frightened the life out of me. Zayn chuckled warmly. Undeterred by her playful scolding, she was the only person in the entire empire who spoke to him with such comfortable, sweet intimacy. Court you, my love. Zayn smiled, his hand gently holding her waist. Aisha leaned back against his chest, murmuring softly, It has been weeks since you spent a quiet evening with me. Have you grown tired of your village girl? What silly talk is that? Zayn laughed, resting his chin on her shoulder. I cherish my sweet empress above all. Aisha's heart melted with joy, though she feigned a playful pout. HMPH, then prove your devotion to me tonight. Very well, love, Zayn smirked. I shall share a ripe, sweet red banana with you to restore your spirits. A red banana. Before Ayesha could process his words, Zayn reached behind his back, withdrawing a vibrant, sweet red banana from his spatial sanctuary. Handing it to her, he offered a warm, subtle grin. Eat this, my love, and I shall take you soaring up into the clouds. Ayesha inspected the sweet fruit curiously. Why is the skin so vibrant red? Is it a miraculous gift from the heavens? It matters not, Zayn chuckled smoothly. Just take a bite. An hour slipped past in quiet, sublime bliss. Ayesha lay resting her head against Zayn's chest, a radiant glow upon her face. She had never felt so utterly content and cherished. She discovered to her quiet delight that her husband's vitality had grown even more formidable than before. A few days later, Amir Hamza arrived in Dhaka and was received in private audience by Zayn. Standing before the young emperor inside the grand audience hall, Hamza felt a wave of profound awe. He had never imagined the founding ruler, who had reshaped the realm, could be so remarkably young and composed. Surrendering his forces to such a sovereign carried zero shame. Zayn looked down from the gilded throne, speaking in a measured, generous tone. General Hamza, in recognition of your noble decision to spare the northern provinces from further war, we confer upon you the hereditary title of Prince of Peaceful Leisure. We grant you an executive luxury sedan, a grand estate in Old Dhaka, 1,000 gold coins, and 10,000 silver coins from the imperial treasury. Hearing the title Prince of Peaceful Leisure, Amir Hamza understood the emperor's intent clearly. Zayn wished for him to step away from military command and live out his days in comfortable, luxurious retirement. It was a wise and merciful arrangement. What sovereign would allow a former rebel commander to retain control over armies? That his life and honor were preserved, accompanied by immense wealth, was a profound imperial blessing. Hamza dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the marble floorboards. Your servant offers his humble, boundless gratitude for your imperial majesty's immense mercy. Zayn smiled warmly. Prince Hamza, if you harbor any additional requests, speak freely. We shall grant them. Amir Hamza pondered for a moment before offering a sheepish grin. Reporting to your imperial majesty, your servant harbors no political ambitions, but might your majesty grant a few beautiful maidens to grace my new estate? Zayn laughed heartily, understanding his request instantly. Granted. We shall bestow 100 of the offshore island maidens upon your household. Amir Hamza blinked in mild confusion. Offshore island maidens? And why 100? Could he not make it 200? Meanwhile, across the eastern waters, after over 2 months of grueling navigation, Chief Envoy Kiro's ship finally dropped anchor at the port of the offshore kingdom of Wanu. Entering the royal palace, Ikiro recounted the entire disastrous mission to their reigning queen. Upon hearing his report, the queen flew into a towering rage, her chest heaving with furious breaths. Insolent fools, she shrieked, slamming her hand against her carved throne. This emperor treats our kingdom with absolute contempt. I shall never travel to Dhaka to submit to such humiliation. Even if it means war, we shall fight to the end. Envoy Ikiro trembled, withdrawing a sealed scroll from his robes. Your Majesty, I also bring a personal letter from Her Highness, Princess Ikeko. Suppressing her cold fury, the queen glared at him. Present it at once. Chapter 116. The Iron Fleet rises from the deep. Empress Regent Jahanara took the parchment scroll with trembling fingers, her eyes immediately falling upon the bold calligraphy inscribed across the top, to Sovereign Empress Jahanara. Recognizing Princess Yukeko's delicate penmanship instantly, she tore the ribbon seal and unfolded the letter. My dearest sister, by the time these words reach your hands, I, Princess Yukeko, will have already entered the imperial household of the great Zayn Empire to serve His Imperial Majesty as his royal consort. Feeling a profound and lasting happiness, this union was not extorted by force, nor compelled by arms, but chosen freely after deep reflection. To serve a wise, sovereign conqueror is to find true peace. The military might of the great Zayn Empire is at its absolute zenith. Their armaments are miraculous beyond belief, and their iron battalions march with irresistible strength. That the empire shall unite the entire world under a single banner is a foregone conclusion, inevitable as the dawn. His Imperial Majesty is young, noble, fiercely intelligent, and possessed of supreme statesmanship. He is the true, heaven-ordained sovereign of this age. Therefore, I implore you, sister, renounce your royal title, submit with absolute sincerity to the great Zayn Empire, and lead 1,000 tribute maidens to Dhaka to pay your solemn homage. Only by taking this path can you secure the preservation of our island home. I pray you weigh these words with wisdom. Do not fail me. Your devoted sister, Princess Yukeko. As she finished reading, Jahanara's fair hands trembled uncontrollably. A dark, Furious flush spread across her pale cheeks, and her chest heaved with such violent agitation she nearly dropped the parchment. Striking the carved teak desk with her palm, she roared, "Absurd, utterly disgraceful. Yukiko, you foolish girl, I have a mind to have you beheaded." With a sharp motion, she tore the letter into fluttering shreds and cast them into the air like falling leaves. She had never imagined that her own flesh and blood, a royal princess of the island kingdom, would pen such submissive, traitorous words. Yet as her anger slowly cooled, a chilling suspicion took root in her mind. Perhaps Yukiko had been tortured or hypnotized. Once captured by a conqueror, a prisoner had zero control over their own quill. Profound happiness? What absolute nonsense. I shall resist the great Saiyan Empire to my dying breath, Jahanara declared fiercely, her dark eyes flashing with unyielding defiance. Standing nearby, Chief Envoy Akiro swallowed hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. Knitting his brows, he asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, does this mean we refuse the imperial summons?" "You fool," Jahanara rounded on him. "If I travel to Darker, do you not realize I shall be reduced to a humiliated plaything in his harem?" This Akiro hesitated, terrified to speak his mind. True, the prospect of submission was bitter, but defying an emperor who commanded fire-spitting thunder and iron war chariots would invite total annihilation. What could their tiny island state deploy against such supernatural wrath? "Your Majesty," Akiro urged softly, "if we reject his decree, given the terrifying military reach of the great Saiyan Empire, our kingdom will be driven straight into a hopeless catastrophe." Hearing those words, Jahanara's delicate face twitched in fury. "You craven coward! You seek to frighten your own sovereign. Utter another word of surrender, and I shall have your entire clan executed for treason." Frightened out of his wits, Akiro shrank his head back between his shoulders, pressing his palms together in silence. Rising from her throne with regal fury, Jahanara issued her decree. "Let my royal order go forth across the islands. Every province shall prepare for total war. We shall meet the great Saiyan Empire upon the shores. Our island kingdom rests safely behind the natural barrier of the eastern seas. I refuse to believe we cannot crush an invading army that has crossed 1,000 miles of treacherous water." When the ministers of the island court heard her proclamation, they nodded in fierce agreement. The great Saiyan Empire was separated from their shores by a vast, turbulent ocean. The eastern straits were notorious for sudden typhoons, towering swells, and violent squalls. A single hurricane could easily send an entire invading fleet straight to the bottom of the sea. Furthermore, the new empire had barely consolidated its mainland territories following years of civil war. How many troops could the emperor spare to mount an overseas amphibious campaign? Thus, the offshore kingdom mobilized its entire populace. Thousands of elite island soldiers were redeployed to the coastal fortresses and capital beaches. Oppressed labourers were driven down to the shorelines to drive sharp wooden stakes into the seabed, erect stone barricades, and reinforce every coastal battery. Within weeks, the entire island kingdom descended into frantic, paranoid chaos, bracing for an apocalyptic invasion. Meanwhile, across the sea in Darker, Saiyan remained deeply occupied. To accelerate the expansion of his spatial sanctuary, Saiyan directed vast convoys of livestock blood to be transferred into the invisible dimension. The continuous influx of organic energy caused the sanctuary's internal boundaries to expand rapidly. One afternoon, Saiyan willed himself across the dimensional barrier into his private domain. Stepping through the mist, he found himself standing at the edge of a vast, modern metropolis filled with towering skyscrapers, multi-lane highways, and sprawling industrial parks. Saiyan laughed aloud, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The expanded territory provided endless industrial capacity. Without wasting a moment, he climbed into an all-terrain vehicle, pressing his foot down on the accelerator to speed toward the eastern coastline of the sanctuary. Within an hour, the salty scent of the sea filled the air as the sprawling maritime port came into view. Stretching out before him was an immense, deep-water harbour. Massive container ships, luxury cruise liners, oil tankers, and coastal tugs filled the docks, flanked by endless miles of colourful shipping containers stacked high like children's blocks. Subhan Allah, Saiyan cheered. With a metropolis and a maritime port of this scale, every resource I could ever dream of lies at my fingertips. Ha ha ha. I wonder what it feels like to command a naval war fleet across the ocean. Gazing past the commercial docks into the deep waters of the outer harbour, his eyes caught sight of several massive grey silhouettes riding the swells. Saiyan frowned slightly, leaning forward to inspect them closer. Though anchored at a distance, their sleek iron hulls, towering superstructure masts, and heavy turret decks left zero doubt they were modern military warships. By the almighty actual naval warships, Saiyan's heart soared with wild excitement. This meant the great Saiyan Empire was fully equipped to project absolute naval supremacy across every ocean. Without a second's hesitation, Zayn abandoned his land vehicle, leaped onto a high-speed motorboat moored at the civilian pier, and raced across the harbour toward the anchored naval fleet. Circling the massive iron vessels, he inspected guided missile destroyers, heavy cruisers, multi-role frigates, amphibious assault landing ships, and massive fleet replenishment oilers. The displacement of these iron monsters ranged from 3,000 to over 10,000 tons. In an era where regional navies relied on wooden galleys and canvas sails, these steel leviathans were absolute sea monsters. Any mortal warrior seeing them would drop to his knees in sheer terror, while foreign queens would lose their breath entirely. Yet Zayn understood a sobering truth. Possessing advanced warships was only half the battle. Constructing naval ports on the mainland was essential, but more importantly, he needed to train an elite generation of naval officers and sailors. Warships were vastly more complex than motorcars or heavy trucks. They could not be operated by a single soldier. Lacking personal expertise in naval warfare, he would have to train his officers step by step through rigorous trials. Returning to the container port, Zayn pried open several large steel crates at random, discovering they were packed entirely with adult lifestyle goods, silken novelties, intimate apparel, and various recreational items. Well, Zayn chuckled softly, if left unutilized, these supplies would go to waste. I shall distribute them judiciously across the imperial household. Moving to an adjacent row of containers, he found more practical industrial equipment, heavy diesel generators, industrial water pumps, photovoltaic solar panels, and automatic street lighting systems. Splendid. Generators supply electricity for our hospitals, water pumps irrigate our agricultural plains, and solar lamps illuminate our grand avenues. Satisfied with his inventory, Zayn withdrew from the spatial sanctuary back into the imperial palace in Darker. His first imperial decree upon returning was to issue an empire-wide proclamation calling for all experienced sailors, fishermen, and navigators with deep-sea experience to report to the capital for specialized service in the newly established Imperial Navy. While waiting for the naval recruits to assemble, Zayn directed Minister Soholmir to install modern solar street lamps across the entire expanse of Old Darker and the inner Imperial Palace. Within days, the capital blazed with brilliant white light throughout the night, outshining the stars and leaving visiting foreign envoys utterly blind with wonder. Furthermore, he modernized the Imperial Palace interior, introducing electric lighting, indoor plumbing, and modern marble bathrooms. 2 weeks later, expert mariners and seafaring veterans from every province began arriving in Darker in response to the imperial call. To accelerate their training, Zayn utilized his spatial sanctuary to drop several small, decommissioned naval patrol craft directly into a deep freshwater lake outside the capital walls, transforming the inland sheet of water into a naval academy training ground. As the months passed, the 6-month deadline set for the offshore island court expired. Yet no royal delegation from the kingdom of Wani arrived in Darker. Zayn correctly deduced that the island queen had chosen the path of defiance. Yet with his modern naval academy producing capable sailors, and his spatial shipyards fully accessible, the timing was ideal to launch an overseas campaign and settle the offshore threat once and for all. Entrusting the administration of the capital to Grand Vizier Jahanara and appointing veteran Commander Farik Sufyan as Imperial Regent, Zayn prepared to take personal command of the overseas expeditionary fleet. The news swept through Darker like wildfire. Deep within the capital's central training grounds, the 3 Sufyan brothers Farik, Subhan, and Sohel, who had spent months mastering the operation of modern transport vehicles, could no longer contain their eagerness. With the mainland realm fully pacified, military glory on land had grown scarce. If they missed the chance to board the legendary iron warships and wage war across the open sea, the military careers would be over. Burning with ambition, Commander Farik Sufyan decided to seek a direct audience with the Emperor. Your Imperial Majesty, this humble subject, Commander Farik, requests an audience. A female court secretary stepped up to Zayn, bowing gracefully. Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, Commander Farik begs leave to enter the throne room. Admit him, Zayn replied smoothly, leaning back against the velvet cushions of the throne. After months of discipline and training, the former royal commander had shed his ancient arrogance, adopting the sharp, disciplined posture of an imperial officer. Entering the grand audience hall, Farik strode forward, dropped to his knees, and pressed his forehead against the marble floor. This infant subject, Farik Sufyan, pays his humble homage to your Imperial Majesty. May the Emperor reign for 10,000 years. Rise, Commander, Zayn commanded calmly. My thanks, Your Majesty. Farik stood up straight, his hands cupped respectfully. What brings you to my desk today? Zayn asked, eyeing him with quiet curiosity. Farik bowed deeply. This subject, has received word that your Imperial Majesty intends to lead a personal expedition across the eastern sea against the rebellious island state. Though my humble abilities are meager, my brothers, and I beg your Majesty to allow us to serve as the vanguard of the naval fleet, Sayan chuckled warmly. Tell me, Commander, how well have you mastered the art of driving our iron machines? Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, Farouk answered with proud confidence. My brothers and I have thoroughly mastered bicycles, heavy trucks, and armored war chariots. We may not claim to be Grand Masters of the motor pool, but we operate every vehicle with absolute proficiency. Sayan smiled, appreciating the officer's relentless drive. Since the Sufyan brothers demonstrated such loyalty and ambition, bringing them along on the naval expedition would serve as a fitting test of their mettle. Very well, Sayan approved. Since you possess the courage to seek glory across the sea, I grant your request. You shall join the vanguard fleet. Farouk was overjoyed, dropping to his knees once more to offer his deepest gratitude. Your servant swears to fight to the death for the glory of the great Sayan Empire. Waving a casual hand, Sayan signalled him to withdraw. As Farouk turned to exit the grand hall, he nearly collided with Empress Regent Jahanara, who was walking gracefully toward the dais carrying a fresh tray of state dispatches. Stepping aside respectfully, Farouk cupped his hands in a silent bow. Jahanara offered a subtle, polite nod before continuing her walk towards Sayan. Ascending the dais, she placed the tray upon the golden desk, curtsying gracefully. This humble consort pays her respects to your Imperial Majesty. Rise, my love, Sayan smiled, pulling her gently toward his side. Your Majesty, word has reached my quarters that you intend to lead a personal naval expedition across the Eastern Ocean, Jahanara murmured, a quiet shimmer of apprehension in her dark eyes. Sayan nodded. Indeed, I shall sail east, crush the stubborn island queen, and eliminate future threats to our maritime borders once and for all. Though Jahanara still harbored complex feelings toward her island neighbors, her loyalty to Sayan was absolute. Looking up into his eyes, she asked softly then, might this humble consort accompany your Majesty upon the flagship? A tender expression crossed Sayan's face. As the former ruler of the old regime, keeping Jahanara close by his side during his absence from the capital was both a wise political precaution and a genuine pleasure. Very well, Sayan smiled smoothly. Pack your travelling silks, my love. You shall sail with me to the Eastern Islands. Chapter 117. Attention. Enemy spotted. Set your heart at ease, love. I shall take you to see the broad horizon of the world. Sayan smiled smoothly. Every grand voyage required proper company, and keeping the former ruler by his side brought both comfort and strategic peace. I offer my humble thanks to your Imperial Majesty. Jahanara bowed, her dark eyes shining with delight. She had not expected Sayan to grant her request so readily. Half a month later, an imperial host of 100,000 troops arrived at the banks of a broad, deep-water river. A massive military pier had been constructed along the riverbank in advance, with a deep current cut directly toward the open sea. Sayan intended to deploy his naval fleet along the stretch of river, allowing his newly trained sailors to adapt to the vessels and conduct fleet maneuvers before heading into the open ocean. Yet the officers and soldiers stood along the riverbank in utter confusion, wondering where an entire fleet of iron warships could possibly originate. As night fell over the camp, Sayan escorted Jahanara down to the quiet riverbank, drawing a sleek motorboat from his spatial sanctuary. Step aboard, my love. Sayan jumped onto the deck, turning back to extend his hand. Jahanara extended her fair hand timidly, stepping onto the boat. Looking at the dark water, she murmured, Your Majesty, are we sleeping out upon the river tonight? Sit tight, love. Sayan smiled mischievous. I'm taking you out to deploy our fleet. Curious, Jahanara settled onto the leather seat. Sayan started the engine, steering the motorboat into the deep current at the center of the river. Raising his broad hand, he flicked his wrist toward the water. Splash! With a massive surge of displaced water, a towering grey iron warship materialized out of thin air, resting heavy in the deep river current. Merciful heavens! Jahanara gasped, clutching her chest, her breath catching in her throat. The vessel was a leviathan, a towering mountain of steel. The motorboat beneath them looked like a tiny insect floating beside its hull. Your Majesty, is that an iron warship? Indeed, Sayan replied. Specifically, it is a heavy amphibious landing ship. Over the next hour, Sayan steered the motorboat along the river, deploying vessel after vessel from his spatial sanctuary according to his strategic plan, releasing over 100 steel warships into the water. Finally, he brought forth a massive, ocean-going luxury cruise liner. And this, my love, shall serve as our imperial flagship, Sayan announced, pointing up at the towering white hull. Aboard this vessel, you shall enjoy fine dining, grand halls, and comforts beyond imagination. Jahanara looked up, her dark eyes wide with absolute wonder. her chest heaving in rapid breaths. The flagship soared into the night sky like an artificial mountain. Swallowing hard, she whispered, "Your Majesty, I know not what words can describe your divine power. I am in complete awe of you." Zayn slid his hands around her slender waist, a playful smirk touching his lips. "The night is deep, my love. Let us set up camp on the grassy bank for a quiet evening under the stars." Jahanara yielded with obedient grace. Stepping onto the grassy meadow, Zayn pitched a modern travel tent, placing a soft battery-powered lamp inside. As the warm light illuminated the canvas, two shadows danced against the tent walls through the quiet hours of the night. By morning, the riverbanks were packed with thousands of shouting, cheering soldiers. Overnight, an entire fleet of towering iron warships had descended from the heavens, stretching as far as the eye could see down the river channel. The sheer scale of the steel host left every officer and sepoy stunned beyond words. After several days of fleet maneuvers, live fire artillery drills, and amphibious landing practice, the Grand Expeditionary Fleet raised anchor and set sail toward the ocean. Positioned at the center of the armada was the Imperial cruise liner. Zayn spent his days enjoying the voyage alongside Jahanara and her senior court attendant, Waijianing. He introduced them to modern delights, serving iced dairy creams, opening chilled beverages, grilling seasoned meats on the upper deck, and screening moving pictures inside the private cinema. To Jahanara and Jeoning, every day brought a fresh visual wonder that expanded their horizons beyond measure. Though initially bewildered by the modern contraptions, they quickly embraced the luxurious comfort of the voyage. One evening, Zayn led them to the heated swimming pool on the upper deck. "Do either of you know how to swim?" Zayn asked, eyeing them with a smile. Jahanara shook her head. "Your Majesty, I do not." "I do not either, Your Majesty," Jeoning added softly, lowering her blushing face, though a shy affection lingered in her dark eyes. "No matter, I shall teach you both." Zayn smiled. Reaching into his spatial sanctuary, he withdrew two modern swimsuits, one sleek black, the other a striking leopard pattern design. "Change into these, love." Jeoning's cheeks flushed dark crimson. How could a modest maiden wear garments fashioned with so little fabric? Jahanara, however, was already accustomed to Zayn's modern creations. Taking the garments with a blushing smile, she led Jeoning toward the private changing rooms. Stripping away her heavy silk robes, Jahanara slipped into the black swimsuit. Inspecting herself in the mirror, a pleased smile touched her lips. The snug fabric framed her supple curves and fair skin with striking elegance. She knew Zayn would find it thoroughly enchanting. Noticing Jeoning standing motionless in the adjacent room, Jahanara called out, "Jeoning, have you changed yet?" "Your Highness," Jeoning stammered nervously from behind the partition. "I know not how to fasten these straps." "Come out, then I shall assist you." Stepping out timidly, Jeoning kept her gaze lowered, her face burning with embarrassment. "Your Highness, must I truly wear this? Are you truly silly, or merely pretending?" Jahanara smiled gently, adjusting the straps for her. "Can you not tell His Imperial Majesty wishes to extend his favor to you?" Jahanara welcomed the idea, sharing Zayn's intense vitality would certainly ease the demands upon herself. Under Jahanara's gentle guidance, Jeoning slipped into the leopard print swimsuit. Taking in her attendant's posture, Jahanara smiled in genuine admiration. Jeoning possessed a remarkably supple, gorgeous figure. Meanwhile, Zayn had changed into modern swim trunks, his broad shoulders and toned frame fully displayed. As the two maidens stepped out onto the pool deck, Zayn looked over, his eyes lighting up. Both women presented a breathtaking sight. Jeoning felt so mortified she wished the deck floorboards would swallow her whole. Zayn chuckled warmly, wrapping an arm around each of them as he stepped into the clear water. Within moments, the pool echoed with light splashing and cheerful laughter as he guided them through the water. Cruising steadily eastward across the open ocean, the fleet maintained a disciplined formation. 7 days later, on a bright morning, Commander Farouk Sufyan stood on the forward bridge of a heavy amphibious assault ship, scanning the horizon through high-powered field binoculars. Suddenly, several dark silhouettes appeared against the blue water ahead. "Attention, enemy vessels spotted," Farouk bellowed. His shout sent a wave of thrilling excitement through the crew. The moment they had trained for had finally arrived. Across the water, the scouting galleys of the offshore island kingdom caught sight of the approaching armada. "Look there. What manner of ships are those?" an island scout gasped. "Why do they look like floating mountains? They move across the water with terrifying speed. Could it be the Imperial fleet of the Great Zayn Empire?" Watching his crew babble in panic, an island naval captain glared, barking furiously, "Insolent fools. Who else could it be? Clear the decks for battle." High, yet as the island guys prepared their oars and bow-mounted throwers, more and more massive iron hulls materialized along the ocean horizon. As the distance closed, the sheer, crushing scale of the steel leviathans became terrifyingly clear. The island sailors stood paralyzed on their wooden decks, trembling in absolute horror. Barker. How could the Empire possess such a terrifying fleet? The island captain roared, his eyes wide with desperate rage. Pass the order to all galleys. Row at maximum speed surround them. Chapter 118 Cannons and warships measure the realm. High atop the supreme observation deck of the Imperial flagship, Zayn stood, with his hands resting behind his back, his sharp gaze cutting through the ocean mist toward the dense, swarm-like formation of island galleys spreading across the blue water. Beside him, Empress Regent Jahanara and her senior attendant, Wei Jianing, stood in tailored imperial military tunics, carrying a heroic, commanding presence. Their dark, expressive eyes flickered as they looked from the massive steel hull beneath their feet to the distant swarm of enemy galleys. Though the island fleet numbered in the hundreds, before the towering steel leviathans of the great Zayn Empire, those wooden ships resembled flimsy paper toys. The disparity in power was as vast as heaven and earth. Excitement and breathless anticipation filled their hearts. They waited with eager curiosity to witness the spectacle when the Iron Fleet opened its full broadsides. Raising his broad hand, Zayn's voice boomed across the deck like thunder. Pass the order to all ships open fire upon their enemy. By your Majesty's decree, Littenmere bowed, turning instantly to signal the flag officer to raise the scarlet battle banner. Though the warships possessed modern systems, traditional signal flags served best for coordinating fleet-wide commands. Boom, boom, boom. In a split second, a deafening salvo of heavy artillery tore through the sea and sky. High explosive shells arced across the water, smashing into the forward ranks of the wooden galleys with the force of a mountain collapse. Explosion. Searing fireballs and massive water plumes erupted across the enemy fleet. The splintering of timber hulls, the shrieks of the island sailors, and the roar of the ocean merged into a chaotic storm of iron and fire. Within minutes, shattered galleys began settling into the deep, while burning wreckage littered the waves. Terrified island sepoys scrambled like ants on a hot hearth, leaping into the cold ocean to save their lives. Watching his forward line disintegrate, the senior island commander at the rear gnashed his teeth in helpless fury. Curse them to the abyss. How can the Empire command such supernatural thunder? Even from a distance, the island officers could see that the Empire's warships were not constructed of timber. The smooth, brilliant grey steel hulls held zero wooden joints or canvas rigging. An island officer shouted frantically, "General, the Empire's ships are made of iron, and their cannons split the sky. We cannot match them." "Silence, you craven fool," the commander roared, his eyes bloodshot. "Even if we are ants, we are man-eating ants. Order all galleys to row at maximum speed and ram their hulls." Yet the true storm had barely begun. The iron warships advanced in disciplined line formation, maintaining a continuous, rhythmic barrage that pulverized every wooden vessel attempting to close the gap. A short while later, the ocean surface was reduced to floating debris. Burning timbers and floating corpses drifted with the tide, while thick black smoke obscured the sun. The surviving island galleys lost all courage, breaking formation to flee wildly in every direction. Aboard the flagship, Jahanara stood spellbound, her soft crimson lips parted in silent shock. She felt a sudden, quiet relief that when Zayn had taken the capital of Darker, he had refrained from deploying such terrifying naval broadsides. Had he done so, the ancient stone walls of the capital would have been turned to dust. Zayn reached out, sliding his arms around the waist of each maiden, looking down at Jahanara with a warm smile. "Tell me, my love, do my naval cannons meet with your approval?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." Jahanara nodded firmly, her dark eyes filled with absolute devotion. "Your Majesty punishes the offshore rebels and expands the boundaries of the realm. Such absolute majesty marks you as the greatest sovereign in all history. Cannons and warships are the true rulers for measuring the boundaries of a national realm." Zayn chuckled smoothly. He added with a playful glint in his dark eyes, "Tell me then, was it better ruling as an empress, or living as my woman?" "Your humble consort harbors zero desire to rule," Jahanara answered without a second's hesitation, her voice soft and earnest. "I seek only to remain your Majesty's woman for the rest of my days." Her tone carried a quiet warmth, as though her only regret was not meeting him sooner. Zayn smiled with deep satisfaction, turning his gaze to Wei Jianing. "And you, Jianing?" Jianing parted her soft lips, her voice timid and sweet. "This humble servant wishes only to attend upon your Majesty for a lifetime tilder." "Wonderful," Zayn approved warmly. "I shall take you both to see the far corners of the world." Jahanara's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Your Majesty, once the offshore islands are subdued, where will your fleet point its iron bow next?" "The southern oceans, the western seas, we shall sail across every horizon. Whoever defies justice shall face our broadsides." A cool, decisive smile touched Zayn's lips. Before long, the iron warships closed the distance to coastline, where marksmen along the upper decks levelled their automatic rifles at the fleeing island sepoys in the water. His Imperial Majesty decrees, allow 0 enemy combatants to escape, fire, cut down their retreat. The soldiers, eager for action, unleashed a steady hail of lead. Screams echoed across the water as the massive steel hulls ploughed through the floating wreckage. Within an hour, the green coastline of the main island appeared ahead. The surviving island sepoys abandoned their sinking craft, scrambling ashore to flee into the hills. The island garrison stationed along the beach fortifications had heard the distant thunder of artillery, but had refused to believe their fleet could be destroyed so swiftly. They stood ready behind their wooden stakes, convinced that on land, their archers could hold the line. Yet before they could raise their bows, a heavy naval shell tore through the air, detonating directly amidst their defensive trenches. Boom! A blinding flash of fire engulfed the beachhead, throwing sand, timber barricades, and shattered armor into the sky. Merciful heavens, what manner of thunder is this? An island sentry shrieked, staring at the bloody wreckage around his boots, his eyes bulging in sheer terror. Before the defenders could recover, a continuous naval bombardment blanketed the coastal defences, reducing every timber bunker and trench to cratered ruins. The surviving defenders scattered in wild panic, howling as they fled toward the inland forests. Seeing the beachhead cleared, Zayn ordered the landing sequence to commence. His Imperial Majesty commands, initiate the beach assault. Dozens of heavy amphibious assault ships swung open their massive bow ramps. With a roaring diesel rumble, armoured amphibious war chariots rolled off the ramps into the surf, surging through the waves toward the shore like an iron wall. Following close behind, infantry assault boats cut through the water in disciplined waves. The armoured war chariots rolled onto the sandy beach, crushing the wooden stakes and stone barricades beneath their heavy tracks. The few remaining defenders fled into the hills without offering a single arrow of resistance. Stepping off a high-speed motorboat onto the wet sand, Zayn set foot upon the island shore alongside Jahanara and Jeonning. Long live the Emperor! Long live the great Zayn Empire! Tens of thousands of red-clad soldiers raised their weapons, their triumphant cheers echoing across the beachhead. Their eyes burned with eagerness for the next command. Claiming glory under Zayn's banner was simple, swift, and absolute. Commander Farouk Sufyan strode forward, cupping his hands in a proud bow. Reporting to your Imperial Majesty, the opening naval engagement has eliminated no fewer than 30,000 enemy combatants, while our Imperial host has suffered 0 casualties. A proud smile lit his face. It was the most flawless military victory he had ever witnessed. Zayn nodded smoothly. Allow the troops half an hour to consolidate the beachhead. Afterward, the entire host shall press inland at maximum speed toward the island capital. To maintain swift momentum, mechanized transport was essential. Stepping into a secluded grove behind the sand dunes, Zayn drew upon his spatial sanctuary, summoning hundreds of heavy military trucks and dark tactical SUVs onto the coastal plain, ready to carry his iron host straight to the doors of the island palace. Chapter 119. The Iron Turtle. Having summoned the convoy of heavy vehicles into the secluded grove, Zayn strolled back to the main assembly. His generals watched him return with knowing grins. Whenever the Emperor slipped off alone and returned with that calm, confident smirk, extraordinary news was bound to follow. Bakal, Zayn called out, looking at young Bakal with a warm smile. Take a squad of drivers into the woods to fetch our transport fleet. Bakal's face lit up instantly. Splendid. I get to take the wheel again. Bowing deeply, he cupped his hands with uncontained excitement. This humble subject obeys your Imperial Majesty's decree. Standing nearby, Farouk Sufyan looked thoroughly baffled. Fetch our transport fleet from the woods. He wondered. What manner of divine logic is this? Could heavy iron trucks from Darka fly across the ocean to land in a secluded forest? Or did they descend silently from the sky like those grey warships? Stepping out from the ranks, Farouk offered a eager, sycophantic grin. Your Imperial Majesty. I am an experienced driver now, pray allow me to go as well. Zayn pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a light chuckle. No, my old turncoat friend. You stay behind. I have a far more important assignment for you. Farouk's dark eyes lit up instantly. Throwing his chest out, he declared, Command me, your Imperial Majesty. Whether climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of fire, your humble servant shall execute your order without fail. Zayn chuckled softly. Take 3,000 elite marksmen and march along the mountain tracks behind the island capital to cut off the retreat. As the old proverb says, to scatter the pack, capture the alpha. I intend to take the island queen alive so we can secure the total submission of her vassal lords. Therefore, you must move on foot through the wilderness, unburdened by heavy transport. Though he would not be driving a vehicle, leading the strike squad to capture the enemy queen offered immense military glory. Cupping his hands, Farouk bowed deeply. Your servant understands completely. The following morning, inside the royal palace of the island capital, Your Majesty, an island general came scrambling through the carved doors of Queen Nazma's private study, gasping for breath, his face pale with frantic terror as if the heavens had collapsed above his head. Queen Nazma's heart skipped a beat at his entrance. Unless a catastrophic disaster had struck, who would dare bellow so insolently within the royal quarters? Suppresses her anger, she demanded sharply, "What cause is there for such disgraceful panic?" The general swallowed hard, his voice trembling violently. "Are reporting to Your Imperial Majesty. Yesterday the Grand Fleet of the Great Zane Empire struck our coastal defense line. Our naval host of 40,000 sailors was utterly annihilated, and General Akram was slain in battle without a trace of his remains. Furthermore, coastal batteries were razed to the ground, and the Empire's land forces have successfully established a beachhead." Before he could finish his report, Queen Nazma leaped off her throne, her face turning ghastly pale with rage. Their entire naval host annihilated, the Empire's land forces already ashore. She stood in absolute, staggering disbelief. The 6-month deadline set by the Emperor had barely expired. How could his armada have crossed the sea so swiftly? Rationally, an ocean voyage of 1,000 miles ought to have taken 2 full months. Had they set sail long before the deadline? Yet excuses meant nothing now. Her delicate face twitched with uncontrollable fury as she roared, "Insolent fools. Every last one of you is a useless pig. How could a coastal defense line meticulously constructed over several months collapse in a single day? Even if those 40,000 sailors were 40,000 pigs, if you turned them loose on the beach, it would take a hunter more than a day to capture them all." The general swallowed hard, stammering in absolute terror. "Why, Your Majesty, the coastal defense line was completely destroyed in merely half an hour." "Nanny?" Queen Nazma's pupils dilated in sheer, unadulterated shock. "Months of intense, back-breaking preparations destroyed in half an hour. How could such a thing be possible?" Her chest heaved in violent, rapid breaths, her voice cracking with fury. "How could this happen? How could our royal forces prove so utterly defenseless? Is the army of the Great Zane Empire truly so supernatural, or are you incompetent fools simply useless?" The general grimaced, attempting to explain the nightmare on the beachhead. "Your Majesty, the Empire's armada commands countless iron warships as massive as floating mountains, equipped with thunderous cannons that shatter stone fortifications like dry twigs. Worse still, they deployed a terrifying class of iron war chariot that resembles a giant turtle, yet is no turtle. It swims through deep sea waves, rolls across sandy beaches, and fires explosive cannon shells as it advances. Resembles a turtle, yet is no turtle. Swims through sea waves, rolls across land, and fires cannons." Queen Nazma's head throbbed with blinding rage, her chest aching with fierce agitation. She looked every bit an enraged tigress pushed to the brink of madness. She had heard endless rumors regarding the Empire's miraculous armaments, which was precisely why she had dispatched an embassy across the sea in hopes of acquiring those technological secrets. Yet instead of securing knowledge, her court had provoked a conqueror, leading to the capture of her sister and bringing an unstoppable armada to her shores. They had brought total catastrophe upon their own heads. Frowning nervously, the general added, "Your Majesty, the Empire's momentum is unstoppable. According to my calculations, their mechanized divisions will reach the gates of our capital within 5 days." Queen Nazma's heart sank into a cold abyss. Was the Great Zane Empire truly invincible on the field? No, she told herself, gritting her teeth. Every army possesses a weakness, especially an invading force operating thousands of miles across the sea. If she could locate their strategic vulnerability and concentrate superior numbers for a decisive strike, the final outcome remained undecided. Forcing herself to sit back down, she composed her breathing, speaking in a cold, authoritative tone. "The enemy has established a beachhead, but their line of retreat remains on the water. The top priority is to dispatch our fireships to burn their anchored fleet. In addition, send our elite night raiders through the forest to raid their supply lines and burn their grain stores. I want to ensure not a single invader returns across the sea alive." Meanwhile, Zane's mechanized host swept across the island interior like an unstoppable wave. Wherever his divisions advanced, devastating artillery barrages cleared every defensive position ahead. The island army attempted repeated ambushes along the main roads, yet before their archers could even pull their bowstrings, intense automatic fire and explosive shells obliterated their ranks, sending the survivors fleeing into the wilderness. The island court even dispatched fast river galleys to launch surprise fire attacks against the anchored warships near the coast, only to be spotted by high-powered optics and blown out of the water before closing the distance. The island commanders burned with helpless rage, utterly powerless against the Empire's overwhelming firepower. Several days later, the advancing column entered a rugged, narrow mountain pass. Rolling at the head of the column, the heavy amphibious war chariots of the vanguard suddenly ground to a halt. Commander Dilwar Hossain peered through his viewport, finding the mountain pass blocked solid. Massive boulders, heavy soil, and felled timber had been piled high across the road, creating a dense barricade that stretched far into the winding pass as far as the eye could see. Dilwar Hossain ordered his drivers to cut their engines. A roadblock of such immense proportions clearly signalled a trap on the surrounding slopes. "Curse them," Dilwar muttered, shaking his head in annoyance. Which ancient tactic from the military manuals is this meant to be? Clearing miles of timber and stone by hand would take days of tedious labour. Yet knowing Zayn possessed solution for every obstacle, Dilwar dispatched a messenger to report the situation to the command vehicle. In the meantime, Dilwar issued a sharp order: elevate all main turrets toward the mountain slopes. Direct heavy machine guns at the dense forest canopy. Firepower reconnaissance open fire. Boom. Boom. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The armoured war chariots unleashed a furious barrage of explosive shells and heavy rounds into the forested slopes flanking the pass. The hidden island defenders waiting on the ridges were caught completely unprepared. Shells detonated amidst the trees, throwing shattered timber and red mist into the air as terrified screams echoed across the valley. Further down the column, Zayn stepped out of his tactical SUV, climbing onto the roof to inspect the mountain pass through his binoculars. A runner came sprinting up, cupping his hands. "Reporting to your Imperial Majesty. The pass ahead is heavily barricaded with timber and stone as far as the eye can see. Commander Dilwar has initiated firepower reconnaissance against the ridges." Zayn lowered his binoculars, mildly surprised. Did the island commanders truly believe a crude timber barricade could halt a modern mechanized army? As a mobile strategic supply depot, clearing physical obstacles was trivial. Yet retrieving heavy industrial machinery like bulldozers and excavators posed a dilemma. He could hardly slip away into a private grove every time a road was blocked. Pondering the matter, Zayn realised there was zero reason to maintain secrecy any longer. Every officer and sepoy in his army already understood that their miraculous weapons and endless rations originated directly from him. Why bother maintaining an unnecessary illusion? Stepping down from the vehicle, Zayn walked over to an open patch of level dirt beside the mountain road. Raising a broad hand, he gave a casual flick of his wrist toward the empty ground. Whoosh! Out of thin air, a massive, 30-ton industrial diesel bulldozer materialized right before the eyes of his assembly. Unmerciful heavens! A nearby guard gasped in utter, paralyzed shock, his eyes bulging wider than eggs as he stared at the massive steel machine that had appeared out of nothingness. Chapter 120. The last 500 miles. The sudden appearance of the heavy machine left the entire host frozen in absolute, jaw-dropped shock. In times past, rumours of such miracles had circulated through the ranks, or complex structures had appeared overnight while the camp slept. Yet not a single soldier had ever witnessed a 30-ton iron beast materialise out of thin air before his very eyes. A profound, sacred awe swept through the ranks. One by one, the red-clad sepoys dropped to their knees upon the dirt, pressing their foreheads to the ground. How can this be the power of a mortal man? He is no mere ruler, he is the divine sovereign, ordained by heaven itself. Even young Bakal, standing beside Zayn, instinctively sank to his knees. He racked his brain for grand words of praise, yet found his mind entirely overwhelmed. In the end, he simply raised his fists and roared with pure, unbridled excitement, "Long live His Imperial Majesty!" The surrounding soldiers seized upon the chant, their voices uniting into a thunderous roar that echoed across the valley. "Long live His Imperial Majesty! Long live the Emperor! Long live the great Zayn Empire!" Zayn offered a warm, calm smile, raising a hand. "Rise, my brave men." The soldiers stood up slowly, their eyes shining with fierce devotion and pride. To serve a sovereign who commanded the very forces of creation made every hardship on the field a glorious privilege. Minutes later, under a heavy naval and field artillery barrage, the forested ridges flanking the pass erupted into a wall of fire. Dense black smoke billowed into the afternoon sky as the hidden island defenders were wiped out, leaving behind only shattered barricades. With the roadblock cleared, the iron bulldozer cleared the path in minutes, allowing the mechanized column to resume its advance. The speed of the Imperial host broke the spirit of the island defenders entirely. By the afternoon of the third day following the beachhead landing, the vanguard units were barely 500 miles from the island capital. For an ancient army marching on foot, 500 miles represented a grueling 2-week trek across rough terrain. For a fully mechanized modern host, it was a matter of hours. Inside the island capital, word reached the royal court that the Imperial army had shattered every defensive line and was thundering toward the gates. Queen Nazma could no longer maintain her regal composure. If she delayed her departure, total ruin awaited her. She knew with terrifying clarity what fate lay in store should she be captured alive: humiliation, imprisonment, and becoming a captive in the conqueror's household. Gathering her royal kinsmen, senior ministers, and personal guard, Queen Nazma fled through the northern gates of the capital under cover of darkness. Naturally, as news of the royal flight leaked into the streets, the city garrison and local populace collapsed into wild panic, flooding toward the northern exits in a desperate bid to escape. Within an hour, the main thoroughfares were choked with a sea of fleeing humanity, packed so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Insolent dogs! A highborn island noble bellowed, trapped in a narrow alleyway with his heavy carriage unable to budge an inch. Losing his temper entirely, he drew his curved steel blade and slashed wildly at the commoners blocking his path. Clear the way, or I shall hack every last one of you to pieces. Nearby island officers and guards, similarly trapped in the surging mass, drew their weapons and began cutting a bloody swath through their own people, desperate to flee before the Empire's heavy artillery arrived. Meanwhile, Queen Nazma sat inside her swinging royal carriage, nervously lifting the silk curtain to peer out into the dark. The faces of the guards surrounding her carriage were tight with sheer terror. The frantic crowd moved with wild, unnatural haste, as if every soul wished they had been born with 4 legs instead of 2. Queen Nazma was no less terrified. Her dark brows were knitted in anxiety, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her greatest dread was that the Empire's mechanized units would suddenly burst from the tree line ahead. Yet she tried to reassure herself that such a fear was illogical. How could an invading force move across an entire island in 3 short days? What manner of miraculous iron carriages do they command to achieve such unnatural speed? She wondered, her mind filled with bitter, helpless curiosity. In that quiet second, a subtle suspicion crossed her mind that Princess Ikiko's letter might have contained the absolute truth. The vast iron warships, the explosive cannons, and the invulnerable war chariots all proved that the great Saiyan Empire possessed power beyond mortal comprehension. It was a bitter tragedy that her court had failed to acquire those technological secrets. Had they mastered such arts, her kingdom might one day have crossed the sea to conquer the Central Plains. The more Queen Nazma pondered her fate, the deeper her indignation burned. She refused to accept so total a defeat. Before long, the royal convoy entered a dense, ancient forest spanning the northern highway. Ordinarily, the passage of hundreds of horses and heavy carriages would have startled thousands of forest birds into the sky. Yet on this night, aside from the clatter of iron hooves, the crunch of boots, and the creak of wooden wheels, the woodland hung in deathly, eerie silence. The captain of the royal guard rode his stallion alongside the Queen's carriage, leaning toward the curtain to speak in a hushed, urgent tone. "Your Majesty, the forest ahead is unnaturally quiet." Queen Nazma's heart sank into her boots at his words. "What do you mean unnatural? Could the enemy be waiting in ambush?" The guard captain frowned, scanning the dark trees. "Your Majesty, I cannot say with certainty, but my instinct as a soldier warns me of danger." "Save your instincts for the battlefield, and drive faster," Queen Nazma snapped nervously. "At once, Your Majesty." Before the captain could whip his horse, a deafening, rhythmic roar erupted from the dark foliage directly ahead. "Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat! Ambush!" the guard captain shrieked, drawing his blade. "Form up! Protect Her Majesty!" Queen Nazma nearly fainted in terror. Her worst nightmare had come to pass. How on earth had the Empire's troops encircled the capital and reached the northern forest ahead of her? Across the clearing, Farik Sufyan led the strike squad out from the dense foliage, holding an automatic machine gun and grinning like a wild tiger. He pulled the trigger in disciplined bursts, cutting down the island guards in droves. "Har har! Subhanallah! This is absolute glory." Farouk laughed aloud. Marching through the wilderness, day and night had paid off in full. Raising his voice, Farouk bellowed across the clearing, "Lions of the Empire! Cut down the guards! Capture Queen Nazma alive! Charge! Capture Queen Nazma alive! Capture Queen Nazma alive!" Hundreds of red-clad marksmen roared in unison, stepping over the fallen barricades as they spread a wide tactical net across the road. The island guards lost all discipline, casting aside their shields and fleeing in wild panic. Peering through the carriage curtain, Queen Nazma watched her elite household guards break like dry straw before the charging imperial marksmen. "How can a kingdom fall in 3 short days?" she cried internally, her face drained of all colour. "Hold the line!" the guard captain screamed desperately. "Protect Her Majesty! Fall back toward the city." Yet his orders were drowned out by the screams of the fleeing soldiers. The island guards paid zero heed to his commands, trampling one another as they jammed the narrow forest track, completely blocking the royal carriage from turning around. Queen Nazma sat paralysed, watching her army collapse into absolute chaos. Escape by carriage was entirely impossible. "Your Majesty, leave the carriage at once." the guard captain shouted, pulling her from the vehicle. Her knees trembling violently, Queen Nazma was forced to flee on foot among the panicked mass of her own defeated troops. Yet how could the foot speed of exhausted, terrified fugitives match the relentless advance of elite Imperial marksmen wielding modern, automatic weapons? The Imperial strike squad pressed forward, sweeping through the forest with absolute, overwhelming force. Chapter 121. The Thunder of the Guns. The island nobles and guards in the city had finally managed to hack a bloody path through the dense crowd, but reaching the main northern gate, they froze in utter shock. The mass of commoners who had fled the city moments before were now rushing back through the archway like a tidal wave. Imbeciles, a noble shrieked. What is happening? Listening closely, the distant, rhythmic roar of automatic fire echoed through the trees. No, this cannot be. Barker, it is the Imperial host. An island general roared. Turn back. Fall back into the city. The entire crowd scrambled in reverse. Desperate as they had been to escape minutes earlier, they were now equally frantic to retreat behind the stone walls. Yet the citizens still inside the city, unaware of their ambush in the forest, continued pushing outward. The two opposing tides collided within the narrow gatehouse, jamming the passage so tightly that not a soul could move. A short noble, standing barely 4 feet tall, screamed at the top of his lungs, "The Imperial host is at our heels. If you wish to live, move back." Yet the frantic commoners, driven purely by survival, paid zero heed to his shouts. Bacchiero. Enraged and desperate, the short noble drew his curved steel blade, plunging it deep into the belly of a fleeing townsman with a sickening squelch. Vile commoner, clear the path. The surrounding guards followed his example, brandishing their steel sabers and hacking indiscriminately at the crowd. Blood spattered the cobblestones as they carved a second path through their own people, clearing a route for Queen Nazma to retreat into the royal palace. Minutes later, Farik Sufyan arrived near the northern gatehouse at the head of his advance squad. By then, the heavy timber gates had been slammed shut, leaving a mound of fallen bodies outside the archway. A junior officer looked up at the stone battlements, cupping his hands toward Farik. "Commander Sufyan, the enemy is completely disorganized. Why not launch an immediate assault and seize the capital in a single strike?" Farik harbored the exact same desire. With their firepower, breaching the ancient timber gates would take minutes, yet his troops had marched day and night through the wilderness. They were exhausted, their ammunition was limited, and they carried zero heavy siege artillery. Should an unexpected setback occur, the Emperor would hold him strictly accountable. Negative, Farik declared firmly. The fact that the enemy fled back into the city proves His Imperial Majesty's main column is close behind. We must not launch a rash assault. If Queen Nazma escapes through another exit during the chaos, how shall we face the Emperor? The officer hesitated, adding, "But are we to simply pass up such immense military glory?" "Save your grumbling," Farik barked. "Blocking the enemy's retreat is already a grand service. If His Imperial Majesty is pleased with our discipline, he may well bestow 100 island maidens upon our unit." Hearing those words, the officer's face brightened into a wide grin. "Har har, 100 maidens. That is a generous reward indeed." Farik waved a commanding hand. "Pass the order. Divide our force into 4 squads, and secure every gate surrounding the city walls. You Subhan, Sohul, and I shall each command a sector." Pointing at the officer, Farik added, "Allow 0 enemy combatants to leave the city. Send a fast runner to report our position to the main column." Understood. Inside a royal palace, Queen Nazma paced frantically across the marble floor of her private audience chamber. Though she had barely escaped capture in the northern forest, she realized she was now trapped like a turtle in a jar. The coastal defense batteries that had taken months to construct had been destroyed in half an hour. Though the stone walls of the capital were tall and thick, how long could they withstand the Empire's miraculous weapons? Report. An island general burst into the chamber, gasping for breath. "Your Majesty, the Imperial force has encircled all 4 gates of the capital, yet they have not launched an assault." Queen Nazma's breath caught in her throat. Encircled, but holding their fire. The strategy was obvious. They were securing the perimeter while waiting for their main mechanized column to arrive. The unit in the forest had been a mere advance guard. If a single advance squad could throw her guards into chaos, how could the city hold out against the Emperor's main host? A dark, terrifying despair settled over her heart. Once the city fell, her fate would be absolute ruin. The commander of her royal guard stepped forward, offering a desperate proposal. "Your Majesty, though the gates are surrounded, the enemy's strength is divided across 4 sectors. Our best course is to concentrate our remaining forces and launch a concentrated breakout at a single gate. It is our sole chance of survival. Once the Emperor's main army arrives with their heavy artillery, All hope is lost. A senior court minister countered bitterly. The Empire's weapons kill from a distance beyond the reach of our bows. What do we possess to oppose them? Before our troops step beyond the gatehouse, they will be cut down like grass. The guard commander's face darkened. Would you have us sit here like sheep waiting for the butcher? When panic grips the ranks, do you truly believe you can command those soldiers? The minister sneered. Did you not witness the rout outside the walls? The troops ran faster than common fugitives. Silence. Every last one of you. Queen Nazma shrieked, her voice cracking with fury. In this hour of crisis, I require a sound strategy, not your hysterical bickering. Before the silence settled, another general rushed into the hall, his face pale with terror. Your Majesty, the Emperor's main column has reached the southern walls. The gathered court officials stood frozen, their eyes wide with unadulterated dread. Every soul in the room understood that escaping now was impossible. The sole path to survival was total surrender. A minister whispered timidly, Your Majesty, matters have reached the end. Our only recourse is to submit. Never. The guard commander roared, his features contorting in defiance. We still command tens of thousands of troops within the capital. We can hold the walls. I am certain the regional lords will march to relieve the capital. When they arrive, we can encircle the invading force from behind. The minister shot back with scathing contempt. Have you forgotten the Empire's thunderous cannons? Have you forgotten the coastal batteries turned to dust in half an hour? Have you considered what happens to us if we resist to the end? The audience hall fell into a deathly, suffocating silence. Queen Nazma sat paralyzed on her throne, her mind reeling, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. Report! A frantic shout echoed from the outer courtyard, followed by the clatter of hurried footsteps. Every official turned toward the entrance, their hearts leaping into their throats. Had the imperial bombardment already begun? An attendant stumbled through the doors, shouting, Your Majesty, Envoy Ikiru has raised a revolt. The rebel faction has breached the inner palace gates. What? Outside the southern gate, across the open plain, imperial banners fluttered proudly in the morning breeze before the assembled artillery batteries. Positioned at the very front were the dark, heavy amphibious war chariots, lined up in a disciplined, intimidating row. Farouk Zufian ran up to Zayn's command vehicle, bowing deeply. Reporting to your Imperial Majesty. The advance squad has executed your command. Not a single soul has escaped the city. Zayn smiled smoothly, nodding in approval. Well done, Farouk. For your service, I shall reward your household with a heavy utility transport vehicle. Farouk's dark eyes lit up. A heavy utility transport, Your Majesty. What manner of vehicle is that? Consider it the ultimate workhorse of the road. Zayn chuckled. Farouk beamed with pride, cupping his hands. Your humble servant offers his deepest thanks for your Majesty's grand favour. Stepping back into line, Farouk took his place alongside the other commanders, eagerly awaiting the main event. Zayn turned his gaze toward Lytton Mere. Receiving the unspoken command, Lytton cupped his hands, stepped forward, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. By imperial decree, commence the bombardment. Hundreds of heavy combat vehicles and field batteries shifted instantly into firing position. Commander Dilwar Hossein drew his sidearm, firing a single signal shot into the sky. Bang! Fire! Dilwar roared. Boom! 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 In a single second, hundreds of heavy cannons unleashed a thunderous salvo. High explosive shells arced through the sky, smashing into the stone battlements of the southern gate with the force of an avalanche. Explosion! The earth shuddered violently as clouds of dust, stone debris, and fire erupted along the city walls. From a distance, the massive stone fortifications seemed to disintegrate beneath the continuous hail of iron. The defenders along the battlements were pulverized where they stood, their screams drowned out by the roaring thunder of the guns. Yet the opening salvo was merely a prelude. Before the dust could settle, the second broadside roared forth. Boom! 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 High explosive rounds tore through the massive timber gates, shattering the heavy iron reinforced archway into flying splinters and breaching the outer wall in several places. Lytton Mere looked over, cupping his hands to Zayn. Your Imperial Majesty, the main gates are completely destroyed. Shall we order the infantry to charge? Zayn's lips curved into a cool, measured smile. Hold the advance, Zayn commanded smoothly. Let the thunder of our cannons echo across these walls a little longer. Chapter 122. A savage and treacherous folk. With a final, deafening salvo, the armoured war chariots expended the last of their explosive shells into the crumbling ruins of the island capital. Though the gunners felt a faint pang of reluctance at exhausting their ammunition, a single look at Zayn standing cool and resolute atop his command vehicle restored absolute, unwavering confidence in their ranks. Before them, the ancient stone ramparts of the city lay reduced to smoking rubble. Not a single gatehouse remained intact, Shattered timbers, pulverized masonry, and mangled defences littered the thoroughfares, while thick, acrid smoke billowed high into the morning sky. Zayn looked down at the burning ruins, his dark eyes cold as ice, a razor-thin smile touching his lips. "Leave 0 enemy combatants breathing," Zayn commanded, his voice level, yet carrying a lethal, bone-chilling weight. "Your Imperial Majesty's decree shall be executed." The generals bellowed in unison. Every officer understood the absolute nature of the Emperor's order. So long as a single armed island soldier drew breath within the city walls, the imperial mandate remained unfulfilled. In the face of a sovereign who commanded divine firepower, there were no half measures. Charge! Tens of thousands of red-clad sepoys, clutching automatic rifles and light machine guns, poured over the breached walls in a disciplined, unstoppable wave behind the armoured war chariots. The battle cries echoed across the burning city as they swept down the main avenues toward the inner palace. Wherever the imperial host advanced, the chatter of automatic fire rang out incessantly. Blood washed across the cobblestones, and fallen defenders lined the narrow alleys. Realizing that all hope of victory had vanished, squads of island soldiers threw down their curved steel sabers, cast off their heavy armor, and dropped to their knees along the streets, holding up their hands in frantic surrender. Yet what met them was not mercy, but the unyielding, continuous hail of heavy machine gun fire mounted on the advancing war chariots. Wat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Within seconds, the kneeling ranks of surrendering islanders were cut down where they sat, crimson blood pooling across the stone paving. Merciful heavens! Run! Run for your lives! The island soldiers bringing up the rear froze in absolute horror, their eyes bulging with frantic terror as their trousers grew soaked with urine. In the very next second, the cold steel barrels of the machine guns traversed toward their crouching forms. Wat-tat-tat-tat-tat! Desperate wails and shrieks echoed through the narrow streets as the imperial host advanced without slowing their pace, cleansing every sector of the city. Meanwhile, inside the inner royal quarters, the rebel faction led by Chief Envoy Kiro was waging its own bloody rampage. Queen Nazma's elite household guards, overwhelmed by Kiro's traitorous troops, were slaughtered room by room. The captain of the royal guard was run through repeatedly until his body resembled a wooden sieve. Flushed with desperate fury, Kiro's rebel squad surrounded the inner sanctuary, where Queen Nazma had barricaded herself. Stepping forward from the crowd, Kiro halted outside the heavy timber doors, shouting through the carved panels, "Queen Nazma, if you wish to preserve a shred of royal dignity, step out and surrender at once." From behind the barricaded doors, Queen Nazma's voice rang out in trembling, indignant fury. "Kiro, you traitorous dog, when have I ever treated your house with injustice? In this final hour of crisis, you raise your blade in rebellion. What madness possesses you?" Kiro offered a cold, mocking laugh. "Queen Nazma, I advised you months ago to renounce your royal title and submit to the great Zayn Empire. Yet you refused in your stubborn pride. I begged you to travel to Darker to seek an audience with Emperor Zayn. Yet you turned a deaf ear. Your own sister, Princess Yukiko, wrote you a personal plea from the Imperial Palace, and you tore her letter to shreds. Now look around you. The Emperor's host has shattered our walls like our autumn gale. They are completely unstoppable." What? Inside the chamber, Queen Nazma's knees buckled, and she stumbled backward against a carved pillar, her face draining of all colour. The capital walls breached in a single morning. How could such a catastrophe happen? What of her 100,000-strong garrison? Had an entire regional army proved so utterly helpless before Zayn's forces? A blinding headache throbbed behind her eyes, her chest heaving in rapid, agitated breaths. Akira pressed on coldly, "For the preservation of our island people, I had zero choice but to act. I shall personally deliver you into Emperor Zayn's hands to secure our survival." Queen Nazma glared at the timber doors, her teeth bared in wild fury. "You vile, treacherous snake, it is your own stubborn folly that brought this ruin upon us." Akira barked back. "If I were in your place, I would have taken my own life hours ago to apologize to our ancestors." Nazma's heart skipped a beat at his sharp words. Take my own life, the thought of an honourable death had never crossed her mind, nor did she possess the stomach for self-destruction. Yet with the capital fallen, and a rebel force battering at her door, she faced absolute ruin. "Curse you," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "I shall have your entire bloodline executed for treason." Still spouting empty threats on the brink of the grave, Akio scoffed. He turned to his men, shouting, "Break down the doors, capture Queen Nazma alive, and sever the heads of those corrupt court ministers. Only then can we bargain for our lives with the Emperor." A dozen island soldiers rushed forward, slamming a heavy timber beam against the double doors. Bang, bang, bang. With every shuddering impact, Queen Nazma's frame shivered in terror. The senior court ministers huddled behind her were paralyzed with fear, their legs giving way beneath them as they stared at the splintering wood in silent dread. Crash! The heavy doors shattered inward, collapsing onto the marble floorboards. Spare, US. The ministers shrieked in terror. Kiro's rebel soldiers swarmed into the chamber like ravenous wolves, drawing their curved sabers and hacking indiscriminately at the huddled officials. Swish! Slash! Spurts of crimson painted the silk wall hangings, accompanied by pig-like squeals as dozens of bloody heads were severed from their shoulders. Queen Nazma slumped onto the floorboards like a discarded rag, her face pale as ash, her dark eyes wide with unadulterated horror as she watched her court slaughtered before her. Seize her, Akiro commanded. 2 rebel soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Queen Nazma by her silk sleeves and hauling her to her feet, while others gathered the severed heads of the ministers by their hair. Just as Akiro prepared to lead his men out to meet the advancing conquerors, heavy, disciplined footsteps echoed from the outer courtyard. Commander Farrokh Sufyan strode into the palace hall, at the head of 300 elite marksmen, their automatic rifles raised and ready. Farrokh paused, taking in the bloody scene before him: severed heads, fallen guards, and a royal chamber reeking of slaughter. A dry smirk touched his lips. It appeared the islanders had turned upon themselves in their final moments. Spotting the imperial marksman, Akiro dropped to his knees in a panic, holding his hands high. Don't fire, pray do not fire. Scrambling forward on his knees, Akiro stammered frantically, Commander, I am Chief Envoy Akiro. I have captured Queen Nazma alive for His Imperial Majesty, alongside the heads of these traitorous court officials. Pray present our humble service to Emperor Zain. Farrokh flipped over, noting a petite, gorgeously attired woman bound between 2 rebel guards, alongside a pile of bloody heads held by the island soldiers. It was clear these opportunists had staged a mutiny to buy their own lives. Yet Emperor Zain's imperial mandate was absolute and uncompromising: leave 0 enemy combatants breathing. Traitorous turncoats who betrayed their own sovereign in the face of defeat held 0 value in the eyes of the Empire. Farrokh motioned to his men, gesturing for 2 marksmen to pull Queen Nazma away from the rebel group. Once the queen was secured behind the imperial line, Farrokh raised a broad hand, giving a cool, decisive downward flick. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A wall of lead tore through the palace hall, as hundreds of automatic rifles unleashed a devastating salvo. No, spare US, Akiro shrieked in horror. Within 3 seconds, Akiro and his entire rebel squad were cut down, collapsing into a bloody heap upon the marble floorboards. Akiro lay gasping in a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide with utter, bewildered despair. They had surrendered, they had delivered the queen. Why had the imperial host shown 0 mercy? Farrokh looked down at the dying envoy with cold, unyielding contempt, refusing to waste a single word on a treacherous dog. Beside him, Queen Nazma stood frozen, her dark eyes wide with soul-crushing shock. The compact steel devices held by the red-clad soldiers possessed power so terrifying, so absolute, that resistance felt like fighting the sun itself. Before such miraculous strength, her island kingdom had stood 0 chance from the start. A short while later, Zain stepped into the royal audience chamber of the island palace, accompanied by Jahanara and his senior staff. Surveying the room, Zain's gaze settled upon Queen Nazma. Much like her younger sister, Yukiko, she was petite in stature, yet possessed a slender waist, a full, graceful figure, and sharp, fox-like dark eyes that carried a lingering trace of highborn pride. Though her kingdom lay shattered, Queen Nazma steeled her posture, looking up at Zain with a cold, defiant glare. The great Zain Empire was established barely a year ago, she declared, her voice trembling slightly, yet filled with sharp indignation. What deep ancient hatred drove your majesty to launch so destructive a war against our peaceful island realm? The great dynasties of the Central Plains have historically governed the world with benevolence, righteousness, and courtly virtue. Your ruthless actions today defy all noble principles. Zain listened to her speech, a dry, sarcastic smile curling his lips. It was truly rich an island ruler whose court dispatched spies under the guise of diplomacy, now attempting to lecture him on benevolence, righteousness, and ancient virtue. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, Zain exhaled a thin stream of white smoke, looking down at her with cool, absolute disdain. You offshore islanders are a savage, base, and treacherous folk, Zain replied smoothly, his tone icy and unyielding. You understand nothing of honor when strong, and feign humility only when broken. Such a people are utterly unworthy of receiving benevolence and righteousness, nor shall my empire ever waste standard courtly etiquette upon you. Chapter 123, The Imperial Edict of Selection. Queen Nazma opened her mouth to speak, but the words died in her throat, leaving her utterly powerless. She had assumed that by invoking ancient codes of virtue and righteousness, she could corner the young conqueror and force him into a silent admission of guilt. Yet the result was precisely the reverse. He had stripped away her noble pretences and exposed her court's hypocrisies with effortless ease. It was true her kingdom had sought to copy the grand culture of the Central Plains, while simultaneously plotting to devour its territories. If that was not the height of deceit, what was? Zayn stared down at Queen Nazma, his face dark as a stormy sky, his voice dropping to a measured, lethal whisper. Mark my words, for the sole insolence of proclaiming yourself an empress, I would be fully justified in reducing your entire island to a wasteland. Queen Nazma flinched, shrinking back onto the marble floorboards, completely unable to utter a single word of defense. Swallowing hard, she slowly raised her dark eyes, asking in a hushed, trembling tone, What have you done to my sister? Zayn chuckled softly, a playful glint returning to his eyes. Her Highness Princess Yukiko, she is enjoying a life of absolute, unadulterated bliss. Pausing as an idea struck him, he added with a smirk, In fact, I captured a few moving portraits of her new life. They are sure to prove quite enlightening for you. The surrounding officers and court maidens looked at Zayn in mild confusion, their eyes filled with quiet curiosity. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Zayn withdrew a sleek, modern digital tablet from his spatial sanctuary. Turning to the assembly, he offered a calm, easy smile. My love, and all officers pray step outside the hall for a brief moment. Jahanara and Wai Zheoning were the first to curtsy gracefully. Your humble consorts take their leave, Jahanara murmured, leading the rest of the household out into the courtyard. Once the heavy timber doors swung shut, only Zayn and Queen Nazma remained inside the grand chamber. Queen Nazma's heart hammered wildly against her ribs, her fair hands trembling uncontrollably. If the Emperor intended to execute her, he would zero reason to clear the room. Could it be that he intends to force himself upon me here? She wondered in terror. Tapping the glass screen of the tablet, Zayn stepped forward, holding the glowing display directly before her face. Queen Nazma's dark eyes bulged in instant, unadulterated shock. She stared at the screen, her breath catching in her throat as she recognized Princess Yukiko. On the vivid display, Princess Yukiko was kneeling before a man, holding a sweet red banana in her hands and eating it with absolute, genuine delight. Her dark eyes held a soft, glowing warmth that betrayed complete contentment and devotion. There was zero trace of coercion, fear, or distress. She looked entirely at peace with her new life. Queen Nazma stood as paralyzed as if she had witnessed a ghost in open daylight. Firstly, her younger sister's posture was utterly incomprehensible. Had Yukiko been subjected to brutal imprisonment, she ought to have appeared gaunt and battered. Yet her skin looked softer, smoother, and more radiant than ever before. Secondly, the mysterious device in Zayn's hand defied all understanding. It produced crisp sound, rich color, and fluid motion with absolute clarity. Every strand of hair and every flicker of motion was captured in perfect detail. Was this some miraculous, forbidden form of painting, or had Princess Yukiko's very soul been trapped inside the tiny glass frame? After a long, stunned silence, Queen Nazma stammered, Why is Yukiko inside that glass box? And what manner of creation is this? Zayn chuckled smoothly, snapping the tablet back into his spatial sanctuary with a flick of his wrist. Queen Nazma gasped in fright, her slender frame shuddering. The glowing glass box had been right before her eyes a second ago, held firmly in his broad palm. How could it vanish into thin air without leaving a trace? It was beyond mortal comprehension. Ignoring her bewilderment, Zayn turned away, strolling casually toward the grand doors. Watching his back, Queen Nazma's expression remained grave, her heart filled with a chaotic mixture of dread and confusion. What puzzled her most was why he was simply walking away. Did he not intend to assert his conquest through force? Stepping out onto the sunlit portico, Zayn looked over at Wai Zheoning. Zheoning, see to it that Her Highness is kept in solitary isolation for 3 days. Allow her only a sip of fresh spring water each morning. Wai Zheoning bowed gracefully, her voice sweet and dutiful. This humble servant obeys your Imperial Majesty's decree. Zayn nodded, standing with his hands resting behind his back as he looked out across the palace courtyard. Bakal. Young Bakal hurried forward, cupping his hands in a sharp, disciplined bow. Your humble servant is present, Your Imperial Majesty. Zayn issued his command in a clear, absolute tone. In the name of the defeated Queen of Wanyu, issue an imperial edict of selection across all provinces of this island. Every unmarried maiden between the ages of 13 and 23 shall be presented for royal selection. Limit the registration window strictly to 1 month. Bakal's eyes lit up as he grasped the scope of the imperial order, a thrill of excitement running through him. The 2 island maidens Zayn had bestowed upon his household earlier had proved exceptionally devoted and lively. With an empire-wide edict dispatched across the entire island, thousands of maidens would be presented to the crown. Perhaps, when the selection concluded, the Emperor would grant a few more to his deserving officers. Cupping his hands with fierce enthusiasm, Bakul bowed deeply to the floor. Your humble servant shall execute your Imperial Majesty's decree without fail. Chapter 124. The Queen's Submission. Confined in total isolation with only a single sip of spring water each morning, Queen Nazma grew so desperately famished that her stomach twisted in sharp, hollow cramps. Her strength ebbed away until she barely possessed the energy to whisper. Having lived as a highborn royal accustomed to delicate feasts and absolute luxury, she had never known a single hour of true physical hardship. Every passing second felt like a slow, excruciating trial. It was not until the third evening that Zayn finally issued an order for attendants to bathe the captive queen and dress her in clean silk garments. He had zero desire to deal with a captive who had gone days without bathing. Parched and dizzy with hunger, Queen Nazma caught sight of the warm bathwater filled to the brim. Casting aside all royal modesty and the stares of the attending maidens, she plunged her face directly into the tub, gulping down the water with frantic, desperate swallows. It felt like sweet nectar. She drank greedily, as though determined to drain the tub to its last drop. Once bathed and dressed, Queen Nazma waited anxiously in her chambers, anticipating that a platter of food would follow. Yet no matter how long she stared at the closed timber doors, the palace corridor remained in deathly silence. Late into the night, the carved doors creaked open. Empress Nazma pushed herself up weakly from the couch, her dark eyes widening as Zayn stepped smoothly into the room. A wave of dread washed over her, though rationally she had expected his arrival. If my instincts hold true, he comes to assert his complete triumph. Her face turned pale as ash. In her current state of utter starvation, enduring any further ordeal felt like a death sentence. Yet deep within her heart, she clung fiercely to life. She was far too young to pass into the grave. As Zayn approached the couch, Queen Nazma slipped off the cushions onto her knees, her mind churning with desperate thoughts. Looking up into his cool, measured gaze, she forced her trembling voice into a soft, submissive murmur. Queen Nazma pays her humble respect to your Imperial Majesty. Zayn looked down at her frail, helpless posture, thoroughly amused by her dramatic turn of spirit. You address me as your Imperial Majesty, Zayn remarked with a smooth chuckle. Tell me then, what title do you claim for yourself? Your Imperial Majesty, I am merely the humble ruler of an offshore vassal state. Zayn smiled, shaking his head gently. Is that so? A few days ago, the court claimed royal parity with my throne. Nazma swallowed hard, her voice cracking with frantic regret. Your Majesty, I realize the absolute error of my arrogance. I beg your Imperial Majesty to pardon my grave sins. From this day forth I swear my kingdom shall pay annual tribute to your court. Whether rare treasures, fine silk, or thousands of island maidens, whatever your Majesty desires, I shall dispatch to Darker until your Imperial Majesty is fully satisfied. Watching her shiver in terror, Zayn's lips curled into a cool smirk. Her people were notoriously arrogant when holding power, yet turned completely obsequious the moment they were crushed underfoot. However, holding onto foolish fantasies of retaining her island throne was pure delusion. It is far too late for empty promises, Zayn replied calmly. Nazma's breath caught in her throat. She lowered her head in bitter, silent despair. Yet driven by the gnawing ache in her belly, she slowly looked up once more, her dark, fox-like eyes filled with a pathetic, pleading light. Your Imperial Majesty, she whimpered softly, could you grant your servant a single bite of food? I am starving. Zayn looked at her in mild surprise, though her total submission was entirely expected. When her court held power, they treated neighbouring lands with absolute cruelty, yet once pinned to the floorboards by superior force, they eagerly looked to the victor as their master. Coincidentally, Zayn had entered her quarters tonight specifically to feed her. He intended to supply a feast that was both abundant and thoroughly satisfying. He felt curious to observe how a person would react after consuming an entire cluster of sweet red bananas at once. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Zayn summoned a massive cluster of sweet red bananas directly from his spatial sanctuary, at least a dozen ripe, vibrant fruits hanging from a single stem. Thud! Zayn tossed the heavy cluster onto the low table before her, like throwing a choice bone to a hungry hound. Eat, Zayn commanded smoothly. If you fail to finish every last fruit, I shall direct my forces to dismantle your ancestral shrines and erase your kingdom's name from the maps. His voice was neither loud nor harsh, yet it carried an absolute, bone-chilling authority that left zero doubt as to his intent. Nazma shuddered in terror, her face draining of all colour. What manner of fruit demanded such absolute obedience? Yet alongside her fear, a wave of profound shock washed over her mind. Why was the skin of the fruit so vibrant red? And from where had he drawn such a massive cluster out of thin air? It defied every natural law. Above all, however, the gnawing hunger in her belly overrides every doubt. The rich, sweet aroma wafting from the red fruit caused her mouth to water uncontrollably. She reasoned that if the Emperor truly sought her death, he would hardly bother with sweet fruits. I offer my humble thanks for your Imperial Majesty's bounty. Reaching out with trembling hands, she broke a large red banana from the cluster, peeled back the vibrant skin, and took a large bite. Subhanallah, an extraordinarily rich, creamy sweetness burst across her palate. Nazma gasped internally at the exquisite flavor. It was undeniably the most delicious fruit she had ever tasted in her life. Casting aside all royal composure, she peeled fruit after fruit, stuffing the delicious red bananas into her mouth as fast as she could chew. Yet as she consumed the third and fourth fruit, an intense, surging warmth began to pool deep within her abdomen. What is this sensation? Nazma's dark brows knitted in confusion. A radiant, intense heat spread rapidly through her limbs and blood. To her utter astonishment, the physical weakness and exhaustion that had weighed her down for days vanished entirely. A surging wave of vibrant energy pulsed through her body, as though she had never known a single hour of starvation. Her mind reeled in absolute bewilderment. What manner of miraculous, supernatural fruit had she just consumed? Hesitating for only a second, she looked at Zayn's cool, unyielding expression. Knowing his word was absolute, she picked up the remaining fruits and continued eating until the entire cluster was completely gone. By the time she swallowed the final bite, her body could no longer contain the overwhelming surge of vitality. A dark, blood-red flush rushed up her neck, spreading across her cheeks. Her dark, fox-like eyes grew heavy and hazy with sudden, unbridled desire. An unbearable, restless heat coursed through her veins, driving her to clutch at her own silk robes. Looking up at Zayn, her dark eyes burned with an intense, helpless longing. Unable to hold her posture any longer, she collapsed onto the soft cushions with a heavy sigh. Surrendering completely to the sweet, surging warmth within her blood, a series of soft, breathless murmurs escaped her lips as the potent fruit took absolute hold of her senses. Chapter 125. A major reshuffle. The spectacle unfolding within the private chambers was far from over. Driven by the surging, irresistible warmth of the sweet red fruit, Queen Nazma threw aside all royal composure, her hands moving frantically to strip away her silk robes and heavy court ornaments. Good grief, Zayn muttered under his breath, a amused chuckle escaping his lips as he watched her breathless desperation. When consumed in such massive quantities, the potent fruit clearly produced a vastly different, almost overwhelming reaction. Hearing his voice, Nazma seemed to awaken briefly from her dazed state, suddenly remembering that she was not alone. Her dark, fox-like eyes flickered open, filled with a hazy, intense longing. Propping her supple frame up against the velvet cushions, she looked up at Zayn with a pleading, breathless expression. Your Imperial Majesty, I beg you do not abandon me to this unbearable heat. Zayn's lips curved into a satisfied, triumphant smirk. Now that is precisely the result I was looking for. Stepping forward onto the carpet, he reached down, gently raising her chin with 2 fingers. If you wish for my favor, he commanded in a cool, smooth tone, remember to address me as your master. Nazma's mind reeled in hazy confusion. Yet in her current state, courtly titles meant nothing to her. Yes, I understand. Master, please. Good girl, Zayn chuckled, tapping her cheek lightly. Before he could draw his hand back, Nazma grabbed his wrist with desperate urgency, as if terrified he might turn around and walk out of the room. Zayn offered no further resistance. Standing tall beside the couch with his arms outstretched, he allowed her trembling fingers to frantically loosen his belt and imperial robes. Her posture betrayed an extreme, wild impatience, as though delaying even half a second longer was a punishment beyond endurance. An hour slipped past in quiet, intense passion. Nazma knelt upon the floorboards beside the bed, her fair face flushed, her expression carrying an absolute, submissive devotion. Click. Zayn drew a silver lighter from his pocket, igniting a cigarette and taking a long, leisurely drag. He exhaled a thin, curling stream of white smoke into the quiet room. Nazma looked up, her dark eyes wide with unfeigned wonder as she watched the grey smoke drift towards the ceiling. In her mind, the young conqueror standing before her defied all mortal understanding. He commanded fire-spitting iron beasts, summoned massive treasures out of thin air, and possessed a boundless physical vitality that bordered on the divine. He was no ordinary mortal monarch, he was an absolute force of nature. I intend to initiate a thorough administrative reshuffle across this entire island, Zayn announced calmly through the swirling smoke. Do you harbour any objections? Nazma's heart skipped a beat. A major reshuffle. Does he intend to dismantle our traditional provincial clans and incorporate the island directly into the great Zayn Empire? A flicker of bitter regret touched her heart, yet she quickly squashed it. In the wake of total defeat, preserving her own life and remaining in his good graces was infinitely more important than ancient political structures. Raising her eyes, she declared with absolute conviction, Your humble servant harbours zero objections. I leave the fate of these lands entirely to Master's divine wisdom. My only wish is to remain by Master's side to serve you forever. Pray grant me this grace." Yet even as the words left her lips, Nazma felt a passing wave of bewilderment. Why had she blurted out that final plea so naturally? By offering such total submission, she was effectively surrendering her status as a royal monarch forever. Yet reflecting on the smoking ruins of her capital, she realized her fallen kingdom existed in name only. Surviving the storm and securing a place within his imperial household was, in truth, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Zayn looked down at her with a satisfied smile. Turning on his heel, he strolled casually toward the chamber doors. Behind him, Nazma bowed her head to the floorboards, her voice soft and trembling. "Your servant respectfully sees Master off." The following morning, the sun rose brightly over the capital of the island state. As the very first city subjected to the Edict of Selection, the registration process within the capital was completed with remarkable efficiency. Gathered upon the broad stone plaza before the royal palace stood thousands of young island maidens who met the strict criteria set by the imperial decree. A dense, dark sea of people filled the courtyard. A quick glance suggested their numbers easily exceeded 8,000 or 9,000, approaching nearly 12,000 in total. Zayn stood upon the high marble terrace, surveying the vast assembly with deep satisfaction. He had not anticipated so grand a gathering within the capital alone. The total number of eligible maidens across the entire island nation was bound to be staggering. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. The Edict of Selection would be enforced as an annual imperial tradition across all maritime provinces. Bakal strode up the terrace steps, accompanied by Chief Envoy Ikiru, who had miraculously survived his injuries, and bowed sharply. "Reporting to your Imperial Majesty. A total of 11,380 maidens within the capital meet the imperial selection criteria." Ikiru stood bowing timidly behind Bakal, his face tight with anxious deference. Assigned to oversee the local registration in the capital, he had executed the imperial decree with ruthless thoroughness. Regardless of whether a maiden belonged to a high-born noble house or a humble merchant family, so long as she met the age requirements, she was promptly registered and brought to the palace plaza. Ikiru's eyes flickered toward Nazma, who stood gracefully behind Zayn's shoulder, and a wave of utter bewilderment washed over him. The former queen was dressed in exquisite silk robes, her fair face adorned with delicate cosmetics, a subtle, serene smile resting upon her lips. She carried herself with regal elegance, displaying zero trace of a defeated, ruined monarch. Merciful heavens, how can this be? Ikiru marveled silently. Only 3 days ago she was ready to fight to the death. How has she transformed into a docile, obedient kitten so quickly? It defied all human logic, yet he could not deny the evidence before his eyes. Zayn offered a smooth nod, stepping down from the terrace toward the rows of assembled maidens. He intended to personally select a few exceptional maidens for his private quarters. Walking along the first row on the right, Zayn paused before a young woman with delicate features and a fair complexion. Though she kept her head lowered in timid bashfulness, her posture suggested a hidden, lively temperament beneath her quiet exterior. "You," Zayn said smoothly, stopping before her. "State your name and background." The maiden trembled slightly, curtsying nervously. "Our reporting to your Imperial Majesty. My name is Farhana Fatima. I am 23 years of age and I was formerly a secondary consort in the household of Chief Envoy Ikiru." Zayn raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Turning his head, he glanced back at Ikiru. Ikiru's face paled, and he instantly dropped to his knees on the stone flags, cupping his hands in frantic submission to signal that he offered the maiden to the crown without the slightest reservation. Zayn, of course, had zero interest in seeking the old diplomat's permission. He had merely turned to observe his reaction. "You shall remain in the palace," Zayn instructed, pointing at Farhana Fatima before continuing his walk down the ranks. By the afternoon, Zayn had personally selected 50 extraordinary maidens for the imperial household. The remaining thousands were distributed among his deserving officers and sepoys according to their military rank and battlefield service. The officer who received the largest allocation was Commander Farik Zufian, whose strike squad had successfully encircled the northern forest and cut off the enemy's retreat. For his grand military service, Farik was rewarded with 200 maidens for his estate. Naturally, integrating thousands of maidens into the imperial system would take time, and thousands more would arrive from the outer provinces as the annual selection proceeded. Turning to Wei Jianing, Zayn commanded in a relaxed tone, "Jianing, arrange for 10 of the selected maidens to attend upon my private quarters tonight, including that Farhana Fatima." Wei Jianing bowed gracefully, though a subtle, caring concern flickered in her eyes. "Your Imperial Majesty works tirelessly day and night governing the realm. Taking proper rest is essential for your Majesty's health." Zayn chuckled warmly, patting her shoulder. Set your heart at ease, my girl. Just execute my order. Chapter 126. The New Fortress City. Day after day, the weeks turned into months. Zayn spent his afternoons in the coastal palace enjoying rich banquets, fine music, and quiet leisure, occasionally drawing fresh modern novelties from his spatial sanctuary to entertain his household. Meanwhile, the annual registration under the Edict of Selection proceeded without pause across the central provinces. Tens of thousands of young island maidens were brought to the capital in organised cohorts. A significant portion were placed aboard heavy transports bound across the sea for Darker, while Amir Hamza received his promised allocation of 100 maidens at his new estate in Old Darker. Concurrently, thousands of merchant families, artisans, and farmers from the mainland arrived at the island ports aboard return ships. They had volunteered to settle the new maritime province, drawn by imperial decrees granting generous land titles, timber homesteads, and agricultural tools to the first generation of pioneers. The transport fleet maintained a relentless schedule, crossing back and forth over the eastern straits. Naturally, the Edict of Selection was enforced most thoroughly in the provinces surrounding the capital, where the military presence of the imperial army remained absolute. In the distant eastern and northern highlands, regional chieftains hesitated to comply. Zayn held zero tolerance for defiance. In his view, those who failed to submit willingly to the initial decree forfeited all future claims to imperial leniency. Summoning Farik Sufyan to the audience chamber, Zayn issued a decisive military mandate. I appoint you general for the pacification of the Eastern Isles, Zayn announced, looking down at the former commander. I grant you 50,000 elite sepoys and 20 iron warships. Wherever regional chieftains refuse the imperial edict, rain the thunder of our artillery upon them until their submission is absolute. Farik's dark eyes flashed with fierce enthusiasm. Cupping his hands, he bowed deeply to the floor. Your humble general obeys your imperial majesty's sacred decree, Zayn added in a cool, level tone. Furthermore, you're to dismantle every foreign wooden shipyard, burn all coastal war galleys, and level the local harbour fortifications. In short, if the islanders refuse to integrate peacefully into the empire, they shall possess zero means to threaten our sea lanes ever again. Your servant understands completely. Farik grasped the strategic imperative immediately. Though the absolute severity toward the regional islanders surpassed ancient conventions, Farik knew this campaign offered him an unassailable place in the imperial history books. The regional chieftains were mere recalcitrant vassals. Their defeat was inevitable. Taking command of his combined land and naval force of 50,000 men, Farik marched east, clearing the mountain passes and coastal tracts with ruthless efficiency. 2 months later, the total number of mainland settlers who had crossed the sea to the island province reached 200,000. Yet this represented merely the opening phase of Zayn's grand strategy. His long-term plan called for 3 million settlers to relocate to the island over the coming decade, permanently reshaping the demographic and cultural landscape of the new maritime territory. To secure the main landing zone, Zayn conscripted 100,000 local labourers to construct a massive modern port and fortress city on the very beachhead where his army had first landed. He named the new settlement Erdung City the eastern gate of the empire. Simultaneously, heavy engineering units began paving a broad concrete highway connecting Erdung City directly to the capital. Erdung City was designed not merely as a commercial trading port, but as an impregnable naval stronghold, echoing the authority of the imperial capital. On a bright morning, Farik Sufyan returned to the capital in triumph at the head of his victorious divisions, having completely pacified the eastern highlands. The island state was fully secured. The remaining work lay in long-term governance, infrastructure, and trade. Calculating the months that had passed, Zayn realised it was time to return to Darker. By his estimates, several of his expecting co-wives in the imperial palace would be giving birth soon. Furthermore, state dispatches from the central ministry required his personal seal. Summoning Farik Sufyan once more, Zayn delivered his final administrative arrangements. My old turncoat friend, Zayn smiled smoothly. I have decided to leave you behind as the imperial military governor of this island province. You shall govern these lands and maintain strict order on my behalf. Farik stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Does his imperial majesty truly repose such immense, unshakable trust in me, or is this a final test of my loyalty? Regardless of the motive, serving as the supreme military governor of a vast maritime province was a position of grand authority and freedom. Reflecting for a moment, Farik cupped his hands, bowing deeply. Your humble servant accepts this heavy responsibility with absolute gratitude. He paused, adding hesitantly, however, my father, General Sufyan, grows old and darker. Might my younger brothers, Subhan and Sohel, return with your majesty to tend upon our family estate? Zayn chuckled softly, pleased by Farrick's political maturity. Leaving his younger brothers in the capital ensured absolute family loyalty, without needing explicit hostages. Granted, I had intended the same. Leaving behind an elite garrison of 50,000 sepoys under Farrick's command, Zayn boarded his flagship and led the main fleet back toward the mainland in a grand naval procession. Within several days, the Armada navigated the open sea and entered the mouth of the main inland river system. Standing on the upper deck of his luxury flagship, Zayn gazed across the water toward the green, rolling hills of the Nanshui region. He recalled that over a year had passed since he had last set foot in his ancestral home territory. At a prominent river junction known as the Nanshui tributary, Zayn disembarked from the heavy cruiser alongside a small imperial entourage including Jahanara, White Ayaning, Nazmur, Farhana Fatima, and his personal guards boarding a sleek modern motor yacht to head inland toward Nanshan City. The following afternoon, the yacht dropped anchor at the river quayside near Nanshan City. Along the riverbank, a broad, freshly paved concrete highway immediately caught everyone's attention. Zayn was pleasantly surprised to see that the Ministry of Works had extended the modern road network all the way to his home province ahead of schedule. Stepping off the yacht onto the concrete highway, Zayn noted that the road surface had been completed only recently. Reaching into his spatial sanctuary, Zayn summoned a sleek, modern luxury tour bus onto the open road. The surrounding guards and attendants gasped in unfeigned wonder at the massive, smooth-contoured vehicle. Turning to his entourage with a broad grin, Zayn chuckled, "Step aboard, my friends. I shall serve as your driver today." The Emperor serving as a driver. Bakal hurried forward, waving his hands frantically. "Your Imperial Majesty, how could we ever presume to let the Sovereign drive us? Pray allow me to take the wheel." Zayn patted young Bakal's shoulder with a laugh. "This is a heavy motor bus. Bakal, you need formal instruction before you handle this beast." Stepping into the driver's cabin, Zayn took his seat behind the large steering wheel. Jahanara, filled with quiet excitement, was the first to board, settling into a plush leather seat directly behind Zayn. The soft, supportive cushions felt infinitely more comfortable than the hard timber thrones of ancient palaces. As the bus glided smoothly down the concrete highway, Zayn noticed construction crews working along the shoulders further down the road. Ahead, two figures standing beside an engineering wagon caught Zayn's eye. One was Minister Soholmir from the Ministry of Works, while the other was a broad-shouldered commander in full plate armor who closely resembled General Babel Sardar. The two officials had spotted the massive, unfamiliar vehicle approaching from a distance. "Subhan Alar, what manner of giant carriage is that?" General Babel Sardar gasped, his dark eyes wide as saucers. Minister Soholmir frowned, inspecting the sleek metal contours. He had never seen such a design before, yet he knew with absolute certainty that no living soul under heaven could produce such a creation except his imperial brother-in-law. Could his Imperial Majesty have returned from the overseas campaign already? Stepping forward onto the road, Soholmir gasped, "Merciful heavens, it is his Imperial Majesty. Quickly, prepare to bow." General Babel Sardar's eyes bulged in absolute, jaw-dropped shock. "His Imperial Majesty." Chapter 127. The Grand Plan. Screech. Hearing the broadside of his bus hailed by the two ministers, Zayn brought the heavy vehicle to a smooth halt along the concrete highway. PFF50 click. The pneumatic passenger doors swung open with a soft hiss, and Zayn stepped down from the driver's cabin onto the road. Minister Soholmir looked closely, verifying his initial guess. It was indeed his imperial brother-in-law. Dropping to his knees on the fresh concrete, Soholmir bowed deeply. "Your subject, Soholmir, Minister of Works, pays his humble respect to your Imperial Majesty. May the Emperor enjoy robust health." Beside him, General Babel Sardar was practically vibrating with excitement, his dark eyes sparkling with unbridled joy. In a single year, the young scholar from a humble river hamlet had unified the entire realm, establishing a glorious new dynasty. Back then, Zayn had been merely an educated youth living in a modest homestead. Babel Sardar had never dreamed that a sovereign destined to conquer the world had walked alongside him in that quiet, remote village. Excited and slightly breathless, Babel Sardar dropped to his knees, pressing his palms together in a respectful bow. "Your subject, Babel Sardar, pays his humble homage to your Imperial Majesty." Zayn inspected Babel Sardar with a warm, approving smile. "Not bad, my friend. You carry the unmistakable air of a seasoned general now, and you've grown quite a bit taller. Having enjoyed nutritious meals, clean quarters, and rigorous military training over the past year, it was hardly surprising the young officer had filled out so impressively." Babel Sardar offered a sheepish, proud grin. "I offer my humble thanks for your Majesty's praise. I shall continue to labour with absolute devotion, and I swear never to fail your Majesty's trust." "Good," Zayn nodded warmly. "I know you shall become a Grand Commander of the realm. Turning to Soholmir, Zayn added, "You've performed your duties with exceptional diligence as well. I did not expect this paved highway to reach our home province so rapidly. Your Imperial Majesty's decrees are of absolute importance, and I would never dare neglect my duties." Soholmir reported enthusiastically. "As this represents the very first Imperial highway of the Great Zayn Empire, I personally supervised every mile to ensure the concrete was laid thick and true, setting an unshakable standard for all future public works." Soholmir paused, adding with a proud smile, reporting further, "Your Majesty, the concrete highway linking Nanshan City directly to our ancestral hamlet of Mulberry Village shall be fully completed within another month." Zayn nodded in deep satisfaction. "Once the paving is finished, we shall install automatic solar street lamps along the entire route. Furthermore, I've brought vast stores of modern supplies to bestow upon our fellow villagers." Hearing those words, Soholmir knew his brother-in-law was preparing another grand, revolutionary undertaking. Vast stores of supplies, how immense must those reserves be? And what manner of treasures has he brought back this time? Remounting the tour bus, Zayn drove the entourage straight through the outer gates into Nanshan City. The urban avenues were clean, wide, and orderly. Dilapidated mud huts had been replaced by sturdy brick structures. Beggars were entirely absent from the market squares, and the ordinary common folk no longer carried the gaunt, emaciated look of starving refugees. With thousands of new residents settling in the district, the regional trade hub had grown extraordinarily prosperous and vibrant. "Jahanara," Zayn called out gently as he steered the bus down the main thoroughfare. Empress Regent Jahanara leaned forward, looking at him attentively. "Your humble consort is present, Your Majesty. Does this regional city match what you envisioned?" "Your Majesty, it is astonishingly unique," Jahanara replied softly, her dark eyes scanning the bustling shops. "In truth, stepping into these streets gives one the distinct feeling of walking through the avenues of the capital city itself." Having once governed the old regime, Jahanara possessed a keen eye for regional administration. Though her words sounded grand, they offered a precise description of the town's remarkable order and wealth. It was genuinely astonishing that a remote frontier market town could achieve such prosperity in so short a time. Zayn chuckled smoothly. "In the years ahead, every city across the Great Zayn Empire shall reflect this very standard. Even the most inconspicuous market town shall stand as a thriving, prosperous corner of our realm." Subhan Allah, Jahanara nodded earnestly. She harbored zero doubt regarding his words. Whatever Zayn set his mind to accomplish, he executed with absolute, miraculous ease. Zayn smiled, adding, "Beyond the urban district, I shall take you to see the raw countryside today, the very soil where I was born and raised. There are creations waiting there that shall expand your horizons even further. I shall look upon them with great joy, Your Majesty." Jahanara curtsied softly, her dark eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Though she could not guess what marvels lay ahead, she knew her husband's home hamlet held special significance. Arriving at the district administrative headquarters, Zayn met with the regional governor, Old Sun. After exchanging warm greetings, Zayn drew a convoy of luxury off-road vehicles from his spatial sanctuary to carry his entourage on the final leg of the journey back to Mulberry Village. As the convoy rolled smoothly down the country roads, vast expanses of green farmland stretched out as far as the eye could see. Healthy stands of rice, sweet potatoes, and corn covered the valley, while formerly barren hillsides had been cleared and terraced into fertile agricultural plots. It was early autumn harvest, and thousands of local farming families were busily working the fields with joyful energy. As Governor Old Sun had reported, the regional harvest this year promised to be an unprecedented bumper crop. Furthermore, cultivation of high-yield sweet potatoes and corn had already spread across the Nanshan region and dozens of neighbouring districts. With nationwide distribution planned for the coming spring, every subject of the Great Zayn Empire would soon enjoy abundant, sweet produce. Yet what Governor Old Sun did not realize was that Zayn's return was far more than a simple family reunion. Sitting securely within his spatial sanctuary were vast stores of advanced, high-yield modern crop seeds, waiting to be unleashed upon the agricultural plains of the realm. Chapter 128, Miraculous Tools. Before long, the motor convoy arrived at the entrance of Mulberry Village. Having received word of the Emperor's approach, the entire populace had gathered along the riverbank path. Every face shone with a mixture of intense excitement, nervous awe, and breathless anticipation. Several elderly villagers even wiped away silent tears of joy. For months, they had waited for this day. The humble, educated scholar of their quiet hamlet was returning home as a conqueror. Under the glowing, expectant gazes of his old neighbours, Zayn stepped out of the lead off-road vehicle, offering a warm, familiar wave. "Your humble subjects pay respect to your Imperial Majesty." Old Man Rahman, the village elder, immediately dropped to his knees upon the paved path, pressing his forehead to the ground. The entire assembly instantly followed his lead, bowing low. "Your humble subjects pay respects to your Imperial Majesty." Zayn took 2 swift steps forward, raising a broad hand. "Fellow villagers, pray rise at once." It was that same familiar, comforting voice. Wiping away their tears, the villagers rose slowly to their feet, their hearts swelling with uncontained pride. Zayn smiled warmly, adding, "When we meet in the future within our home hamlet, there is zero need for kneeling or formal court bows." The villagers felt deeply honoured, bright, joyful smiles spreading across every face. Naturally, the old neighbours felt a passing disappointment that Aisha, the Bilquiz, and the other local girls had not accompanied him on the voyage. The women standing in his imperial entourage were entirely unfamiliar to them. Auntie Fatma cleared her throat, stepping forward slightly as she looked at Zayn. "Your Majesty, how fair is our little Aisha, Her Imperial Majesty the Empress." Zayn looked at Auntie Fatma with an affectionate smile. "She enjoys radiant health, Auntie. She misses everyone here dearly, constantly speaking of you all, and recalling the sweet days she spent in Mulberry Village." Auntie Fatma wiped a tear from her cheek, her heart overflowing with warmth. She had never imagined that the sweet girl who once gathered firewood by the river would become the Empress of the realm, yet still hold her old neighbour so close to her heart. In truth, Auntie Fatma felt a passing, humorous regret had she betrothed her own granddaughter to Zayn back when he was a poor scholar. Her household would be royal kin today, yet her current life left zero room for complaint. Everyone ate well, lived in sturdy homes, and enjoyed absolute peace. Furthermore, her granddaughter had become the most sought-after bride in the entire district, with matchmakers practically wearing down the threshold of her door. Whenever residents from neighbouring villages met anyone from Mulberry Village, they offered absolute, deferential respect, as though encountering high nobility. To marry a maiden from Mulberry Village was considered a supreme blessing across the region. Even the widows of the hamlet had become highly respected heads of households. Mulberry Village had long shed its old, tragic nickname, the Widow's Hamlet. As the birthplace of the founding emperor, referring to it by such a title was considered deeply improper. "Your Majesty, who might these noble ladies be?" Auntie Zora's curious voice rang out from the crowd. She pointed gently toward Jahanara and the other consorts, her weathered face full of innocent intrigue. Zayn chuckled softly to himself, realizing that an inquisitive auntie remained unchanged no matter how high his throne reached. Pointing first to Jahanara, Zayn presented her smoothly. "This is Her Highness, Empress Regent Jahanara, formerly the ruler of the old regime, and now my cherished royal consort." The villagers gasped in collective astonishment, their dark eyes widening. No wonder her poise and grace appeared so breathtaking. She was a former sovereign. The young man had certainly been blessed with extraordinary fortune. Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, Zayn pointed toward Nazmur. "And this is Nazmur, the former ruler of the offshore island kingdom, whose state was recently integrated into our empire. An offshore queen." The villagers exchanged awed, bewildered glances. Sovereigns and queens, their local scholar had assembled a household beyond imagination. Leaving the river path, Zayn led the entourage on an inspection walk through the hamlet. Mulberry Village had undergone a complete transformation. Every household now resided in a spacious, newly constructed homestead featuring whitewashed plaster walls and neat terracotta roof tiles. The once impoverished mountain hamlet had become a prosperous, immaculate community. Across Nanshan City and the broader Nanshu region, every family envied the residents of Mulberry Village. After all, this was the birthplace of the founding emperor, a place blessed with extraordinary spiritual fortune. To simply walk its paths was considered a grand honour. Mulberry Village was destined to serve as the structural model for all rural communities across the great Zayn Empire. Strolling along the agricultural tracks, the group arrived at the edge of the crop fields. Jahanara stopped, her dark brows knitting in curiosity as she inspected a tall, broad-leafed crop bearing heavy, wrapped ears. She had noticed this unfamiliar plant during their drive, but the speed of the vehicle had prevented a close look. "Your Majesty, what manner of crop is this?" Jahanara asked, looking at Zayn with deep intrigue. Zayn offered a knowing smile, gesturing for her to inspect it closely. Stepping up to the stalk, Jahanara gently peeled back the thick green husk. With a soft rustle, rows of plump, golden, glossy kernels were revealed. "It is sweet corn," Jahanara gasped in delight, her dark eyes shining. Having lived beside Zayn for months, she had grown familiar with modern agricultural terms. She realized instantly that the grand agricultural surprise Zayn had mentioned referred to these bountiful fields. Beside the corn plot stretched vast fields of sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and leafy green vegetables. Continuing their tour, Zayn, his entourage, and several village elders gathered beside a deep agricultural pond near the main fields. While the elders wondered what Zayn intended to demonstrate, beside the water, Zayn gave a subtle flick of his wrist before the crowd. Whoosh! Out of thin air, a heavy, diesel-powered industrial water pump materialized upon the grass. Those who had never witnessed his spatial powers gasped in terror, their eyes bulging as they stumbled backward. Unbothered by their shock, Zayn squatted beside the machine, connecting a thick intake hose to the pump and tossing the weighted end deep into the pond. Engaging the starter handle with a swift tug, the diesel engine sputtered to life with a rhythmic, mechanical clatter. Within seconds, a thick, roaring stream of clear white water gushed from the discharge pipe into the field irrigation canal. Subhanallah. Merciful heavens, look at that flow. The gathered villagers stared in absolute disbelief at the rushing water. Governor Old Son and village elder Rahman, who had spent their entire lives farming the soil, grasped the monumental significance of the machine instantly. It was an automated irrigation system. During dry spells or severe droughts, such a device was nothing short of a miracle. With these machines deployed across the agricultural valleys, human labor would be reduced 100-fold, while crop yields soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 129, The Imperial Exemption. As the gathered crowd stared in fixed amazement at the roaring jet of white water, Zayn reached down, flicking the starter switch to turn off the industrial pump. An automated water pump was a miraculous tool, but a fine saddle required a worthy mount. Reaching into his spatial sanctuary once more, Zayn produced a thick burlap sack filled with high-yield rice seeds, setting it down upon the concrete path. The villagers leaned forward, their brows knitting as they inspected the golden illustration printed on the sack, a lush, heavy stalk of grain bowing beneath the weight of plump, overflowing husks. Those who had never travelled beyond the local valley were thoroughly bewildered, while Governor Old Son could only marvel in silence. The young conqueror possessed the power to call forth anything under heaven, whether natural or manufactured. He was truly a sovereign granted to the world once in a millennium. A subtle smile touched Zayn's lips as he turned to Governor Old Son. Governor Son, what is the average yield per acre for standard rice crops across our provinces? Governor Old Son cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Reporting to your Imperial Majesty. Provided the fields suffer neither seasonal floods nor severe drought, a well-tended acre yields roughly 300 weight of grain, stretching to 3.5 weight in an exceptional year. 300 weight, Zayn murmured. A meagre return for such back-breaking labour. Tapping the sack of seeds with his boot, Zayn announced, this strain yields up to 2200 weight per acre, more than 7 times the output of conventional crops. 2200 weight. Every villager present gasped, their eyes wide with sheer, unadulterated shock. The claim was staggering. If a single acre produced over 2000 weight of grain, who under heaven could ever face starvation again? Even if a farming family cultivated their fields only once every 3 years, the granaries would overflow with surplus food. Governor Old Son swallowed hard, his dark eyes shining with intense, trembling joy. Your Imperial Majesty, is such a miraculous harvest truly possible? Zayn offered a firm, effortless nod, his posture radiating absolute confidence. Subhanallah, the common folk of the great Zayn Empire are blessed beyond measure. Governor Old Son exclaimed, dropping to his knees on the concrete. He bowed his forehead to the ground, his voice thick with emotion. Your Imperial Majesty holds the entire world in your heart, bestowing boundless grace upon our people and securing prosperity for generations to come. You are truly a sovereign for the ages. The surrounding elders and villagers dropped to their knees alongside him, their eyes filled with deep, tearful reverence. Though modern agricultural science enabled high-yield crops to reach such vast production, Zayn understood that medieval soil, variable weather, and traditional tools required careful management. To ensure a smooth transition, initial trial plots were necessary. Waving a casual hand, Zayn smiled smoothly. Governor Son, I entrust 1,000 weight of these seeds to your care. Oversee their planting across our home province starting next spring. Governor Old Son accepted the charge with solemn enthusiasm. Your Imperial Majesty, I shall treat this sacred task as my highest duty and execute it with all my strength. Pondering for a moment, Zayn added, in recognition of your exceptional service in promoting new agricultural methods, we confer upon you the hereditary title of Marquis of Nanshan. Furthermore, we grant your luxury sports car and 10 island maidens for your estate. Governor Old Son trembled with excitement, his aged hand shaking as he pressed his forehead to the ground. Your humble servant offers his boundless gratitude for your Imperial Majesty's immense favour. Standing beside Zayn, Jahanara raised her dark brows slightly upon hearing the noble title. The name echoed the ancient administrative land grants of the old regime, yet carried a far grander prestige under the new empire. Zayn's eyes brightened as a sweeping decision took root in his mind. Starting next spring, Zayn declared, his voice ringing loud and clear across the fields, The imperial court shall completely abolish all agricultural taxes across every province of the realm. Turning toward young Bakul, he issued a direct command: dispatch imperial heralds at once to proclaim this edict to every corner of the empire. Bakul cupped his hands, bowing sharply. Your servant executes your imperial majesty's sacred decree. A second wave of shock swept through the assembled villagers. To bestow seeds that multiplied crop yields sevenfold was a miracle in itself. To exempt the common folk from agricultural taxes entirely was an act of unprecedented imperial benevolence. Every soul present realized what this portended. The long-awaited era of absolute peace, abundance, and prosperity had arrived. The imperial reign title taping Great Peace was no mere political slogan, but an absolute reality. Jahanara looked at Zayn with renewed, deep admiration. Such absolute courage and vision were achievements no ancient dynasty could match in 100 years. The realm belonged to him by right of divine wisdom. Beside her, Nazma stood spellbound, staring at Zayn in quiet awe. Before such a conqueror, her former island state was nothing. Her court's attempt to halt his advance months ago had been pure, tragic delusion. Long live his imperial majesty. The villagers cheered in unison, their voices echoing across the valley. In the hours that followed, Zayn drawn vast quantities of supplies from his spatial sanctuary, bestowing solar street lamps, diesel water pumps, daily household goods, and high-yield seeds upon the hamlet, alongside the sleek sports car granted to the new Marquis of Nanshan. Governor Old Sun stood beaming beside the low, crimson vehicle. Such an incredible machine stood as an unassailable symbol of high status across the entire world. Only a tiny handful possessed such a treasure. Yet as Zayn watched the vehicle, a quiet thought crossed his mind. The number of modern machines deployed across the empire was growing rapidly, yet every unit relied on his personal retrieval from the spatial sanctuary. Should he attempt to duplicate entire industrial structures within his spatial domain? If he could duplicate industrial buildings, constructing oil refineries, fuel stations, and manufacturing plants directly upon the physical landscape would prove effortless. Fixing his focus upon a large industrial structure within his spatial domain, Zayn attempted to manifest the entire building onto the open field. Whoosh, the physical structure failed to materialize. Instead, a sudden, sharp wave of dizziness washed over his mind. What on earth? Zayn focused his concentration a second time, attempting to force the manifestation, yet met with the exact same wave of disorientation. It boggled his mind. How could a man of his formidable physical strength, capable of overpowering a dozen men single-handedly, suffer sudden dizziness? Is the physical manifestation of complete industrial structures restricted by my current level of domain expansion? Zayn mused. He realized the spatial sanctuary possessed its own evolutionary rules. Though complete industrial complexes could not be summoned instantly, the subtle mental feedback proved the capability existed within his spatial domain, awaiting further expansion. Once his spatial domain expanded sufficiently, the empire would leap straight into a modern industrial era. 10 days later, Zayn's procession returned to the imperial capital of Darkar. Stepping into the private chambers of the Bali Mahal Pavilion, he was greeted by joyful news. Several of his co-wives had safely delivered healthy royal infants during his absence. The infants, alongside First Prince Aryan and Princess Annika, had grown noticeably over the preceding months. The young children stared with wide, curious eyes at the grand figure standing before them. Nasrat, cradling a newborn boy in her arms, approached Zayn with a gentle smile. Your Imperial Majesty, this is the fourth prince. Pray bestow a name upon him. Zayn took the child gently into his broad arms, pondering for a moment. Our fourth son shall be named Zayn Araf. Araf, Nasrat murmured softly, her eyes shining with warmth. I offer my humble thanks on his behalf, husband. Next, Rahana stepped forward holding her newborn son. Your Majesty, this is the fifth prince. Zayn chuckled warmly, poking his son's chubby cheek. Little rascal, look at your father. His name shall be Zayn Ayman. Then, Rishma joined them, her face beaming with joy. Your Imperial Majesty, look at the sixth prince. He carries your very features. Zayn's eyes lit up as he inspected the healthy infant boy. Har, another fine son. He shall be named Zayn Arman. She and Kate followed with her child, smiling brightly. Your Majesty, this is the seventh prince. Look at him blowing bubbles. Zayn held the infant's tiny hand, grinning warmly. Our seventh son shall be named Zayn Assad. Turning toward Zhang Yuochu, Susarik Zhao, and Xinghui, who were standing together nearby, Zayn asked with a warm smile, And what of my daughters? Your Imperial Majesty, this is the third princess, Zhang Yuochu reported softly. This is the fourth princess, Your Majesty, Susarik Zhao added. And this is the fifth princess, husband, Xinghui murmured with a sweet blush. Zayn inspected the three newborn princesses, his heart melting with pure affection. Wonderful. Our third daughter shall be named Zayn Alizi. our fourth daughter Zain Era, and our fifth daughter Zain Elia. Watching the joyful scene from the doorway, Janara and Wai Jianing exchanged a quiet, meaningful glance. Their silent communication was clear. They needed to secure the emperor's favor promptly to ensure they bore royal infants of their own in the coming season. That evening, escorted by a female court secretary, Nazma was reunited with her younger sister, Princess Yukiko, within the private quarters of the palace. The two sisters embraced tightly, weeping tears of relief. Alhamdulillah, both of us have survived the storm. The same thought crossed their minds as they held each other. Now we can attend upon His Imperial Majesty together in peace. Wiping her tears, Princess Yukiko looked up, a radiant blush touching her round cheeks. Gazing into her elder sister's eyes, she asked in an eager whisper, "Just has His Imperial Majesty extended his warm favor to you as well?" Nazma felt a sudden flush rush up her neck, her dark eyes lowering in shy bashfulness. "Indeed, more times than I can count, Yukiko. In truth, I am deeply happy." Chapter 130, All Nations Pay Tribute. Princess Yukiko could tell from the glowing flush and genuine warmth radiating from her elder sister that Nazma was truly happy with her new life. "Sister," Yukiko murmured gently, "from now on, we shall attend upon His Imperial Majesty together with absolute devotion." "Indeed, Yukiko." Nazma nodded earnestly. Then, looking into her sister's eyes, she asked softly, "Tell me, did you not feel terribly lonely during the long months His Majesty was away on the Eastern campaign?" A sudden, deep blush rushed up Princess Yukiko's cheeks. Pursing her crimson lips, she looked down bashfully. "Sister, His Majesty bestowed many miraculous treasures upon my quarters before he set sail, so I was never lonely at all." Nazma looked at her in mild bewilderment. Never lonely because of a bestowed treasure? What manner of divine item could bring such total contentment? Could a mere object truly satisfy a maiden's heart? Impossible, surely impossible. Yet observing Yukiko's completely genuine, glowing expression, Nazma's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "What manner of treasures did His Majesty grant you?" Nazma asked eagerly. Yukiko offered a subtle, proud smirk. "They are rare and wondrous creations, sister. Come, let me show them to you." Taking Nazma by her fair hand, Yukiko led her eagerly toward the inner bedchamber, impatient to share her private collection. Before they reached the doorway, a loud, clear voice echoed from the outer courtyard. "His Imperial Majesty has arrived." Yukiko's dark eyes lit up with instant joy. "His Majesty is here," she gasped. "Quickly, sister, kneel to welcome him." The two sisters hurried to the entrance of the chamber, dropping to their knees upon the carpet, their chests heaving with rapid, excited breaths. Creak, the double doors swung open, and a heavy imperial boot stepped across the threshold. Zayn looked over, noting both sisters kneeling respectfully side by side, their gaze lowered, and their hands resting neatly upon their silk robes. "Splendid," Zayn thought with a satisfied smile. "Your Imperial Majesty," the two sisters chorused softly, "we pay our humble respects to your Majesty." Zayn strode casually into the room without a word. The two maidens rose smoothly, following close behind his heels. Stepping over to the couch, Zayn sat down upon the velvet edge. Yukiko and Nazma immediately sank onto their knees, one on each side, using gentle, practiced movements to unlace his imperial leather boots. Zayn reached out, patting their heads with a warm chuckle. "Now that you two sisters are reunited, it calls for a proper celebration." Time flew by like a swift river, and the annual spring festival approached. The imperial capital of Old Darker, from the inner palace grounds to the sprawling outer market districts, was spotlessly cleaned and decorated with vibrant lanterns, silk banners, and festive arches. A joyful atmosphere filled every grand avenue, as if the entire realm were celebrating the dawn of an unprecedented era of peace and abundance. During this festive period, foreign envoys displaying unusual garments and distinct customs arrived in the capital in continuous streams. They were formal diplomatic missions dispatched by foreign kingdoms and neighbouring states. When the rulers of neighbouring lands learned that the formidable offshore kingdom of Wanyu had been completely conquered and integrated into the Great Zain Empire within months, sheer terror gripped their courts. The military might of the empire was so absolute it left them suffocated with fear. The offshore island state had possessed hundreds of thousands of troops and was shielded by a vast ocean. Yet even behind those natural ocean barriers, their kingdom had collapsed before Zayn's iron warships and heavy artillery. Desperate to avoid his wrath, the surrounding monarchs dispatched their highest empresses to Darker, bearing their most precious treasures and highborn maidens. They cared zero about the immense value of their gifts. Their sole fear was presenting a lack of sincerity that might offend the young emperor. Zayn was mildly surprised when state dispatches reported the arrival of the foreign delegations. He had intended to lead the expeditionary fleet toward the southern seas following the New Year celebrations, yet the regional rulers had rushed to submit of their own accord. The arrival of all nations paying tribute a bit ahead of schedule Zayn mused. Empress Regent Jahanara was profoundly moved by the sight. During the final years of the old regime, when civil war tore the realm apart, not a single vassal state had sent tribute or paid courtly respects. In fact, regional border states like Arakan had seized upon the mainland's weakness to break away entirely, asserting independence. When the house is weak, the wild dogs grow bold, Jahanara reflected with cold indignation. Zayn merely smiled coolly. To him, those petty regional rulers were mere opportunists whose temporary antics held zero long-term weight. Finally, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. Diplomatic delegations from a dozen foreign states waited outside the Bali Mahal audience hall for royal summons. Among the crowd stood foreign kings, crown princes, grand viziers, and high-born maidens dressed in lavish, exotic silk. Under the anxious gazes of the assembled envoys, a female court secretary stepped out from the side doors of the hall, walking down the marble steps, unfolding an imperial scroll. She scanned the text, looked out at the waiting crowd, and bellowed in a clear, resonant voice, "By imperial decree, summon the royal delegation of the Kingdom of Arakan to the throne room." The King of Arakan felt a cold shudder run down his spine. The decisive moment had arrived, bringing an uncertain fate. Stepping forward, he led his ministers and attendants up the marble stairs into the grand hall. Inside the audience hall, Zayn sat comfortably upon the golden throne, with Empress Ayesha seated gracefully by his side, and Jahanara standing nearby. Below the dais, senior civil ministers and military generals sat in two disciplined rows. Upon the low tables before them rested decanters of spiced palm wine, fragrant teas, and exquisite royal dainties. The King of Arakan, King Park Chang, knelt in the center of the marble floor alongside three highborn maidens. "Your humble servant, King Park Chang of Arakan, pays his solemn respects to your Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress," Park Chang declared, bowing low. "To mark this glorious new year and express my court's absolute submission, I present 20 heavy chests of rare jewels, pearls, and island spices, alongside 3 royal princesses of my house. I humbly beg your Majesty to accept our tribute." Finishing his speech, Park Chan pressed his forehead flat against the cold marble floor, remaining motionless in total prostration. The 3 princesses behind him knelt timidly, not daring to lift their eyes. Zayn looked down from the throne, his expression cool and indifferent. "Starting today," Zayn announced in a level, absolute voice, "the Kingdom of Arakan is incorporated under the direct administrative jurisdiction of our imperial government. You have zero need to return to your borders. Remain in Darkar and enjoy a comfortable retirement." King Park Chang's face drained of all color, his eyes wide with shock. "Why, your Imperial Majesty? If my court has committed any fault, I beg your Majesty to name it. I swear to correct my errors immediately and serve the crown with absolute loyalty." As a modern mind, Zayn understood history completely. Leaving semi-independent vassal rulers on the frontiers only invited future rebellions the moment the central government faced a crisis. Now that the foreign kings had walked into his capital, the frontier question would be settled permanently. Though Arakan was a rugged territory, the cost of governing it directly under his modernized administration was trivial. Zayn's dark eyes narrowed, his tone dropping to a cold, razor-thin whisper. "I have 100,000 heavily armed sepoys stationed in the southern provinces who have lacked field exercise for several months. Do you wish for them to conduct a live fire drill across your borders?" King Park Chang shuddered violently in sheer terror, his forehead hitting the floorboards again. "Your Imperial Majesty, I meant zero disrespect. Such a thought never crossed my mind. I obey your Majesty's decree." Zayn offered a smooth chuckle. "Splendid. Take your seat among the assembly." King Park Chan groaned internally as he rose on trembling legs. What an absolute nightmare. Residing in Darkar, as a pensioned noble carried none of the absolute power of ruling his own kingdom. Yet defying the conqueror standing before him meant instant, absolute annihilation. Submission was his sole path to survival.